Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul Chapter 980 to Chapter 1062. Please wait for a moment, young hero Ling. I'll get someone to prepare the materials right away. Xianxia turned around and left excitedly. She almost tripped over the threshold. This kind of thing had never happened before. About an hour later, Xianxia returned with a storage ring in her hand. She said, "The items that young hero Ling needs are all in here. You just need to return the storage ring after you use it. Of course, if you like this storage ring, you can keep it for yourself." "No need. I can't possibly keep taking advantage of you guys. A storage ring isn't cheap. Especially since this storage ring of yours seems to be equivalent to an immortal grade prized artifact. If I were to accept it, wouldn't I owe you guys a favor?" Ling Xiao smiled and transferred the materials into the Mountain River realm. Anyway, to outsiders, it looked like he had put them into the storage ring. After returning the storage ring to Xianxia, Ling Xiao said, "Then I'll leave first. After the middle grade Heaven Spirit Divine Pill is successfully refined, I'll personally send it to you." "Don't worry. No problem." Xianxia hurriedly nodded. The more she interacted with Ling Xiao, the more she felt that this Ling Xiao was mysterious and powerful. She even admired him. It was rare for Xianxia to admire a young man of his age. This young man is so arrogant. Suddenly, a cold snort came from outside the door. The person who walked in was an old man in green. He was about 50 years old. "Why are you angry, Medicine Master Lu?" "He's not the one refining it. It's the mysterious person behind him," Xianxia said with a smile. Medicine Master Lu was a professional medicine master at the Heavenly Dragon Auction House. He was responsible for refining medicine and elixirs. He was a middle-grade yellow-grade medicine master. Although he was not as good as Sun Shang, he was still very powerful. After hearing Ling Zhao's words, he was really angry. After all, if he wanted to refine a middle-grade yellow-grade elixir, he only had a 50% success rate. Ling Xiao actually said that he could refine a high-grade yellow-grade elixir with a 100% success rate. Wasn't this a slap to his face? Even if it's the person behind him, can he be more powerful than Sun Shang? Medicine Master Lu said with disdain. "Medicine Master Lu, there's always someone better than you. Nothing is absolute." Xianxia still felt that the mysterious person behind Ling Zhao's back was definitely of a higher level than Sun Shang. Otherwise, how could he have such a high success rate when refining high-grade yellow-level pills? Don't be delusional. If he's really someone more formidable than Sun Shang, why would he hide his head and show his tail? People of that level would be treated as VIPs even if they went to the Five Immortals Island. What benefits would they not get? "You actually want to help a child with the cultivation of heaven tier?" Medicine Master Lu shook his head and said resolutely. "Life is unpredictable. It's just that I was angry just now. That was a big mistake. I'm afraid that his good impression of me will have some flaws. Sigh, will he think that I'm a stingy woman?" Xianxia didn't care about Pharmacist Lu's words. Instead, she felt that she wasn't generous enough to Ling Xiao. Previously, she was angry because of some low-level spirit stones. Although she didn't show it, the other party obviously felt it. "You're already generous enough. If the alchemist behind that kid doesn't reach the high-grade yellow level, you'll be punished by the higher-ups." Medicine Master Lu snorted coldly and turned to leave. Short-sighted. Xianxia looked at the swaying curtain and scolded disdainfully. She naturally knew that there was also competition within the Heavenly Dragon Auction House. It was because of this that she wanted to catch Ling Xiao. She couldn't let others snatch him away. On the way back to Qingshu College, Ling Zhao's higher-ups were almost scratching their heads because of the matter of the pills. Divine Phoenix Academy has really gone too far this time. Although the two great academies usually have conflicts, they wouldn't do it so openly. This is blatantly snatching away our business and forcing us into a dead end. We can't continue to condone this. The one who spoke was another vice dean of Qingshu College. Unlike Feng Qingyan, this person's temper wasn't very good. He could be said to have a fiery temper. Therefore, he was also known as the Fiery Thunderbolt. Although he wasn't a member of the Phoenix clan, he was an expert from a magical island. His status wasn't low. At this moment, it was obvious that he was extremely angry. He smashed the table in front of him with his palm, but he still couldn't calm down. Feng Qingyan also said coldly, Xianxia College is now losing money in the pill market. We can't make any money at all. Sometimes, we even have to lose money before people are willing to come. It's really a case of everyone kicking a man who's down. The most hateful thing is that some students, whom we treated well, actually chose to run away at this critical moment. Fine, if you want to run away, then run away. However, you chose to join the Phoenix Academy. How despicable. At the mention of this matter, Feng Qingyan became even angrier. It's fine if the ordinary students ran away. What I can't stand the most is that Shiman Bummy, who was ranked first in our academy, actually ran away. He really brought along a very bad leader with him. A white-bearded old man at the head of the table said indifferently, he was persuaded by Piao Shui, Feng Ming. That girl is relying on her family background. She's really looking down on us old bones more and more. Isn't she from the Ice Phoenix clan? Feng Qingyan asked doubtfully. No, she was just raised by the Ice Phoenix clan since she was young. In fact, she's the little princess of Changle Celestial Island. The white-bearded old man explained, don't worry about her. The most troublesome thing now is the pill problem. If we don't solve this problem, our economy will collapse. Do any of you have any good ideas? If not, I'll bring some people to kill Sun Shang. Huaboli suggested. Although you're quite strong, it's impossible to kill Sun Shang. He's always been protected by a yin-yang realm expert. Not to mention, he's also a top expert of the Grotto Heaven realm. The white-bearded old man shook his head. What should we do, Dean? If this continues, Xianxia College will really be destroyed. Huaboli said anxiously. We won't be destroyed. The Crown Prince of the Hidden Mountain will definitely think of a way. However, we shouldn't add to his troubles at this juncture. So, we have to think of a solution ourselves. The white-bearded old man shook his head. It'll be great if we can find a powerful alchemist to fight against Sun Shang. Feng Qingyan muttered to himself. Humph, that's easy for you to say. Sun Shang is an advanced yellow-grade alchemist. Unless we can invite someone from Changle Celestial Island, we won't be able to find a better alchemist than Sun Shang. Huaboli snorted coldly and said, in the end, it's all that Ling Zhao's fault. If it weren't for him, the Phoenix Academy wouldn't be so ruthless. Are you afraid? Feng Qingyan sneered. Afraid? I'm not afraid. I just think that Ling Zhao should stand up and think of a solution. He shouldn't hide. That's how a man should act. Huaboli said loudly. Both of you, stop arguing. Internal strife is useless. As for Ling Zhao, what can you expect from him? He's just a warrior in the heaven realm. Even if he knows how to refine pills, can he refine better pills than Sun Shang? The white-bearded elder waved his hand and said, all right, let's go. If there's really no other way, I can only use my trump card. Sigh, but once that thing is revealed, the Crown Prince of the Secret Mountain sect will be exposed. I really don't want to use it until the last moment. Obviously, from the white-bearded elder's point of view, even if Ling Zhao stepped forward to take over the matter, it would be meaningless. Dean, don't be anxious. Didn't the Heavenly Dragon Auction House auction off a perfect-grade Heavenly Spirit Divine pill a few days ago? Although it was only a middle yellow-grade medicinal pill, even Sun Shang couldn't refine a perfect-grade medicinal pill like that. I'll go look for Yunya. Maybe I can contact this alchemist. Feng Qingyan hurriedly said. The white-bearded elder nodded and said, all right, let's hope it's successful. Ling Zhao didn't know about the dispute between the Xianxia College's higher-ups. He didn't need to know. He knew very well that as long as the pill he refined was released, the Phoenix Academy's crisis reversal pill would be wasted. No matter how much he said, it couldn't compare to his alchemy skills. In the next few days, Ling Zhao spent all his energy on refining pills and didn't have time to cultivate at the Heaven Essence Treasure Pagoda. 10 days later, 100,000 perfect-grade crisis reversal pills were successfully refined. They were both yellow-grade pills, but the crisis reversal pill's effects were twice as good. It could also restore internal energy and physical strength. Most importantly, in terms of consumption, it was exactly the same as Sun Shang's crisis reversal pill if the labor costs were excluded. In other words, the cost was the same, but the product was twice as good. If the price was exactly the same, the competition was self-evident. Of course, other than successfully refining these pills, what surprised Ling Xiao the most was that his cultivation level had actually increased continuously during the process of refining pills. Now that he had reached the peak of the Avalon of 5 elements, he reckoned that he would be able to break through with just a little bit of stimulation. This kind of accumulation was also very precious. While Ling Xiao was refining pills, Feng Qingyan went to look for Yunya. Unfortunately, he didn't get any useful help from Yunya. In the Imperial City, the conflict between Phoenix Academy and Xingshu College had reached its climax. It was like a taut bowstring that could shoot out the sword of war at any time. Xingshu College, which was already at a disadvantage in the competition for elixirs, suffered a serious blow 2 days ago. Among the disciples, Li Qingxiu, who was ranked second, left Xingshu College and joined Phoenix Academy. At the same time, the Phoenix Academy completely monopolized the elixir market in the Imperial City. Not only that, but the Phoenix Academy was also buying medicinal herbs at a high price and hoarding them. They were ready to exhaust Xingshu College completely. Faced with this heavy blow, the dean of Xingshu College was ready to take the last step. However, once he took this step, there was no turning back. Moreover, even if they won, they would suffer great losses. At this point, they had no other choice. Originally, Xingshu College and Phoenix Academy didn't want to go to war because they were evenly matched. However, during this period of time, the Phoenix Academy's strength kept skyrocketing, and this balance was broken. In addition, the Phoenix Academy obtained a large amount of income from elixirs. Taking advantage of this opportunity, they continued to expand their influence and openly poached students from Xingshu College. This war seemed inevitable. Mother Ker, I can't stand it anymore. It's only been 10 days and our Qingsu Academy has lost another 2,000 students, including 10 people from the elite class. Especially the second-ranked Li Qingxiu, she also ran away. Our market share in the Imperial City has been completely occupied. Now, we can only rely on some small businesses and the mineral veins outside to survive. If this continues, sooner or later, something big will happen. In the high-level meeting room, Flame Thunderbolt couldn't hold back his temper anymore. I'd rather die standing than die like a coward. Today, there were even more people sitting in the meeting room. In addition to the 3 deans, there were also the heads of various departments. At this moment, most of them were burning with anger. Of course, there were also some who were secretly happy. These people were naturally the spies planted by Phoenix Academy in Xingshu College. However, on the surface, they seemed to be united against a common enemy. Dean, give the order. There's no room for hesitation. This time, Phoenix Academy wants to completely destroy Xingshu College. Feng Qingyan had no other choice. Deputy Deans, why are you so muddle-headed? Phoenix Academy has made a condition before. As long as we hand over Ling Xiao and his accomplices, they won't kill us. They will leave 10% of the market share for Xingshu College. At this moment, a martial artist with a goatee said with a smile. Yang Yijuan. Bull**T. We Xingshu College are not cowards. Even at the last moment, we will never betray our own disciples. Hua Billy said furiously. Dean Hua, there's no need to be angry. I'm just proposing a method that's most beneficial to our Xingshu Academy. If this continues, I'm afraid the Xingshu Academy will be finished. Are we really going to destroy the Xingshu Academy's foundation for a human of unknown origin? Yang Yijuan smiled faintly. Shut up. How dare you say such words? If a college loses its spirit, even if it is still standing here, it will only be an empty shell. How dare you say such words again? Believe it or not, I will slap you to death. Even the calm Feng Qingyan was annoyed by Yang Yijuan. He glared at Yang Yijuan and shouted angrily. Forget it, I won't say anything. However, the 2 vice principals have to be clear on one point. The Divine Phoenix Academy has a high yellow rank alchemist, Sun Shang. If you don't have such a helper, then don't even think about contending against them. Even a monarch would not choose to help our Clairvoyant Academy. Yang Yijuan sneered, I'm afraid the two of you know the value of an advanced yellow-level alchemist better than I do. This time, Feng Qingyan and Huabili did not refute. Yang Yijuan's words were not pleasant to hear, but they were the truth. In the Sky Dragon continent and Divine Phoenix continent, Sun Shang was probably the only advanced yellow-level alchemist. At least, that was the case for now. He was more than rare, he was simply one of a kind. Moreover, the more powerful an alchemist was, the more popular they were. Even though his cultivation was not very high, he might have countless experts backing him up. If you went against him, as long as he didn't die, these experts would group up and cause trouble for you. Not to mention the Divine Phoenix Empire, even the 5 great immortal islands would not dare to provoke an advanced yellow-level alchemist. This was the reality. Why don't we just listen to Mr. Yang and hand over Ling Xiao? After a long silence, someone proposed this idea. That's right. Ling Xiao is just someone from the Tianlong continent. After joining Qingshu College, he hasn't made any contributions. Instead, he has caused a lot of trouble for us. What's the use of keeping him? That's right. As long as we hand over Ling Xiao and his accomplices, Qingshu College can be saved. Perhaps someone had taken the lead, and several people successively proposed the same idea. The white-bearded old man sat at the head of the table and looked at these people carefully. Then, a cold smile flashed in his eyes. He memorized the names of these people. Qingshu College didn't need people who could say such things. The white-bearded old man was about to say something when suddenly, someone rushed in and reported, Dean, Ling Xiao is here. He said that he has something important to discuss with the higher-ups. What is he doing here? He's just causing trouble. Huabili said unhappily. Haha, maybe he's willing to hand himself over. Yang Yijuan laughed. That's right. It's okay to let him in. Are we afraid that a warrior in the celestial realm will sneak up on us? Someone chimed in. Dean, I suddenly thought of something. Why don't we let Ling Xiao in? When I went to see Xianxia the other day, she reminded me many times to build a good relationship with Ling Xiao. I didn't pay attention to it at that time. Now that I think about it, maybe there's something going on here. Feng Qingyan suddenly said. Well, then let Ling Xiao in. He's also a member of Phoenix Academy. Let's hear what he has to say. The white-bearded old man didn't want Ling Xiao to come in, mainly because he was afraid that Ling Xiao would be unhappy to hear the gossip. After all, he knew Ling Xiao's true identity and didn't want Ling Xiao to feel sad. However, Feng Qingyan's words changed his mind. After a while, Ling Xiao walked in, wearing the academy's special uniform. Although they were wearing the same clothes, when he wore them, they gave off a dazzling feeling. It was probably because his physical body cultivation was among the best among all the disciples. Disciple Ling Xiao greets the dean, vice dean, and teachers. Although Ling Xiao was here to give her warmth, he still acted very respectfully. He didn't look arrogant at all. Looking at Ling Xiao walking into the meeting hall, Feng Qingyan asked, Ling Xiao, the outside world is not stable recently. Ling Xiao smiled and said, because the academy is in trouble. As a student of the Qingshu Academy, how can I not repay the academy's kindness? Huabili waved his hand. He was satisfied with Ling Xiao's attitude, but he didn't think highly of Ling Xiao's ability. That's not necessarily true. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Dean, can I sit down and talk? I've been so busy recently that my back is aching. What a joke. Everyone here is the senior management of the academy. What right does a student like you have to sit here? What's more, it's all because of you. If it weren't for you, the Phoenix Academy wouldn't be so ruthless. Yang Yijuan sneered. That's right. That's right. We're about to hand you over to the Phoenix Academy. Shut up. The white-bearded old man was furious. It was rare to see such an expression on the old man's face. Ling Xiao, don't listen to them. These people cower in fear at the slightest threat. They don't deserve to be teachers of Qingshu College. Ling Xiao, Yang Yijuan, and the others were stunned when they heard the old man's words. Ling Xiao was a little surprised. He had never met the dean before. Why would he help him? Yang Yijuan was dumbfounded. She didn't expect the dean, who was known for his fairness and forbearance, to be so angry today. However, she couldn't lower her head now. Although she was a teacher of Xianxia College, she didn't sign a contract to sell her body. She could leave or stay as she wished. At most, she would just have to pay a penalty for breaching the contract. Dean, are you trying to drive us out of Xianxia Academy by saying this? Yang Yijuan asked coldly. I'm not trying to drive you away. You've gone too far. With your behavior, you don't deserve to stay and be teachers of Xianxia College. The white-bearded old man said coldly. Good. Very good. Don't regret it. Let's go. Yang Yijuan stood up, and so did the other teachers. Wait a minute. The one who spoke wasn't the white-bearded old man, but Ling Xiao. What's the hurry? If you're leaving, help me pass a message to Sun Shang. I didn't want to kill him, but he didn't know what was good for him and insisted on provoking Xianxia College. This time, if I don't destroy the Divine Phoenix Medical College completely, my name isn't Ling Xiao. Ha 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 ha, has this kid lost his mind? Yang Yijuan laughed out loud. Ling Xiao did not pay any attention to him, but looked towards the white-bearded elder and said, Principal, I won't say any more nonsense. I heard that recently, the Clear Void Academy has been badly suppressed by the Divine Phoenix Academy, and the most important thing is that the Divine Phoenix Academy has a high-level alchemist, Sun Shang. Right? That's right. Since you know about this, do you have any ideas? Feng Qingyan asked anxiously. Of course there is a way. That is to fight pills with pills, alchemists against alchemists. Ling Xiao replied. Isn't that nonsense? If we could find a high-level alchemist, would we still need to be so worried? Hua Thunderbolt said unhappily. Let him finish. Feng Qingyan vaguely felt that Ling Xiao wouldn't say such nonsense, so there must be something else going on. There's no need to find a high-level alchemist because he's right in front of you. Ling Xiao smiled. Who? Feng Qingyan asked. Me. Ling Xiao pointed at himself. Brat, if you continue to talk nonsense and make fun of me, I'll slap you to death. Hua Thunderbolt was really angry. He felt that Ling Xiao was playing with them. Nonsense? Ling Xiao smiled and waved his hand. A storage ring appeared in his hand. Vice Dean Qingyan, take a look at the things inside. Feng Qingyan hurriedly took the storage ring and checked it with his soul force. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. This is the Heaven Reversal Pill? No, it's even better than the Heaven Reversal Pill. What is this? This is a perfect-grade Heaven Reversal Pill refined by me. Its effect is twice as good as the Heaven Reversal Pill. The cost is the same as the Heaven Reversal Pill, and it can restore one's physical strength. There are a total of 100,000 pills, and all of them are stored in exquisite jade bottles. The packaging is exquisite, and the effect is outstanding. Do you think it can compete with Sun Shang's trash Heaven Reversal Pill? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. As soon as these words were spoken, the meeting hall suddenly fell into silence. It was almost as if there was not a single sound. In the dead silence of the meeting room, everyone stared at the small jade bottle that Feng Qingyan had placed on the table. They couldn't believe that the small jade bottle contained a pill that was better than the Heaven Reversal Pill. I don't believe it. How could this kid get his hands on such a good pill? Yang Yijuan was the first to shout. He had completely fallen out with Xianxia College. It didn't matter. If Ling Xiao really got his hands on such a good pill, the Phoenix Academy would be in trouble. The Phoenix Academy was the place he wanted to go to. It would be very unfavorable for him. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. You're no longer a member of the Phoenix Academy. Just get out of here. Hua Thunderbolt scolded. Damn it. Let's go. Yang Yijuan didn't want to leave, but he had no choice. He had completely fallen out with Xianxia College. He could only choose to leave. Even if he didn't leave, there was no place for him to stay. He also wanted to report this to Sun Shang as soon as possible so that the Phoenix Academy could make preparations. However, he was destined to fail. Sun Shang was such a proud person. How could he believe his words? Moreover, he didn't even see the pill in the jade bottle. After watching Yang Yijuan leave, Hua Thunderbolt looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Kid, although that guy is a good-for-nothing, I still have doubts about your pill. Can you try it?" Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Dean, please try it. I have both the Heaven Reversal pill and the Heaven Reversal pill. You'll know after you try it." The effect of the pill was immediate. It wouldn't take long to figure out which pill was better. Hua Thunderbolt swallowed the 2 pills and tried to feel the effects of the 2 pills. At this time everyone was staring at him, looking a little nervous, because this Heaven Reversal panacea might become the panacea that changed the fate of the Xianxia Academy. "Kid, how many pills do you have?" A moment later, Hua Thunderbolt asked excitedly, "I can't believe that there is such a pill in this world. It's really an eye-opener for this old man." Dean, I've already said that we've refined a total of 100,000 pills, which should be enough to occupy the market. If the sales are good, we can refine more in the future. At the very least, it shouldn't be a problem for us to chase the Phoenix Academy out of the elixir market. Ling Xiao said indifferently. 100,000. His gasps could be heard in the hall. There were actually 100,000 of such good medicinal pills. This was truly timely help. Cough, cough. Aren't you going to say anything? Are you just going to stare? Ling Xiao coughed twice, waking everyone up from their shock. "Ha ha ha, I'm sorry, I've been frightened by your magnificent feat," Huaboli laughed heartily. The way he looked at Ling Xiao now had a completely different meaning. Previously, he was a little disdainful of Xianxia, but since he was a disciple of his academy, he had no choice but to protect him. But now, he was simply worshipping him. Being able to take out so many yellow-grade pills so easily was definitely not something an ordinary alchemist could do. There must be a master behind this kid. Alas, Ling Xiao, I believe that you know the current situation of the school very well. The white-bearded old man sighed and said, "For a long time, the income from elixirs has been the main source of income for Xianxia College. But ever since Sun Shang came, our income has been shrinking. Especially after the Heaven Reversal pill incident, we've completely lost money. I'm really surprised and touched that you're willing to step forward and take out so many Heaven Reversal pills. These are not just pills, they're a way to save Xianxia College. How about this? After we accept these pills, you can have all the spiritual stones from the sale. As long as we don't lose money and we can take back the market, it doesn't matter if we don't make any money. What do you think?" The dean of Xianxia College was really far-sighted. He helped to sell the Heaven Reversal pills and did not even ask for a single spiritual stone. This was not because he was generous, but because he thought far ahead. Even if he lost money, as long as he could take back the market, wouldn't it be easy to make money in the future? Moreover, he knew that he could not afford to offend Ling Xiao now. Even the slightest bit of greed could not be shown. Otherwise, if Ling Xiao took these pills to the Phoenix Academy, Xianxia College would really be ruined. No. Ling Xiao shook his head and was very determined. Hearing this, the white-bearded old man frowned slightly. Hua Thunderbolt scolded, "Little bastard, I admit that your pills can save our Clear Void Academy, but it's not the only way. Don't take an inch and want a mile. We don't want a single spirit stone, yet you're still not satisfied? Don't tell me you want us to compensate you with more spirit stones?" "Yeah, Ling Xiao, the school has been very protective of you. Yang Yijuan just said that she wanted to hand you and your friends over to the Phoenix Academy." The dean immediately expelled them. One of the teachers reminded him. "That's enough. Why are you making things difficult for a child? He didn't make these pills. Do you want him to give his spiritual stones to that expert?" Feng Qingyan suddenly waved his hand and said, "Ling Xiao, just say it. Even if that expert wants more spiritual stones, we will accept it." Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "Is there a misunderstanding? I didn't say that I want more. What I mean is that it will cost a lot to sell and advertise so many spirit reversal pills. Besides, as a student of Xianxia College, it is my duty to save the school. How about this, let's split it 40-60. You take 60 and I'll take 40. On one hand, the materials cost money. On the other hand, the expert should also ask for a certain amount of remuneration. Otherwise, I don't want the money." After listening to Ling Zhao's words, the troubled and indignant higher-ups of the school were dumbfounded. They thought that Ling Xiao was giving them too little profit. Who knew that he didn't mean it that way? They were measuring the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Kid, you are a good friend. I was rude. I'm sorry. Hua Thunderbolt apologized directly. Although this person was impatient, he was very straightforward. It was not bad. The rest of the teachers also apologized to Ling Xiao. They were all cursing Ling Xiao in their hearts. In fact, it was just as Feng Qingyan had said. Even if Ling Xiao went overboard, not only did he want 100% of the profits, but he also wanted to take advantage of the situation to rob them. However, he said that it would be 40-60 and the school would still get the bigger share. This made them ecstatic but also a little embarrassed. Feng Qingyan frowned and said, Ling Xiao, if you do this, I'm afraid you won't be able to explain it to that expert. What if you offend him? Vice Dean Qingyan, don't worry. If I say it's okay, then it's okay. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said. Well, since you said so, the school will owe you a favor. If you need anything in the future, the school will do its best to help you. Feng Qingyan nodded and said. That's it then. The items have been delivered. You can make the arrangements. I still need to cultivate, so I won't stay any longer. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he cupped his hands and said. Okay, then you go first. When these elixirs are sold out, we will definitely send 40% of the spiritual stones to you, Feng Qingyan said. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Principal Qingyan. Everyone, farewell. In fact, Ling Xiao didn't plan to ask for a single spiritual stone this time. However, he was a little short of money recently, so he asked for 40%. This wasn't considered greedy. Moreover, if he didn't ask for any spiritual stones, the white-bearded old man and Feng Qingyan would suspect that he had other motives. That wouldn't be good. Mutual suspicion was the most troublesome thing. After leaving the meeting room, Ling Xiao didn't go to cultivate. Instead, he went to the Heavenly Dragon auction house. This time, in addition to the 100,000 spiritual pills of recovery, he also refined 100 middle-grade divine pills of Heaven's Spirit. 50 of them were promised to the Heavenly Dragon auction house. He had to keep his word. Moreover, he might have to rely on Princess Xianxia for many things in the future. This wasn't a bad thing for him. In the VIP room of the Heavenly Dragon auction house. On the smooth marble table, there was an exquisite small gourd. Inside were 50 bright-colored divine pills of Heaven's Spirit. He gently pulled out the stopper, and a strange fragrance suddenly filled the entire VIP room, making people feel refreshed. Looking at the round and smooth elixirs in her hand, Yunya's white and tender hands trembled. She couldn't control the excited expression on her face. Ling Xiao couldn't help but secretly shake his head. These 50 middle-grade divine pills of Heaven's Spirit were only at the perfect level, but it already made Yunya so excited. If he took out the other 50 soul-level middle-grade divine pills of Heaven's Spirit, wouldn't Yunya go crazy? The so-called soul level was an existence that surpassed the perfect level. It didn't exist in the history of elixirs. It was created by Ling Xiao himself. The effect of a soul-level elixir was 2 to 3 times better than a perfect-level elixir. A soul-level middle-grade divine pill of Heaven's Spirit was definitely comparable to a perfect-level high-grade divine pill of Heaven's Spirit. But in terms of absorption, it was much better. After all, a high-grade Heavenly Spirit divine pill was already one of the best among the yellow-grade pills, second only to transcendent-grade pills. For a Heaven Realm martial artist, it would not be easy to absorb, so it was more suitable for a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Young hero Ling's alchemy skills have really amazed Yunya. I'm afraid no one can refine these 50 medium-grade spirit reversal pills except for high-grade yellow-grade alchemists. Even a high-grade yellow-grade alchemist like Sun Shang would have a hard time refining them. Yunya praised. Ling Xiao gently smiled and said, Princess Yunya is overpraising me. It's just a mere high Huang-grade elixir. Take it as my thanks to your Heavenly Dragon auction house. You have helped me a lot these days. If I don't thank you, I will feel very apologetic. Yunya hurriedly shook her head and said, Young hero Ling, you're too polite. We're friends, aren't we? Yunya is very happy to help her friends. At this time, Yunya was trying to win over Ling Xiao with both interests and feelings. However, Ling Xiao didn't dislike it. In this world, people were making use of each other. Moreover, Yunya wouldn't let him suffer losses. Why should he make trouble for himself? Since Princess Yunya is so enthusiastic, I won't stand on ceremony. Here is a list. I'll have to trouble your highness to help me find the medicinal herbs and other materials on it. In terms of spirit stones, I won't treat you badly. Ling Xiao smiled and handed a list to Yunya. Yunya looked at the list, and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. Because in addition to some herbs on the list, there were also materials for making weapons and armors. Although it was normal for warriors to make weapons and armors for themselves, they definitely wouldn't use so many. Yunya was a little confused, but she didn't dare to ask. After all, this was Ling Xiao's secret. If she annoyed him, she was afraid that they wouldn't be able to cooperate in the future. Anyway, with the ability of their Heavenly Dragon auction house, it wasn't difficult to get these things. Young hero Ling, are you in urgent need of these things? Yunya asked. Naturally, the sooner the better. Ling Xiao made these things for Qin Hua's group. Recently, the Divine Phoenix continent was not stable. He might need the help of his subordinates at any time. Soldiers were trained for 1,000 days to be used in a moment. If he couldn't even bear to raise them, then they wouldn't be useful. He also wouldn't do the kind of rotten thing that only wanted the horse to run but didn't give it grass to eat. When Yunya heard this, she immediately sent someone over and gave the list to that person. She carefully instructed him to instruct his subordinates to prepare these things immediately. Ling Xiao was very grateful for this, but his thoughts didn't stop there. Since he was already at odds with the Phoenix Academy, he, Ling Xiao, wouldn't give up until he completely destroyed the Phoenix Academy. Princess Yunya, I have a presumptuous request. I wonder if you can agree? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Seeing Ling Xiao smile, Yunya knew that it was definitely nothing good. However, she wasn't in a hurry to refuse, nor did she want to refuse. The expert behind Ling Xiao had superb alchemy skills. As long as they had a good relationship with that old man, it wouldn't be difficult to control the alchemy business between the Heavenly Dragon continent and the Divine Phoenix continent. In that way, the Heavenly Dragon auction house's ultimate goal would be closer and closer. Young hero Ling, you don't have to be so polite. Just say it, Yunya said with a nod. Ling Xiao said, as far as I know, your auction house accounts for more than 90% of the medicinal herb transactions in the Heavenly Dragon continent. In the Divine Phoenix continent, your share of the medicinal herb market is also around 90%. However, in the alchemy market, your share is only 20%. Is that right? That's right. Yunya's eyes couldn't help but light up. This young man was young, but his mind was really meticulous. He even found this kind of data. The reason why your share of the alchemy market is so small is because of the Phoenix Academy suppression, right? You sell large amounts of medicinal herbs to the Phoenix Academy at a cheap price, but they make alchemy pills and sell them. As a result, they account for nearly 70% of the alchemy market in the Divine Phoenix continent. In the past, when you joined forces with Xianxia College, you could still slightly resist the Phoenix Academy. However, now the Xianxia College has basically lost the alchemy market. They only have less than 10% of the alchemy market and are still struggling. After the Phoenix Academy destroys the Xianxia College, who do you think they will turn to next? Ling Xiao said with a slight smile. I naturally believe young hero Ling's words. However, as of now, the Phoenix Academy has the strong support of the Emperor. They also have the heavenly revered genius Sun Shang and a large number of yellow-grade alchemists. Even our Heavenly Dragon auction house can't do anything to them. Yunya shook her head and said, aren't you overestimating our insignificant business group? What if we cut off the supply of raw materials? Ling Xiao did not beat around the bush and directly stated his intentions. Even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. Even if the Phoenix Academy has so many alchemists, they will be in trouble if they don't have the supply of raw materials. Young hero Ling, are you saying that we should cut off the supply of raw materials to the Phoenix Academy? Yunya was smarter than most people. How could she not understand what Ling Xiao was thinking? However, she shook her head helplessly and said, young hero Ling, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that our deal with the Phoenix Academy is mutually beneficial. Although they earn a lot and we only earn a little, we still earn something. Once we cut off the supply, the large amount of medicinal materials that we have stockpiled won't be able to be converted into elixirs. In the end, the Phoenix Academy won't be the only one who will be cheated. That's right, and it's obviously against the rules. The Heavenly Dragon Auction House will not take the risk of getting involved in the battle between the two academies. Suddenly, someone walked in and said angrily, "Kid, don't try to sow discord there. We won't be fooled." "Who is this?" Ling Xiao looked at the person who just entered the VIP room and asked. "He's Medicine Master Liu, the Heavenly Dragon Auction House's intermediate yellow-level medicine master." Xianxia explained, "Although he's a little straightforward, it's also the truth. We really can't break such rules." Ling Xiao smiled and did not continue to persuade him. Instead, he directly began to tempt him, saying, "Agree to my request, and I can turn all the medicinal herbs you've accumulated into this kind of spirit reversal pill and a large number of perfect-grade medicinal pills." As he spoke, he took out a sky reversal pill and gave it to Xianxia. "Young hero Ling, did you refine this?" Xianxia was surprised. "You can think of it as me or the expert behind me. It doesn't matter. After all, I have the ability to do so. It's good that you know." Ling Xiao smiled slightly. Medicine Master Liu was stunned when he saw the sky reversal pill. He was a medicine master and naturally knew how big of an impact this thing would bring to the market. "But how do we split the profits?" Medicine Master Liu asked. "It's simple, we'll split it 50-50. Ling Xiao said indifferently, "In addition, I can also refine a high-grade Heavenly Spirit Divine pill for you all for free." After hearing those words, Pharmacist Liu and Xianxia both trembled and their heartbeats accelerated. "Hee, young hero Ling, this really isn't a matter of money. This involves integrity." Xianxia tried her best to suppress her excitement and declined. 2 high-grade Heavenly Spirit Dan. This time even Xianxia, who had always been able to control her emotions, couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Her heart was obviously beating faster. Even Medicine Master Liu couldn't help but agree. What kind of concept was 2 high-grade Heavenly Spirit Divine pills? One had to know that in the Divine Phoenix continent and the Sky Dragon continent, as of now, there was basically no one who could refine it, not even Sun Shang. Perhaps there were people on the 5 great immortal islands who could refine it, but a pill like this would cost at least tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones. And the key problem was that even if you had those spirit stones, you might not be able to buy it. From his firm opposition at the beginning to his continuous winking at Xianxia to get her to agree, Medicine Master Liu's reaction actually proved the huge value of the high-grade Heavenly Spirit Divine pill. "This? Young hero Ling, why do you have to make things difficult for us?" Xianxia couldn't help but smile bitterly. 3 pills. Ling Xiao didn't talk nonsense with her and directly stretched out 3 fingers. "Xianxia, are you crazy? Hurry up and agree. This is such a good opportunity. Do you want to offend young hero Ling?" Medicine Master Liu finally couldn't help but roar. He had never seen 3 high-grade Heavenly Spirit Divine pills in his life. Even 1 pill was enough to make Grotto Heaven Realm or even Yin-Yang Realm experts kill each other, let alone 3. Sigh, young hero Ling's courage is really too much for Xianxia to resist. Fine, I'll agree. From now on, all the medicinal materials will be divided into 2 parts. 1 part will be for our own use, and the other part will be shipped to Xianxia College. We'll stop cooperating with Phoenix Academy. Young hero Ling, are you satisfied? Xianxia was also completely dumbfounded by the pills. Even though she had seen many magical things, she still had to surrender in the face of such pills. Very satisfied. Then the materials for the 3 upper-grade Heavenly Gods elixirs will be provided by you. Just leave the refining to me. I will present the elixirs in 3 days at most. I just hope that Princess Xianxia won't let me down." Ling Xiao smiled and said. Although his smile was very bright, Xianxia felt a trace of fear from it. Offending such a person was really the Phoenix Academy's biggest mistake. "Young hero Ling, don't worry. I know the pros and cons. I won't let you down." Xianxia was still calmer than Medicine Master Liu. Although she was excited, she didn't lose her mind. In fact, the reason why she didn't directly agree to Ling Xiao was that she wanted to see Ling Xiao's sincerity in cooperating with them. 3 high-grade heavenly spirit divine pills was his sincerity. It was also an explanation to the upper management of the auction house. If she didn't have these 3 high-grade heavenly spirit divine pills, her actions would definitely make the upper management unhappy. The Heavenly Dragon auction house, which was already full of internal strife, wouldn't let her off easily. About 4 hours later, Ling Xiao had all the materials he needed. He didn't stay in the auction house for long and left under the admiring gazes of Xianxia and Medicine Master Lu. After he left, Xianxia realized that her clothes were all wet because of her nervousness. They stuck to her body and were very uncomfortable. This little brother is really amazing. I don't know what's his relationship with that expert. Why does the expert dote on him so much? She muttered to herself. Yes, 3 high-grade heavenly spirit divine pills. This can only be refined by a top yellow level alchemist. No wonder he was so calm and didn't take Sun Shang seriously. The so-called top alchemist was also the best alchemist, second only to the supreme, super, alchemist. Weren't you very opposed to me cooperating with him before? Why are you so attentive today? Xianxia asked Medicine Master Lu after she asked the maid to prepare the bath water. Before she left, she couldn't help but look at Medicine Master Lu with ridicule. Don't laugh at me. I'm just a mid-yellow level alchemist. How can I compare to a top yellow level alchemist? I wasn't willing before because I didn't understand. Now that I understand, if I still don't agree, then I'm stupid. Medicine Master Lu shook his head and laughed bitterly. Forget it, I should also take my leave. I used to think that mid-yellow level alchemists were already in high demand. Now it seems that I'm really nothing. I have to work harder to practice. Xianxia watched as Medicine Master Lu left, and also walked towards her own room. In the warm bathtub with its enchanting fragrance, she could not help but smile charmingly. This time, Divine Phoenix Academy has really kicked an iron plate. Although it might not completely collapse, Divine Phoenix Medical Academy is probably going to be crippled. Xianxia smiled gently and thought to herself, cooperating with Xianxia College will not only be a blow to the Phoenix Academy, but it will also bring me a lot of benefits. In the past, those old guys looked down on a little girl like me. Now, if I can double the income of the Sky Dragon and Divine Phoenix continents, they won't dare to look down on me anymore. Some old bones should really retire from the Heavenly Dragon auction house. After leaving the Heavenly Dragon auction house, Ling Xiao returned to Xianxia College. It seemed that he still had to refine pills for a while. No matter what, he had to get through this. Seclusion was out of the question. The moment he returned to the college, he could clearly feel that the teachers and students were looking at him differently. The news that Ling Xiao had helped Xianxia College produce a large number of spirit reversal pills had already spread within the college. It had even spread to the Imperial City. In fact, this was also Xianxia College's way of advertising. The more people knew about the existence of the spirit reversal pills, the easier it would be to sell them. More people would come to support them. Naturally, the people of Phoenix Academy also knew about this. However, the arrogant and conceited miraculous hand Heavenly Venerable Sun Shang disdainfully said, "What good stuff can the Xianxia Academy refine? It's just a bluff." It was no wonder that he looked down on Xianxia College. It had been more than a month. If Xianxia College really had a way, they would have used it long ago. They wouldn't have waited until all the market shares had been taken away. Moreover, they had been monitoring Xianxia College's every move and hadn't found any experts entering or leaving the college. Therefore, he treated the so-called spirit reversal pills as a joke. Of course, even if he believed it was true, there was nothing he could do. This was because he couldn't refine a perfect spirit reversal pill. If he wanted to improve the quality, he would have to increase the cost. That would not be worth it. Therefore, Xianxia College dared to advertise like this because they knew that there was nothing they could do even if they were angry. 3 days later, Ling Xiao handed over a portion of the heaven-returning spirit pills to the Heavenly Dragon auction house. Then, as the middleman, he made the Heavenly Dragon auction house and Xianxia College form an alliance. They agreed to deal with the Phoenix Academy together, and in the future, they would own half of the elixir market. Things were being arranged in full swing. However, most people were still skeptical about Xianxia College's publicity. As the spring festival approached, the imperial city became lively. The warriors who were out on missions had all returned. The demand for the heaven reversal pill had reached a peak. The Phoenix Academy's business was booming, but it was starting to run out of stock. In fact, because they monopolized the market, they made the most suicidal decision, which was to raise the price. The price of the heaven reversal pill doubled. Because of this, many martial artists cursed and were very dissatisfied. But because the heaven reversal pill's market was monopolized, the martial artists could only swallow their anger and continue to buy. But at this moment, something even more suicidal occurred. Fake and inferior heaven reversal pills appeared in the Phoenix Academy's market. After the customer complained, not only did the Phoenix Academy not deal with the seller who made the mistake, but they also announced to the public that the customer was being unreasonable and that Xianxia College had sent him to deal with them. Many people saw the storm and their hearts were as clear as a mirror. However, because there was no suitable replacement, they chose to remain silent. They did not dare to offend the Phoenix Academy. Therefore, the Phoenix Academy went further and further down the road of self-destruction. Problems such as poor service, shoddy packaging, price hikes, and so on were common. There were a lot of complaints from the customers, and there was also a lot of noise, but it was useless. Because of the monopoly, all of the Divine Phoenix Academy's merchants had arrogant faces. Can't afford it? If you can't afford it, then scram. We don't lack customers anyway. Dao Wuming was related to Sun Shang in the Sky Dragon continent, so this time, he was qualified to sell the heaven reversal pill. Every day, other than cultivating, he would sit in the shop and watch those idiotic martial artists fight to give him money. Then, he would drink some wine and scold them for being stupid and having too much money. Crackle, 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 suddenly, the loud sound of firecrackers could be heard in the distance. Dao Wuming looked up and was puzzled. Who was setting off firecrackers for no reason? At this moment, someone shouted, Xianxia College and the Sky Dragon Auction House are selling the heaven reversal pill. It's cheap and good stuff. Don't suffer here. When he heard this, Dao Wuming only curled his lips in disdain and said, the best alchemists in the entire Divine Phoenix continent are at the Phoenix Academy. What bullshit heaven reversal pill is this? Do they really think they're a treasure just because they gave it a similar name? Xianxia College is really at their wits' end. They're using such boring methods to fool the masses. The shouting continued for a long time. However, most people had no intention of moving their seats. It was not easy to get into the line. They were afraid that if they left, they would not be able to buy the heaven reversal pill. Some people even started cursing. **** bastard. Who's so immoral to say such nonsense? Are they trying to trick me into giving up my seat? No way. That's right. The heaven reversal pill has been advertised for so many days, but I haven't seen anyone buy it. It must be a scam. Whoever believes it is an idiot. Most people did not believe the shouting. Recently, more and more people bought the heaven reversal pill from the Phoenix Academy. Some people liked to use such despicable and boring methods to trick honest people. They did not believe it. However, the shouting was not completely useless. After all, there were many people at the back of the line who could not even get in. They ran to the Sky Dragon auction house with an attitude of giving it a try. There was also a small market there. Of course, it was not as big as the one here, but it was not too far away. They could still make it back in time after taking a look. Dao Wuming looked at the rushing crowd and could not help but sneer. This is probably Xianxia College's last trick. Idiots, no matter what you do, it's useless. The days of two major academies existing side by side are long over. In the future, there will only be one legitimate academy in the Divine Phoenix Empire, and that is the Phoenix Academy. He felt especially satisfied when he thought of Ling Zhao's miserable face in Xianxia College. Maybe I can get a letter of recommendation and poach Xianxia. When that time comes, won't that girl be a fish on my chopping block? When he thought of Xianxia's lofty appearance, well-proportioned figure, and peerless beauty, his heart was instantly filled with excitement. He felt a surge of heat in his lower abdomen, making it difficult for him to calm down for a long time. The small disturbance seemed to have passed just like that. Other than a small number of people who had left because of the shouting and firecrackers, the rest of the practitioners were still crowded in the market. Xianxia College's little trick seemed to have no effect. However, before the storm, there was bound to be some peace. Not long after, a loud voice sounded again. This time, the people who shouted were actually the people who went to the Heavenly Dragon auction house before. In their hands, they were holding loudspeakers that no one knew where they got it from. They shouted loudly, "Brothers, why are you still suffering here? Over at the Heavenly Dragon auction house, the Heaven Reversal Pill has already been put up for sale. The price is the same as the previous Heaven Reversal Pill, but the effect is more than twice as good." As they spoke, they waved the small jade bottles in their hands, looking very proud. "Who are you lying to? I'm not crazy to lie to you. If it weren't for Boss Xianxia, I wouldn't care about you idiots. Buy it if you want." Upon hearing Xianxia's name, many of the male warriors were shocked. This name was really too lethal. "If you don't believe me, you can come over. You'll know when you try it. I have some samples here. It's free." Probably because they were fascinated by Xianxia's words, a few warriors were working hard to promote the Heaven Reversal Pill. "I'll try it. I just rushed back from outside the city and my heavenly essence energy is exhausted. I'd like to see the effect of your Heaven Reversal Pill." A sturdy celestial realm warrior stood up. He had indeed just returned from outside and urgently needed the Heaven Reversal Pill. However, because the price was too high and he was a little short of money, he couldn't afford it. Now that he heard about the Heaven Reversal Pill, he naturally wanted to try it. He didn't know if it would be effective, but it wouldn't kill him, right? It's him. He just killed a 3 talents realm beast outside the city. Yes, it's him. I saw it just now too. Many people began to talk at once. Obviously, they could all testify for this warrior. "Okay, here you go." A Heaven Reversal Pill was thrown to the warrior. The warrior took the Heaven Reversal Pill and swallowed it in one gulp. A moment later, wisps of white gas appeared around his body. "Oh my god, this is the Heaven Reversal Pill? Where did you say it was on sale?" "In the market in front of the Heavenly Dragon auction house. There's a counter for Xianxia College and a counter for the Heavenly Dragon auction house. You can buy whatever you want. There aren't many people now. Hurry up and go." "Thank you." Seeing the cultivator leave in a hurry, everyone was shocked. Just now, this guy was being carried here. Let alone his heavenly elemental energy, even his physical strength was at rock bottom. But with just one pill in his stomach, he actually ran so fast. Was this medicine really that miraculous? If there's anyone else who doesn't believe me, you can come and try it. I have hundreds of test products here. I don't want you bunch of grandsons to think that I'm a shill. The martial artist standing on the high ground with a megaphone laughed heartily and said, "Choose for yourselves. Do you want to be tricked by these bastards from the Phoenix Academy and buy inferior things at a high price, or do you want to go over there and buy better things at a low price?" At this moment, there was a commotion in the market. "Everyone, don't listen to him. He's lying." At this moment, a martial artist stepped forward. Just as many people were waiting to hear what he had to say, he suddenly ran away in the direction of the Heavenly Dragon auction house. F***CK, this kid is cheating. Let's hurry up and go. If we don't go, we'll have to line up again. In just an instant, a swarm of people rushed out of the Phoenix Academy's market and rushed towards the Heavenly Dragon auction house. Of course, there were also people who supported the Phoenix Academy unwaveringly. Therefore, the number of people in both markets was basically the same. But this scene still made Dao Wuming break out in cold sweat. If such a situation occurred, it would be really troublesome. Once the news from the other side was confirmed, he believed that the number of people in the market would decrease. His worry soon became a reality. "Brother, that's right. I've tried it. This pill is really awesome, and it's cheap. Sister, don't wait there. There's no need to. Junior brother, it's clear now. This Heaven Reversal Pill is indeed much better than the Heaven Reversal Pill." One by one, the martial artists returned. However, they were not there to buy things, but to call for people. It turned out that some of the martial artists in the market had come together when they were lining up. They were worried that once all of them went over, they would be tricked and lose both ends. Therefore, they let one of them go over to check out the situation while they continued to line up. It would not be too late to go over after the other side figured out the situation. Now, the situation was even more serious. The market of the Divine Phoenix Academy was originally bustling with activity and was packed with people. But at this moment, there were only a few figures left. These people were mainly disciples of the Phoenix Academy. Xianxia College is not retaliating. Once they do, they're going to kill us. This thought flashed across many people's minds. Those merchants who had betrayed Clear Void Academy and sought refuge with Divine Phoenix Academy looked at the crisis reversal pills squeezed into the warehouse, and each and every one of their faces turned extremely ugly. Dao Wuming was nowhere to be seen. He had probably gone to report the situation to Sun Shang. In the meeting hall of the Phoenix Academy, except for the mysterious preceptor Dean, the rest of the higher-ups were basically all present. Even Feng Ming Wushan of the Divine Phoenix Auction House was present. The atmosphere in the meeting hall was a little tense. There was no usual laughter, only constant sighs and worry. Dao Wuming knelt down with a bottle of heaven reversal pills in his hands. The two vice deans, Feng Ming Wanchong and Sikong Zun, were also present. Their arms had already recovered. Yin-Yang realm martial artists could reverse yin and yang. A mere arm was nothing, but the loss of vitality, time, and face was the most unbearable. Therefore, the two of them hated Ling Xiao to the core. The flame deity and Sun Shang, the heavenly venerable of miraculous hands, were also present. Sun Shang was the dean of the Divine Phoenix Medical School and the main person in charge of this plan. Now that something had happened, he naturally had to step in. However, at this moment, there was no anxious expression on his face. He was still reading a book in his hand, as if this meeting had nothing to do with him. Seeing that Sun Shang did not speak, Sikong Zun decided to speak first. Dao Wuming, have you investigated who helped Xianxia College refine this heaven reversal pill? I have already investigated. There is something fishy about this matter. There are no clues at all. Xianxia College is spreading the rumor that it was Ling Xiao who refined the heaven reversal pill. However, how could that kid do it? Dao Wuming shook his head. Could it be the Heavenly Dragon Auction House's doing? The flame deity suddenly said, besides our Phoenix Academy, the Heavenly Dragon Auction House has many mid-yellow grade alchemists. This heaven reversal pill is the same as our heaven reversal pill, a low yellow grade pill. They can definitely refine it. Perhaps. However, I am more worried that Ling Xiao might have an expert behind him. Sikong Zun frowned. As he spoke, he deliberately looked at Sun Shang, hoping that Sun Shang could analyze the situation. Sun Shang still had to give him face. Closing the book, Sun Shang said disdainfully, "Aren't you thinking too much? The alchemy master behind Ling Xiao? Do you think that alchemy masters are so bored that they would waste their time refining so many low-grade yellow pills? Don't worry, as far as I'm concerned, Mo Yan's judgment is correct. The Heavenly Dragon Auction House's alchemist must have helped him. This heaven-reversing spirit pill may sound good, but it's just that a few more herbs have been added to increase its efficacy, but the cost has increased. They are simply making a loss." While speaking, Sun Shang's face showed an extremely disdainful expression. As long as our attitude can be better, we can return to our previous state, and even lower the price of the heaven reversal pill. The Xianxia Academy can't do anything about it. As expected of Heavenly Venerable Miraculous Hand. His words are simply a wake-up call. There was another person in the meeting hall. It was Yang Yijuan, who had come from Xianxia College. At this time, he was using an extremely flattering tone to curry favor with Sun Shang. He just wanted to gain more capital. If he could gain Sun Shang's appreciation, he could also have a better life in the Phoenix Academy. This is nothing. If I panicked every time I encountered this kind of situation, I, Sun Shang, would not have been able to survive. Although Sun Shang tried to suppress his pride, the expression in his eyes betrayed him. He seemed to believe his own words even more because he was flattered by others. You mean to lower the price? You still have to be nice to those idiots? Phoenix Cry Wanchong asked. Deputy Dean, now is not the time to sulk. Although those martial artists are stupid, we still have to put on an act. Now that the heaven reversal pill has appeared, if we continue to raise the price with that kind of attitude, we will definitely not be able to compete with Xianxia College. Sun Shang reminded him, we don't need too much time. They are making a loss and won't be able to last long. Fine, I'll listen to you. Although Phoenix Cry Wanchong was very unhappy, the situation was critical. As the deputy dean, he could still judge whether it was good or bad. Haha, vice principal, why do you need to care about these temporary gains and losses? When the new medicinal herbs are back, I will improve the heaven reversal pill. Isn't it just a little better? It can recover one's physical strength. For me, this is a piece of cake. Sun Shang felt that Phoenix Cry Wanchong's mood wasn't too good, so he added another sentence. That's good. I've already sent someone to the Heavenly Dragon Auction House to purchase the herbs. The Heavenly Dragon Auction House definitely won't dare to offend the Phoenix Academy. As long as we take drastic measures and buy all the herbs, Xianxia College won't be able to do anything. Si Kongzun sneered, I think the reason why the Heavenly Dragon Auction House cooperated with Xianxia College is because Xianxia College also gave them some sky reversal pills to sell. We can give them more. It's not that I want to say this, but our Phoenix Academy really doesn't fear anyone in the Divine Phoenix continent. Ha 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 ha. Complacent laughter finally rang out in the meeting hall, and the oppressive atmosphere from before was no longer present. Oh no. Just when the atmosphere was a little better, a person suddenly rushed in from outside the door. He knelt on the ground and reported, Vice Principals, something bad has happened. Something big has happened. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't be so flustered. Phoenix Cry Wanchong said angrily. Vice Principal, the person we sent to the Heavenly Dragon Auction House to purchase the herbs just came back, but he didn't get anything. Xianxia said that from now on, all medicinal herb transactions with the Phoenix Academy will be cut off. She wants us to find a way ourselves. As soon as he said this, the meeting hall suddenly became silent. A moment later, a loud shout rang out. The asterisk starred, AB asterisk TCH from the Heavenly Dragon continent actually dares to not give face to our Phoenix Academy. Phoenix Cry Wanchong had been humiliated all this time, and he was really unhappy. This news almost made him explode. Vice Principal Wanchong, it's better to calm down. The Heavenly Dragon Auction House behind Xianxia is not to be trifled with. Don't be rash. Si Kongzun reminded, don't forget that the Heavenly Dragon Auction House has branches on the 5 great immortal islands. An elder of the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island has a very good relationship with Xianxia. It doesn't matter if you touch Xianxia, but if you offend this elder, our Divine Phoenix Empire will be in danger of being destroyed. Before the True Demon's Empire fully developed, the Divine Phoenix Empire naturally couldn't be destroyed. Therefore, Si Kongzun had to calm Phoenix Cry Wanchong down now. Phoenix Cry Wanchong took a deep breath and finally sat back down slowly. This matter is fishy. The Heavenly Dragon Auction House and our Phoenix Academy have always minded their own business. Our cooperation can be considered pleasant. Why would they suddenly choose sides at this juncture? Sun Shang also felt a headache about this matter. Even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. So what if he was powerful? Without the herbs, he couldn't do anything. Yes, this timing is too coincidental. Someone must be behind this. Could it be that the Crown Prince, Feng Yinshan, has stepped in? Si Kongzun muttered. The Crown Prince of the Hidden Mountain has been staying in the Fire Phoenix East Palace these days and hasn't taken a step out. Moreover, his subordinates are also under our surveillance. It's unlikely. Phoenix Cry Wanchong shook his head. Then could it be that Feng Qingyan has an affair with Xianxia? Otherwise, why would Xianxia help Xianxia College? What benefits would it bring her? Si Kongzun frowned. I'm afraid there's a problem with benefits. The flame deity thought for a moment and said, I've seen our purchase account book. It's obvious that we've suppressed the purchase price of the raw materials too much. This must have caused that woman's dissatisfaction. It's just that she's very tolerant and has never mentioned this matter. We think she's weak, but we don't know that she's been waiting for this opportunity. Your analysis is very reasonable, but what benefits can Xianxia College, which is on the verge of bankruptcy, give her? Sun Shang asked. I don't know about this, but I'm sure that this matter has something to do with Xianxia College. The flame deity gritted his teeth and said, "It's useless to talk about this. The key now is, where are we going to buy the medicinal materials? Without the medicinal materials, how can we refine the crisis reversal pill? At that time, we'll be the first to collapse." Sun Shang reminded him. Phoenix Cry Wanchong frowned and said, "This is indeed a big problem, but it's not impossible to solve. Since we can't buy the medicinal materials from the Heavenly Dragon auction house, we can spend more money and buy them from outside. Anyway, we have money, so we're not afraid of this. No matter how capable Xianxia College is, can they interfere with the outside world?" Although he said this, Phoenix Cry Wanchong began to worry. Since Ling Xiao came to the Imperial City, the Phoenix Academy's disputes seemed to have never stopped. Although similar things had happened in the past, Phoenix Academy had always won. However, Ling Xiao's appearance was like a curse, making Phoenix Academy the loser every time. That seemingly insignificant brat, could he really have such terrifying power? The appearance of the perfect spirit reversal pill was like a sudden haze that shrouded the entire Imperial City in a short period of time. Xianxia College and the Heavenly Dragon Auction House together occupied nearly 70% of the Imperial City's pill market. Due to the expansion of their business, Xianxia College simply built a new market near Xianxia College. After all, there were too many people, and the Heavenly Dragon Auction House's small market was no longer enough. This new market had been prepared for a long time, but it had never been used. Now, it finally came in handy. When Xianxia College was at its peak, it occupied less than 20% of the pill market. Now, it occupied 30% to 40% of the pill market, which was no less than the Heavenly Dragon Auction House and the Phoenix Academy. And this was only the beginning. Even though Divine Phoenix Academy had taken measures to lower the price of the Heaven Reversal Pill to an even lower level, and their service had also improved by quite a bit. However, everyone had a good memory, especially martial artists. They remembered very clearly how the Phoenix Academy treated them in the past. Even so, the Phoenix Academy's market would never recover to its previous prosperity. It could only be said that it had temporarily stabilized about 30% of the market and was not completely destroyed. The current situation was that the Heavenly Dragon Auction House's market share was about 30%, Xianxia College's market share was about 40%, and the Phoenix Academy's market share was about 30%. Compared to its peak of nearly 90% of the market share, the Phoenix Academy was the most disadvantaged. Both the Heavenly Dragon Auction House and Xianxia College had increased their market share. Of course, the Phoenix Academy's business was not only in the Imperial City. It extended to the entire Divine Phoenix continent. In the entire continent, their market share was still about 70% to 80%. Therefore, for the time being, the Phoenix Academy's pill market was still profitable. However, as the market for the spirit reversal pill continued to expand, the Phoenix Academy's pill market would only be reduced step by step. When that time came, they would really be faced with a situation where they were losing money. More importantly, now that Ling Xiao had made improvements to the spirit reversal pill, the pill refining process was divided into more than 10 steps. Originally, only yellow-ranked pill refiners could refine pills. Now, even non-ranked pill refiners could refine pills with the cooperation of more than 10 people. Each person was only responsible for one step, or even one segment. Although there were more people, the efficiency was higher. Of course, it was impossible to refine a perfect pill, but the price was correspondingly reduced by a lot, so it was still deeply loved by martial artists. This kind of heaven-returning panacea was swallowing up the market like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds. It was believed that within a month's time, the Divine Phoenix Academy's market share, the Phoenix Academy's market, Xianxia College's market share of the market, the Phoenix Academy's market share. The Phoenix Academy, Xianxia College of the Academy's Academy, Xianxia College of the Pill, of the Phoenix of the Academy, Phoenix of the Phoenix Reversal Pill. Originally, they only wanted to use 100,000 spirit-returning pills to take back the market that should have belonged to them. That was enough. But they didn't expect that not only did they win back the market share, but they also fiercely suppressed the Phoenix Academy. If the Ice Phoenix clan hadn't interfered and used their power to force some martial artists to go to the Divine Phoenix Academy's market to purchase the Heaven Reversal pills with even worse effects, it was likely that the Divine Phoenix Academy's market share in the Imperial City would have completely disappeared. Sun Shang was trying to refine a new pill, but unfortunately, he didn't have enough herbs. He was also very anxious. It could be said that Xianxia College had completely turned the tables in the current battle. Whether or not the Phoenix Academy would be completely squeezed out of the pill market depended on whether or not Xianxia College was willing to be merciful. The only student sitting in Xianxia College's conference hall was a single person. Naturally, he was Ling Xiao. To be able to obtain such an honor, it was only because he had turned the tide in this crisis. Not only did he solve the Clear Void Academy's problem, he had also dealt a heavy blow to the arrogant Divine Phoenix Academy. The white-bearded old man smiled. Feng Qingyan couldn't hide his excitement. Hua Thunderbolt was grinning from ear to ear. The rest of the higher-ups were chatting and laughing. All of this was because Ling Xiao had given the extremely precious secret recipe of the spirit reversal pill to Xianxia College to refine. As a result, not only had the current problem been solved, but production in the future would also be no problem. After all, Ling Xiao still had to cultivate. He couldn't be busy refining pills all the time. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, you're really amazing. You're so young, so how can you have so many new tricks? You've divided a pill that only yellow-level alchemists can refine into more than 10 steps and made it so that ordinary alchemists can refine it successfully. Most importantly, the efficiency has greatly increased. Hua Thunderbolt laughed and said, I was worried about what to do after the 100,000 spirit reversal pills were sold out. Now it seems that you've already thought of the follow-up. That's right, in just a short span of 3 to 4 days, not only have we reclaimed our original market share, it's even nearly 3 times more than when we were at our peak. Right now, our scale is constantly expanding, and the pill market in the Imperial City and the nearby cities is even bigger than Divine Phoenix Academy. Feng Qingyan also nodded and said, the profit in just a few days is probably comparable to the income in the past few months. Ling Xiao, this is all thanks to you. I really don't know how to thank you. The high-ranking vice dean of Xianxia College had never thought of owing anyone a favor. However, in this incident, not only him, but the entire Xianxia College owed Ling Xiao a big favor. He really didn't know how to repay him. You're flattering me, vice deans. As a disciple of Xianxia College, this is just my duty. Ling Xiao said with a slight smile. You're quite modest, little guy. Even a disciple of Xianxia College doesn't have such a duty. You've really helped us a lot this time. This old man also doesn't know how to thank you. Keep this waste token. In the future, you can use any resources of Xianxia College as you wish. Even if you bring in outsiders, it's fine. The white-bearded elder chuckled and gave an exquisite waste token to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao received the waste token and couldn't help but feel happy. He needed this item. After all, Xianxia College was one of the 2 great colleges in the Divine Phoenix Empire. It had a deep foundation. If he could select the elites from Qinhua's group to cultivate here, it would definitely be better than blindly learning by himself. He had given them many martial arts, but they were all from the Heavenly Dragon continent. They couldn't compare to the martial arts of Xianxia College. This waste token was simply a timely rain. This disciple thanks the vice dean. Ling Xiao put the waste token into his storage ring and nodded with a smile. Vice dean, I'm afraid this isn't enough. Previously, because we were in a difficult period, we took 60% of the profit. Now that everything is on the right track and we're earning more and more, shouldn't we give up some of our share? Feng Qingyan suggested. In his opinion, Ling Xiao's contribution was simply too great. If he didn't reward him more, he was afraid that the expert behind Ling Xiao would be dissatisfied. Yes, Qingyan is right. From now on, our academy will take 40%. Ling Xiao, you can take 60%. After all, the formula for the spirit pill of heaven reversal is yours. You deserve it. The white-bearded elder said in a low voice. Since the dean has said so, I won't refuse. Ling Xiao nodded. Recently, he needed more and more spirit stones. He had no reason to object when the academy offered such a share. Moreover, if he objected, the other party would probably let their imagination run wild. He couldn't let the academy think that the formula was too worthless. Otherwise, it would inevitably cause them to slack off. The three higher-ups of the academy were very capable. It was no wonder that they could hold on for so many years under various unfavorable circumstances and not be completely defeated by the Phoenix Academy. Dean, the owner of the Heavenly Dragon Auction House, Xianxia, is outside. While everyone was discussing the follow-up matters, someone came in to report. Invite her in. The white-bearded elder said hurriedly. During this incident, the Heavenly Dragon Auction House, where Xianxia worked, had also given great support to Xianxia College. Therefore, as the dean, he naturally had a good impression of Xianxia. After a while, Xianxia's graceful figure came in from outside the door. Before she spoke, a pleasant voice like a silver bell rang out. Ha ha ha, everyone is here. Xianxia pays her respects to all of you. When this woman entered the meeting hall, she was like a blooming rose in the hall. The fragrance was overflowing. Her voice and smile stunned many people and almost made them infatuated. Even Ling Zhao's eyes lit up. Xianxia had obviously dressed up. She was wearing a long ancient dress with a high slit that tightly wrapped around her seductive body. Even though she wasn't exposed, the flirtatious aura that came from her bones was still enough to make people infatuated. What a rare beauty. This was what everyone in the hall thought. Even the female higher-ups were subdued by Xianxia's charm. However, most of the higher-ups here had seen the world. After being stunned for a moment, he quickly returned to normal. The white-bearded old man smiled faintly and said, Boss Xianxia, your presence in our Xianxia College brings light to our humble dwelling. Please take a seat. Servants, quickly prepare the tea. Don't neglect our great benefactor. In fact, even without this incident, the white-bearded old man would never offend Xianxia. Because he knew very well how powerful Xianxia's background was. This woman was definitely not as simple as a princess of the sacred dynasty. It was said that when she was very young, she followed Ji Fuling and Yu Xianxia to the Gate of Heaven's Chosen, but later returned to the Sky Dragon continent alone. When he asked her what had happened, she said that she had forgotten everything. Many people tried to force her to reveal the situation of the Heaven's Chosen Gate. As a result, these people did not live past the second day. After that, everyone knew how terrible this woman was. Dean, you're too kind. What can I do to help? In the end, it's still young hero Ling who's the best. We can be considered as the beneficiaries of this. Xianxia smiled faintly and looked very charming. Princess Xianxia, you don't have to call me young hero anymore. Just call me Ling Xiao. You're my elder. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said. Previously, he did not like the title young hero Ling, but he had never objected to it. However, now that he was called that in front of so many people, he really felt quite uncomfortable. What young hero? He, Ling Xiao, was not qualified to be called a hero. A great hero would serve the country and the people. He still had a long way to go. I haven't asked Boss Xianxia, why did you come to Xianxia College this time? Feng Qingyan asked with a smile. Actually, it's nothing special. The main thing is to make a deal with you. Xianxia said calmly. A deal? Yes, I'm sure you also know that although the spirit pill of heaven reversal is not a high-grade medicine, it is a very popular medicine on the Divine Phoenix continent, Sky Dragon continent, 5 Immortal Island, and the 6 major Martial Grandmaster Islands. It is also very popular on the White Tiger continent. Xianxia replied, what I mean is, in the future, we will do our best to provide medicinal herbs to Xianxia College. As for the sales of the pills on the Sky Dragon continent, White Tiger continent, 5 Immortal Island, and the 6 major Martial Grandmaster Islands, the Sky Dragon Auction House will be responsible for it. The final profit will be split 50-50. What do you think? That's good. Feng Qingyan's eyes suddenly lit up. The range of influence of Xianxia College was at most within the Divine Phoenix continent, which belonged to the Divine Phoenix Empire and the surrounding small countries. They could not control anything further. If the Sky Dragon Auction House was willing to cooperate and sell the pills for them, it would be a match made in heaven. It would definitely be a win-win situation. But Boss Xianxia, I don't understand. Previously, you cut off the supply of medicinal herbs to the Phoenix Academy. Now, you are helping us to sell the pills. This is a very good thing for Xianxia College. Why are you doing this? Feng Qingyan was a cautious person. Because the Sky Dragon auction house had been too good to Xianxia College during this period, he could not help but be a little worried that they had other intentions. Xianxia chuckled and said, I've long heard that Beistein Qingyan is a meticulous person. Now that I've seen it, it's true. In fact, there's no other reason. We were just entrusted by others and received enough benefits. Do you understand now? Could it be the expert behind Ling Xiao? Feng Qingyan said in surprise. Hee, you can think of it that way. Of course, you can also think of it as Ling Xiao giving us enough benefits. Xianxia chuckled and said, from now on, at least on the Divine Phoenix continent, you and we will be allies in the same trench. I see. Feng Qingyan looked at Ling Xiao with even more admiration and confusion. He did not know what benefits Ling Xiao had given Xianxia to make the Sky Dragon auction house, which had always been neutral, make such a decision. Sigh, you have really accepted a good student. I really don't understand. Was the Phoenix Academy really blind back then? Why didn't they accept such a good student? Xianxia sighed and said with some envy. Ha, Boss Xianxia is right. But if the Phoenix Academy had not been blind back then, how could we have had such a good opportunity to accept such a good student? Huaboli laughed loudly. That's true. Alright, today's matter has been explained clearly. When you are ready to sign the official transaction contract, you can go to the Sky Dragon auction house to sign it at any time. As Xianxia spoke, she stood up with a smile and said, Can I borrow Ling Xiao for a while? Of course. Ling Xiao, send Boss Xianxia off. Feng Qingyan looked at Ling Xiao and said with a smile. Disciple obeys. When they were outside, Ling Xiao suddenly looked at Xianxia and said, This transaction doesn't seem to be my request, right? What? Young hero is not happy? Xianxia was stunned for a moment and asked. She had originally done this to curry favor with Ling Xiao. But now, she suddenly felt that Ling Xiao did not seem too happy. Naturally, she was worried. Forget it. Anyway, I will get 60% of the money the college earns from the Heaven Reversal Panacea in the future. This is also a good thing. But Princess Xianxia, I don't like people who think they are smart, especially when they use my name. Ling Xiao said indifferently, Your cooperation with the Xianxia Academy is a matter between the two of you. Don't involve me. Xianxia immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said, I know I was wrong. If there is anything in the future, I will definitely inform you first. Looking at the young man beside her who was only 16 years old, she couldn't help but have a doubt. Was such a mature, steady, and terrifying person really only 15 or 16 years old? Well, there is no need to be so formal. Goodbye. Recently, I have been so busy with the elixir that my cultivation has been delayed. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he cupped his hands and turned to leave. Young hero, can't the master behind you show himself? Xianxia finally couldn't help but say what was in her heart. There are some things that are better if you don't know the truth. The day you see him may be the day you will no longer cooperate with him. Do you still want to see him? Ling Xiao asked. Then forget it. Maybe I'm just too stubborn. Xianxia shook her head. She actually had other thoughts. She wanted to bypass Ling Xiao and contact the master behind Ling Xiao. However, after hearing Ling Xiao's words, she suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. She was really smart all her life, but this time she was stupid. Doing this would offend Ling Xiao too much. It's better to be content with what you have. If you're too greedy, you'll die from overeating. I think Princess Xianxia is a good friend to make, but don't let me down. After he finished speaking, Ling Xiao leaped and left. Naturally, he was not in a hurry to cultivate. Although he had been refining elixirs during this period, in fact, his cultivation did not fall behind. In the process of refining elixirs, not only did his divine essence become pure, but it was also constantly increasing. Now, he had advanced to the early stage of the 6 arts. It was just that he had concealed his true cultivation level in front of outsiders. Xianxia stood in place and looked in the direction where Ling Xiao had disappeared. She sighed softly and said to herself, I hope I didn't offend him. Otherwise, it will be too late for regrets. After the Heavenly Dragon Auction House and Xianxia College reached a complete cooperation, one side focused on the production of elixirs while the other side focused on marketing and publicity. Their market share continued to expand, which also brought huge profits to both sides. For a moment, Xianxia College was filled with excitement. Those who persisted until the end and did not leave Xianxia College were lucky. Not only could they get a large number of sky-reversing panacea at a lower price, but they also had more resources than before. This made them extremely happy. On the other hand, the atmosphere at Phoenix Academy was gloomy and depressing, just like when Xianxia College was in trouble. Those who left Xianxia College to join Phoenix Academy did not receive better treatment. Instead, they were ostracized and suppressed because of their original identity as Xianxia College students. Even Ximen Bumi, who was originally ranked first in Xianxia College, and Li Qingxiu, who was ranked second, were no exception. Their spirit stones were deducted, and their resources were deprived. Their situation was extremely bad. It was a world of difference from when they were in Xianxia College. One had to know that when they were in Xianxia College, they were the elite students with the best resources and treatment. But now, they had become the lowest class of people. They tried to return to Xianxia College, but they were rejected. How could Xianxia College accept people who betrayed the school at such a critical time? Therefore, the two of them hated Xianxia College, especially Ling Xiao. The outside world was rumored to have obtained the spirit pill of reversal from Xianxia College by Ling Xiao. They did not know if this was true, but since everyone was spreading this rumor, there had to be a reason for it. They wanted to get on the good side of the Phoenix Academy by dealing with Ling Xiao. If possible, they wanted to find an opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. It would be more effective. Now, the entire Phoenix Academy was very unhappy. However, there was nothing they could do. They could only watch helplessly as their market share was slowly eroded. Ever since the Heavenly Dragon auction house stopped supplying them with medicinal herbs, they had thought of many ways to contact the nearby cities and even cities further away to send medicinal herbs over. However, distant water could not quench their immediate thirst. It would take a long time for those medicinal herbs to be transported over. In fact, it did not matter if they waited a little longer. As long as the medicinal herbs were returned, they could at least hold on to their final market share. However, the problem was that a bigger problem had appeared. A group of mysterious robbers had appeared out of nowhere and intercepted the large batch of medicinal herbs that the Phoenix Academy had spent a lot of money on. They had stolen all of them. When Phoenix Cry Wanchong found out about this, he was furious. However, it was useless. The robbers came and went in a hurry. Moreover, each of them had a storage ring. They disappeared quickly after stealing the herbs. Even if the Phoenix Academy rushed over, it would be too late. Most importantly, the robbers were very powerful. They had sent a Grotto Heaven Realm expert to escort the medicinal herbs, but they still managed to steal them. It was only at this moment that the Divine Phoenix Academy gradually understood that while they were scheming against others, a gigantic net was currently falling towards them. Phoenix Cry Wanchong had no choice but to personally escort the medicinal herbs. However, it was too late. At this moment, the Phoenix Academy's share of the medicinal pill market had shrunk to 10% in the Imperial City. They were relying on a few die-hard fans to hold on. It was called internal digestion. To the Divine Phoenix Academy, the main culprit in all of this was undoubtedly the Clear Void Academy. Therefore, during this period of time, the conflicts between the disciples of the Divine Phoenix Academy and the Clear Void Academy had become more and more frequent. On this day, Ling Xiao had just come out of the Heaven Essence Pagoda when he saw Dai Yaoling pacing back and forth anxiously. "Yaoling, why aren't you cultivating? What are you doing here?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. "Big brother Ling, I just went shopping with a few sisters. In the end, we encountered people from the Phoenix Academy who were looking for trouble." Dai Yaoling was so anxious that she was about to cry. Two of them were actually Ximen Bumi and Li Qingxiu, who were originally ranked first in Xianxia College. "Two pieces of trash." Ling Xiao snorted coldly. He grabbed Dai Yaoling's hand and leaped up. A pair of black and white wings appeared on his back. After asking for the location, he flew over. Although he knew that the people from the Phoenix Academy wouldn't dare to act recklessly in broad daylight, Ling Xiao was still very worried. It wasn't easy to find a close friend. Moreover, it wasn't just a close friend. Whether it was Hai Miankeo, Dai Yuling, Lan Yuer, Cold Plum, or Zhao Xiai, they were all friends who had gone through life and death together. Nothing could happen to anyone. On the streets of the imperial city, Ximen Bumi revealed a sinister smile. He had always wanted to find trouble with Ling Xiao. However, for the past few days, Ling Xiao had been cultivating in the Heaven Essence Pagoda, so he never had the chance. Today, Ximen Bumi didn't meet Ling Xiao, but he met Ling Xiao's women. They were a few female disciples of Xianxia College who came to buy clothes on the street. At this time, Cold Plum's mouth was bleeding, Haim Myung-ko's clothes were in a mess, and Lan Yuer was lying on the ground with a pale face. The three of them were the strongest among the girls, but they were still no match for Ximen Bumi and Li Qingxiu. What's more, Ximen Bumi and Li Qingxiu had brought a group of disciples who had joined Phoenix Academy. Among them, there was no lack of disciples from the elite class. Their cultivation was only slightly weaker than Cold Plum and Haim Myung-ko. It was already not easy for Cold Plum and Haim Myung-ko not to be completely defeated. Heh, you two women also want to fight with me, Ximen Bumi? I used to be the top disciple of Xianxia College. My cultivation has reached the early stage of 8 desolate heaven. Who can defeat me? Ximen Bumi sneered again and again. Although he couldn't afford to offend the 10 Phoenix Suns, he could afford to offend these women. Cold Plum wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and her eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Haim Myung-ko's cold face didn't lose its arrogance. The two of them stood together. Today, Ling Xiao wasn't here, so they couldn't lose. Ximen Bumi, you can't kill us today, but we'll definitely kill you in the future. Haim Myung-ko said coldly. Other than Ling Xiao, there was no one else alive who dared to humiliate her like this. Her cultivation was not as good as Ximen Bumi's, but her cultivation speed was much faster than his. It wouldn't take long for her to surpass him. That's right. Cold Plum touched her storage ring, as if hesitating whether to use her last trump card. Back then, when she cultivated in Death Valley, it wasn't just to increase her cultivation base. Naturally, she also left because she had the ability to protect herself. Ha, I'm so scared. Aren't you guys from Xianxia College? Don't think that you can beat our Phoenix Academy just because you've gained some advantages in the elixir market. I know the ins and outs of your academy very well. Ximen Bumi laughed heartily. When the vice president of Phoenix Cry Wanchong comes back, Heavenly Venerable Miraculous Hand will definitely refine better elixirs and completely defeat Xianxia College. Your good luck won't last long. After becoming a dog of the Phoenix Academy, Ximen Bumi seemed to have been infected with the hostility of the Phoenix Academy. Or it could be said that he had completely torn off his disguise and revealed his true nature. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Haim Myung-ko shook his head. Do you think that if we can defeat you once, we can't do it again? How foolish. Are you calling me foolish? Ximen Bumi's expression became even more ferocious. Li Qingxiu, do it. Destroy the faces of these bitches. I really want to see what kind of expression Ling Xiao will have when he sees them. Ha. Big brother, do you really want to do this? That Ling Xiao isn't someone to be trifled with. The blood skull is the best example of that. Not to mention, he even dislocated the arms of 2 of our vice deans. Li Qingxiu was a little scared. Originally, he just wanted to beat these women to vent his anger. However, it would be too much to disfigure them. It would definitely annoy Ling Xiao. He was not afraid of Ling Xiao, but the problem was that there was someone behind Ling Xiao. What are you afraid of? If there is really an expert behind Ling Xiao, why would he deliberately hide from us? Ximen Bumi said disdainfully, I'm afraid that the 2 vice presidents got into trouble because the higher-ups of Xianxia College took action. As long as we hide in the college, what can he do? Besides, I heard from Ms. Yang Yijuan that Celestial Master Miracle Hands is developing a better elixir than the sky-reversing panacea. The only thing we lack now is the medicinal materials. As long as the medicinal materials are back, Xianxia College will definitely be completely destroyed. When the time comes for the secret compartment, we will be the first contributor. Do you want to be bullied like this all the time? Okay, I believe you. When Li Qingxiu was in Xianxia College, he had always followed Ximen Bumi. Now he was in Phoenix Academy, and it was still the same. Without Ximen Bumi, he estimated that his situation would be worse. Brothers, for our well-being, let's go. Destroy the faces of these bitches. Let's see if they dare to show off in front of us again. Xianxia waved his hand and shouted. Behind him, a group of celestial realm warriors, more than a dozen of them, fiercely pounced on Cold Plum and the others. Looking at the beautiful figures of these girls, they even showed wretched smiles and swallowed their thirsty saliva. In the face of the ferocious warriors, Cold Plum and Xianxia struggled to resist. Xianxia, take Sister Lan and the others and leave first. I'll stop them. Cold Plum saw that the situation was not good. Not only were the opponents' moves indecent, but they were also extremely ruthless. They were all injured. If this continued, she was afraid that they would really be in trouble. Therefore, she did not intend to hide her trump card any longer and was going to reveal it. No, if anything happens to you, Xianxia will kill me. Xianxia shook her head and shouted loudly. At this moment, a long saber slashed at her shoulder. The person holding the saber was a warrior in his 30s. At this age, he was definitely over the age limit among the disciples of the two major academies. Although his aptitude was not very good, his long-term cultivation had allowed him to possess very dense heaven origin energy. The saber slashed down with full force. Seeing this, Cold Plum hurriedly pushed Xianxia away. No. Cold Plum, who pushed Xianxia away, happened to have her head under the saber. She was so frightened that she screamed. Bang, a black shadow suddenly appeared and punched the saber-wielding martial artist. This punch was obviously filled with hatred, so the power was extremely terrifying. The warrior holding the saber's head was directly blown apart like a watermelon. After falling to the ground, he was completely lifeless. Those who touch my people must die. Xianxia was really angry. The consequences were very serious, he had to be ruthless. Otherwise, in the future, even cats and dogs would dare to touch his people. Before coming here, he had already thought about what to do. He would kill all the people who dared to touch him. The Phoenix Academy was too busy to take care of themselves. They should not have the energy to deal with this kind of thing. Therefore, it was fine to kill them. As the black shadow kept flashing, the warriors who attacked Xianxia and the others were all killed. Only Xianxia and Xianxia were left standing there. The corpses were thrown along the way. The onlookers were pale. Many of them had heard of Xiao's fame. However, they were still frightened by his ruthless means today. Ignoring the gloomy faces of Xianxia and Xiao turned around and supported Cold Plum. He looked at his friends and asked, "Are you all okay?" "This servant is fine. However, Sister Lan's injury is a little serious." Cold Plum's face blushed as she said shyly. Xiao took out a few healing pills and gave them to Cold Plum, Xianxia, and the others. Then, he squatted down to check on Lan Yuer's condition. "You have injured your heaven meridian. You must use the heaven meridian repair elixir to treat it. Otherwise, your heaven meridian will be destroyed. Who can hurt you then?" Xiao looked at Lan Yuer and asked. "It's those two bastards. Not only did they betray Clear Void Academy, they even helped Divine Phoenix Academy to deal with us. They're too hateful." Xiaoxia couldn't help but shout before Lan Yuer could speak. "Understood." Xiao patted Lan Yuer's shoulder gently and said, "Senior sister, you go back with Rain Spirit and the rest first. I will help you refine the Heaven Meridian repair elixir after I deal with the matters here. Don't worry, it will be fine." Then, he stood up and looked at Xianxia and Xianxia with a murderous look on his face. Xianxia was actually forced to take 2 steps back by his murderous look. "Trash, he is only an expert at the peak of the Avalon of 5 elements. You are an expert at the advanced stage of 7 stars heaven. Why are you afraid of him?" Xianxia was much stronger than Xianxia and wasn't frightened by Xiao. "He's a waste, and you're the same. You don't want to be the number 1 in the Xianxia Academy, but you insist on being someone else's dog. But that person still bullies you. I really don't know what you're thinking. Are you born to be abused?" Xiao smiled faintly. Hearing Xiao's words, the surrounding experts burst into laughter. People like Xianxia, who betrayed his sect at a critical moment, were looked down upon. Therefore, the surrounding experts didn't like him very much. Even those who supported the Phoenix Academy were disgusted with Shiman Bumi and Li Xianxia. The laughter made Shiman Bumi's face so gloomy that it seemed like ink could be squeezed out of it. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, "Brat, how dare you talk to me like that? Do you want to die?" Ling Xiao couldn't help but laugh. "Shiman Bumi, you are only at the early stage of the 8 Desolates heaven. The difference between you and the 10 great Phoenix Suns is not small. I am not even afraid of the Peacock Phoenix Sun and the Heavenly Rock Phoenix Sun. Why would I be afraid of you? If you have the time to threaten me, you'd better think about how to save your own life. Back then, the Blood Skull was just as complacent as you were. I'm sure you know what happened in the end, right? You can only rely on Feng Qingyan's protection to intimidate others. Do you really think you're that powerful?" Shiman Bumi said in disdain. "Your provocation is very low level." Ling Xiao said indifferently. "Provocation? Do you think I need to goad you? You're just a piece of trash who relies on others. If you have the ability, do you dare to fight me one-on-one?" Shiman Bumi sneered. He wasn't as stupid as the Blood Skull, who had given Ling Xiao a month to prepare. If he wanted to fight, he would solve the problem on the spot. "Why don't you challenge Vice Principal Feng Qingyan?" Ling Xiao asked. Shiman Bumi said with a smile, "I'm 28 years old this year. Vice Principal Feng Qingyan is already 100 years old. If I challenge him, I'll be overestimating myself." "Hee, you know that too. But you don't realize that I'm only 15 years old this year. After the new year, I'll be 16. But you're already 28. Don't you think this kind of challenge is very shameless?" Ling Xiao sneered. "If you don't dare to fight, then you don't dare to fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Trash." Li Qianxia stood out and scolded. "Then if I challenge you now, are you still trash if you don't fight?" A person stood out from the crowd. It was Qin Hua, who was wearing a half-sky dragon mask. "General Qin, you actually broke through." Ling Xiao was surprised to find that Qin Hua was already a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. "Thanks to Brother Ling's help, I can break through so quickly." Qin Hua smiled. He then looked at Shiman Bumi and said, "Kid, come on, I'll fight with you." "Humph, I'm not an idiot. Why would I fight with you? You're a few years older than me. This is called bullying the weak." Shiman Bumi snorted. Obviously, he was afraid. "Ha ha ha, you're really shameless. The Phoenix Academy is really suitable for you. I'm 10 years younger than you. If I don't fight with you, I'll be a trash and a coward. Big brother Qin is only a few years older than you. Bullying the weak?" Ling Xiao was simply amused by Shiman Bumi. This guy's shamelessness was really in the style of the Phoenix Academy. No wonder he betrayed Qingshu College and joined the Phoenix Academy. Shiman Bumi was speechless. His face was extremely red. "Qingshu, let's go. We won't lower ourselves to their level." Shiman Bumi saw that the situation wasn't good. He didn't dare to stay here. This kind of guy who bullied the weak and feared the strong must escape as soon as possible. After all, Qin Hua was much stronger than him. "Stop. You've injured my friend and you want to leave like this?" Ling Zhao's ice-cold voice resounded. Qin Hua had already blocked the path of those two people. "Ling Xiao, what do you want to do?" Shiman Bumi asked with a fierce appearance. "What do I want to do? I want to ask you what you want to do. Didn't you say that you want to fight one-on-one with me? You want to slip away without fighting? Is this the style of the Phoenix Academy?" Ling Xiao disdainfully said, "Rest assured, I won't let Big Brother Qin intervene. Just the two of us, one-on-one." Hearing these words, Shiman Bumi was stunned for a moment. Then, he revealed a sinister smile and said, "Are you sure you want to fight one-on-one with me? You don't want this guy to intervene?" "That's right." Ling Xiao seriously nodded. Hee, you're courting death. Don't blame me for not showing mercy." Shiman Bumi sneered and said, "After killing you, I'll become an elite disciple of the Phoenix Academy." "That's a good idea. Let's see if you have the ability to do so." Ling Xiao faintly smiled and assumed a fighting stance. After his cultivation breakthrough, he had been busy refining pills. He hadn't found anyone to test his skills. Now that he had a martial artist of 8 Desolate Heaven early stage to fight with him, it couldn't be better. Ximen Bumi was definitely a qualified opponent to test his skills. Big brother Ximen, let me go first. Li Qingxiu suddenly looked at Ximen Bumi and said. He also wanted to prove his loyalty. If he could kill Ling Xiao today, it would be a great merit for him. He believed that the people of the Phoenix Academy wouldn't dare to look down on him again. Fine, I'll let you go first. Don't hold back. Ximen Bumi sneered. It would be good to let Li Qingxiu test Ling Xiao's strength. This way, he would have a greater chance of winning. It would be even better if Li Qingxiu killed Ling Xiao. Anyway, Li Qingxiu was one of his people. If Li Qingxiu killed Ling Xiao, he would also have a share of the credit. Li Qingxiu smiled and then looked at Ling Xiao like a tiger eyeing its prey. Big brother Ximen doesn't need to do anything. I'm enough. His confidence naturally stemmed from his own cultivation. He was of 7 stars heaven late stage, much stronger than Ling Xiao's Avalon of 5 elements peak. As long as the expert behind Ling Xiao didn't appear, he wouldn't be afraid of Ling Xiao. Moreover, he used to be the second disciple of Qingshu College. He had the best martial arts and the most resources. These were enough for him to defeat an ordinary 8 Desolate Heaven martial artist. As for Ling Xiao, he was nothing. Among the onlookers, perhaps only Ling Xiao's friends had some confidence in him. The rest of the people didn't think that Ling Xiao could win. They felt that Ling Xiao was simply too complacent when he agreed to fight one-on-one with Li Qingxiu or Ximen Bumi. Did he really think that he could look down on other cultivators just because he had killed the Blood Skull? Ling Xiao would definitely pay the price for his carelessness and complacency. No matter how good one's aptitude was, no matter if one was a genius or not, the difference in cultivation between the two was too big. This was absolutely impossible to ignore. Aren't you going to stop him? It's still too early for him to fight those two. Feng Yanran's delicate body squeezed out of the crowd and anxiously shouted at Cold Plum and the others. Miss Yanran, don't you know him? When has he ever listened to other people's advice? Once he has decided on something, whether it's right or wrong, he will stick to it. Hai Miankeo said with a wry smile, besides, he has never tried to be brave. Since he dared to accept Ximen Bumi's challenge, then what does Li Qingxiu count for? Ming Kong, sure enough, you know me well. Miss Yanran, don't worry. I will definitely win in the end. Just like when I defeated the Blood Skull, this Li Qingxiu will also be defeated by me. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Alas, you are a bull. Stubborn bull. Feng Yanran stomped her feet and said, I don't care about you anymore. Although she said that she didn't care, Feng Yanran took a few steps forward, ready to save him if there was any unforeseen event. She didn't care about the rules. Whoever hurt Ling Xiao was going against her. Li Qingxiu, you really shouldn't have stepped forward. Ling Xiao smiled and suddenly raised his hand. A red sun all pierced through the air. This was his most commonly used attack, and it was also the attack he was best at. Hee, little bastard, this move of yours is completely useless against me. Today, I will let you know how stupid you are, absolutely. Looking at the crimson sun Li Qingxiu sneered. A 1-meter-long sword appeared in her hand. She lightly shook it, and a layer of silver-white sword qi enveloped the sword. Moreover, the sword qi was constantly flowing. A moment later, a spiral-shaped sword qi pierced through the air. Its target was the red sun that was flying in the air. Ling Xiao smiled and waved his right hand as he felt the sharp screeching sound of the spiral sword qi from the friction with the air. Shadow the crimson sun collided with the spiraling sword qi, but the shadow continued to speed forward and continued to attack Li Qingxiu. Although the spectators couldn't see the shadow they had all seen Ling Xiao's battle with the Blood Skull. Naturally, they knew that Ling Xiao's gentle wave of his hand wasn't a casual gesture. He must have used some kind of attack. Petty tricks. Li Qingxiu sneered. She stabbed her long sword into the ground in front of her. Suddenly, an even larger spiral-shaped sword qi appeared around her body, wrapping her whole body in it. The shadow collided with the spiral-shaped sword qi. After a moment of struggle, it was finally completely dissolved. This time, the spectators could clearly see what had happened. Ling Xiao's shadow was actually dissolved. This is bad. The crowd couldn't help but let out worried voices. One had to know that when the Crimson Sun All and the Shadow All were used together, it was really impossible to guard against. However, Li Qingshu had actually blocked it so easily. This wasn't a good thing. See, I already said that Ling Zhao's cultivation is too low right now. He's no match for Li Qingshu. Hurry up and get ready to save him. Feng Yanran said anxiously. Sister Yanran, don't worry. Brother Ling hasn't fully displayed his skills yet. Dai Yaoling comforted. Hai Miangko also nodded and said, this is just the beginning. Haven't you noticed? Ling Xiao is testing his moves on Li Qingshu. He just wants to know the power of the Crimson Sun All and the Shadow All. Before she finished speaking, the battle had already ended. Ling Xiao had used the Light and Shadow All. Even though Li Qingshu knew that Ling Xiao would use this move, there was nothing he could do. The power of this move was so terrifying that it completely exceeded Li Qingshu's imagination. His spiral-shaped sword qi was easily torn apart like paper. Then, the black and white light and shadow all pierced through his body. With a terrifying momentum, it sent him flying into the crowd. So what if you know about my light and shadow all? It's still useless. Looking at the dying Li Qingshu, Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. As he continued to fight in public, more and more people knew about him. There would definitely be people who would think of ways to deal with him. In this way, the moves that he had already used would not be effective. At this time, he could only rely on his powerful power and terrifying control. Just like in this battle, Li Qingshu clearly knew that he was going to use the Light and Shadow All and even took precautions in advance. However, in the face of the terrifying Light and Shadow All, he was still killed on the spot. Turning around, Ling Xiao looked coldly at Shimin Bumi and said, it's time for you to make a move. Don't always let others die for you. Shimin Bumi frowned. He should be able to block Ling Xiao's Light and Shadow All, but as far as he knew, Ling Xiao had an even more powerful move. It was the move that he had used to deal with the blood skeleton. It seemed to be called something like Taotia's Doomsday. Even though many people were studying this move, they still could not figure out the principle and execution of this move. Was he really going to fight? He started to worry. What? A dignified 8 Desolation Heaven early stage practitioner is actually afraid of me, a practitioner at the peak of the Avalon of 5 elements? Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. Humph, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Shimin Bumi snorted coldly, but in the end, he did not retreat. If he retreated today, he would have to avoid Ling Xiao if he met him on the road in the future. Moreover, his cultivation had reached the early stage of 8 Desolation Heaven, which was much stronger than Li Qingshu's. He did not believe that Ling Xiao could do anything to him. Hee, I hope you won't be as useless as Li Qingshu. Ling Xiao laughed mischievously and suddenly made a move. Taotia's Doomsday, no one would have thought that Ling Xiao would not have the slightest preparation, using his strongest killing move right from the start. Even Shimin Bumi did not expect this. However, Ling Xiao had carefully prepared for this move. It had started when he fought with Li Qingshu. He knew that with his cultivation, it was not impossible to defeat Shimin Bumi, but it would not be that easy. If he wanted to defeat his opponent and create a deterrent effect, he could only use his killing move from the start. Shimin Bumi felt the aura of death when he saw the huge sword aura condensed into a Taotai pouncing towards him. He did not have the strength to resist at all. He did not even move, and his face was deathly pale. Little bastard, it's just a spar on the street. How can you be so ruthless? Stop. Just when Shimin Bumi thought that he was going to die, a thunderous roar sounded, followed by a violent aura. Old dog Sikong. Ling Xiao secretly cursed this guy for coming at the wrong time. Old dog Sikong? The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth curled up into a sneer as he listened to the furious and commanding voice of Ling Xiao. Do you think I'll stop just because you told me to? Disdainfully snorting, the Taotai apocalypse continued to pounce towards Shimin Bumi. During this process, Ling Xiao once again activated his heavenly origin energy, causing the terrifying sword energy to fly even faster. Audacious vile creature. Ling Xiao's actions clearly caused Sikong Zun to be extremely dissatisfied. With a furious roar, he chose to attack Ling Xiao by attacking Shimin Bumi. Ignoring him, Si Kongzun condensed a bolt of lightning as thick as a bowl and struck down at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was naturally unable to block the attack of a yin-yang realm powerhouse. In order to kill Shiman Bumi, he didn't want to waste the power of a human king, so he had no choice but to dodge. The thick bolt of lightning struck the street, creating a crater that was dozens of meters deep. This was probably because Si Kongzun didn't dare to use his full strength. After all, this was a busy street. If he used his full strength, there wouldn't be anyone left alive on this street. At that time, he, the lightning demon king of the true demons empire, would definitely be chased out of the divine phoenix empire. Therefore, he didn't use his full strength, but controlled the lightning to the extreme, only targeting Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao reacted very decisively, without the slightest hesitation, easily dodging this attack. You can't stop the people that I, Ling Xiao, want to kill. Ling Xiao's cold voice came from the crowd. Si Kongzun suddenly thought of something. That day in the plaza, he had also tried to rescue Blood Skull, but in the end, he had returned without success. Could it be that today was going to be the same? He turned around to take a look, only to discover that Shiman Bumi had already disappeared under the attack of the Taotai apocalypse. Hateful brat, how could you be so vicious and kill so many of our Phoenix Academy's disciples? No one can save you today. Si Kongzun didn't care how many Phoenix Academy disciples died. He only cared about his reputation. Once again, Ling Xiao had killed the people he wanted to protect in front of him. This was something he could not bear. The violent energy suddenly soared, and the powerful thunder and lightning continued to explode around him. Countless onlookers ran far away, unwilling to be affected by the battle. The strength of a yin-yang realm expert was not something ordinary people could imagine. That terrifying aura made it difficult for Ling Xiao to breathe. However, after a moment, the mountain river martial spirit dispelled this discomfort. Any martial artist wanting to rely on aura to suppress him, Ling Xiao, was an absolutely impossible matter. In the crowd, Qin Hu wanted to launch a sneak attack on Si Kongzun from behind, but Ling Xiao stopped him with a voice transmission. Although Qin Hu was already a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist, he couldn't compare to a yin-yang realm martial artist. If he made a move now, not only would it be meaningless, but he would also expose himself. Old dog Si Kong, you better think carefully. If news of the Phoenix Academy's vice dean attacking a Qingshu College disciple on the street gets out, you won't be able to show your face anywhere. Ling Xiao laughed as he prepared to escape. He naturally knew that Si Kongzun didn't care about his reputation and would definitely attack. Thus, escaping was the only way. Fortunately, Hai Miankeo and the others had wisely chosen to leave when Si Kongzun arrived. This way, he didn't have to worry about the consequences. No matter how glib your tongue is, you'll definitely die today. Si Kongzun sneered. Back then, he had been forced to cut off an arm in the plaza. Although his arm had recovered, he still couldn't forget that kind of humiliation. If he didn't kill Ling Xiao, he wouldn't be able to calm his anger. Void Shadow Crocodile. Suddenly, Ling Xiao shouted coldly, turned around, and ran. Si Kongzun was stunned for a moment. He suddenly felt that the situation wasn't good and hurriedly dodged. However, because the distance was too close, his shadow was bitten by the Void Shadow Crocodile. His arm, which had recovered, was bitten off again. The most terrifying thing about the Void Shadow Crocodile was that no matter how strong one's defense was, it was useless. This was because a strong defense couldn't be applied to the shadow. The Void Shadow Crocodile attacked the shadow. This move was best used to deal with martial artists with strong defenses. Evil creature, if I don't kill you today, I'm not human. The furious Si Kongzun chased after Ling Xiao, completely ignoring the blood flowing from his arm. He knew that Ling Xiao was too fast. If he didn't chase after him now, it would be too late by the time Ling Xiao hid in the Phoenix Academy. Seeing that the distance between them was about right, the Si Kongzun's uninjured right hand condensed a ball of lightning and shot it at Ling Xiao's back. The ball of lightning whizzed over with a violent wind pressure, causing the air to distort into a ball. It was so fast that it was much faster than Ling Xiao's speed. Damn it, I originally planned to use this move in the future. I have no choice but to reveal it today. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, Ling Xiao couldn't hold back any longer. He immediately unleashed the full power of his 6 arts heaven early-stage cultivation. Not only that, but he also used the 4th step of the profound meaning of light, godly light travel. After using this move, Ling Xiao's entire body seemed to have turned into a ray of light, instantly accelerating into the distance. The Xikong Zun's attack missed and crashed into a building, instantly destroying it. Good lad, your movement technique is really amazing. Seeing that this move didn't hit Ling Xiao, the Xikong Zun's feet flickered with 2 streaks of lightning. His speed instantly increased, and he pounced on Ling Xiao again. Ling Xiao's movement technique could be said to be invincible in the celestial realm. Very few warriors in the early stage of the Grotto Heaven realm could compare with him. However, a Yinyang realm expert could still easily catch up with him. Once the Xikong Zun was enraged, it would be easy for him to catch up with Ling Xiao. However, movement technique didn't necessarily mean speed. The reason why Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of the Xikong Zun was because he still had other trump cards that he hadn't used yet. The Xikong Zun's pursuit of Ling Xiao caused a wave of boos from the surrounding warriors. A Yinyang realm expert was actually chasing after a celestial realm warrior on the streets, and he even used a sneak attack. There was no one else who could be this shameless. I didn't believe Ling Xiao when he said that the people from the Phoenix Academy were shameless, but today, I completely believe him. That's right, this old fellow Xikong Zun has lived for tens of thousands of years, yet he's chasing after a child so relentlessly. How embarrassing. Doesn't the Emperor care about this? If word gets out, it'll be embarrassing for our divine Phoenix Empire. Hearing these words, the Xikong Zun's expression turned ugly. However, perhaps he was used to being shameless, but he gritted his teeth and still sped up to chase after Ling Xiao. Damn, this old dog is really fast. This won't do, looks like I have to take out my trump card. Although Ling Xiao wasn't a match for the Xikong Zun, if he wanted to escape, the Xikong Zun alone wouldn't be able to stop him. However, just as he was about to take action, he suddenly felt a warm and powerful aura rushing toward him. Sensing the familiar power, he rushed over. Ling Xiao smiled and thought, looks like I don't have to use my trump card. Xikong Zun was in a rage and didn't care about the outside world. He only had Ling Xiao in his eyes. A huge lightning spear condensed in his hands and was already aimed at Ling Xiao's vital points. However, in order to succeed, Xikong Zun wanted to close the distance between them, so he didn't release his move yet. Xikong Zun, you're so shameless. Ling Xiao called you an old dog, and he's right. Feng Qingyan appeared in front of Ling Xiao as he shouted angrily. Xianxia College wasn't far from here, so Feng Qingyan rushed over when he heard about what happened here. He was afraid that he wouldn't make it in time, but he was relieved when he saw that Ling Xiao was safe and sound. Ling Xiao wasn't just a student of Xianxia College, he was also the benefactor of Xianxia College and the son of those two. No matter what, he couldn't die. In a rage, Feng Qingyan finished condensing his move the moment he appeared. A fire phoenix appeared behind him. In his hand, a crimson-red bow appeared. It was actually formed by the condensation of his inner strength and soul power. The bow was like a fire phoenix. The arrow was like a divine dragon. Fire Phoenix Divine Dragon Arrow. The arrow shot through the air and collided with Xikong Zun's lightning spear. Boom! The red and purple collided with each other. An earthquake-like roar erupted, causing many martial artists on the entire street to feel their heartbeats accelerate. Some even temporarily lost their hearing. Some houses that weren't very sturdy collapsed because of the explosion. The Divine Phoenix Empire prohibited Yinyang realm warriors from fighting on the streets because the destruction they caused was too shocking. If they didn't do well, many innocent people would be implicated. However, today, Feng Qingyan had to intervene. In order to save Ling Xiao, so what if he had to make an exception? It was obvious that Xikong Zun was at a disadvantage in this fight. It wasn't because he was weaker than Feng Qingyan, but because he was missing an arm. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't affect him much. But in a battle between martial artists of similar strength, the influence would become very great. Standing in front of Ling Xiao, Feng Qingyan coldly looked at the still bleeding Xikong Zun and said coldly, although Feng Ming Wanchong is shameless, he wouldn't go so far as to chase down a junior on the street. You're even more shameless than him. You really deserve to be called an old dog. You've lived tens of thousands of years in vain. Si Kongzun's face was extremely gloomy, and he felt helpless. When Feng Qingyan appeared, he knew that he no longer had the chance to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was too cunning, and with Feng Qingyan, it was impossible for him to be a match for them. Therefore, he didn't attack again. Instead, he started to heal himself and said coldly, "Feng Qingyan, don't just stand there and talk. Do you see those corpses on the ground? Ling Xiao killed so many of our outstanding disciples. Don't tell me that I shouldn't kill him? Even if this matter is brought up to the emperor, I'm still the one with the right. Quickly hand over Ling Xiao. Otherwise, don't blame me for accusing you of harboring a villain. I said that you're shameless, but you're really shameless." Shiman Bumi and Li Qingxiu, one of them is at the early stage of 8 Desolates Heaven, while the other is at the late stage of 7 Stars Heaven. In addition, there are so many martial artists from 4 Symbols Heaven and Avalon of 5 Elements. They surrounded and bullied a few girls. If Ling Xiao didn't arrive in time, I'm afraid that the ones lying on the ground would be those pitiful and weak girls, right? Feng Qingyan sneered and said disdainfully, "Molesting my Qingshu College's disciples on the street. Kill them without mercy. Even if the emperor comes, I'll say the same thing." As for Shiman Bumi and Li Qingxiu, they took advantage of the fact that their cultivations were higher than Ling Xiao's and tried to stir up trouble. They even asked for a life and death battle. Now, they were killed by Ling Xiao. Are you going to deny it? Good. Very good. You guys from Qingshu College really have a glib tongue. Si Kongzun's bleeding had stopped. He sighed helplessly in his heart. Today, he didn't have the upper hand in terms of reason or strength. There was no need for him to stay any longer. He could only grit his teeth and say, "Feng Qingyan, just you wait. You and your Qingshu College will be completely finished sooner or later." Is that so? I've noticed that the Phoenix Academy situation isn't good recently. It seems that its biggest source of income has started to lose money, right? Feng Qingyan said with a smile. Laugh all you want. Soon, you won't be able to laugh anymore. Si Kongzun was embarrassed. He had chased after a warrior of the celestial realm for a long time and failed to kill him. Now, he couldn't even fight back. He could only choose to turn around and leave. He had no choice but to leave. In the current situation, the longer he stayed here, the more embarrassed he would be. Watching Si Kongzun run away in embarrassment, Feng Qingyan's eyes were cold and deep. He seemed to be thinking about something. "Vice President, I owe you another favor." Ling Xiao's voice woke Feng Qingyan from his contemplation. He turned around and said with a smile, "If you say that, I'll be too ashamed to show my face. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that you're a disciple of Qingshu College is enough for me to protect you. You can go back to the academy first. I'll finish the work here." "Thank you, Vice President." Ling Xiao looked at the corpses on the ground and nodded. Then, he walked toward the academy. In the evening, the stars were faint. Although the sky wasn't completely dark yet, it was obvious that it would be a cloudy night. The moonlight wasn't bright, and the stars were blurry. Ling Xiao, who was sitting on the windowsill, looked in the direction of the Phoenix Academy in the distance. He seemed to be thinking about something. Beside him, the butterfly girl was happily eating a piece of upper-level spirit stone. "Xiao Dai, do you think the two of us can kill Sun Shang, the heavenly lord of miraculous hands?" Today's incident made Ling Xiao understand one thing. Since he was going to do it, he had to completely destroy the Phoenix Academy. Otherwise, there would be more and more trouble. He couldn't deal with Si Kongzun, but if he and the butterfly girl worked together, they should be able to kill Sun Shang without anyone knowing. The butterfly girl was stunned for a moment. Then, she nodded and revealed a cute smile. "Okay, then let's go kill Sun Shang later. As far as I know, Sun Shang was invited to a banquet of the royal family today. This is the best opportunity for us to kill him. If we miss it, we'll have to wait for a long time." Ling Xiao didn't have the idea of assassinating Sun Shang on a whim. In fact, he had been waiting for such an opportunity. There were 2 benefits to today's assassination. First, he had comprehended the 4th step of the light esoteric and the shadow esoteric, which greatly increased his strength. Together, he could kill the heavenly lord of miraculous hands without anyone knowing. Second, the Heavenly Lord of Miraculous Hands was leaving Xianxia College for the Imperial Palace. Although the journey wasn't long, it was his only chance. As long as he killed the Heavenly Lord of Miraculous Hands, the Phoenix Academy would completely fall from the elixir market. Even if Phoenix Cry were to transport the herbs back, it would be meaningless. Not to mention anything else, but if they lost their income from the elixir market, Divine Phoenix Academy's vitality would definitely be greatly damaged. Although they might not collapse, but if they wanted to suppress Clear Void Academy, they would no longer be able to do it. As long as they could completely deal a blow to the Phoenix Academy, they had to consider everything. They had to weigh the pros and cons before doing anything. They would not dare to flirt with a disciple of the Xianxia Academy on the street like today. Of course, there was also a personal grudge to kill Heavenly Venerable Miraculous Hands. Back then, it was Sun Shang who had almost poisoned the butterfly girl to death. Today was the best opportunity for revenge. The butterfly girl nodded, half understanding. Alright, since you've agreed, let's go. What you need to do later is attract Sun Shang's attention. Let me kill him. Ling Xiao still had 7 strands of the power of a human king in his body. At most, he could use one more strand. Even if he had to sacrifice one strand of the power of a human king, as long as he could kill Sun Shang, it was definitely worth it. After making up his mind, Ling Xiao set off. When he left Xianxia College, he disguised himself and put on the ghost mask. He also changed his body slightly. This wasn't difficult for a martial artist. When he reached the path Sun Shang had to pass, Ling Xiao laid an ambush. Then, he released his soul power and used the earth vision and heaven listening technique to see the situation within a 5-kilometer radius. Sun Shang was a mystic heaven expert with the 10th grotto heaven. The butterfly girl's cultivation was on par with his, but it wouldn't be easy for her to kill him. After using the power of a human king, Ling Xiao could use a soul mystic technique to launch a sneak attack and instantly kill Sun Shang. The two of them had to work together. Otherwise, it would be impossible for either of them to succeed. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. The stars were dim. It was a good opportunity to kill. At the entrance of Phoenix Academy. Heavenly Venerable, are we really going to leave like this? Why don't we wait until Vice President Xikong recovers? Dao Wuming stood beside a palanquin and looked at the pitch black night sky with worry. What are you afraid of? I'm a grotto heaven expert. Other than Yinyang realm martial artists, who can do anything to me? Sun Shang said disdainfully. Dao Wuming, you are so useless. Feng Qingyan, the dean of Xianxia College, and Huaboli have all been invited into the palace by the emperor. There are no more Yinyang realm experts in Xianxia College. Even without Vice Dean Xikong, nothing will happen. The flame deity said disdainfully. Perhaps because the flame deity and Dao Wuming both came from the Sky Dragon continent, they became Sun Shang's 2 good dogs. Today, they naturally had to follow Sun Shang to the imperial palace. Alright, let's go. After listening to the flame deity's words, Sun Shang was even more relieved. Previously, he was indeed worried that Feng Qingyan or Hua Thunderbolt might launch a sneak attack on him. But now, knowing that those people were in the palace, what was there to be afraid of? Perhaps the emperor had considered this point, so he specially invited those people to the imperial palace. Here it comes, 10 miles away, his soul power transmitted a clear image. Sun Shang's palanquin was rapidly approaching. Mo Yan and Dao Wuming are actually following? Hee, I'll take care of the two of you together. Today, Ling Xiao was no longer afraid of the flame deity. After all, the flame deity's current cultivation was only at the middle stage of the 8 desolate heaven realm. He was not even as strong as Shiman Bumi, who he had killed previously. The enemy who had almost killed him in the Sky Dragon continent in the past was just SOSO in front of him now. Xiao Dai, get ready to attack. Kill whoever dares to block us. We must be fast. This place is not far from the imperial palace. If someone wants to come to rescue us, they will be very fast. Ling Xiao reminded and began to condense the power of the human king, preparing for a thunderous attack. Sun Shang. Your end is here. He sneered and thought to himself, the enmity on the Sky Dragon continent will be completely settled today. Just as Ling Xiao was about to attack, he suddenly felt an extremely powerful force barge into the range of his earth vision and heaven hearing. This was a thick killing intent that was cold to the extreme and evil to the extreme. Compared to Sword Demon Yigushin's killing intent, it was actually only slightly inferior. Xiao Dai, don't attack first. Wait. Stopping the butterfly girl's attack, Ling Xiao looked in a direction. In the darkness, he could not see any figure. Only a frenzied killing intent was constantly approaching. Eyes of the world. Ling Xiao opened the eyes of the world. Only then did he discover that in the void, a pitch-black shadow was rapidly approaching Sun Shang's palanquin. Seeing this shadow, Ling Xiao's pupils suddenly constricted. He was so surprised that his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Cold Plum, he could not believe that this terrifying power actually originated from Cold Plum. The current Cold Plum was somewhat different from usual. She seemed to have become more mature than usual. Her body became much bigger, looking more like an adult woman. Around her eyes, there was an additional layer of eyeshadow, looking sinister and sinister. Her hair was disheveled and fluttering in the air, giving off the feeling of a malicious spirit that walked out of hell. Is this really Cold Plum? Ling Xiao swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He never thought that Cold Plum would be so powerful and terrifying. Seeing the girl's ferocious face, he actually felt a little heartache. Because he could clearly feel that Cold Plum was enduring immense pain, as if she was being tortured by something. Could it be that she was also here to kill Sun Shang? What, you're saying that she signed some kind of contract with an evil spirit? Ling Xiao turned around and looked at the butterfly girl. Just now, a voice was transmitted into his mind. It was the butterfly girl's voice. The butterfly girl nodded but did not say anything. Do I need to stop her? Ling Xiao asked. It's best not. Stopping her now is like interrupting someone who is sleepwalking. It's very dangerous. You don't have to worry too much. After this matter is over, ask her properly. There shouldn't be too much of a problem. The butterfly girl's voice once again appeared in Ling Xiao's mind. All right. Ling Xiao did not dare to act rashly. If his recklessness harmed Cold Plum, it would be too late for regrets. Sun Shang's sedan chair had already arrived. Cold Plum suddenly made her move. At this moment, Sun Shang inside the sedan chair, as well as the flame deity outside the sedan chair, did not notice her existence. Only when the 8 people carrying the sedan chair suddenly fell to the ground and Dao Wuming's corpse on the spot, did the flame deity and Sun Shang realize that something was wrong. The flame deity's first thought was not to protect anyone, but to escape. Lil Dai, capture that guy alive. Ling Xiao did not want to leave. He wanted to keep an eye on Cold Plum. If there were any changes, he would be able to act in time. He just needed the butterfly girl to capture the flame deity alive. The butterfly girl left. Cold Plum did not look at the flame deity. Perhaps in her eyes, the flame deity was just a piece of trash that could be squashed to death at any time. There was no need to waste her energy. Her gaze was still fixed on the sedan chair. Suddenly, the sedan chair split open. A green light pierced through the air and aimed at Cold Plum. Cold Plum laughed in disdain. The black plum blossom pierced through the air and instantly destroyed the green light. Perhaps sensing the terror of Cold Plum, Sun Shang didn't dare to stay after launching the attack. Instead, he turned and ran. The direction he was running towards was actually the palace. This guy was quite smart. This place was closer to the palace. As long as the palace guards noticed the situation here, he would be able to survive. Seeing Sun Shang running away, Cold Plum didn't chase after him. She just smiled disdainfully and then flicked her finger. A black plum blossom shot out like a black meteor in the dark night. Ah! Sun Shang screamed and fell to the ground like a bird shot by a bow and arrow. One of his legs was cut off. That seemingly small plum blossom actually carried a terrifying sword aura, forming a huge cog-shaped killing weapon. Sun Shang's face was full of horror. He didn't know where this killer came from, nor did he know how the other party could be so terrifying. But he knew very well that he was probably done for. The wound on his leg had a black substance spreading towards his blood vessels. It was actually highly toxic. He had played with poison all his life, but now he was about to be killed by it. This was the most unacceptable thing for him. Help! Help! Sun Shang had never been in such a sorry state. All he could do now was to desperately call for help. Unfortunately, his voice couldn't be transmitted out. Ling Xiao had already sealed the space within 100 meters. Neither sound nor aura could penetrate. This was also to make Cold Plum safer. In Cold Plum's hand, an even bigger plum blossom gradually formed. The plum blossom was filled with a strong aura of death. Who the hell are you? Even if I die, at least let me know. Sun Shang shouted for a long time but to no avail. He knew very well that the other party must have done something to the space nearby. The only thing he could do now was to stall for time. He could only hope that the people in the palace noticed that he hadn't been here for a long time and came to find him. That way, there was still a chance of survival. Cold Plum didn't say anything. Her cold eyes stared at Sun Shang, and the plum blossom in her hand flew out again. Ah! Sun Shang's other leg was directly cut off. You're really forgetful. Cold Plum sneered, have you forgotten about the little girl by Ling Zhao's side? You're Cold Plum. Impossible. How could this be? How do you have such strength? Sun Shang's memory was still good. He finally remembered that Cold Plum had appeared in the square that day. Moreover, he had always sent people to monitor Ling Xiao. He was very clear about who was around Ling Xiao. Now do you understand why I want to kill you? You betrayed your country and harmed my master, Ling Xiao. Just these 2 points alone are enough for you to die. Not to mention you also deliberately instigated Shiman Bumi and Li Qingxiu to take liberties with us on the street. If you don't die, even God will be angry. Cold Plum didn't care that Sun Shang was stalling for time. The poison of the black plum blossom was extremely terrifying. It had already spread throughout Sun Shang's body through his legs. Not long after, Sun Shang's entire body would turn black and he would die like charcoal. However, she didn't mind giving Sun Shang more pain. Another plum blossom in her hand flew out. This time, it wasn't an arm that was cut off, but Sun Shang's head. I originally didn't want to use this form. But for my master, I'd rather turn into a malicious spirit and suffer the greatest pain in the world. The last thing you should do is to target him. Looking at the already dead Sun Shang, Cold Plum's body gradually returned to its original state. Her face was a little pale and she looked very weak. After saying this, she didn't stay any longer. She turned into a black shadow and disappeared into the dark night. Looking at Cold Plum's departure, Ling Xiao couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. He knew that Cold Plum was very grateful to him. But she had done this for him. How could he repay her? Alas, he sighed and stood up. Looking at the corpse on the ground, he saw that it was actually wriggling. What a crafty old ghost. But even if you can escape Cold Plum's assassination, you'll still die by my hands in the end. Ling Xiao jumped down from the roof and walked towards the wriggling mass of rotten flesh. He sneered and said, the Eternal Divine Pill scripture has recorded a type of pill that can bring a person back to life. Even if only a piece of rotten flesh is left, it won't be a problem. Although you weren't able to refine it, this transformation pill isn't bad either. It can protect the soul and use another person's body to resurrect, right? Who? Sun Shang was in complete despair. He had used all his trump cards. Originally, as long as he could obtain a body in time, he would be able to resurrect. Although he would have to change bodies every year, it was still better than dying now. But never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that after the wolf left, a fox would come in its place. The crafty fox had been staring at him from the side, spying on him. Who are you? How do you know about the Eternal Divine Pill scripture? Sun Shang's weak voice resounded in the air. You don't need to know who I am. Because I like to let people die without knowing why. Ling Xiao sneered and operated his soul force. The immortal pot appeared above his head and sucked Sun Shang's soul into it. Without a soul, let's see how you'll resurrect. The dignified heavenly sovereign miraculous hands, the best alchemist in the Sky Dragon and Divine Phoenix continents, and a high-level yellow-rank alchemist, had died without knowing why. He was thoroughly dead and would never appear again. At this time, the butterfly girl also caught the flame deity. Looking at the flame deity, Ling Xiao was filled with emotions. The flame deity, you betrayed your sect. Do you know your crime? Ling Xiao took off his ghost mask and revealed his true face. He had to let the flame deity know who killed him. It's you. Seeing Ling Xiao, the flame deity collapsed. If it was someone else, he might be able to plead for mercy. But facing Ling Xiao, he knew that he didn't even have the qualifications to plead. Ling Xiao wouldn't let him go. Seeing that you and I used to be from the same sect, you can kill yourself. Ling Xiao said indifferently. If you kill me, you'll never get the wisdom bone. The flame deity said coldly. Wisdom bone? Ling Xiao said disdainfully, looking at your current state, I know that the wisdom bone isn't much. I don't need it. I'll get by in a better martial soul. It's definitely better than a mere wisdom bone. Using this to threaten me, you really don't want to repent even in death. After speaking, Ling Xiao didn't waste any more time. He pulled out all the death dark flame from the flame deity's body. The death dark flame entered the body and was quickly sealed. It still couldn't be used in battle, but it had no effect on alchemy and refining equipment. Die, the debt between you and me is completely settled. After extracting the death dark flame, the flame deity was useless to him. A blazing light appeared on his hand, and he gently patted the flame deity's body. The flames began to burn. The flame deity who relied on the dark flame of death to dominate the world, was burned alive in the end. One had to say that this was the cycle of karma. Amongst the ashes of Empyrean demon flame, there was actually a shining bone that hadn't been burned. This is the wisdom bone, right? Interesting. It seems that it's not that the wisdom bone isn't good enough, but that the flame deity is too useless. He didn't even know how to use such a good thing. He put away the wisdom bone. When he returned to the Sky Dragon continent, he would personally hand it to Master Baiyun. This was something he had promised Master Baiyun. Since he had promised, he naturally had to do it. He was such a good man who kept his promises. Xiao Dai, let's go. After finishing his business, Ling Xiao leaped and left. He was heading in the direction of Cold Plum's escape route. He was still worried that something would happen to Cold Plum, so for safety's sake, he wanted to chase after her to take a look. A moment later, when he was about a mile away from Qingshu College, he stopped. On a tree over there, a girl was sitting cross-legged. Her whole body was emitting black gas. The girl was desperately resisting the torment of pain. Sigh, as expected. Ling Xiao sighed. Just as the butterfly girl said, Cold Plum had signed a contract with some monster. Although she could use the monster's energy, she would suffer great pain because of it. As for whether there were any other side effects, he did not know. A terrifying chill hit him in the face. The terrifying murderous aura was even more unbearable than the cold. At that moment, Ling Xiao almost made a defensive reaction because this murderous aura seemed to be about to kill him. If one looked carefully, all the creatures within 2 to 3 meters of Cold Plum had lost their lives. Even the tree branches were completely lifeless. What a terrifying murderous aura this was. The most terrifying thing was that Cold Plum's entire body seemed to be shrouded in black gas. Within the black gas, one could faintly see many terrifying skeletons and spirits that were letting out mournful screams. Cold Plum's long black hair had turned gray, as if it had lost its color. Cold Plum, what's wrong with you? Ling Xiao was shocked and immediately rushed towards Cold Plum. What was danger? What was death? For Ling Xiao, Cold Plum's words, in order to protect Master, I'd rather turn into a malicious spirit, was worth it even if he had to give up his life. Such a woman was worth his life to protect. If he really let Cold Plum die like this, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace for the rest of his life. As soon as he was within 2 meters of the Cold Plum, an even more terrifying murderous aura condensed into a strange human head. It opened its bloody mouth and tried to devour Ling Xiao. Boom! Ling Xiao had no choice but to use the scarlet sun feather raiment. Only then did he feel slightly better. Master, don't come over. Because Ling Xiao wasn't wearing a mask, Cold Plum recognized him. Cold Plum's voice was very weak. Every time she spoke, her body would constantly tremble, as if she was being tortured by something. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao's heart was about to break. This pain was more serious than any injury he had ever suffered. What nonsense are you talking about? You're already in this state. If I don't help, who can save you? Ling Xiao wasn't just being impulsive. The reason why he didn't hesitate was because he wanted to help Cold Plum wholeheartedly. It was also because he had the Mountain River martial spirit and the immortal pot that could absorb all souls. No matter what, there was a chance that he could help Cold Plum. Even if there was only a sliver of a chance, he had to try. That terrifying murderous aura enveloped his body. It was even more intense and ferocious than before. His scarlet sun feather raiment was actually extinguished. A sinister feeling directly pierced his soul, causing his entire body to tremble. However, his body was trembling, but his willpower was still as strong as ever. He didn't retreat, he didn't stop. He continued to take firm steps, walking towards Lin Mei. Finally, his hand touched Cold Plum. Boom, in his mind, a terrifying image of a woman appeared. This woman's eyes were gouged out, her legs were chopped off, and blood flowed out from her eyes. The terrifying murderous aura was released from her body. In that instant, Ling Xiao knew everything. This woman, Cold Plum's second martial spirit, had been cruelly treated when she was alive. That was why she had such terrifying anger and murderous intent. She wanted revenge. She wanted to kill everything that was alive. No. Cold Plum screamed in horror. She felt that the murderous aura in her body was beginning to surge towards Ling Xiao, as if it wanted to completely destroy Ling Xiao. Seeing her master like this, Cold Plum's heart was more painful than ever. Little fool, you called me master for such a long time. For me, you can turn into a malicious spirit. What's the big deal if I help you? Could it be that you want your master to be a heartless person? Ling Xiao gently stroked Cold Plum's hair. His heart ached, but there was also some anger. Xiao Dai, I'll have to trouble you to protect me. Don't let anyone disturb us. Ling Xiao released the butterfly girl, and then gently hugged Cold Plum. He no longer concealed anything. The vast will of the Mountain River martial spirit rolled out. The power of the human king that he had been reluctant to use was also used. Finally, his body didn't feel so uncomfortable. That intense murderous aura actually retreated for a moment. Cold Plum's eyes were hazy with tears, wetting her clothes. She followed Ling Xiao and protected Ling Xiao. It was not for anything else, but because Ling Xiao had saved her before. But she was a woman after all. Which girl wasn't sentimental, being treated like this by Ling Xiao? How could she not be moved? How could she not be moved? Thank you, master. Thousands of words converged into a single sentence. Although the words were few, they were filled with emotions. Close your eyes, just leave it to me. Ling Xiao smiled, and the immortal pot appeared above his head. Evildoer, I know you're miserable, but if you want to harm Cold Plum, I won't let you off. The immortal pot opened, and a powerful suction force gushed out. That soul let out a mournful cry, struggling not to be sucked away. You're really tenacious. Ling Xiao coldly snorted. A large amount of soul power poured into the immortal pot, and the suction force became even stronger. No. That soul kept letting out mournful cries. Although it stubbornly resisted, it had no choice and was slowly sucked into the immortal pot. The energy in Cold Plum's body lost its soul control and became restless. It began to rampage in Cold Plum's body. Don't worry, today I will completely convert this energy into yours. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. The Mountain River martial spirit had already wrapped around Cold Plum, and countless inscriptions flickered in the sky. Pooh! The murderous aura that had lost its soul control was too terrifying. It actually injured Ling Xiao, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and become much weaker. Damn it, I didn't expect this guy to be so tenacious. However, I can't give up just like that. Otherwise, Cold Plum will be dead. Taking a deep breath, Ling Xiao clenched his teeth and continued to circulate his Mountain River martial soul to dissolve the terrifying killing intent. Cold Plum's condition improved slightly, but Ling Xiao's condition worsened. Cold Plum's hair returned to its original black color, while Ling Xiao's hair gradually turned gray and withered. At this moment, he was already extremely weak. Boom, at this moment, a strange situation occurred. The blazing sun in the Mountain River martial soul released an intense light. All the darkness that came into contact with this light was instantly burned into nothingness. The ferocious killing intent constantly retreated. What surprised Ling Xiao the most was that after being burned, the killing intent actually merged with the blazing sun and turned into two parts. One returned to day, the other returned to night. Ling Xiao's comprehension of the light and shadow ultimacy actually began to increase rapidly. He actually broke through to the fifth step, the killing intent finally completely disappeared. Ling Xiao slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His weak body was healed by the energy produced by the killing intent, and he actually returned to normal. Cold Plum's cultivation did not return to its original state after this energy refinement. Instead, it remained at the half-step yin-yang realm. Although her half-step yin-yang realm was much weaker than most half-step yin-yang realm experts and required a long period of seclusion to completely stabilize it. However, there was no doubt that this was definitely fortunate for her. Extremely fortunate, this was because even a genius like Ling Xiao could not raise his cultivation to such a terrifying level in such a short period of time. However, Cold Plum did not know this. She was still unconscious, like a cute kitten, curled up in Ling Xiao's arms. She was completely different from her usual cold appearance. Little girl, this is a blessing in disguise. Ling Xiao carried Cold Plum and left the place, directly returning to the academy. After all, it was not safe outside. After putting Cold Plum on his bed, Ling Xiao walked out. So that's how it is. The fifth step of the profound of light and shadow is actually like this. This is probably related to the large amount of killing intent I absorbed from Cold Plum. Outside the room, Ling Xiao sensed his body. Not only had he advanced to the middle stage of the 6 arts sky due to this incident, more importantly, he had also comprehended the fifth step of the light and shadow profound. Although he didn't get as many benefits as Cold Plum, he wasn't jealous. The reason why Cold Plum had improved so much was because she was prepared to sacrifice herself at any time. If it weren't for him, Cold Plum would probably be dead, or her soul and body would have been completely devoured by that malicious spirit. Such things were not uncommon in the profound world. Many warriors who wanted to increase their strength in an instant signed a contract with a demonic creature. In the end, they lost their bodies and souls. There was only one example like Cold Plum in the entire profound world. It was because Ling Xiao had the mountain and river martial spirit. Otherwise, Cold Plum's outcome would be no different from those people. Of course, more importantly, for Ling Xiao, being able to pull Cold Plum out of death was the most joyous thing. As for other things, they were secondary. Looking at Cold Plum who was sleeping soundly, Ling Xiao smiled and didn't disturb her. He found an open place and began to consolidate his current cultivation. The more experts he came into contact with, the more anxious Ling Xiao was to improve his cultivation because he knew that his strength was insufficient. One had to know that the Divine Phoenix continent was just a very weak continent in the profound world. The current him could only survive here cautiously. Every step he took had to be carefully considered. This in itself was a reflection of his insufficient strength. He was someone who wanted to go to the heaven's chosen gate. If he wasn't strong enough, this dream might never be realized. The next day, before the sun rose, Phoenix Academy was already shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. It was even worse than before. Si Kongzun's face was terrifyingly gloomy. An icy aura was constantly released from his body. Phoenix Cry Wushan, who was sitting near him, also had an ugly expression. Heavenly Venerable Miraculous Hand Sun Shang had been assassinated, and it was in the Imperial City. They didn't have a single clue. After a long time, Si Kongzun coldly looked at the subordinates kneeling before him and asked, "Speak, what have you found?" Reporting to the vice principal, "We have carefully investigated the scene. The person who killed Heavenly Venerable Miraculous Hand might have reached the half-step yin-yang realm." "That's all?" "That's all we have for now." Cold sweat dripped down the foreheads of the people kneeling below. Get out, and continue investigating. If you can't find anything, I'll take your head." Si Kongzun was about to go crazy. The Miraculous Hand Heavenly Sovereign, Sun Shang, was someone that the Emperor Lord had invited from the True Devil Empire. Yet, he had died just like that. How was he going to explain this to the Imperial Advisor and the Emperor Lord? "My brother is very dissatisfied with this matter. He asked why you didn't enter the palace with Sun Shang last night." Phoenix Cry Wushan said coldly. Doesn't the crown prince know that I'm injured? Sun Shang, that trash, was killed so easily. If he died at the hands of Feng Qingyan, Flame Thunderbolt, or the dean of Qingshu College, we can still take the opportunity to find fault with him. But now, his death is really useless. Sikong Zun was in awe of the crown prince, Phoenix cried Qishan. But he was not afraid. Because he was strong enough, even the emperor had to respect him, let alone Phoenix cried Qishan. Haha, Dean Sikong, there's no need to be angry. Although Sun Shang's death greatly damaged our vitality, fortunately, Vice Dean Wanzhong's medicinal herbs are about to be transported back. Sun Shang's pill formula is also kept. With our current pharmacist reserves, we can still continue to refine the crisis reversal pill. We won't be completely crushed by Qingshu College. Phoenix Cry Wushan also knew that his tone was a bit too harsh. He smiled and said, I'll take my leave first. The emperor has already sent the Mirror Bureau to investigate this matter. I believe there will be a result soon. Mirror Bureau? The strongest secret organization of the Divine Phoenix Empire? Sikong Zun was stunned and asked. Yes, not only are they strong, but they are also good at solving cases. After speaking, Phoenix Cry Wushan smiled and turned to leave. The sun had already risen. Ling Xiao opened his eyes. After a night of cultivation, not only did he consolidate his current cultivation, he also had a deeper understanding of the fifth step of the light and shadow profound meaning. In just one night, his strength had increased a lot. On the bed, Cold Plum was still in a coma, but it was not a big deal. This kind of coma could last for a month, or it could last for a year. However, after waking up, Cold Plum would become a true half-step Yin-Yang realm expert. I have to refine some medicinal soup for her so that she can soak in it every day. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao called Feng Yanran and asked her to arrange for someone to take care of Cold Plum. Now that Qingshu College was the safest place, it was naturally best to let Cold Plum stay here. Miss Yanran, I have to refine some pills. On one hand, I have to heal Senior Lan. On the other hand, I have to prepare enough medicinal liquid for Cold Plum to soak in. I'll have to trouble you to take care of her for the time being. Don't worry, this is just a small matter. Let her stay at my place from now on. There will be someone to accompany her every day, so there won't be any problems. Thank you. After taking a deep breath, Ling Xiao selected some herbs from the Mountain River realm and began refining them. The Heaven Vein Repair Pill was actually very easy to refine. It took a little more time to prepare the medicinal liquid, but it only took half an hour. He first helped Lan Yu repair her heaven vein, then instructed them to take turns taking care of Cold Plum. He then headed to the Sky Dragon auction house. Of course, other than buying the necessary herbs, he also wanted to inquire about another matter at the auction house. On the way, he heard all the discussions about Sun Shang's death. Although the Phoenix Academy tried their best to hide this matter and suppress the storm, they forgot one thing. If they could plant people in Qingshu College could naturally plant people there as well. Paper couldn't contain fire. Naturally, this matter quickly spread throughout the streets and alleys. Although many people didn't believe it, the storyteller described the entire process vividly. Moreover, Sun Shang didn't show up, so naturally, most people gradually believed it to be the truth. The Phoenix Academy was also in a state of panic. Everyone was in danger. After hearing this and seeing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but think of a phrase, you only have yourself to blame. Originally, he didn't want to use the pills to trick the Phoenix Academy. Who knew that they would make the first move, resulting in today's situation? The Phoenix Academy couldn't even take care of itself. The disciples were trembling when they went out, so they didn't have the time to bother the Qingshu College disciples. In the end, the Qingshu College, which had fewer people, occupied nearly 80% of the cultivation rooms in the Heaven Essence Pagoda. This was considered a gain. However, Ling Xiao didn't forget to eliminate the source of trouble. Yunya was still as coquettish and charming as usual. She was still chatting and laughing as usual. However, in front of Ling Xiao, she was obviously a little afraid. You seem to be very afraid of me? Ling Xiao asked curiously. If this servant speaks the truth, young master, please don't blame me. Yunya smiled and said. Speak. That heavenly venerable miraculous hand Sun Shang was killed by the person behind young master, right? Yunya lowered her voice and asked. It's better not to ask about things that you shouldn't ask. Princess Yunya, in fact, even if Sun Shang was killed by me or the person behind me, you don't have to be afraid. You didn't offend me. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Haha, you're right. Yunya is thinking too much. In fact, she didn't think too much about it. She was mainly afraid that there would be some blind people in the Heavenly Dragon auction house who would go against Ling Xiao and implicate the auction house. That would be bad. What happened this time was the best example. On the surface, Ling Xiao looked like a warrior in the celestial realm. However, no one knew how deep the water was behind him. No one would be able to guess it. Princess Yunya, don't think too much. You and I are friends. Even if there are some misunderstandings, we can sit down and talk about it. Ling Xiao's words set Yunya's mind at ease. Friends? Yes, we are indeed friends. I wonder if young master came to the auction house today for anything other than to buy medicinal herbs? Yunya asked with a smile. Ling Xiao's friend seemed to be very respected. Speaking of which, didn't he kill Shiman Bummy and Li Qingshuo on the street for the sake of friends? Princess Yunya is really smart. I want to ask you about something. Ling Xiao said, I heard that Fengming Wanchong personally went out to look for medicinal herbs for the Phoenix Academy. Is this true? This is absolutely true. In Wan City, which is 500 miles away from the Imperial City, there is also a large trading company that sells medicinal herbs. However, the price is quite expensive. This time, in order to maintain the sales of the crisis reversal pill and avoid losing too much, the Phoenix Academy specially bought these medicinal herbs at 3 times the price. Yunya nodded and said. Haha, isn't this called losing the bait and losing the soldiers? Now that Sun Shang is dead, what can they do with these medicinal herbs? At most, they can refine the crisis reversal pill. They are no longer a threat to us. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Young master, you are wrong. Yunya shook her head and said. Wrong? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment and asked, could it be that other than Sun Shang, there are other high-grade yellow-level alchemists on the Divine Phoenix continent? There aren't any on the Divine Phoenix continent, but there are on the 5 Immortal Island and the White Tiger continent. I wonder if young master has heard of the Righteous Alliance? Yunya asked. Righteous Alliance? Yes, I have heard of it. It is rumored that it is an organization on the Divine Phoenix continent that upholds justice on behalf of the heavens and promotes righteousness. It has done many good deeds, but in recent years, it seems to have become a little overbearing. Ling Xiao nodded and said, Young master, you are right. In the past, the Righteous Alliance was indeed an organization that promoted righteousness and upholds justice on behalf of the heavens. It has saved many people and done many good deeds, but in recent years, it has become a very overbearing organization. It often does things like pointing a deer as a horse, helping a tiger do evil, and distorting the truth. Yunya sighed and said, What I want to say is that the Phoenix Academy seems to be in contact with the Righteous Alliance, and there should be high-grade yellow-level alchemists in the Righteous Alliance. There is such a thing. Hearing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown. Was there no end to this? Princess Yunya, do you know the route that Phoenix Cry uses to transport medicinal herbs? I am not very familiar with the Divine Phoenix continent. He suddenly asked. Ah? Young master, you can't be thinking of. Yunya didn't finish her sentence, but she was truly shocked. Just how terrifying was the expert behind Ling Xiao? After killing Celestial Sovereign Miraculous Hands, he actually wanted to kill Phoenix Cry Wanchong? That's right, I want to sever the Phoenix Academy's hopes. If Phoenix Cry Wanchong dies, the medicinal herb channel will be cut off. I want to see what they have to fight with us. Ling Xiao coldly said. Yunya couldn't help but sigh with sorrow. I say, Divine Phoenix Academy has provoked you. It's really as if they'd provoked a demon king. First, the medicinal pill market was robbed, then Heavenly Sovereign Miraculous Hands was killed. If even Phoenix Cry Wanchong dies after this, Divine Phoenix Academy will really have to tuck its tail between its legs. Is Princess willing to help? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Xianxia sighed and then left the VIP room. After she went out, she came back with a map. On the map was clearly marked a route to Wancheng, as well as a route that caravans had to take. This time, perhaps because Phoenix Cry Wancheng is overseeing things, the Phoenix Academy swallowed a total of 1 billion low-grade spirit stones worth of medicinal herbs in one fell swoop. According to the time, they should already be halfway there. Because the space in a storage ring is limited, it is impossible to store so many things. There will definitely be caravans, and it will be very easy to find them. 1 billion low-grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao couldn't help but stick out his tongue. The Phoenix Academy was really rich. They could easily take out 1 billion low-grade spirit stones to buy medicinal herbs. He really didn't know how rich they were. That's right. With so many low-grade spirit stones, I'm afraid it's all the liquid funds for the Phoenix Academy. After all, they can't all be used for transactions. Most of them are still used for cultivation, array maintenance, and so on. If you really snatch those medicinal herbs, the Phoenix Academy won't be able to recover in a few years. Xianxia smiled. Other than Phoenix Cry Wancheng, are there any other experts in the escort team? Ling Xiao asked again. Other than Phoenix Cry Wancheng, there are 2 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. Their cultivation is around the 5th Grotto Heaven Realm. The other 2 are all Celestial Realm martial artists. Their strength is uneven. Xianxia replied. This Heavenly Dragon auction house seemed to be a simple auction house, but in fact, many things were related. For example, intelligence was one of their businesses. There were also assassins. How many spirit stones do you need to pay for your Yin Yang Realm assassins? Ling Xiao asked. Why? You still want to hire assassins? Xianxia was stunned for a moment and asked. Can't I? Of course you can. The commission is not set. It depends on how far you want to go. Xianxia replied. I just need to restrain Phoenix Cry Wancheng. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said. That's simple. You just need to pay 1,000 high-grade spirit stones or a mortal-grade spiritual artifact. Xianxia smiled. You're really greedy. Do you know how precious 1,000 high-grade spirit stones are? Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. He was weighing whether this deal was worth it. Of course, if you're not willing to pay, you can owe us a favor or refine a yellow-grade super elixir for us. Xianxia said with a smile. This princess really knew how to do business. Ling Xiao was definitely not willing to owe her a favor because he didn't know how to repay her in the future. He could consider refining elixirs. What kind of elixir does your highness need? Ling Xiao asked. A heaven-breaking pill must be perfect. We can provide the materials, but you must be the one to refine it. Xianxia replied. Hiss. Heaven-breaking pill, you guys really dared to dream about it. Perfect grade? Even a yellow-grade super alchemist wouldn't have such confidence. I'm afraid only a mysterious grade alchemist would be able to do so. Ling Xiao sucked in a breath of cold air. The heaven-breaking pill was a pill used to break through the limits of the Grotto Heaven realm and advance to the Yin Yang realm. Its materials were extremely precious. Although Ling Xiao knew how to refine it, with his current strength, it was impossible for him to gather the materials. Furthermore, the success rate of refining it was less than 100%. After all, the better the medicinal pill, the higher the requirement for one's strength. You can't do it? Xianxia said with some disappointment. I can do it, but I need at least 2 sets of herbs. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to succeed. Only 2 sets? Xianxia was a little surprised. In order to refine the heaven-breaking pill, they had found many alchemists, including White Tiger Continent's mysterious grade alchemists. However, these people gave at least 10 sets of herbs. Ling Xiao actually only asked for 2 sets. This was simply unbelievable. Cough cough, then give me 3 sets. I will definitely refine it successfully. Ling Xiao seemed to feel that he asked for too little, so he simply added another set. How about this? We have a total of 5 sets of herbs. It took us a long time to gather them. I will give them all to you. As long as you can refine 1 heaven-breaking pill, it will be enough. Xianxia thought for a while and said. No problem, but can you help me complete the plan first? After all, refining this kind of medicinal pill will take a long time. When Fengming Wanchong returns to the imperial city, there will be no chance. Ling Xiao said. Of course, our assassin can take action at any time. His codename is Scorpion. As long as young master takes action, he will naturally follow. Yunya said with a smile. She wasn't afraid of Ling Xiao going back on his words. Firstly, she believed in Ling Xiao's character. After all, they had worked together so many times. Secondly, if he really went back on his words, their Heavenly Dragon auction house would definitely let Ling Xiao know how powerful they were. Although she was afraid of the expert behind Ling Xiao, it didn't mean that their Heavenly Dragon auction house would be afraid. At most, they would respect him. If they really fell out with him, they could definitely make Ling Xiao disappear from this world silently. Okay, let's go now. Ling Xiao put the herbs into his storage ring, then turned and left the Heavenly Dragon auction house. A moment after he left, a black shadow followed him closely. Scorpion, remember, protecting Ling Xiao is the first priority. Completing his commission comes second. Understood. Watching Scorpion leave, Yunya couldn't help but sigh softly. Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, are you really just a 16-year-old boy? Even I have to admit defeat at your hands. I really pity Fengming Wanchong. As the Vice Dean of the Phoenix Academy, he's going to lose his life on the way. Scorpion's strength wasn't enough to kill Fengming Wanchong, but with the addition of the crafty Ling Xiao, it might not be the case. The rain was pouring down. On the muddy road, a few carriages were moving forward with difficulty. The drivers were wrapped in thick raincoats, and they would burst out with irritated curses from time to time. The carriages creaked as if they would fall apart at any time. Fengming Wanchong was walking at the front of the group, and the rain couldn't get within 1 foot of him. His feet were always 1 foot away from the ground, floating in midair. There wasn't even a speck of dirt on him. As the Vice Dean of the Phoenix Academy and an expert of the Ice Phoenix clan, he was used to living like a prince. Usually, there would be people waiting on him, and the only thing he needed to do was cultivate. But now, the bad weather, the bad road, all made him feel bad. Damn Qingshu College, damn Ling Xiao, you little bastard. When I go back, I won't let you off easily. Fengming Wanchong cursed angrily, and his mood became even more irritated. In their group, 5 people had storage rings, and each of them had a portion of medicinal herbs. But unfortunately, there were too many medicinal herbs. These 5 storage rings were only immortal-grade artifacts, and the things they could hold were limited. There was no way they could hold so many medicinal herbs. That was why there were so many medicinal herbs in the dozen carriages. The carriages continued to move forward. Fengming Wanchong closed his eyes, trying to calm his anger through cultivation. However, just as he relaxed his vigilance, a loud roar suddenly came from the carriages behind him, followed by the screams of the martial artists escorting the carriages. He jerked his head back to look. It was a man in black. A man in black wrapped himself from head to toe like a dumpling. Obviously, the other party didn't intend to let him know his identity. Judging from the other party's aura, he should be a professional assassin. This place was already very close to the Imperial City. Phoenix Cry Wanchong did not expect to encounter an assassination attempt here. By the time he reacted, only he and the 2 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists were left in good condition. The rest were either injured or dead. The other party acted very quickly and did not deliberately take their lives. They only crippled those people's combat power, so they saved a lot of time. Who are you? Don't you know that this is the Phoenix Academy's convoy? You have to pay the price for harming my Phoenix Academy's people. Phoenix Cry Wanchong felt the other party's powerful aura, so he did not immediately attack. He only questioned angrily. The black-cloaked man did not speak nonsense and attacked again. His target was the 2 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. Assassins never spoke nonsense. A person who spoke nonsense could not be an assassin. Bastard! How could Phoenix Cry Wanchong not be angry when he saw this? You too, protect the herbs. I'll kill this guy and go to the Imperial City to get reinforcements. This person was originally an impulsive person. In the face of an assassin's provocation, he would definitely not be able to hold back. After he finished speaking, he rushed out. The assassin revealed a smile under his mask. After successfully luring the enemy, he turned and leaped into the distance. "Where do you think you're going?" Phoenix Cry Wanchong roared and chased after him. "Humph, no matter who you are, you will definitely die if you provoke our vice president." The two Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists were a little angry, but at the same time, they were very glad. Being able to escort the herbs with Phoenix Cry Wanchong, the two of them would not be killed. Otherwise, with the assassin's strength, it would be very easy to kill them. However, before they could finish rejoicing, they suddenly saw a person quickly approaching. Could it be that the black-clothed man had returned? No. It's him. It's that ghost mask. Ling Xiao, who was wearing a ghost mask, came close. He then gently lifted the mask and smiled at the two people. "Thank you for your hard work. I will take these herbs." Ling Xiao's storage ring wasn't particularly large, so it couldn't store so many things. However, his mountain river world wasn't a problem at all. Purely in terms of space, his mountain river world had unlimited space. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and the herbs rushed into the mountain river world. "It's Ling Xiao from Xianxia College. This brat is courting death. Kill him." When the two Grotto Heaven Realm experts saw this, they didn't think too much about it. After all, the herbs they were guarding were about to be taken away. How could they have the leisure to think about anything else? The two of them attacked Ling Xiao from the left and right, using their respective void arts to attack him. However, in the face of their attacks, Ling Xiao acted as if he didn't see them at all and continued to collect those medicinal herbs at a leisurely pace. In midair, the two of them suddenly had a very bad feeling. But he couldn't tell why. Die. Amidst the chaos, the two of them did not stop attacking. They continued to attack Ling Xiao together. "Damn it, it's you." A smile suddenly appeared on Ling Xiao's face. Two rainbow-colored beams of light shot through the heads of the two Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. In order to save trouble, Ling Xiao simply acted as bait and let the butterfly lady launch a sneak attack. Naturally, it was twice the result with half the effort. When the two corpses fell to the ground, Ling Xiao ejected a crimson sun all from his hand and pierced through the two corpses. The two corpses quickly burned. A moment later, only 2 storage rings were left on the ground. There was nothing else in the storage rings. They were all medicinal herbs. Ling Xiao naturally took them all. These medicinal herbs were relatively cheap. The advantage was that there were enough of them. In the future, when he used them to make Spirit Pill of Heaven Reversal, he wouldn't have to look for them everywhere. Next, it's time for Phoenix Cry Wanchong. Looking at the battle in the distance, Ling Xiao revealed a sinister smile. Bang! In the Phoenix Academy, a person covered in blood fell from midair. It attracted countless people to watch. "Oh my god, it's the vice president of Phoenix Cry Wanchong. How did this happen? How did he get injured like this?" Phoenix Cry Wanchong was sent to the treatment room, and the pharmacist started the emergency treatment. Phoenix Cry Wanchong, who was awakened by the pain, grabbed Si Kongzun, who was standing beside him, and shouted in an extremely weak voice, "Damn it. All the medicinal herbs are destroyed. I'm also seriously injured and almost lost my life. Do you know who did it?" Si Kongzun asked in shock. If it was a martial artist in the Grotto Heaven Realm who was ambushed halfway, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, a Yinyang Realm expert was in such a miserable state. He couldn't help but be surprised. It must be Xianxia College. It must be those bastards. Phoenix Cry Wanchong didn't have any evidence, so he could only shout hysterically. Si Kongzun sighed. He also knew that Xianxia College must have done all this. Even Xianxia College had killed Sun Shang. However, there was no evidence. Everything was fabricated. More importantly, they didn't have the strength to crush Xianxia College. This was the most important thing. "Brother Wanchong, you should rest and recover first. Leave the rest to me and the dean." Si Kongzun patted Phoenix Cry Wanchong's shoulder lightly and walked out of the treatment room. According to the pharmacists, Phoenix Cry Wanchong was severely injured this time. It would take at least a year for him to recover. This meant that the opponent was very strong. At the very least, they were as strong as Phoenix Cry Wanchong. After experiencing Sun Shang's death, Phoenix Cry Wanchong's injuries, and the theft of his medicinal herbs, Si Kongzun started to feel fear. Who could be so strong? Could it be outside help that Xianxia College found? He didn't know. However, after experiencing all this, the Phoenix Academy had suffered a heavy blow. Could it be that they had no choice but to cooperate with the Righteous Alliance? Si Kongzun sighed. Although the pill market wasn't the Phoenix Academy's only source of income, losing the pill market meant that the Phoenix Academy's biggest source of income was cut off. Moreover, they had lost 1 billion low-grade spirit stones this time. This was definitely a heavy blow to the Phoenix Academy. Sitting alone in the conference room, Si Kongzun started to regret listening to Sun Shang's words and using that nonsensical pill war tactic. Although they had achieved good results in the beginning, they had now forced themselves into a dead end. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets now. If he wanted to save the Phoenix Academy, he could only seek help from the God Emperor and the Righteous Alliance. Thinking of this, he stood up and disappeared from the meeting hall in a flash. Ling Xiao had already returned to Xianxia College. He used the 5 sets of medicinal herbs to refine 4 heaven-breaking pills. Although the success rate was less than 100%, it was still very high. He kept 3 of them for himself. The butterfly lady didn't need these pills. As long as she continued to grow, her strength would soar, and she would be even faster than Ling Xiao. However, he and the people around him would definitely need them. As for the remaining pill, he naturally went to the auction house. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with the assassins from the Heavenly Dragon auction house. The Heavenly Dragon auction house was also very satisfied with his skybreaking pill. It was a win-win situation. While walking on the streets, he noticed a strange phenomenon. There were very few disciples from the Phoenix Academy. Even when walking on the streets, they were trembling with fear. They would hide from him or the disciples from Xianxia College. Their usual arrogance was completely gone. The matter was not over yet. The Phoenix Academy was still putting up a final resistance. The Emperor ordered them to investigate the murderer of Sun Shang and Fengming Wanchong. They even went to Xianxia College to investigate. However, after 7 days of investigation, they did not find anything. It would be strange if they found anything. After all, no one would have expected that the one who seriously injured Sun Shang and Fengming Wanchong was Ling Xiao. Although the people from Phoenix Academy hated Ling Xiao, they could not link him to the murderer. As for the other people from Phoenix Academy, they did not know about this at all. Ling Xiao did not have time to tell them. After the investigation, the Emperor was in trouble. The Fire Phoenix tribe brought up the impeachment case. They claimed that the Emperor believed the Phoenix Academy's one-sided accusation without any evidence. This caused serious damage to Xianxia College's reputation. Although it sounded easy, it was a very serious problem for the Emperor, who was about to step down. There were many discussions on the streets. The Ice Phoenix tribe's popularity reached a freezing point. If this continued, the Fiery Phoenix tribe would definitely win the election next year. In order to appease the anger of the Fire Phoenix tribe and solve this problem, the Emperor had no choice but to apologize to the Clear Void Academy in front of everyone in the Imperial City. He also ordered the Divine Phoenix Academy to compensate the Clear Void Academy with 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The Fire Phoenix tribe did not continue to pursue the matter. They knew that if they continued to pursue the matter after the Emperor apologized, they would only waste the points they had accumulated. The situation was just right. Xianxia College had forced a monarch to apologize. This kind of glory was probably unparalleled in the Divine Phoenix continent. Moreover, even though the Emperor had apologized, it still caused dissatisfaction among many people. The magnanimity of the Fiery Phoenix tribe won many favorable impressions. Deep in the palace, the Emperor even threw an inkstone at the Grand Tutor's face and scolded, "From now on, the Phoenix Academy's mess should be cleaned up by yourselves. Don't come looking for me. You're all a bunch of trash. You can't accomplish anything, but you're good at ruining things." The Righteous Alliance could see where the wind was blowing, and upon discovering this situation, it was unwilling to get involved in this rotten matter. Without the support of the Sovereign Emperor and the Righteous Alliance, the Phoenix Academy was finally forced to withdraw from the pill market. In the end, they were forced to sell the market to Xianxia College and the Celestial Dragon auction house at a low price. The higher-ups of the Phoenix Academy were so angry that they almost vomited blood. She was determined to take revenge on Xianxia College in other ways. But now, they had to tuck their tails between their legs. Thus, the pill war that had lasted nearly 2 months ended with Xianxia College's complete victory. From losing so much that they were on the verge of bankruptcy to winning so much in the end, it was all because Ling Xiao had come out of seclusion. Now, almost everyone knew that Ling Xiao had a pill refinement expert who surpassed Heavenly Sovereign miraculous hands behind him. Naturally, the Ice Phoenix tribe also wanted to win over Ling Xiao instead of targeting him. Even Emperor Divine Phoenix, who had always been high and mighty, knew of Ling Xiao's great name. Ling Xiao didn't feel much about this. In fact, after severely injuring Phoenix Cry Wanchong, he had gone into seclusion in the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda. No matter how famous he was or how much of a ruckus he caused, he was well aware of his own situation. His cultivation was too low, and he couldn't afford to let his guard down. On this day, Ling Xiao came out of seclusion once more. The most discussed topic in the outside world was no longer the battle between Phoenix Academy and Xianxia College, but something else. It was said that the Black Crow Empire had provoked another war at the border, and the Divine Phoenix Emperor was going to select several young disciples from the 2 academies to assist in the war and train them at the same time. Only on the battlefield could a true martial artist be honed. Martial artists who only knew how to cultivate were ultimately far behind others in terms of combat power. Many young people were rubbing their hands and preparing to show off their skills. After all, if they had military merits, not only would they be able to obtain a high position, but they would also be able to obtain better martial arts, resources, and Dharma treasures. Why were they called the 10 Great Phoenixes? It was because they had withstood the test of the battlefield. They were all people who had military merits, so they were the focus of the empire's cultivation. Of course, in addition to those rewards, many people also hoped to attract the attention of the 5 Immortals Island. If they could successfully join the 5 Immortals Island, it would be an excellent opportunity for these young people to make a great leap. Just like the martial artists of the Sky Dragon continent in the past who joined the 12th sex, not only would they bring honor to their families, but they would also have a better future. Along the way, anyone who saw Ling Xiao would either make way for him or respectfully bow to him. Although Ling Xiao looked a little slovenly because of his close to a month of seclusion, no one dared to laugh at him. This was the dignity that came with strength. If you were a good-for-nothing, it would be useless even if you wore gold and silver. Others would only treat you as a good-for-nothing. However, if you were a powerhouse, no one would dare to look down on you even if you wore tattered clothes and looked ugly. Countless beauties would even throw themselves at you. This world was so realistic, so simple and direct. If you had strength, you would be respected. If you did not have strength, you would only be bullied. Below the Heaven Essence Pagoda, there was a very luxurious palanquin. The people carrying the palanquin were all celestial realm martial artists. Standing beside the palanquin was none other than the Fire Phoenix tribe's crown prince, Feng Yinshan. Seeing this person, Ling Xiao was a little surprised. Even if he was famous enough, compared to this crown prince, there was still a big gap. Why would he be waiting for him here? Brother Ling, I have been waiting here for a long time. He also changed the way he addressed himself from this crown prince to this crown prince. Unknowingly, he lowered himself and raised Ling Xiao. Your Royal Highness is waiting for me here? Hee, could there be a mistake? I am just a small disciple of Xianxia College. How would I dare to trouble you? Perhaps it was because of what happened on the Sky Dragon continent, but Ling Xiao was not very friendly to these imperial disciples. Brother Ling, you must be joking. You can refine yellow-grade pills, and your alchemist level is not lower than Sun Shang's. Of course, you are qualified. Feng Yinshan was not angry and kept smiling. Alright, there is no need for these pleasantries. Your Royal Highness, are you looking for me for something? Although Ling Xiao did not like the imperial disciples, there was no need to offend them. He wanted to know why the crown prince was looking for him. That's right. Feng Yinshan nodded and said, I'm here on the orders of the emperor to invite Brother Ling to the imperial palace. The emperor invited me? But I don't seem to know him? Ling Xiao frowned. The imperial palace was not a good place to go. As the saying went, accompanying the emperor was like accompanying a tiger. It would be very troublesome if others wanted to find fault with him. When he was in the holy city, he was fearless with the Moon Maiden by his side. But now, he was really a little hesitant. The emperor was from the Ice Phoenix clan, and the Ice Phoenix clan was obviously the power behind the Phoenix Academy. Who could guarantee that this was not a trap? After hearing Ling Xiao's words, Feng Yinshan was a little embarrassed. Could it be that the Celestial Emperor wanted to invite a person? Did he have to know that person? This Ling Xiao was really arrogant. He did not even give face to the emperor. Seeing that Feng Yinshan did not speak, Ling Xiao suddenly smiled and asked, "If I don't go, what will the emperor do?" Feng Yinshan was about to answer, but Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Forget it, you don't have to answer. Anyway, you don't dare to speak the truth. How about this? I'm in a sorry state. How about I go back to the academy to change my clothes and wash up? Otherwise, people will say that I'm disrespectful to the emperor. That wouldn't be good." "It's fine. The banquet will start tonight. I'll personally go to Xianxia College to welcome you." Feng Yinshan smiled. Ling Xiao was a little puzzled. Feng Yinshan was so polite to him. Could it be that he had taken a liking to him? Thinking of this, he could not help but feel a chill down his spine. He ran back to Xianxia College as if he was running for his life. Actually, changing clothes was fake. Discussing this matter with Feng Qingyan was real. Now that the Moon Maiden was not by his side, he could only rely on Feng Qingyan. He had to hug this thigh. After returning to the academy, Ling Xiao told Feng Qingyan about this matter in detail. Feng Qingyan also had the same worries and expressed his willingness to go to the banquet with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. With Feng Qingyan around, even if he wanted to escape, it would be easier. Anyway, if he didn't bring Feng Qingyan along, he wouldn't go. One must always be on guard against others. At night, Feng Yinshan really came to welcome them personally. When he saw that Feng Qingyan wanted to follow, he didn't say anything. "Your Highness, do you know why the emperor wants to see me?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. "Well, to be honest, I'm not sure either, but it's very likely to be related to three things." In the Palanquin, Feng Yinshan speculated. First, the two great academies are heading to the border to participate in the battle trial. You will probably be going, so the emperor will probably express some encouragement. I've already investigated, and you are not the only one attending tonight's banquet. Aside from you, there are also young disciples from the Phoenix Academy and the Imperial family. Secondly, the expert behind you, let alone the Celestial Emperor. Even little Wang wanted to befriend him. This was probably one of the reasons. Third, there are many young women in the Ice Phoenix clan, and many of them are unmarried. I suspect that they may want to marry you. Damn, why do people from the Imperial family like to use this method to rope people in? Ling Xiao couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. In the past, when he was on the Heavenly Dragon continent, the Saint Emperor had also done this. He wanted to control him by marrying Hai Myung Ko to him. Now, he was encountering such a thing again. He felt a little disgusted. Feng Yinshan smiled awkwardly and didn't comment on this. This was because he had also thought of choosing an outstanding woman from the Fire Phoenix clan to marry Ling Xiao. Fortunately, he hadn't said anything yet. Otherwise, it would have been a little ugly today. It was obvious that Ling Xiao was very disgusted by this kind of thing. This doesn't seem to be the direction of the Imperial Palace? When the palanquin was halfway there, Ling Xiao keenly noticed that this direction was even further away from the Imperial Palace, so he couldn't help but ask. "That's right, we're not going to the Imperial Palace, but to Ling Yu's courtyard." Feng Yinshan nodded and said, "Perhaps Brother Ling doesn't know, but Ling Yu Courtyard is a rare leisure spot in the Imperial City. It's a summer retreat for members of the Imperial family. If you stay in the Imperial City for a while, you'll know about this place." Ling Yu's courtyard? I've actually heard people mention it before. It's said that the food and wine there are the most expensive in the Imperial City, and the orchestral music there is the most beautiful in the Imperial City, even better than the musicians of the palace? Ling Xiao curiously asked. Precisely. Ling Yu's courtyard was built for Ji Fuling and Yu Shangyue. In the past, it was their residence, and outsiders were not allowed to enter. Feng Yinshan sighed. Later on, when the two of them left the Divine Phoenix continent, the Righteous Alliance transformed this place into a leisure spot for the members of the imperial family. Although the price has gone up, it feels like the style has gone down. This lowly king has been there a few times, and the food and wine are truly worthy of their reputation. It's just that the competition is too severe. As he spoke, Feng Yinshan stared at Ling Xiao, wanting to determine from Ling Xiao's reaction whether or not Ling Xiao knew of the matter between Ji Fuling and Yu Xianyue. But he was disappointed. Although Ling Xiao had heard of these two people and suspected that he might be their son, he had only thought about it and wasn't sure. The palanquin quickly arrived at Ling Yu's courtyard. But after entering, they all got out of the palanquins. One could see that there were many extremely luxurious palanquins at the entrance. Some of them were worth tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones. Even the cheapest was worth several 100,000. One could see that the people inside were truly wealthy and influential guests. According to the rules of Ling Yu's courtyard, carriages and palanquins are not allowed to enter. We can only walk. Feng Yinshan explained. It's fine. Ling Xiao wasn't some rich young master. He had suffered hardships growing up. Let alone walking, even walking backwards wouldn't be a big deal. Inside the courtyard, there were truly beautiful mountains and limpid waters. It was a completely different world. It felt like the space inside the courtyard was much larger than it appeared from the outside. Even the mountains and rivers could be accommodated. It was truly rather special. The air was suffused with the fragrance of water vapor and flowers, making one feel refreshed and energized. It truly is a good place. If I lived here for a long time, I might never get sick. Ling Xiao sighed and began to carefully examine the structure of the courtyard. Perhaps because he was proficient in formations, he was able to immediately notice that the layout of this courtyard was very special. This was the vast return formation of green mountains and clear water. This kind of formation was more inclined towards feng shui. It could condense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the righteous energy. If one lived here for a long time, not only would they feel comfortable, but they would also be able to feel the righteous energy between heaven and earth. Unfortunately, the deeper he went, the tighter his brows furrowed. This formation seemed to have been destroyed by someone. The green mountains and clear waters were preserved, but the righteous energy was not as strong as before. There were some decadent sounds mixed in the air, which made one feel uncomfortable. What expert or noble? They're just a bunch of vulgar people. Ling Xiao looked disdainfully in the direction of that decadent voice. The aura of the vulgar world was gathering in the air, making this peaceful place seem noisy and uneasy. The three of them walked for a long time before a massive pavilion appeared in front of them. They were surrounded by a green lake and beautiful lotus flowers, with fish swimming in the water. A few people were seated on the pavilion, drinking and chatting merrily. It's over there. This lowly king should return. Uncle Qingyan, protect Brother Ling. If this really is a feast at Treacherous Gate, you must escort him back safely. Feng Yinshan suddenly stopped and said, if there's no other way, just send the signal. I'll bring soldiers over. Ling Xiao was truly rather surprised. Feng Yinshan had gone to such lengths to win him over. He felt rather embarrassed. Your Highness, be at ease. With me here, no one will be able to harm a single hair on Ling Zhao's head, unless they step over my corpse. Feng Qingyan nodded and said. Uncle Qingyan, there's no need to be so nervous. Even if this is a feast at Treacherous Gate, the Emperor wouldn't dare to risk universal condemnation. We've already impeached him for investigating the Qingshu College incident. That matter just passed, and if he causes another scandal, he'll immediately be forced to step down. Feng Yinshan smiled and said, Brother Ling, this lowly king bids farewell. Clasping his hands, Feng Yinshan turned and left. Your Highness, take care. After bidding farewell to Feng Yinshan, Ling Xiao followed Feng Qingyan to the pavilion. The closer he got, the more he felt that this pavilion was far too vulgar. It simply didn't fit in with the surroundings. This pavilion originally didn't exist here, only a vast lake and plants. It truly was a good place, but when the Righteous Alliance built this pavilion, it ruined the feng shui. Perhaps because he could see Ling Zhao's disgust, Feng Qingyan explained. From this, it can be seen that the Righteous Alliance really isn't anything good. Ling Xiao shook his head. He had never interacted with the Righteous Alliance before, but from Yunya's words and what he had seen today, he was almost completely certain. No matter how powerful the Righteous Alliance was, it was still just a bunch of ordinary people. From time to time, sounds of laughter could be heard coming from the pavilion. It seemed to be a joyous and harmonious atmosphere. Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyan walked to the bottom of the pavilion, but they were stopped by the Imperial guards who were guarding there. "Tell me your name." "Ling Xiao." "Feng Qingyan." "Ling Xiao can go up, but Feng Qingyan can't." "You're not invited." The Imperial guard shook his head. "What if I insist that he go up with me?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. He wasn't stupid. If this was really a feast at Hongmen, he would be courting death if he went alone. You could say that he was a coward. It was fine to say that he was cautious. In short, he only had one life, so he wouldn't do such a stupid thing. This is the rule. No one can violate it. The Imperial Guard said. All right then. Vice Principal Qingyan, let's go back. The Celestial Emperor doesn't welcome me. Ling Xiao didn't intend to barge in. The Celestial Emperor had his own rules, and he didn't want to break them. However, he had his own rules as well. He was a guest, not a prisoner. At most, he wouldn't participate in this banquet. What happened? Just as Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyan were about to leave, a voice came from the pavilion. Then, there were footsteps coming down the stairs. Soon, a young man wearing a gold-threaded crown and gorgeous clothes appeared in front of Ling Xiao. This person was very fair and clean, and he was dressed very fancily. If one didn't look carefully, they might have mistaken him for a girl. The corners of his mouth and the tips of his eyebrows were always filled with arrogance and pride, as if everyone in front of him was inferior to him. Young Master Jia, this person insisted on bringing an unrelated person up. We stopped him and he wanted to leave. The Imperial Guard looked respectfully at the young man and clasped his hands. How dare you? The Celestial Emperor has invited you. Do you think you can come and go as you please? Young Master Jia looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, Kid, go up obediently, and I'll reward you with a cup of wine. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the punishment of the Bright Mirror Bureau. There was a strong sense of command and threat in this person's tone. It was as if whatever he said, others had to listen. If they didn't listen, then it was impossible. Ling Xiao didn't pay attention to him at all. Instead, he continued to walk outside with Feng Qingyan. So what if he offended the Celestial Emperor? It wasn't like he hadn't offended him before. If he could make the Phoenix Academy complain incessantly, he could make the Celestial Emperor step down. The other party had better not offend him. Bastard, stop right there. Young Master Jia was anxious. He didn't expect these two people to not give him face. Even if the Celestial Emperor saw him, he would have to give him some face. Even if the Celestial Emperor was the Crown Prince, he would still be on equal footing. These two people dared to ignore him. He had never seen such an arrogant fool before. Uncle Qingyan, have you seen that idiot before? Ling Xiao asked with a smile as he walked. I haven't seen him before. He's probably a stupid dog that no family has taken good care of. In the Imperial City, he really thinks he's so great. Even the Celestial Emperor wouldn't dare to act like this. Feng Qingyan shook his head and said with a smile. Bastard. Young Master Jia was really angry. His face darkened. A sword had appeared in his hand at some point. He then condensed a sword move and stabbed at Ling Xiao from behind. The sword chi tore through the air, producing a strange whistling sound. Those who have attacked me are basically all dead. Ling Xiao suddenly turned around and revealed a sinister smile. An overwhelming killing intent rushed toward young Master Jia. This terrifying killing intent could destroy and kill everything. It was extremely terrifying. Young Master Jia actually stopped midway. He was actually intimidated by this killing intent. No. Impossible. How could I, young Master Jia, be intimidated by a mere killing intent? Impossible. The young man's anger exploded again. The cold light on his sword became even more intense. You're courting death. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. With a flick of his finger, a pocket-sized crimson sun all pierced through the air. Immediately, sword light shot out in all directions. It was incomparably fierce. Boom! The entire long corridor shook a few times. The nearby water surface was blasted up to a height of 10 feet. Young Master Jia only felt an extremely terrifying force coming from the sword. His body involuntarily retreated. Then, he directly hit the stairs and fell into the water. Young Master Jia, who had finally stopped, was in an extremely sorry state. He was like a drenched chicken. At this moment, Ling Xiao's aura returned to normal. It was as if he had never made a move. Feng Qingyan, who was at the side, was also shocked. He could feel that Ling Xiao's strength had increased again. Moreover, in terms of control of heavenly origin energy, he was probably even more exquisite than the 10 great phoenixes. He could release and retract as he wished. It was simply a smooth operation that had reached perfection. Young Master Jia, right? When you walk on the street in the future, you'd better pay attention to your words and actions. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Ling Xiao sneered and turned to leave again. Young Master Jia, who was picked out of the water, was extremely angry. The young man in front of him seemed to be younger than him, but he actually dared to teach him a lesson. His father had never beaten him like this since he was young. This person actually dared to hit him. He couldn't take this lying down. I'll kill you. Young Master Jia's anger had already gone to his head. He didn't care about anything else. He flew into a rage and wanted to kill Ling Xiao on the spot. Letting you live is because I don't want to dirty my hands. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Ling Xiao was already annoyed by his pestering. If it was any other time, he would have already killed him. However, the emperor and the others were in the pavilion today, so he couldn't give others an excuse to find trouble with him. However, if the other party kept provoking him, he wouldn't mind sending him on his way. A cold sword intent was released. Ling Xiao really wanted to kill. Wait a moment. This is a quiet place. It's better not to act rashly. A voice rang out, instantly dissolving the tense atmosphere. Ling Xiao withdrew his sword intent and looked at the person indifferently. So it's the young master of the Divine Phoenix Auction House, Phoenix Cry Wushan, Ling Xiao said with a smile. It's rare that Brother Ling still remembers me. Phoenix Cry Wushan also smiled, then looked at young Master Jia and said, Young Master Jia, give me some face today and don't argue. After all, it's not good for your righteous alliance. If it weren't for you, I would definitely kill him today. Young Master Jia snorted coldly and jumped up the pavilion. Phoenix Cry Wushan looked at Ling Xiao and said, Brother Ling, please come to the banquet. Naturally, Vice Principal Qingyan can also come along. In that case, Vice Principal, let's go. Ling Xiao wasn't an unreasonable person. He also didn't want to fall out with the emperor, but he definitely had to bring Feng Qingyan, his bodyguard. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a good time at the Hongmen banquet. All right. Feng Qingyan nodded. Together with Ling Xiao, he followed Feng Mingwu Mountain's guidance and went up to the pavilion. This pavilion was very big, and there were some tables and chairs carved from white jade on display. They were clean and tidy, and they looked noble and luxurious. The patterns engraved on it were all the handiwork of a master sculptor. Among the common folk, white jade was an extremely precious gem. However, here, it could be carved into a table and chair and placed casually. Perhaps this was the privilege of warriors, the privilege of nobles. In the middle of the pavilion, there was a woman holding a pipa. She was playing a moving piece of string music. Beside her, there was a sexy and beautiful woman dancing for her. It was clear that these women had been carefully selected. Not only were their heights exactly the same, even their appearances were top-notch. They were very attentive when they played and danced. Every frown and smile seemed to be able to hook one's soul. This wasn't an illusion of Ling Xiao's. It really existed. These women all hoped to be able to catch the eye of the people present. After all, those who had the qualifications to enter Ling Yu's courtyard were all extremely wealthy and respectable. The appearance of Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyan did not alarm many people. There were many young talents sitting in the pavilion, but they seemed to be disdainful of Ling Xiao. Their eyes were all on the beautiful woman dancing gracefully. Only the monarch smiled slightly at Ling Xiao, which could be considered as a signal. Ling Xiao did not care about these people's contempt. Status was not obtained by pretending, but by strength. Even though these people looked down on him in every possible way, their strength was inferior to his. When he went out, others would only respect him, Ling Xiao, more. There were more than 20 young talents present. Ling Xiao did not know most of them, but there were a few who looked familiar. For example, Feng Mingwu Shan was one of them. Young Master Jia, who had a conflict with him just now, was also one of them. Another one was Yanpeng from the Great Rock clan, who had a grudge with him in the Divine Phoenix auction house. Then there were the two siblings, Feng Mingyu and Feng Mingbo, whose cultivation had been destroyed by him but later recovered. Feng Yanran was also present. Among his acquaintances, she was probably the only one who had the best relationship with him. These people were either descendants of aristocrats or the young masters of large sections. Anyway, all of them had prominent statuses. In comparison, Ling Xiao appeared very shabby. But in terms of strength, Ling Xiao believed that no one present was his match. Now in the entire imperial city, other than the 10 great phoenixes and a few other geniuses, Ling Xiao really did not think that there was anyone who was stronger than him. It seemed that this was not some hangmen banquet. Otherwise, other than the monarch, if no one present was his match, then what was the point? After observing the people present, Ling Xiao prepared to find a place to sit. But he realized that there was no empty seat in the pavilion. That young Master Jia had occupied 3 seats by himself. He actually reclined there and then looked at Ling Xiao mockingly. At this time, the rest of the people also looked at Ling Xiao. Most of them let out cold laughter, as if being able to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself was something worth being happy about. Ling Xiao, Uncle Qingyan, sit with me. Just as Ling Xiao was about to turn and leave, Feng Yanran stood up and said with a smile. Seeing this scene, a black color suddenly appeared between young Master Jia's brows, as if he was angry again. The two of you should sit with me. Yanran is a princess and a girl. It's not appropriate for you to sit with her. Young Master Jia said. He seemed to be suppressing his anger. After all, in front of the monarch, he did not dare to act recklessly. However, Ling Xiao did not seem to hear him at all. He and Feng Qingyan walked to Feng Yanran's side and sat down. Bastard, how dare you embarrass me in front of so many people? Young Master Jia was immediately furious. His murderous aura once again filled the air and pressed towards Ling Xiao. In front of the monarch, he actually dared to act like this. It meant that he was used to being arrogant. When everyone saw this scene, they were all surprised. This young Master Jia's temper was not very good. No one present was willing to offend him. This Ling Xiao actually dared to ignore this young Master Jia. He was really bold. Sure enough, as the rumors said, Ling Xiao was really an arrogant and daring person. Jia Yun, let's talk about it later. Today is the monarch's banquet. Don't be rude. At this time, the voice of Feng Ming Wushan rang out again. Although it was light, it was very useful. It seemed that this young Master Jia Yun was somewhat afraid of Phoenix Cry Wushan. Otherwise, with his character, it was impossible for him to be so obedient. When Jia Yun heard this, he glared at Ling Xiao fiercely, but in the end, he did not flare up. Long live His Majesty! After Ling Xiao sat down, he cupped his hands towards the monarch and said. When he came in, he realized that this monarch was more majestic than he had imagined. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to win the position of monarch in the previous competition. In Ling Xiao's opinion, the Divine Phoenix Empire's monarch was a very powerful figure. He was probably even more powerful than Feng Yinshan and Feng Mingqishan. If it weren't for the fact that the Divine Phoenix Empire's monarch could only be re-elected once, Feng Yinshan and Feng Mingqishan probably wouldn't have anything to do with him for a total of 8 years. Just by looking at his face, one could tell that this emperor was a scheming person. On the surface, he looked like a gentle and kind uncle. However, no one knew what this uncle was thinking in his heart. I'm sure all of you already know that this is Ling Xiao, the genius who defeated the Blood Skull in a public duel. The monarch pointed at Ling Xiao and introduced him simply with a smile. Although most of the people present knew Ling Xiao's identity, there were still some who didn't. Some people were so engrossed in their cultivation that they didn't know anything about what was going on outside. For example, Ning Ku, who Ling Xiao had met before, had been in seclusion in the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda. He didn't know how powerful he was and insisted on finding trouble with him. In the end, he was taught a lesson. Originally, these people didn't care much about Ling Xiao. However, when they heard this, they were slightly surprised. Although being able to defeat the Blood Skull wasn't a big deal, it was still something to be proud of. No wonder the monarch invited him to the border trial this time. In the end, he's just a lowly human. Some people just didn't pay attention to the situation. The one who spoke was none other than Yanpeng. That day at the Divine Phoenix auction house, Ling Xiao made Yanpeng lose face. Later, Yanpeng sent a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist to kill Ling Xiao. However, that Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist died in the end. This caused Yanpeng to be punished by his family. Until today, his butt still hurt. He had completely placed this debt on Ling Xiao's head and hated Ling Xiao to the bone. Although he was afraid of Ling Xiao, what was this place? He was not afraid that Ling Xiao would fly into a rage out of humiliation. That's right. He only defeated the Blood Skeleton, ranked 20th in the Phoenix Academy. There's really nothing to brag about. Since he's so arrogant and despotic, it's obvious that he's not a good person. Jia Yun took the opportunity to mutter. The Blood Skull was indeed nothing in his eyes. Hee, the Emperor has already made his judgment on how we defeated the Blood Skull. Could it be that the two of you think you're wiser than the Emperor? Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. His words made Yanpeng and Jia Yun's faces turn ugly. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I'm not trying to deny your words. Yanpeng hurriedly stood up and knelt on the ground to apologize to the Emperor. On the other hand, Jia Yun's character was arrogant to the extreme. Moreover, he was also extremely stupid. He did not apologize to the Celestial Emperor. Instead, he said indifferently, the Celestial Emperor is a magnanimous person. Why would you care about such trivial matters? Moreover, what I said was not wrong. Putting aside whether the Emperor was magnanimous or not, with your idiotic attitude, sooner or later, you'll die without knowing why. Ling Xiao shook his head inwardly. This Jia Yun had really been spoiled by his elders. They had spoiled him to the point that he became an idiot. Ha ha ha, it's fine, it's fine. Jia Yun has always been a straightforward person. The Emperor laughed, but no one knew what he was thinking in his heart. Brother Ling probably doesn't know much about the people here. Let me introduce them to you. This young Master Jia Yun is one of the young lords of the Righteous Alliance. I'm sure Brother Ling already knows that. This Lingyu courtyard is now the property of the Righteous Alliance. Feng Mingwu Shan was a person who knew how to read people's expressions. In order to dissolve the awkward atmosphere, he began to introduce the young talents present to Ling Xiao. Of course, the main point was still Jia Yun. Yanpeng was a member of the Great Peng race. Ling Xiao knew this. Feng Yanran was a princess of the Fire Phoenix race. Ling Xiao also knew this. Feng Mingbo and Feng Mingyu were members of the Ice Phoenix race. Their father was currently the Nine Gates Inspector of the Phoenix Army and was responsible for the security of the Imperial City. The other young talents all came from illustrious families. But they all seemed to have one thing in common. Besides young Master Jia of the Righteous Alliance, the rest were all nobles of the Divine Phoenix Empire. As for young Master Jia Yun, his status was perhaps even higher than these nobles. In this way, Ling Xiao was truly a bit of an oddity. Oddities would always be ostracized. In the eyes of these high and mighty people, Ling Xiao was incompatible with them. Thus, in their eyes, Ling Xiao was not worthy of appearing in such a place. But the Emperor treated Ling Xiao with respect. Feng Yanran and Ling Xiao were even closer. Feng Qingyan, the imperial uncle of the Fire Phoenix race, was actually willing to be Ling Xiao's bodyguard. All of this made them go crazy with jealousy, and their displeasure with Ling Xiao only continued to increase. Since the introductions have been made, we will first drink with all of you heroes. Consider this the final drink of this border trial. The Emperor raised his wine cup. Everyone hurriedly raised their cups. Words are useless. Everything is in this cup of wine. Cheers. The Emperor drained his cup. Everyone raised their cups and drank the strong wine. Their throats were somewhat hot, but this heat quickly swept through their bodies, making them feel like they were brave warriors on a campaign. Good. I hope that all of you heroes can unite and make great contributions to the empire. We will wait for you in the imperial city. The emperor excitedly said. Your Majesty, this sort of atmosphere is truly unsuitable for women. It would be better to have a martial arts competition to show off your heroic qualities. After 3 rounds of wine, Feng Mingwu Shan suddenly cupped his hands and said with a smile. Hearing this, Ling Xiao suddenly frowned. It was indeed a feast at Hongmen. It was not so easy to enjoy this banquet. That's very good. We have heard of the names of all of you heroes, but we have never had the chance to see your martial arts. Since this is an auspicious day, why don't we have a competition? The emperor nodded and said. These 2 people had clearly discussed it. Otherwise, they would not have cooperated so well. Your Majesty, it is naturally a good thing to have a martial arts competition to liven things up, but there should be some prizes. Otherwise, everyone will lose interest. Jia Yun said with a smile. This person was really used to being casual. In front of the emperor, he had no intention of restraining himself. Of course there is a prize, and everyone should be interested in it. The emperor smiled slightly, and then clapped his hands gently. Piao Shui, you can come up. Feng Mingwu Piao Shui, dressed in white, gracefully stepped on the water waves and arrived. Beautiful, except for Ling Xiao, the rest of the people in the field could not help but reveal an amazed expression. Even Feng Yanran, who was a woman, was also stunned by this woman's beauty. Ling Xiao certainly knew that Feng Mingwu Piao Shui was very beautiful, but he had seen so many beauties that he did not care so much. In his heart, there was only one woman who he really wanted to marry, and that was the Moon Maiden. He had many female confidants, and there were few who were more outstanding than Feng Mingwu Piao Shui. Ling Yixue and Hai Miankeo were probably not inferior to this woman. Lady Piao Shui is a master of both singing and dancing. Whoever wins today will be able to sing and dance for Lady Piao Shui. What do you think? The emperor stroked his beard and smiled. Sure. Jia Yun was the first to stand up. His breathing had become a little rapid. Just now, he was jealous and angry because Ling Xiao was sitting next to Feng Yanran. Now that a prettier woman had appeared, he had completely forgotten about Feng Yanran. This person really belonged to the playboy category. The rest of the people also agreed. Only Ling Xiao did not express his opinion. He did not want to compete in martial arts and had no interest in Feng Ming and Piao Shui. However, the emperor asked him personally, Ling Xiao, are you willing to do so? Ling Xiao glanced at Feng Ming and Piao Shui indifferently. The scene outside the Phoenix Academy quickly flashed across his mind. He did not like this woman. Or rather, he did not like people who thought they were high and mighty and could order and trample on others at will. Feng Ming and Piao Shui happened to be one of them. I am sorry, Your Majesty. I caught a cold today and am not feeling well. I will not compete in martial arts. Ling Xiao shook his head and said. In the end, he still gave the emperor some face and did not say anything too unpleasant. After all, he was now a disciple of Qingshu College. His words and actions could implicate Qingshu College. It was better to be safe. Not feeling well? I think you don't have the guts. Yan Peng sneered disdainfully. Haha, whatever you say, loser. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and thought that Yan Peng was really ridiculous. Back at the Divine Phoenix auction house, Yan Peng was no match for him. Now that his cultivation and strength had improved greatly, it was even more impossible for Yan Peng to be a match for him. Yet, Yan Peng still dared to be so arrogant. Did he think that the emperor was here, so he was fearless? Ling Zhao's words were said casually, but the impact was not weak. When Yan Peng heard this, he immediately shut his mouth with a gloomy expression. He tried to make people think that Ling Xiao was a coward. However, Ling Zhao's counterattack made Yan Peng look like a coward who used his connections to intimidate others. Hearing this, many people looked at each other and smiled. Today's show was coming one after another. Ling Xiao was so arrogant that he called the great rock race cowards in front of the emperor. Interesting. What they didn't know was that Ling Xiao wasn't just saying that. In his heart, he had already determined that Yan Peng was a coward. Furthermore, he was a scumbag coward. Vile people who only know how to use their family background and status to harm others. Of the scum. Shameless. Your Majesty, you heard it, right? How arrogant is this Ling Xiao? He doesn't even put you in his eyes. You asked him to spar, but he refused with an excuse. This is really disrespectful. Of. It was a smart move. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, all right. Although I'm sick, it's not impossible for someone to force me to take action. It's just that I have two presumptuous requests. I hope your Majesty can agree. Speak. Firstly, if I win, I only want material rewards. It's best if it's spirit stones. Forget about Lady Piaoshui's song and dance. I'm not interested in it. Secondly, if we really have to compete, I want to fight with Yanpeng first. As he spoke, Ling Xiao looked at Yanpeng with disdain. You want to force me to take action? I'll fulfill your wish. His words completely offended Feng Ming's Piaoshui. However, he did not care. So be it. He did not have a good impression of this woman in the first place. Ling Xiao, do you know my true identity? Feng Ming's Piaoshui had never suffered such grievances. She took the initiative to offer a song and dance, but someone actually rejected her directly. It was as if he did not care at all. Lady Piaoshui, if my words offended you, I apologize. However, I'm a materialistic person and prefer spirit stones. I'm not that interested in romantic relationships. Ling Xiao smiled and said, as for Lady Piaoshui's true identity, I'm really not that interested. If you don't want to know, I'm going to say it. Feng Ming's Piaoshui shouted sternly. All right. Say it. Ling Xiao was really speechless. Why was this person so difficult to deal with? Couldn't he not be interested in her identity? Did he have to listen? Forget it. Let's listen. It's not a big deal anyway. Don't pretend to be uninterested. After hearing my true identity, you'll definitely regret rejecting the Emperor's good intentions. Feng Ming's Piaoshui was really going to be angered to death by Ling Xiao. Although she grew up in the Divine Phoenix Continent's Ice Phoenix clan, her identity was much more honorable than the Emperor sitting here. It was just that for some reason, she was fostered here. She had always been protected by experts. If it was not for breaking the balance, she would have asked those people to destroy Xingshu College. There would not be a confrontation between Xingshu College and Phoenix Academy. However, if the tiger did not show its might, Ling Xiao would really treat her as a sick cat. Listen carefully. I'm the Saintess candidate of Chang'e Celestial Island, one of the 5 great celestial islands. Feng Ming's Piaoshui stared at Ling Xiao and said word by word. Oh my, how surprising. I didn't expect Lady Piaoshui to be the Saintess of Chang'e Celestial Island. Oh, a candidate. Actually, Ling Xiao was a little surprised by Feng Ming's Piaoshui's identity. After all, Chang'e Celestial Island was a force above the Divine Phoenix Empire and should not be underestimated. However, he was only a little surprised. When he was in the Heavenly Dragon Continent, he even dared to provoke the Sage Emperor. What was a mere Saintess candidate of Chang'e Celestial Island to him? Although the sacred dynasty had declined, the Sage Emperor was still the Sage Emperor. He was the ruler of a country. Although Chang'e Celestial Island was powerful, the Saintess was just a symbol. Moreover, Feng Ming's Piaoshui was not the Saintess. She was just a candidate. How could he care too much? Not to mention, he had communicated with the human king through his soul. His standards were much higher than many people. He would only be more disdainful of Feng Ming's Piaoshui putting on airs in front of him. You. Feng Ming's Piaoshui was so angry that her hands trembled, but she did not know what to say. He just didn't want to curry favor with you. What else could you do? Damn it. Which one of you is willing to teach this arrogant guy a lesson for me? Feng Ming's Piaoshui was very arrogant. Perhaps she felt that in this small Divine Phoenix Empire, everyone had to curry favor with her. If Ling Xiao was not willing, it would mean that he had completely offended her. Therefore, she wanted to use her own methods to take care of Ling Xiao and vent her anger. Lady Piaoshui, why don't I teach this brat a lesson? The person who spoke was called Kong Yu. He was from the Peacock clan and belonged to the same clan as one of the 10 great phoenixes, Kong He. Ling Xiao glanced at Kong Yu indifferently. This person was much stronger than Yan Peng, but to him, he was not a threat at all. He came here today to drink and eat, not to fight. He was really unwilling to waste his energy. Ling Xiao didn't want to liven things up with martial arts. After all, who would do something that didn't benefit him, so he just waved his hand and said, "Everyone here is an expert, so I won't embarrass myself." "Are you afraid?" Kong Yu asked coldly. "Hee, I'm indeed afraid, and I'm so afraid that I'm trembling all over." Ling Xiao continued to eat his wine and dishes in disdain. Competing with an idiot, you'll only anger yourself to death, so he couldn't be bothered to argue with Kong Yu. What's more, the Emperor didn't say that he would be rewarded if he won, so he couldn't be bothered to make a move. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, everyone couldn't help but frown. They all felt that this Ling Xiao didn't live up to his name. Otherwise, why would he refuse to accept the challenge today? He must be really afraid, but he pretended as if nothing had happened. Phoenix Cry Piao Shui glanced at Ling Xiao. Although he was a little proud, he felt a little unhappy. It felt as if he had punched cotton, completely unable to exert any strength. Needless to say, it was very awkward. Was this kid really afraid, or was he pretending? Phoenix Cry Piao Shui didn't want to give up so easily. Yan Peng was a very observant person. Seeing Phoenix Cry Piao Shui's expression, he knew what Phoenix Cry Piao Shui wanted to do, so he chuckled and said, "Ling Xiao, today's martial arts competition was proposed by Brother Wu Shan, and the Emperor agreed. If you refuse, you won't give face to the Emperor and Brother Wu Shan." "Oh? In that case, I wanted to challenge you just now, and you were willing to agree?" Ling Xiao looked at Yan Peng with a smile and asked. This, of course, Yan Peng didn't dare to agree to Ling Xiao, because he knew Ling Xiao's strength. He knew that he was no match for him. Ping Yu had also warned him not to overestimate himself and provoke Ling Xiao. He didn't dare to joke with his life. If he fought with Ling Xiao, even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. Looking at Yan Peng's awkward look, Ling Xiao joked, "What? Yan Peng, are you not giving face to the Emperor and Phoenix Cry Wu Shan?" His tone was full of mockery. Yan Peng felt even more awkward and didn't dare to utter a word. "If you don't dare, then shut your stinky mouth. Are you afraid that others won't know that a scum like you only knows how to bully the weak and fear the strong?" Ling Xiao cursed in disdain and continued to eat. His attitude was very clear. He was not going to fight. If he wanted to fight, he would have to let Yan Peng fight first, or give him a generous reward. Otherwise, there was nothing to talk about. "Ling Xiao, if you are a man, don't try to change the topic. Do you dare to accept Kong Yu's challenge?" Fluttering Snow Phoenix Cry glared fiercely at Yan Peng, and then had no choice but to personally provoke Ling Xiao. "I'm not a man? Could it be that you are?" He, I didn't know that the Sanctus candidate of the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island was actually a man." Ling Xiao laughed. You bastard." Fluttering Snow Phoenix Cry's face immediately flushed red. How could she be a match for Ling Xiao? There was probably no one here who could compare to Ling Xiao. TSK, the Sanctus candidate is as beautiful as a flower, like a fairy, but her mouth is full of vulgarities. I'm afraid it's not good. Ling Xiao clicked his tongue and sighed. Cough cough, Ling Xiao, don't bully Lady Fluttering Snow. She's a girl after all, and she's thin-skinned. Just let her be. How about you spar with Kong Yu and make her happy? Just treat it as giving me face. Seeing that the situation was constantly developing in a direction that was beneficial to Ling Xiao, the Emperor suddenly spoke. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, then laughed again. He had originally thought that if the Emperor tried to rope him in, should he help the Emperor or Feng Yinshan? After all, the Emperor was powerful. If he could make use of him, it would be easier for him to accomplish his goals. But now, it seemed that there was no need to choose. From this moment on, Ling Xiao knew that he was not on the same side as the Emperor. In the current situation, the Emperor had chosen Fluttering Snow Phoenix Cry and not him. This was already very obvious. Since your Majesty has said so, how can this humble one disobey? However, I wonder if your Majesty can satisfy my two requests. Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Ling Xiao, are you tired of living? How dare you negotiate with the emperor? Yan Peng reprimanded. Shut up. Ling Xiao suddenly pounced on Yan Peng with killing intent and shouted sternly. Plop, Yan Peng squatted on the ground, and the wine and dishes on the table scattered all over the ground. The emperor has always been fair. He won't side with anyone, right? Since he was not prepared to cooperate, Ling Xiao did not need to give the emperor any face. It was fine as long as he did not offend him too much. Forget it. Every time you win, you will get 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. In addition, if you can defeat Kong Yu, Yan Peng must accept your challenge. That should be enough, right? The emperor said loudly, seemingly a little dissatisfied. Ling Xiao thought to himself, you're still not satisfied, I'm even more dissatisfied. I'm clearly doing well in the academy. I just came out of seclusion and haven't even caught up with my friends, but you called me here. I can't even eat properly and have to compete in martial arts. Who is more aggrieved? Every time I win, I will get 10 million low-grade spirit stones. I won't go on stage if I lose one. Does the emperor think that I, Ling Xiao, am still a beggar in the past? Ling Xiao said disdainfully, wasting so much time, I can earn a lot of low-grade spirit stones by just refining a pill. Brother Ling, it's better not to go too far. Feng Mingwu Shan reminded. Am I going too far? Forcing others to compete, isn't that even more excessive? Ling Xiao sneered, if you can't afford it, then forget about the competition. Here. The emperor suddenly said loudly, and the anger in his voice was even stronger. Feng Qingyan frowned and looked at Ling Xiao worriedly. The emperor is indeed generous, as expected of the #1 expert of our divine Phoenix Empire. Ling Xiao smiled, then stood up, looked at Yan Peng, and said, Yan Peng, did you hear the emperor's words just now? If I win against Kong Yu, you must accept my challenge. Fine, I'll accept it, do you think I'm afraid of you? Yan Peng suddenly became brave. But was he really brave? Of course not. He just thought that Kong Yu would definitely be able to defeat Ling Xiao. Kong Yu was at the early stage of 8 Desolate Heaven, so how could Ling Xiao defeat him? Unfortunately, Yan Peng had been cultivating at home recently, so he didn't know that Ling Xiao had killed Shiman Bumi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so confident. His impression of Ling Xiao was still the scene of Ling Xiao defeating Bloodskull in the square that day. At that time, Ling Xiao's cultivation should only be at the early stage of 6 Arts Heaven. There was no advantage at all in the early stage of 6 Arts Heaven against the early stage of 8 Desolate Heaven. Moreover, although Kong Yu was not as good as Kong he was still a genius, and was stronger than ordinary early stage 8 Desolate Heaven martial artists. It was because of this that Yan Peng dared to accept Ling Xiao's challenge. In any case, Ling Xiao would definitely be defeated by Kong Yu, and if he didn't die, he would be injured, so what was he afraid of? Among the crowd, only Feng Qingyan and Feng Yanran were concerned and worried about Ling Xiao. As for the others, most of them were envious of Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao made a fool of himself here and was completely defeated, they would be happy to watch the show. Moreover, if Feng Ming and Piao Shui hated him, then they hated him. Even if there was no reason, they had to hate him, so what if Ling Xiao defeated the Blood Skull? The Blood Skull was not even worth mentioning in front of Kong Yu. Ling Xiao did not care about these people's gazes. He naturally knew that there were people who wanted to watch a good show, but he did not want to let them have their way. Kong Yu, right? Since you want to make a fool of yourself, then I will have to make a move. He slowly stood up, looked at Kong Yu with a smile, and then said. The one who will make a fool of himself will be you. Kong Yu said coldly. Is that so? Where do you want to fight me? Ling Xiao did not want to waste time and directly asked. Since it is a martial arts competition, then we need to choose a spacious place. This place is too narrow. Why don't we fight on the lake? We are not allowed to ride boats. Let's fight on the waves. How about it? Kong Yu asked with a smile. Of course, no problem. Ling Xiao agreed without even thinking. But just as he agreed, he noticed that the crowd was somewhat mocking and gloating. He was a little confused, so he looked at Feng Yanran. Feng Yanran transmitted her voice, you are too reckless. Don't forget that this is Ling Yu's courtyard, the territory of the Righteous Alliance. You offended that Jia Yun, so would he not help Kong Yu? Be careful of the things in the water. Hee, they better not mess around. Otherwise, I don't know when I will go crazy. Miracle Hand Celestial Exalted Sun Shang is the best example. Ling Xiao suddenly sneered. If it was a fair fight, he would not hurt his opponent. He only needed to win. But if his opponent tried to play tricks and set him up, then he would be sorry. If he did not use some extreme methods, would he still be Ling Xiao? Brother Ling, please. Kong Yu gestured for them to go ahead. Ling Xiao glanced at him indifferently and then leaped onto the surface of the lake. He stepped on the ripples as if he was walking on flat ground. Good movement technique. This move of his made the crowd exclaim in admiration. However, these people didn't know that this was just Ling Xiao's basic skills. He hadn't even used his movement skills yet. Otherwise, these people's eyes would probably fall out. That's all you've got? Kong Yu sneered and then leaped up. A pair of wings grew out of his back. It was the peacock feather. He was from the peacock race, a birdman. It was normal for him to have wings. In order to show off his movement skills, Kong Yu even purposely performed a few drunken spear moves in the air, causing Feng Ming and Piao Shui to be all smiles. That's a really good movement skill. Ling Zhao's movement skill is just the most basic form of walking on water, even a transcendent realm cultivator can do that. Soon, everyone began to despise Ling Zhao's movement skill and praised Kong Yu's movement skill. This is normal. Kong Yu is from the peacock race. Ling Xiao, that idiot, is just a lowly human who can't even fly. He actually dares to fight Kong Yu on the water. What an idiot. Jia Yun sneered and said, I bet that Kong Yu will win this battle in 10 moves. Who dares to bet with me? Young Master Jia is too cunning. Everyone can see that Kong Yu is strong. You are in an invincible position. How can we bet? Yan Peng smiled flatteringly. I'll bet with you. The slap in the face came too quickly. Before Yan Peng finished speaking, Feng Yanran had already spoken. Oh? Does Miss Yanran want to bet with me? What kind of bet? Naturally, I bet that Ling Xiao will win in less than 3 moves. If I lose, I will agree to marry you. Feng Yanran said loudly. Yo, everyone began to jeer. Because everyone knew that Jia Yun liked Feng Yanran. Okay, it's a deal. I bet that Kong Yu will win. If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me. Jia Yun said excitedly. Although he liked Feng Ming and Piao Shui more, Feng Ming and Piao Shui were the kind of people who could only be seen from afar and could not be touched. He could think about it, but he could not really touch it. Feng Yanran was different. Although she was not as beautiful, her temperament was not inferior to Feng Ming and Piao Shui. The key was that as long as he was willing, he could really get his hands on her. You don't have to do whatever you want with me. If young Master Jiao loses, don't bother me in the future. How about it? Feng Yanran looked at Jia Yun and said. Do you hate me that much? Humph, but it's useless. You will lose today. He turned his head and looked above the blue waves. Ling Xiao and Kong Yu had not started yet. Both of them were standing there, as if they were preparing. Kong Yu floated in the air and looked at Ling Xiao calmly. Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, I have a small grudge with you. You killed Kolong and Kuyu from my peacock clan, but this is not enough to make me hate you too much. However, you should not have provoked Lady Piao Shui, and you should not have made her angry. She is angry, so I am angry too. Tell me, what should I do with you? You worked so hard. Will she let you touch her? Ling Xiao asked teasingly. Bastard, how dare you blaspheme Lady Piao Shui? Kong Yu was so angry that he was trembling all over. Humph, men don't have to hide such things. So many of you are sucking up to Feng Ming and Piao Shui because you want to sleep with her one day. Why are you so hypocritical? Ling Xiao snorted coldly. In the pavilion, Feng Ming Piao Shui was even more furious. Normally, the people around her would flatter her, but this Ling Xiao was different. She really hated him to the bone, and it just so happened that she had some competitive thoughts. She did not want Ling Xiao to die so soon. Ling Xiao, you're done for. Look at how angry you have made Lady Piao Shui. Originally, I wanted to give you a quick death and let you leave this world as soon as possible. Now, it seems like I can't do that. At this point, Kong Yu suddenly revealed a sinister smile. I'm going to cripple your cultivation first, and then hand you over to Lady Piao Shui. I believe that the people from Xianxia College will not dare to say a word. Aren't we sparring? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment and asked curiously, can you cripple someone's cultivation in a sparring session? He really thought that this was just a sparring session. Although Kong Yu had said a few things that made him unhappy, he would not kill him because of this. However, what he did not expect was that the children of these rich and noble families would not care about the life of a human being. In the imperial city, a few humans died almost every day. They were either tortured to death by their masters, beaten to death, or exhausted to death. Ling Xiao saw these things. Although he was angry, there was nothing he could do. This was because he was not strong enough, and his influence was not enough. He could save 1 or 2 people, but he could not save all the humans in the world. Now, Kong Yu wanted to cripple his cultivation just because he said a few disrespectful words to Feng Ming and Piao Shui. He really treated him as a piece of trash that could be trampled on at will. Ha 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 ha. Should I say that you are naive or stupid? A lowly human wants to spar with our noble peacock clan. If you die, then so be it. I just want to cripple your cultivation. That's already too easy for you. Are you still dissatisfied? Kong Yu couldn't help but laugh. In the pavilion, laughter was also intertwined. Only Feng Qingyan and Feng Yanran looked indifferent. They vaguely remembered that such a scene seemed to have happened before, and those people who kept laughing afterwards were either crippled or dead. Is it funny? Ling Xiao asked faintly. It's more than funny. It's the biggest joke in the world. It seems that you humans are born with a sense of humor. Kong Yu suddenly said coldly, next, you'd better not fight back. I promise to only cripple your cultivation. If you dare to move, I will kill you. After saying that, Kong Yu suddenly slapped the water surface. Then, the surface of the lake trembled, and a behemoth slowly rose from the bottom of the water. Then, 7 or 8 tentacles wrapped around Ling Zhao's body, imprisoning him above the water surface. It was a huge octopus. It felt that its aura was definitely not inferior to a 7-star heavenly peak martial artist. Your Majesty, isn't this against the rules? Feng Yanran was anxious. This is part of the natural conditions. It can't be said to be against the rules. You can only blame Ling Xiao for being unlucky. The Emperor sighed. Haha, it's not against the rules. Interesting. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. Although he was tightly bound by the octopus tentacles, Ling Xiao's face still had a calm smile. He didn't look panicked at all. Boy, you can still smile now? You can't even move. You were just a fish on my chopping board. Kong Yu looked at Ling Xiao in confusion. He didn't understand. Had Ling Xiao lost his mind? How could he still smile in such a situation? To deal with you, do I need to use my hands and feet? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Suddenly, a shocking sword intent erupted from his body. The sword intent was the fusion of slaughter and destruction. It seemed to condense into a physical entity. Pa 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 pa. The tentacles of the octopus were broken one by one. Even though Ling Xiao did not use any weapons, the octopus was bleeding profusely. The octopus roared in horror and dived into the water. This scene stunned everyone who saw it. Although that octopus was not as strong as Kong Yu, he was still at the peak of 7 stars heaven. How could he be so easily defeated by Ling Xiao? Scared? Ling Xiao slowly approached Kong Yu. He stepped on the water as if he was stepping on the ground. There was no discomfort at all. The lake water behind him was like an enraged monster, setting off waves that were several meters high. Within the waves, a terrifying power was condensing. What? Kong Yu was shocked. He did not dare to be careless. A sword suddenly appeared in his hand. He then condensed a sword move and pierced through the air. A streak of sword chi enveloped the lake water and actually condensed into an aqua-blue phoenix, which pounced towards Ling Xiao. Break! Ling Xiao still walked forward. Reaching out his right hand, golden light flickered in his hand, and he actually crushed that aqua-blue phoenix forcefully. People looked at this scene in shock. They were all alarmed by Ling Xiao's strength. How could he be so strong? How could a mere martial artist at the early stage of the Six Arts Heaven realm cause such terrifying destructive power? Furthermore, what was the deal with that terrifying sword intent, to actually be able to trigger the lake water to participate in the attack? This was simply unheard of. Although the current Ling Xiao still looked so ordinary on the surface, plain and unadorned. But those who could feel his terrifying aura could not help sucking in a breath of cold air. Could this guy be a deity descending to the mortal world? How could he be powerful to such a realm? Jia Yun's expression changed. Phoenix Cry Fluttering Snow's expression was gloomy. And Kong Yu, who bore the brunt of it, was practically completely dumbfounded. He never dreamed that Ling Xiao would actually be so strong. If he had known this earlier, he would not have stepped forward even if he was beaten to death. He just wanted to win Phoenix Cry Fluttering Snow's favor. If he lost his life because of this, it was really not worth it. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped about 5 meters away from Kong Yu and said, "Kong Yu of the Peacock clan, do you know why I was unwilling to accept your challenge just now? Because I felt that it was very boring and you were really not worthy of my challenge. But since you want to cripple me, then in accordance with my usual style, naturally, I will cripple you too. I hope you won't regret it because of this." Shadow Step. The first step of the Shadow Profound Meaning's extinction was the Shadow Step. Ling Xiao had only used it when he was seriously injured by Phoenix Cry Fluttering Snow. This time, he planned to broaden Kong Yu's horizons. Shadow Step was different from Divine Light Travel. Its speed might not be as fast as Divine Light Travel, but the most terrifying thing was that once it was used, the person would disappear. If it was used with Shadow Armor, the effect would be even better. Shadow Cone. Shadow Step naturally needed to be used with Shadow Cone. It was without a trace and without a trace. With Kong Yu's level, it was impossible for him to detect where he was and when he attacked. Even if his cultivation did not break through, Ling Xiao's combat strength had increased by many times after comprehending Shadow Step. From beginning to end, there was no aura at all. Kong Yu could not sense it, so he could only run. He spread his peacock feather and desperately fled to the pavilion. He believed that in front of the emperor, Ling Xiao would definitely not dare to easily hurt him. Unfortunately, he did not have that chance. Shadow Step was faster, Shadow Cone was even faster. If Kong Yu defended with all his might, he might be able to resist for a while. However, he chose to run, and the result was that the Shadow Cone directly pierced through his heavenly meridian. The terrifying shadow force began to wreak havoc on Kong Yu's body, knocking him down from the air and onto the water. Gulp. On the pavilion, everyone could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva in surprise. Only now did they understand that Ling Xiao was not afraid of Kong Yu. It was just that he disdained to fight with Kong Yu. In order to show off in front of Phoenix Cry and Fluttering Snow, Kong Yu wanted to use Ling Xiao as a gift. Hence, he actually threatened to cripple Ling Xiao. It was precisely because of this sentence of his, this thought of his, that completely pushed him into the bottomless abyss. If one did not seek death, one would not die. Why did he not understand? Ling Xiao only used one shadow cone to deal with Kong Yu. If one had to count the movement technique, then it could barely be considered 2 moves. It was so clean and neat, so effortless, so domineering and insufferably arrogant. What terrifying strength. Is this really just a martial artist with 6 arts heaven early stage cultivation? I don't understand either. On the pavilion, everyone looked at Ling Xiao with endless fear in their hearts. Including the emperor, his brows were also tightly knitted together. It was impossible for him to win over Ling Xiao. This time, he let Ling Xiao come over as a hongmen banquet. At the same time, he also wanted to test Ling Xiao's aptitude and see if he should be eliminated at all costs. Now he was certain. This person could not be left alive. Ling Xiao could not be allowed to live. Otherwise, he would become a great help to Feng Yinshan and also a great enemy to his successor, Feng Mingqishan. Jia Yun, you've lost. Feng Yanran's voice made Jia Yun, who was already gloomy, even angrier. I know, I won't pester you anymore in the future. Jia Yun said coldly. He did not hate Feng Yanran, but he blamed all of this on Ling Xiao. He thought that Ling Xiao had taken away his woman and his happiness. He wanted revenge. On the surface of the lake, Kong Yu's body floated there. Ling Xiao did not let him sink. He said that he would cripple Kong Yu's cultivation, so he would not let him die. At this moment, Kong Yu was bleeding from his 7 orifices. He looked at Ling Xiao in horror, as if he was looking at an invincible demon god. Ling Xiao actually crippled his cultivation that he had painstakingly cultivated to the 8 desolate heaven. It couldn't be true, right? Kong Yu could not believe this fact. He tried his best not to think about it, but one terrifying thought after another kept attacking him. In the big clans, there was endless fighting. Once one lost their cultivation, it meant that they would be completely banished to the cold palace and become a piece of trash that could be bullied by anyone. Just now, you said that you would cripple me, right? You said that you would be merciful to me if you didn't kill me, right? Now, I'll return those words back to you. As he spoke, Ling Xiao casually picked up the crippled Kong Yu and threw him to the shore. He would give him a taste of his own medicine. Since Kong Yu wanted to cripple him, then he would cripple him first. Bang! Kong Yu accurately landed in the middle of the pavilion, and unexpectedly did not hit anyone. Just this move alone was enough to make everyone present extremely shocked. Then, Ling Xiao soared into the air, jumped, and landed in the pavilion in an instant. Looking at Kong Yu who was twitching on the ground, he sneered disdainfully. This person was so arrogant and cruel in front of him just now, but now he was like a dying dog, only left with the ability to tremble. This Ling Xiao is really as ruthless and merciless as the rumors say. I don't want to provoke him. He's simply a madman. Looking at the unlucky Kong Yu, many young dancers in the pavilion felt fear in their hearts. A person like Ling Xiao was the one they could not afford to provoke. Because once he went crazy, he would kill anyone, no matter what kind of aristocratic family you are from, no matter how deep your background is, it doesn't matter. Your Majesty, look, Ling Xiao actually crippled Kong Yu in front of you. He is so cruel and ruthless. Not only did he provoke the peacock race, but he also challenged your dignity. If you don't punish this kind of person, I'm afraid that in the future, no matter who it is, they will dare to stand on your head and defecate. Yanpeng suddenly knelt in front of the emperor and cried loudly. This guy's acting skills were not bad. He showed his anger and sadness. Of course, there was also some fear mixed in. Since Kong Yu was crippled, he would be next. He had to find a way to protect himself. Looking at the pathetic Yanpeng, Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully and said, Your Majesty is perceptive. You must have heard Kong Yu's words very clearly. He was the one who first turned the competition into a duel. I'm just giving him a taste of his own medicine. In this place, I'm afraid only you, Yanpeng, would be so shameless. You're lying through your teeth like a fart. Kong Yu was just joking. How could he do that in front of the emperor? You, on the other hand, are ruthless and ruthless. Everyone saw it. Yanpeng roared. There's really no reason to talk to a shameless person like you. If the one lying here was me, I'm afraid you would be very happy and even step on me. Ling Xiao said coldly, I almost forgot one thing. You seem to have promised that you would fight me after I defeated Kong Yu. This is a promise to the emperor. Are you trying to deceive the emperor? Your Majesty, I only said that I would have a duel with him, but I didn't say it would be a duel like this. If it's just a duel, I can agree. Yanpeng hurriedly said. The crime of deceiving the emperor was a capital crime. He didn't dare to commit it no matter what. Ling Xiao, Kong Yu's matter is because of him. I won't pursue it. The duel between you and Yanpeng is just an ordinary duel. Don't go too far, okay? The emperor thought for a moment and said. I'll listen to your Majesty's orders. Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. Since you said to go too far, I'll go too far. Let's do it here. Yanpeng was afraid that if he went too far, even the emperor couldn't help him, so he hoped to have the duel in the pavilion. That way, he wouldn't have to worry too much. I'll listen to you. Let's do it here. Ling Xiao smiled and kicked Kong Yu to the side. Then, he stood in the middle of the field and waved at Yanpeng. Yanpeng walked to the edge of the field trembling with fear, but he hesitated for a long time and didn't dare to step in. He knew very well that he was absolutely no match for Ling Xiao. After all, even Kong Yu was defeated by Ling Xiao in one move. He was still far from Kong Yu. Hurry up and come up. Don't lose face for your peacock clan. Ling Xiao laughed sarcastically. Yan Peng, you trash. With this young master here, he can't hurt you. Jia Yun suddenly shouted. Young Master Jia, you must not let this kid cripple my cultivation. Yan Peng said pitifully to Jia Yun. Don't worry, he won't dare. Jia Yun didn't know where his confidence came from, but he boldly said, if he cripples you here today, he can forget about leaving Lingyu courtyard. Ling Xiao had originally planned to stop here and let Yan Peng lie in bed for a month or two, but now that Jia Yun said this, he had to cripple Yan Peng. Otherwise, wouldn't that mean that he, Ling Xiao, was afraid of that idiot Jia Yun? With Jia Yun's guarantee, Yan Peng finally mustered up his courage and walked into the field. In his view, no matter how daring Ling Xiao was, he wouldn't dare to behave so atrociously in the territory of the Righteous Alliance, right? He might as well take the risk of getting injured and have a spar. It was better than having his cultivation crippled or killed. So, the moment Yan Peng stepped into the field, Ling Xiao moved. It was indeed stopping here. The finger of his right hand pointed at Yan Peng's body. This didn't violate the decree of the Emperor Lord. Everything happened so quickly. After Ling Xiao pointed at Yan Peng, he retreated back to his seat. His speed was so fast that it left one flabbergasted. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, you're not bad. You have some self-awareness. Come, come, come. This young master will reward you with a cup of wine. Seeing that Yan Peng was standing there unscathed, Jia Yun laughed heartily. He even raised a cup of wine and condescendingly handed it to Yan Peng, as if he was rewarding his servant. But before he could finish laughing, Yan Peng suddenly screamed, his body fiercely trembling as he vomited blood, his face ghastly pale. You actually crippled me. Only Yan Peng knew what had happened. Although on the surface, Ling Xiao had only poked him a little, in reality, the pocket-sized shadow all had already pierced his body and begun to wreak havoc in his heaven meridians. Seeing this scene, everyone in the crowd felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts. Ling Xiao, this fellow, was truly arrogant and unscrupulous. Whether it was the Emperor Lord or Jia Yun, or even the Righteous Alliance, it was as if they didn't exist before him. He was a complete madman. No one was willing to provoke such a person. This was especially true for the members of the imperial household and the great clans. The people they liked to bully were those who meekly submitted to adversity. As the saying went, a kind horse would be ridden and a kind man would be bullied. The more one tolerated, the more excessive these people would be. Thus, Ling Xiao would never tolerate such things. If it was just cursing or slandering, he wouldn't care. But if someone wanted to cripple him or kill him, what was there to tolerate? Kill without mercy. Only bloody revenge could make these arrogant members of the imperial household understand who they could not afford to provoke. Kneeling on the ground, Yan Peng glared venomously at Ling Xiao. He had finally tasted the retribution of evil. I presume that you have never heard of the phrase a tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye before. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. The moment you urged Kong Yu to cripple me, you were destined for tragedy. Ling Xiao indifferently glanced at Yan Peng and said, you hate me very much right now, don't you? But I seem to recall that at the Divine Phoenix auction house, you seemed very happy when you killed those human slaves. Have you never thought that one day, such an ending would also befall you? He did not kill Yan Peng. Because Yan Peng's life belonged to Qinhua. In the Divine Phoenix auction house, Yan Peng had killed Qinhua's little brother in front of him. This grudge was as deep as the ocean. After saying this, he drank a cup of wine and then looked around. Now, is there anyone else willing to help Phoenix Cry and Piao Shui teach me a lesson? It just so happens that I'm short of money right now, so I can earn some pocket money. Other than the monarch, any one of you can come and fight with me, including you. Phoenix Cry Wushan, and you, Phoenix Cry Fluttering Snow, you two aren't good people either. Do you really think I don't know what you're thinking? A domineering and provocative voice resounded in the pavilion. Everyone present furrowed their brows as their pupils contracted. This Ling Xiao was really arrogant. Did he not even put Phoenix Cry Piao Shui and Phoenix Cry Wushan in his eyes? Ling Xiao was still drinking and eating. He didn't put these people in his eyes. Of course, Phoenix Cry Wushan and Phoenix Cry Piao Shui were both part of the 10 Great Phoenix Suns and were more powerful than Peacock Phoenix Sun and Heavenly Rock Phoenix Sun. However, Ling Xiao was still fearless. Even if he wasn't a match for Xianxia, it would still be a good opportunity for him to temper his battle techniques. As for the remaining people, Feng Yanran and Feng Qingyan could not possibly be his enemy. He had already eliminated the possibility of an imperial emperor. As for the rest of the trash, he really didn't care about any of them. If the other party wanted to die, he did not mind sending the other party off. Many people looked at Ling Xiao with dread, their eyes flickering. Because they were afraid of Ling Xiao, especially Ling Xiao's decisive character. Fighting with him was not a joke. He might be the next Kong Yu or the next Jianpeng. Don't lower yourself to the lunatic's level. Very soon, these people found a way out for themselves. However, in the field, there were still 3 fighting intents that suddenly rose up and landed on Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao put down his wine cup and looked up. He could not help smiling as he said, "It's indeed the 3 of you. Who's first?" These 3 people, one was Jia Yun, one was Phoenix Cry Wushan, and one was Phoenix Cry Fluttering Snow. The 3 people did not reply. They seemed to be weighing the pros and cons. They were unable to determine Ling Xiao's true cultivation. However, just now, Ling Xiao only used 6 Arts Heaven early stage cultivation and crippled Kong Yu, who was at 8 Desolate Heaven early stage cultivation. This kind of strength that surpassed cultivation realms to challenge was truly frightening. Phoenix Cry Wushan was a cautious person. Although he was much stronger than Kong Yu, he did not want to make a move. The reason why he released the fighting intent was just that he did not want to show weakness. If he really lost, that would be embarrassing. And even if he won, he, one of the dignified 10 great Phoenix Sons, defeating Ling Xiao was also not something worth bragging about. Moreover, he still wanted to get some medicinal pills from Ling Xiao. Although their relationship was stiff now, they had not completely fallen out with each other after all. If he wanted to buy, he could still buy, but if they completely fell out, then there would be no chance at all. Thinking of this, he smiled and shook his head, saying, "Ha ha ha, I admire Brother Ling's courage. However, I won't do that kind of thing where the strong bully the weak. After you also enter the ranks of the 10 great Phoenix Sons, let's have a good fight again." Now that he said this, Phoenix Cry Piao Shui could no longer spar with Ling Xiao. If she went up, wouldn't that be the same as saying that she was not as magnanimous as Phoenix Cry Wushan? In any case, there were plenty of opportunities to kill Ling Xiao. Moreover, it was safer and more convenient to do it secretly than in front of so many people. I also don't like to bully the weak. Phoenix Cry Piao Shui finally gave up. As for Jia Yun, he was somewhat hesitant. His strength was only at the peak of 8 Desolation Heaven. Although he was stronger than Kong Yu, he had not surpassed 8 Desolation Heaven. Thus, he was now considering whether it was worth it to fight with a madman like Ling Xiao. His chances of winning were perhaps only about 50%. Wait until I reach the 9th heavenly layer, then I'll deal with you, brat. He hoped that his chances would be higher. In any case, he was already at the peak of 8 Desolation Heaven and was not far from the 9th heavenly layer. Moreover, the Righteous Alliance was currently focusing on nurturing him. With his talent, there was no need for him to take the risk here. If he lost, Ling Xiao would definitely not let him go. If things went wrong, his cultivation might even be crippled. Even if he won, if news of him defeating Ling Xiao on his own territory got out, others would only say that he had used some sort of trick. Moreover, even if he won, it would probably be a Pyrrhic victory. At that time, he would have to waste a very long time cultivating. It was simply not worth it. With this thought in mind, he shook his head and said, "This is Ling Yu's villa. I don't bully people." The 3 of them had the greatest chance of defeating Ling Xiao, but none of them were willing to fight. Thus, the others were even less likely to fight with Ling Xiao. No one wanted to end up like Kong Yu and Yanpeng. What a pity. None of them are willing to exchange pointers. I've lost out on several tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones. Your Majesty, where should I go to collect these 20 million low-grade spirit stones? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. You can collect them from the Bureau of Revenue later. The Emperor Lord was not very happy. He stood up and said, "We are not feeling well, so we will return first. You can continue." Farewell, Emperor Lord. Everyone stood up and watched as the Emperor Lord left the pavilion. Only after he left Ling Yu's villa did they sit back down. A perfectly good banquet was ruined by some untactful people. Jia Yun said in a bad mood. That's right. If it wasn't for someone who suggested using martial arts to liven things up, today's banquet would have been joyous and harmonious. Young Master Jia, you're right. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. He naturally knew that Jia Yun was talking about him, but he still brought the fire to Feng Ming Wushan. After saying that, he did not care about what Jia Yun wanted to say. He stood up and said, "The emperor has left. This banquet is meaningless to me. Farewell." After saying that, he went straight down the stairs. Feng Qingyan and Feng Yanran also left with him. When the three of them arrived outside Ling Yu's courtyard, they were surprised to find that Crown Prince Feng Yinshan's palanquin was still there. "Your Highness hasn't returned yet?" Ling Xiao asked in surprise. "You haven't left, so how can this little king leave? Get on the palanquin, I have some intimate words that I want to tell you. Yanran, you and Uncle Qingyan can get on the other palanquin." Feng Yinshan smiled and said. After getting on the palanquin steadily headed in the direction of Qingshu College. Ling Xiao could not help but ask, "Your Highness, what is it?" "You can say it now. Since you treat me with sincerity, I am naturally willing to repay you with sincerity. With your words, this little king is satisfied." Feng Yinshan smiled and said, "Since you already know about the border trial, I won't say anything more. I only want to tell you one thing. If you still want to rebuild the sacred dynasty of the human race and destroy the true Devil Empire, then this time, when you go to the border to fight with the Black Crow Empire, it would be best if you can obtain a large amount of military merits." "Is there a necessary connection between these two?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. "Of course there is a connection." Feng Yinshan replied, "Why did the true Devil Empire ally with the Divine Phoenix Empire?" "Because their strength is still very weak. Once the Divine Phoenix Empire sends troops to attack, they will fall into a dilemma and be attacked from the front and back." Ling Xiao replied. "As expected, you're smart. Since you've already seen through the logic within, then you should understand that as long as the Divine Phoenix Empire sends out their troops, even if they can't destroy the true Devil Empire, you can still completely rebuild the human race's sacred dynasty, and take the opportunity to expand your influence." Feng Yinshan said with a smile. "I understand." Hearing this, Ling Xiao completely understood what Feng Yinshan meant. "What your Highness means is that as long as I obtain enough military merits, I can become an important figure in the Divine Phoenix Empire. At that time, you will have an extremely high chance of winning the election, and after you win, you will agree to send troops to attack the true Devil Empire, right?" Ling Xiao asked. "Not bad. It's really easy to talk to smart people." Feng Yinshan nodded and said, "There are two things you need to do now. One is to continuously increase your strength. Although I don't deny that you are very strong, it is far from enough. The other point is to obtain a large amount of military merits, so that the emperor has no choice but to reward you. I can also mediate between them. Your Highness is a good schemer. I will naturally go to the northern desert city. I will naturally obtain military merits as well." Ling Xiao didn't completely trust Feng Yinshan. After all, in the history of the profound world, there were many emperors who were very close to their brothers before they ascended the throne. However, after they ascended the throne, they completely changed their faces. It wasn't uncommon for them to kill their close ministers. But he didn't need to completely trust Feng Yinshan. Feng Yinshan was using him. Wasn't he also using Feng Yinshan? As long as he temporarily became a member of the Crown Prince Feng Yinshan, then at least outside, most people wouldn't dare to easily provoke him. This was a great benefit. In addition, he would gradually know some of the internal secrets of the Divine Phoenix Empire. In the future, he would have absolute confidence in countering Feng Yinshan. Feng Yinshan had his own ideas. He also had his own ideas. First, he would join forces with Feng Yinshan to deal with Feng Ming Qishan. After completely destroying him, he would turn around and fight with Feng Yinshan for the ownership of the Divine Phoenix Empire. He wasn't Ji Fuling or Yu Xianyue. He wasn't as noble as those two. Those two could return the imperial throne to the Phoenix clan, but he wouldn't. Only when the imperial power was tightly held in his own hands would he feel most at ease. Therefore, no matter what, he had to obtain as many military merits as possible in this border trial. Moreover, he hadn't seen Jining in a long time. This time, he could go to Northern Desert City and reminisce about the past. In addition, the large blades in the hands of Xianxia and the others were already thirsting for battle. After all, they were all soldiers. If they only stayed in one place to cultivate, even if their cultivation increased by a lot, it wouldn't be enough if they didn't have enough actual combat experience. He planned to bring these people along for this border trial. Not only would it be safer, it would also have the effect of strengthening their training. Brother Ling has such lofty aspirations, so this little king is also at ease. If this little king obtains the position of emperor, I will definitely help you lead the army to drive away the true devil empire and restore the prosperity of the sacred dynasty. It can be considered as returning home in glory. Feng Yinshan smiled. Ling Xiao also smiled. This promise was really very attractive. Think about it, Ling Xiao, the chosen one who wasn't favored by many in the past, and Ling Xiao, who was even hated by many direct descendants of the sacred dynasty, if he returned to the heavenly dragon continent, defeated the insufferably arrogant True Devil Empire, and rebuilt the human race's sacred dynasty. These people's faces would probably be even redder than soldering iron. Now, Ling Xiao felt that coming to the Divine Phoenix continent was the right choice. Otherwise, there would be no meaning in staying on the Heavenly Dragon continent. According to those who came from the Heavenly Dragon continent, Northern Han was content to stay in a corner of the Heavenly Dragon continent and didn't have any lofty aspirations. Northern Han's imperial family and the Sacred Dynasty's imperial family were still arguing over who would lead the army against the demon-suppressing empire. On the contrary, the Heavenly Logic League developed rapidly under the tacit approval of the True Devil Empire. The Heavenly Logic Academy had now become the #1 academy on the Heavenly Dragon continent. Almost all humans were willing to cultivate at the Heavenly Logic Academy. On the other hand, the Heaven's Choice Academy, due to lack of funds and internal and external troubles, had not improved. Wu Xiang worked very hard, but in the end, he wasn't the ruler of a country. There were many things that he couldn't change. Although there weren't many old and young remnants of the sacred dynasty, there were many experts among them. Not only did they compete for power with Northern Han, they even wanted to control the Heaven's Choice Academy. The Moon Maiden was in secluded cultivation and didn't pay attention to outside matters. The highest holy emperor was in secluded cultivation to recuperate and might only come out after several decades. Unless the True Devil Empire invaded, these two Yin-Yang realm experts wouldn't interfere with outside matters. Ling Xiao felt that the sacred dynasty was rotten to the core. Therefore, it had to be completely uprooted and rebuilt. The current chaos in Northern Han wasn't necessarily a bad thing. When he returned to the Heavenly Dragon continent, it would be time for the sacred dynasty to be reborn from the ashes. Just thinking about it made him excited. Many thanks, Your Highness. Ling Xiao glanced at Feng Yinshan. Between the two youths, they had already begun to work together to stir up chaos in the Heavenly Dragon continent and the Divine Phoenix continent. Although they had only taken the first step, if they didn't accumulate steps, they wouldn't be able to cover 1,000 li. Soon, everything would change. Feng Yinshan and Ling Xiao chatted until they reached Qingshu College. Only then did Feng Yinshan leave in a palanquin. He could feel that Ling Xiao might become his strongest competitor in the future. However, it was necessary for him to cooperate with Ling Xiao, outside the imperial city, in a seemingly ordinary house. Very few people outside knew that there was actually a huge cage hidden under this house. The people inside were all powerful prisoners of war and beasts. At this moment, a person was standing in a cage. He was dressed in black armor and had clean and neat short hair. His face was filled with an incomparable domineering and majestic aura. He was close to 2 meters tall, and his muscles were bulging all over his body. In front of him was a giant tiger that was 4 meters tall and 7 to 8 meters long. Roar, the giant tiger roared and pounced at the strong man. Its huge body brought about a fishy wind, and it actually shook the sturdy iron cage until it made cracking sounds. Facing the attack, the man slowly raised his hand, and a halberd appeared in his hand. Then, he brought about a violent flame tornado and stabbed at the giant tiger. unparalleled roaring flame spear, the shadow of the spear flashed, and the giant tiger's huge body could not move an inch. Instead, it was sent flying by the terrifying force and crashed into the cage. Roar! The giant tiger was furious. A mere human had actually injured it. How could it endure such humiliation? Switch! The black-armored man put away the halberd and stood to the side. Another person walked in from outside the cage. This person was dressed in black and completely wrapped himself in darkness. He exuded a cold-killing intent, like a ghost. The roaring giant tiger did not care who he was. It only knew that it wanted to destroy everything in front of it. Although the black-clothed man was not as domineering as the previous person, he was more agile. His ghost-like figure flashed and actually arrived beside the giant tiger first. Then, the dagger in his hand mercilessly stabbed at the giant tiger's body. The giant tiger's reaction was also very fast. It swung its tail and smashed it at the black-clothed man. However, when the tail swept past the black-clothed man, it only hit an afterimage. The black-clothed man had appeared above the giant tiger's head and stabbed the dagger down. The giant tiger was stabbed to the ground. You two are really too much. What's the point of bullying a tiger? Come, let's exchange a few moves. At this moment, a bright and cheerful voice sounded. The people inside and outside the cage all turned their heads to look. The newcomer was dressed in black, looking capable and cool. His long hair danced in the wind, making him look very dashing. Greetings, young master. These people all knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the newcomer. Get up, all of you. I've already said this many times. There's no need to care about these formalities now. Your strength is the key. The person who came was precisely Ling Xiao, and the ones who fought with the giant tiger before were respectively Meng Tong and Xian. This guy, Meng Tong, seemed to especially worship his general Qin Hua. Thus, even his weapon was exactly the same as Qin Hua's. He also imitated Qin Hua's moves. However, due to the different characteristics, the same moves were completely different. Meng Tong advocated power, so his moves were incomparably tyrannical. Qin Hua, on the other hand, was even more balanced and at ease. Everyone else continued to train. Remember, as long as you don't die, train like crazy. The battlefield is even crueler than this. Meng Tong, Xian, the two of you are in charge of supervising them. Qin Hua gave the order, then walked towards Ling Xiao and said, after not seeing you for a few days, young master's strength has increased by quite a bit. You've already advanced to the late stage of 6 arts heaven, right? Haha, as expected, I can't hide it from General Qin. I see that Meng Tong and Xian seem to have broken through as well. The effect of your training is not bad. Ling Xiao did not hide his strength when he came here. Thus, Qin Hua could naturally see his cultivation. Meng Tong is now at the peak of 7 stars heaven, and Xian is at the peak of 6 arts heaven. They have indeed broken through. This is all thanks to the heaven origin crystals you gave them. Qin Hua said with a smile. Young master, fighting with these wild beasts is too boring. Why don't the two of us give it a try? Meng Tong was a boorish person, a true martial fanatic. However, his status in the eyes of these soldiers was extremely high. This was because Meng Tong had always been at the forefront in battle. His skin was rough, his flesh was thick, and his strength was extraordinary. In addition, his strength was not bad. He was simply the idol of these soldiers. In the entire army, other than General Qin Hua, the person they admired the most was Meng Tong. In comparison, although they were grateful to Ling Xiao and were also very respectful towards Ling Xiao, they might not be willing to obey Ling Xiao's orders in their hearts. It was even possible that they viewed Meng Tong's orders as more important than Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao also discovered this point. He knew very well that unless he defeated Meng Tong, it would be impossible for him to obtain these people's trust. These people would not view him as a brother. They would merely view him as a benefactor. However, what Ling Xiao wanted was not to be their benefactor. Instead, he wanted to become their brother, their leader. Therefore, this battle was unavoidable. He was not a match for Qin Hua. After all, Qin Hua was already a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. However, he still had confidence in dealing with Meng Tong. Of course, he was very clear about this in his heart. However, these soldiers did not know, nor did they think so. In their opinion, even if Ling Zhao's cultivation had reached the late stage of the 6 arts, he would at most be at the same level as Xian. He would definitely be inferior to Meng Tong. One had to know that Meng Tong was someone who could even beat beasts that were stronger than him to death, let alone a martial artist. In their opinion, even if Ling Zhao's cultivation caught up to Meng Tong, he might not be a match for Meng Tong. Let alone the current Ling Zhao's cultivation was inferior to Meng Tong. It was even far inferior. Even Qin Hua thought so. So when he heard Meng Tong's words, he was the first to berate him. Meng Tong, what are you doing? Impudent. Young master is our benefactor. Does it matter if his strength is strong or weak? General Qin, you don't have to be harsh on Meng Tong. Today, I returned from Ling Yu's courtyard and fought with someone. I'm still a little excited now. Since Meng Tong has this intention, then let's compete. Ling Xiao stopped Qin Hua and stood up with a smile. For the sake of completely turning these people into his own people, for the sake of truly sharing weal and woe, sharing life and death, this battle was unavoidable. Young master, are you really willing? Meng Tong asked excitedly. Of course I'm willing. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Haha, young master, don't worry. I won't hurt you. You're our benefactor. I'll be lenient. If these words were said by someone else, Ling Xiao would probably frown. Because it would definitely be sarcasm and ridicule. But when these words came from Meng Tong's mouth, there was absolutely no meaning behind them. This guy was really afraid that he would beat Ling Xiao up. That was why he said those words. He did not refute. In the battle later, everything would naturally become clear. Meng Tong was a soldier. His perception towards danger might be more sensitive than many people. If he felt danger, he would definitely go all out. The rest of you, take a rest first. Make some space for Meng Tong and young master. Qin Hua saw that Ling Xiao wanted to continue the fight and did not stop him. He only gave Meng Tong a signal with his eyes, telling him to go easy on Ling Xiao. Young master, I'm coming. Meng Tong shouted. He did not take out his sky piercer. Instead, he swung his fists and smashed over. Those huge fists were like 2 iron hammers. They carried a terrifying energy as they rushed over. That idiot. I told him to go easy on him. Why is he so heavy? Seeing this scene, Qin Hua was a little anxious. He wrapped his hands with heavenly elemental energy and was ready to save Ling Xiao at any time. Bang! Ah! The moment the two collided, the jaws of the crowd dropped to the ground. Almost everyone had their mouths wide open as they looked at this scene in disbelief. They originally thought that under this attack, even if Ling Xiao was not injured, he would at least be pushed back a dozen meters. But the reality was that Ling Xiao stood there without moving. One of his hands was gently placed on Meng Tong's fist. Yet, he was able to make Meng Tong unable to move an inch. Meng Tong, I told you to go easy on him. You don't have to go easy on him. Qin Hua shouted. This guy doesn't even know how to go easy on him. This is too obvious. I didn't. I used at least half of my strength. Meng Tong shouted with a red face. Ling Xiao smiled. He leaned to the side and moved his hand away. Meng Tong rushed out and smashed a huge hole in the half-meter thick stone wall with his fists. This. What's going on? The crowd was shocked again. Meng Tong's attack power was not weak. How could Ling Xiao block it so easily? Ling Xiao looked at Meng Tong and said, General Meng, take out your sky piercer. Otherwise, today's battle will be too boring. You can't compete with me in terms of strength. Although Ling Zhao's immemorial golden dragon was temporarily sealed, his strength was not. If it was purely a competition of strength, 3 Meng Tongs would not be his match. Alright. This time, I'll go all out. After knowing how powerful Ling Xiao was, Meng Tong wouldn't go easy on him. Because he knew that he didn't need to go easy on Ling Xiao. You'd better give it your all, or I might kill you. In that instant, Ling Zhao's killing intent rushed towards Meng Tong. Of course, he was just joking. He wouldn't kill Meng Tong, but but he would still beat Meng Tong half to death. After all, he had to let this guy remember that he absolutely couldn't underestimate his enemy on the battlefield. Alright, then I'm sorry, young master. I'll use all my strength to deal with you. In that instant, the halberd appeared in Meng Tong's hand. After that, the terrifying battle intent continued to rise. The aura from the tip of the spear seemed to be able to pierce through the sky. The spear is the guts of 100 soldiers. The sky piercer was the king of spears. Since ancient times, cultivators who could use the sky piercer skillfully were usually very domineering cultivators with great strength. At the same time, a long spear phantom appeared behind Meng Tong. His martial soul was actually a long spear martial soul. No wonder he learned to use the sky piercer like Xianxia. It didn't seem to be a complete knockoff. The sky piercer was also a type of spear. Coupled with the long spear martial soul, its combat strength was absolutely terrifying. The battle intent erupted, and the surroundings seemed to have sunk into a battlefield of slaughter. The austere aura caused the surrounding soldiers to become vigilant. Meng Tong was a general. He wasn't just a cultivator. Therefore, his battle intent was much stronger than ordinary cultivators. It was truly tempered on the battlefield. The terrifying battle intent could even directly tear a person's soul to shreds. Meng Tong really dares to use his full strength. When this guy goes crazy, even he himself is afraid. He's simply a monster on the battlefield. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. In the past, on the battlefield, Meng Tong was called a savage beast by the enemy. When this guy charged forward recklessly, even wild beasts would be afraid. Young master won't be in danger, right? At this moment, the surrounding soldiers started to worry about Xianxia again. Meng Tong only used half of his strength when he attacked just now. It was pure strength, and only half of it was used. This time, not only did he erupt with all his strength, but he also used heaven essence energy. Could Xianxia withstand such a terrifying explosion, this kind of strength? Probably even the monsters of 8 desolate heaven would not dare to take this attack head-on. As for 6 arts heaven cultivation realm cultivators, they would probably be easily killed. Even 7 stars heaven cultivation realm cultivators would be seriously injured if not dead. They all owed Xianxia a favor. They were all people that Xianxia saved from Piping Island. Naturally, they didn't wish to see Xianxia get injured. The battle intent is not bad. I wonder how the attack power is. Xianxia stood there like an ordinary person. He didn't release the slightest bit of battle intent. However, to be able to remain motionless in Meng Tong's terrifying battle intent storm and even have a smile on his face, this was not easy. Apart from Xianxia, no one present could do it. But Xianxia did it. Young master, are you not going to make a move? Meng Tong asked. Don't worry and attack boldly. When the time comes, I will naturally take action. Xianxia gently touched his storage ring and the golden crow sword appeared in his hand. Blazing rays of light shot out in all directions. There was no coldness, but an incomparably domineering aura. Come. The longsword pointed at Meng Tong. The originally ordinary soaring clouds suddenly seemed to merge with the treasured sword. The terrifying sword intent tore through the void like an unsheathed treasured sword piercing Meng Tong's battle intent that was constantly rising. Boom, the collision of the wills of both sides formed a soul storm, causing many of the cultivators in the crowd to turn pale. Obviously, their souls were injured. How terrifying. He's only 16 years old. How can he have such a powerful sword intent? He can actually compete with General Meng Tong. This is a true genius. No wonder he was the only one who could save us from Piping Island. If it was someone else, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to do it. Xianxia stood there with the long sword pointed at Xianxia. His long hair fluttered in the soul storm. His entire body was emitting sword intent without the slightest flaw. It was as elegant as the body of the sword. Mighty and extraordinary. I seem to have seen a mortal king. I've never seen a mortal king, but young master is definitely the most unfathomable person I've ever seen. Some experts might be powerful, but you could tell they were powerful with a single glance. Xianxia was one example. But Xianxia was different. His strength couldn't be seen. Only after experiencing it would one understand how terrifying he was. Huh. Meng Tong suddenly roared and took a step forward to welcome Ling Xiao's sword intent. The halberd's aura skyrocketed. A gale actually blew around him, shattering the fist-sized rocks in an instant. The moment Feng Tian appears, he's invincible. If Buddha blocks, he'll kill Buddha. If God blocks, he'll kill God. Every word from his mouth wasn't just a word. These words were the embodiment of his will. When they merged with his battle intent, it actually caused his aura to skyrocket. So strong. Ling Xiao could not help revealing a smile. He did not know what martial art Meng Tong cultivated, but it was definitely not weak. Otherwise, it was impossible to erupt with such a powerful aura. Of course, the stronger Meng Tong was, the happier he was. Come on, use your strongest attack and let me see what you're made of. Ling Xiao did not walk forward. He stood there like an eternal and indestructible war god. Even if there were monstrous waves and raging winds, it was unable to move him in the slightest. Young master, be careful. Meng Tong's move was already condensed to the extreme. Even in terms of aura, victory or defeat could not be determined. But after all, a battle could not only depend on aura. The final result was the way of the king. When his voice landed, the halberd in Meng Tong's hand trembled. All the fighting spirit that erupted suddenly disappeared and then completely condensed on the tip of the spear. The overwhelming fighting spirit that almost made many of the surrounding soldiers unable to bear was actually instantly compressed to the size of the tip of the spear. Once released, how terrifying would it be? Good. Facing this spear, Ling Xiao was not stingy with his praise. Then on the golden crow sword, two colors of black and white continuously condensed. Slaughter and destruction sword intense also merged into one with it. 100 War God Spear, Light Shadow Divine All, Rumble, the violent sounds reverberated through the ground like thunder. Many of the soldiers were caught off guard and were knocked to the ground by the terrifying impact. Their faces were filled with fear. Terrifying, really too terrifying. They originally thought that Meng Tong was a monster, powerful until it made people fearful. They did not expect that this seemingly cultured and refined Ling Xiao was actually so powerful too. It had only been a single exchange, but the commotion it had caused had already convinced them completely. In this battle, even if Ling Xiao lost, they would also be convinced. With such a person leading, their future was bound to be bright. The terrifying confrontation was still continuing. But those with sharp eyes would discover that Meng Tong actually started to retreat. On the ground, terrifying cracks were already stomped out by him. His legs sank into the soil, but he was still pushed back. Die. A word suddenly erupted from Ling Xiao's mouth. Everyone shuddered violently. At that moment, they seemed to have seen the god of death appear. The entire underground seemed to have turned into a sea of blood. A moment later, the rumbling stopped, the explosive aura also disappeared. Meng Tong stood there in a daze. A sword was pointed at his neck, and on the tip of the sword, there was a touch of captivating red. I lost. I lost. Meng Tong laughed bitterly and said, I didn't expect that Sir is actually so formidable. Even if I unleash all of my abilities, I'm also not your match. Your weakness is that there are too few variations in your moves, but this is also your strength. The key is who you're fighting. Ling Xiao smiled and put away his sword. Then, he patted Meng Tong's shoulder and said, ordinary people naturally can't see your flaws. So, maintaining your current style might be the best. There's no need to change. He said this because he was worried that after this battle, Meng Tong would change his fighting style because he lost to him. If that happened, he would take the wrong path. I understand. Sir's sword just now almost made me think that I was going to die. That terrifying killing sword intent was really terrifying. At this moment, Meng Tong was willing to serve Ling Xiao. Furthermore, he was completely convinced of Ling Xiao's abilities. In the past, it was to repay a debt of gratitude. Now, it was to serve sincerely. There seemed to be no difference between the two, but in reality, the difference was huge. To repay a debt of gratitude, he would always treat himself as an outsider, and Ling Xiao as his benefactor. And to serve sincerely, that was to completely treat Ling Xiao as one of his own, as a brother. The surrounding soldiers also cast looks of admiration and reverence at Ling Xiao. A 16-year-old youth was actually so powerful. This made them feel somewhat ashamed of their own inferiority. Sir, your sword intent should already be at the small success stage? The 7th level of the small success stage. It's not far from the large success stage. Ling Xiao's cultivation was improving. His light and shadow profound was improving. At the same time, his sword intent was also improving. Because of this, his battle strength was always very strong. Unlike many cultivators who focused on improving their cultivation, but in the end, their martial techniques and martial arts couldn't keep up. He wouldn't. Sir is really amazing. Something as unpredictable as sword intent can be improved continuously. It really makes me feel ashamed. Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, although my cultivation is already at the Grotto Heaven realm, my battle intent is only at the entry level. I'm still unable to break through to the small success stage. Sword intent was also a type of battle intent. It was just that there were more people who used swords, so it was listed separately. To be able to comprehend battle intent and use it was very difficult in itself. It was said that out of 100,000 cultivators, 10,000 could awaken battle intent. And out of these 10,000, only 1,000 could solidify battle intent and cultivate it to the entry level. And out of these 1,000, there were only a few people who could raise their battle intent to the small success stage. Therefore, although many people could erupt with a powerful aura, it was unconscious. It wasn't considered battle intent, and it couldn't be used for battle, attack, or defense. This depends on fate. I really can't help you. I came here this time because I have something to tell you. Ling Xiao smiled and said, the border trial is about to begin. At that time, I'll put you under the command of the Northern Desert City Lord, who is also the Divine Phoenix Empire's great general Jining. As long as you have enough military merits, you can completely break away from the status of slaves. Really? These people were still slaves now. At least in the records of the Divine Phoenix Empire, they were still slaves. To break away from this status, it wasn't something that could be done just by saying it. They must have military merits. So when they heard Ling Xiao's words, they were incomparably excited. Of course it's true. But you should know that the battlefield in the Divine Phoenix Empire is more dangerous than the Sky Dragon continent. So you must quickly increase your strength. In terms of weapons and equipment, I'll think of a way for you. You don't have to worry about this. Ling Xiao reminded. Sir, don't worry. We'll definitely cultivate with all our might. Xianxia nodded and said. Remember, your lives now are not only yours, but also mine. I won't allow any of you to die. So you must do your best to survive, and witness the day when the sacred dynasty regains control of the profound world. Ling Xiao said loudly. Yes. Their voices rang out in unison. Ling Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Martial artists who came from the military were indeed different. Their discipline was very good. The missions that he gave them, they would perfectly complete them. This made him feel very relieved. Continue cultivating, I won't disturb you anymore. Taking advantage of the night, Ling Xiao left this mysterious house. Just like when he came, he was like a ghost, silent and without a trace. With the combination of the shadow steps and the shadow armor. Unless it was a cultivator with a much higher cultivation than him, it would be difficult to detect him. After returning to Qingshu College, Ling Xiao began to use the valuable materials he bought from the Heavenly Dragon auction house to refine armor, weapons, and magic treasures. If others were to see the scene of him refining, they would be completely dumbfounded. Dozens of things were floating above the hellfire furnace at the same time, and he could control the heat perfectly. This was simply unimaginable. 3 days later, Ling Xiao finished forging all the weapons and armor and personally handed them to Xianxia. This army of more than 300 people would be the Iron Mask army that would shake the world in the future. This was because they all wore special metal masks on their faces. Not only did they look ferocious and fierce, but they also had a strong defensive effect. They could defend against physical attacks as well as spiritual attacks. They were not just for decoration. After handing over the items to Xianxia, Ling Xiao contacted Jining and asked Jining to integrate this army into the Northern Desert City's army. However, Ling Xiao did not tell Feng Yinshan about this matter. Ling Xiao still did not trust Feng Yinshan that much. It was never wrong to be careful. A day after Qinghua and the others left, Di Jun issued an order for the Phoenix Academy and Xianxia College to send out disciples who had not participated in the border trial to Northern Desert City. What was interesting was that Ling Xiao treated this as an opportunity to train himself. However, there were many nobles from the Phoenix Academy who did not want to go because they were afraid of death. If it were not for Di Jun's threat, there would not be more than 5 people from the Phoenix Academy who dared to go to Northern Desert City. Of course, not everyone from the Phoenix Academy was afraid of death. Ling Xiao also admitted this point. Even among the nobles, there were some who hoped to go to the battlefield to obtain military merits and be conferred the title of king. As for the Xianxia College, because the only new disciples were Ling Xiao, Xianxia, and a few others, this time, only these people and Feng Yanran would go to Northern Desert City. Feng Yanran had never been on the battlefield. She also hoped to temper herself on the battlefield. Otherwise, she would be further and further away from Ling Xiao. In the square where Ling Xiao had killed the Blood Skull, all the warriors who were going to the Northern Desert City had gathered. There was going to be a general assembly here. This was also the usual practice. Among the crowd, there was a group that seemed very special. They didn't look like soldiers because they were all wearing civilian clothes. Moreover, they didn't look like soldiers. It was obvious that they were students from Phoenix Academy and Xianxia College. At this time, Ling Xiao was in the group. Beside him were Cold Plum, Xianxia, Lan Yuer, Dai Yuling, Dai Yaoling, Long Chen, Ying Wuya, Zhao Ji, Zhao Xi, and Feng Yanran. Cold Plum had recovered much earlier than expected. However, her body was still very weak. Even though she was a half-step Yin-Yang realm cultivator, she could only display the strength of a 10 directions heaven realm cultivator. The more power she used, the greater the burden on her body. It might even be life-threatening. This 10 directions heavens cultivation was forcibly limited by Ling Xiao. These people were going to the border trial together. Although the future was uncertain and might be very dangerous, they couldn't hide in the academy. However, if they were to hide in the academy, they would not be able to gain anything. This was also the reason why these people wanted to head to the border to participate in the border trial. Perhaps it was because most of the people standing beside Ling Xiao were young and beautiful girls. Many people looked at him with jealousy. Cold Plum, cold and handsome. Xianxia, noble and proud. Lan Yuer, generous and decent. Dai Yuling, gentle and considerate. Dai Yaoling, lively and lovely. Zhao Xi, dignified and beautiful. Feng Yanran, elegant and graceful. If one looked carefully, these girls were all plum orchids and autumn chrysanthemums. They were all different. Although their appearances and figures were different, they could be summed up with one word: beautiful. It was no wonder that those people were crazy with jealousy. However, Ling Xiao didn't seem to be aware of this. He stood there and thought about his own things. He didn't flirt with the girls. He hoped that these people beside him were not only friends, but also strength that could help him. This border trial was the best time for them to improve their strength. Unless they were really going to die, Ling Xiao would never help them. Only in this cruel trial could they improve by leaps and bounds and really grow up. These people were all talented. They were all geniuses. The most important thing was whether they worked hard or not. You must be Ling Xiao. You have good luck with women. These women, any one of them could attract bees and butterflies, not to mention several of them. On the side of Divine Phoenix Academy, there was finally someone who could not hold it in any longer, revealing a bewitching smile as he spoke to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao glanced at this person. He was a stranger, so he didn't pay attention to him. With so many beautiful girls by his side, it was impossible not to attract attention. If he had to pay attention to every word they said, he would be exhausted to death. Ling Xiao, it's fine if you ignore me. When we're on the battlefield, I don't believe that you can protect each of them. You were able to kill the blood skeleton. Of course, your luck is also very good. However, on the battlefield, your mediocre skills are useless. Ling Xiao ignored that person, but that person was a bit insatiable. It's not up to trash like you to say whether it's useful or not. If you don't believe me, you can try. If you dare to touch a single hair on their heads, I'll make you regret it. Faced with such insatiable words, Ling Xiao had no choice but to speak up. Otherwise, others would think that he was easy to bully. Unexpectedly, just as he finished speaking, that person suddenly released a cold killing intent. He actually grabbed Xianxia, who had the weakest cultivation among the 10 people. Although Xiaoxi's cultivation had broken through to the heaven realm, she was only at the late stage of the one-line sky realm. Her strength was the weakest among the 10 people, but she was still much stronger than the average soldier. The average strength of the soldiers on the Divine Phoenix continent was the Transcendent realm. They were much stronger than the Martial Vein realm soldiers on the Heavenly Dragon continent. But after all, they were only soldiers. The cultivators from the 2 great academies were a bit worse. Therefore, Xiaoxia was definitely qualified to go to the battlefield. At the very least, her survival rate was higher than those soldiers. But here, there were no soldiers, only cultivators. So, the guy from the Phoenix Academy first targeted Xiaoxia. Remember this young master's name, Wan Qiufeng. While making his move, that person also introduced himself, as if he was afraid that Ling Xiao didn't know his name. He didn't fear Ling Xiao at all. He wanted to embarrass Ling Xiao in public. Pong. Xiaoxia hurriedly dodged, but she was still sent flying by Wan Qiufeng's palm. She spat out blood and fell to the ground for a long time. Ling Xiao didn't intervene. He could help Xiaoxia, but he didn't. This was the plan he had set before. If he wanted these people to fully mature, they couldn't always hide under his protection. They had to go through what they had to go through. Ling Xiao knew that Wan Qiufeng's palm couldn't kill Xiaoxia, and that was enough. As long as Xiaoxia didn't die, he could save Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia had to bear this kind of pain. Bastard! Zhao Ji was about to attack when he saw his sister being beaten. Stop. Take this and give it to your sister. She'll be fine soon. Ling Xiao stopped Zhao Ji and handed him a healing elixir. These elixirs were made with the medicinal herbs he had snatched from the Phoenix Academy. They were free to use and are fine at any time. However, their effects were better than any other healing elixir on the market. Zhao Ji took the elixir and hurriedly helped Xiaoxia up and fed her the elixir. Ling Xiao looked at Wan Qiufeng indifferently. From the moment he attacked to the moment he finished, the whole process was very fast. Moreover, he was obviously much stronger than the Blood Skull. He was even stronger than Shiman Bumi. The only reason he didn't kill Xiaoxia with one strike was that she had been cultivating very hard. Ever since her personality had changed, Xiaoxia had been following Ling Zhao's standards. She wouldn't stop cultivating even if she was tired to the point of vomiting blood. Her hard work had finally paid off. At the very least, her reaction at that moment was quite good. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. On the battlefield, even if Xiaoxia was ambushed, she wouldn't be killed. Ling Xiao looked at Wan Qiufeng, and Wan Qiufeng looked back at Ling Xiao. He said disdainfully, Ling Xiao, do you think I'm the same as that trash from the Blood Skull? I just touched your woman and injured her. What can you do to me? The people nearby all turned to look at them. This Wan Qiufeng was really domineering. Just a word of disagreement and he immediately attacked, without a word of nonsense. Ling Xiao had kicked an iron plate this time. Although he could defeat the Blood Skull, he couldn't defeat Wan Qiufeng. After all, Wan Qiufeng was ranked 11th in the academy. This ranking was much higher than the Blood Skull's ranking of 20th. What did I do to you? Ling Xiao revealed a cold smile. Then, he slowly drew the golden crow sword. The sword in his hand shone with a golden light, and sword intent surged out. It looked like a golden crow that could fly away at any moment. An icy sword intent slowly rose from Ling Zhao's body, becoming more and more piercingly cold and powerful. It can't be, right? This Ling Xiao wants to attack? The people nearby were shocked when they saw the scene. They thought that Ling Xiao was definitely not as strong as Wan Qiufeng, and that he should just bear with it. Who told him to talk big? Now, he actually wanted to fight back. Wasn't he courting death? Brother Ling, why don't you give me some face? Brother Wan has only injured a woman. Women are like clothes, and brothers are like hands and feet. There's no need to be so concerned, right? At this moment, from within the Divine Phoenix Academy, another person spoke out. The one who spoke, young Master Jia from the Righteous Alliance, she never thought that he would actually be a disciple of Divine Phoenix Academy. Your women are clothes, but mine isn't. Moreover, why should I give you face? Who do you think you are? Although Ling Xiao did not treat Xianxia as his woman, even if they were just friends, their relationship was not something that clothes could compare to. He was very dissatisfied with Jia Yun's words. The bystanders did not know what had happened in Ling Xiao's courtyard that day, so they did not know that Ling Xiao had crippled Kong Yu and Yan Peng. They also did not know that Ling Xiao had thrown Jia Yun into the pond. Thus, they were very surprised that Ling Xiao would dare to speak to Jia Yun of the Righteous Alliance in such a manner. Was he not afraid of offending the Righteous Alliance? Good. Very good. A dog biting Lu Dongbin, ungrateful. Jia Yun suppressed his anger and did not flare up. With his current cultivation, he was not far from breaking through. He believed that he would soon break through to the 9th heavenly layer. At that time, he would definitely let Ling Xiao know what fear was. Ling Xiao ignored him and turned back to Wan Qiufeng, lightly shaking the golden crow sword. You hurt my woman, so I'll cut off one of your arms. With these words, sword light flashed, brimming with killing intent. There was no flashy scene or terrifying power. But that kind of speed, that splendor in that instant, was so fast that it was unbelievable. It had so easily cut off Wan Qiufeng's entire right arm. With a light swing, the golden crow sword was wiped clean of blood. Ling Xiao put away the golden crow sword and no longer looked at Wan Qiufeng. What terrifying strength! Is this really Qingshu College's Ling Xiao? Tsk tisk, it's a good thing that I didn't provoke him. What luck! That idiot Wan Qiufeng has set an example for us. Aya! My arm. Perhaps it was because Ling Xiao's sword had been too fast. So fast that Wan Qiufeng didn't even feel any pain when his arm had been cut off. A moment later, the heart-wrenching pain finally reached his brain, and he screamed at the top of his lungs. His heart was filled with regret. Why did he provoke Ling Xiao? If that sword hadn't cut his arm, but his head, he would have been dead. Thinking of this, he was so scared that he crawled away, trying to avoid Ling Xiao. At this moment, a man appeared on the general stand in the square. Seeing this man, Wan Qiufeng seemed to be emboldened again. He stood 20 meters away from Ling Xiao and shouted, Ling Xiao, remember this, I'll kill you. Nonsense. Ling Xiao pointed 2 fingers. 2 shadow alls pierced through the air. Although they were pocket-sized, they still left 2 shocking bloody holes on Wan Qiufeng's chest. Everyone was dumbfounded. The man standing on the stage was the commander of the army heading to the northern desert city. Ling Xiao actually dared to continue attacking Wan Qiufeng in front of him. He was really crazy. However, his strength was indeed strong. Wan Qiufeng, who was ranked 11th in the Phoenix Academy, didn't even have any reaction. Once, his right arm was cut off. Once, 2 bloody holes were pierced through his arm. And this was clearly the result of Ling Xiao showing mercy. Otherwise, Wan Qiufeng would have to say goodbye to this world. You better shut your mouth and be obedient. Otherwise, the next time I attack, I'll send you to hell. Ling Xiao looked at the idiot Wan Qiufeng with disdain. Then, he turned to look at Xianxia. Are you blaming me for not attacking earlier? Ling Xiao asked. Why would I? Brother Ling, you've already avenged me. Xianxia hurriedly shook her head. Ever since her personality changed, she basically became Ling Xiao's fangirl. No matter what Ling Xiao did, it was always right in her eyes. Xianxia, you have to remember that I had the chance to block him before he attacked you, but I didn't do so. And on the battlefield, I might not have the chance or time to save you. You might face all kinds of difficulties and even the threat of death. Do you still want to go? Ling Xiao looked at Xianxia very seriously. Then, he looked at the others and said, you guys too. Think about this problem carefully and make your final decision. Of course I want to go. Xianxia said firmly. Xianxia replied without any hesitation, I know that Big Brother Ling looks down on me and thinks that my cultivation is weak. But even so, I will do my best to catch up to you. Even if I die on the battlefield because of this, I will not regret it. Me too. Zhao Ji, who was standing beside Zhao Xi, also nodded and said, "In the past, when we were in the Tianlong continent, the sky we saw was only as big as the mouth of the well. We had never felt the humiliation of being looked down upon and humiliated by others. But here, humans are treated like livestock and slaves. If I want to change my fate, I have to become stronger. For this, I'm willing to sacrifice everything." "Damn, you've already said everything. What else do I have to say?" Longchen rubbed his nose and said, "Although I'm not human, my tribe's situation is worse than humans. For them, I have to fight. We're all the same." Everyone else nodded in agreement, expressing their own thoughts. "I'm glad that you have made such a choice, but I'm not joking. Everything on the battlefield is unpredictable. You or I might be killed by the enemy. The result might be so cruel that you'll never be able to laugh. Do you really plan to go?" Some words were easy to say, but not so easy to do. Ling Xiao was happy with his friend's choice, but it didn't mean that they would be as brave as they said they would be on the battlefield in the future. Go. No one wanted to be a coward. They also wanted to show Ling Xiao their strength and courage on the battlefield. Ling Xiao. On the general's platform, the commander-in-chief suddenly spoke. "I don't want to see what happened today on the battlefield again. I hope you can understand." "Commander-in-Chief Sikong, you must be joking. I, Ling Xiao, won't bully anyone. Of course, that's on the premise that they don't provoke me. If you're not blind, you should know that it was Wan Qiufeng who attacked first." "That's right." The commander-in-chief heading to Northern Desert City this time was the Phoenix Academy's vice principal, Sikong Zun. Originally, this kind of thing had always been done by Fengming Wanchong. However, Fengming Wanchong had been seriously injured and was still recovering. Therefore, under the recommendation of the state teacher, this Sikong Zun had replaced Fengming Wanchong as the commander of the army. If it were anyone else, Ling Xiao would definitely give face and be more respectful. But since it was Sikong Zun, there was no need for him to be polite. Besides, what he said was the truth. "How dare you talk back? As a soldier, you should be killed for talking back to your superior." Sikong Zun sneered. "Commander Sikong, I hope you can understand one thing. I am not a soldier, and I am not under your command. I am going to the border for military merits." Ling Xiao said indifferently, "So, it's meaningless for you to use military orders to pressure me. How dare you? Those who participate in the border trial are all under my jurisdiction. Do you dare to disobey the emperor's will?" Sikong Zun shouted angrily. He no longer needed to hide his anger towards Ling Xiao. This was because he hated Ling Xiao and wanted to kill Ling Xiao on the spot. "All right, Commander Sikong. There is no need to fight over a child. This is his first time participating in the border trial and he doesn't know the rules. Are you a child too?" The person who spoke was Feng Qingyan, who was standing beside Sikong Zun. This time, he was the deputy commander of the army and was cooperating with Sikong Zun to manage the soldiers. After all, in addition to the soldiers from Phoenix Academy and the Ice Phoenix tribe, there were also soldiers from Qingshu College and the Fire Phoenix tribe going to the border trial. If only Sikong Zun led the soldiers there would definitely be trouble. Although Feng Qingyan was the deputy commander and had to listen to Sikong Zun, he had special privileges. If Sikong Zun insisted on making things difficult for the students from Qingshu College or the soldiers from the Fire Phoenix tribe, he could object. This was also the result of the compromise between the two tribes. After all, the emperor did not want to be enemies with the Fire Phoenix tribe. Humph. Sikong Zun snorted coldly and forcibly suppressed his anger. He also knew that now was not the time to target Ling Xiao. There would be plenty of opportunities to do so on the battlefield. Why should he be so stubborn about it now? Now, the army is marching to the Imperial City Barracks, which is 5 kilometers away from the Imperial City. That is where the army is stationed. Let's go. Sikong Zun glanced coldly at Ling Xiao. Then, he jumped onto a phoenix and flew out of the city. The people in the square also split into several groups and followed him. At this moment, there were not many people in the square. They were probably students from the 2 major academies, the Mirror Bureau, and the Imperial Guards. These were all people who wanted to go to the battlefield to gain military merits. They had never been to the front line before and were still very different from real soldiers. After leaving the city, the army began to speed up. After about an hour, they finally arrived at the Imperial City barracks. There were a total of 100,000 soldiers stationed here. They were originally under the command of other people, but now they were all under the command of Xikongzun. No one knew what kind of magic potion the Grand Tutor had fed the Emperor to make him take such a risk. The Imperial City barracks took up a very large area. When everyone arrived, the army was in an orderly manner and was training in the spacious field. There were no racial differences here. Everyone was a soldier of the Divine Phoenix Empire. The soldiers of the Divine Phoenix Empire were divided into 3 classes. They were the Young Phoenix Soldiers, the Phoenix Soldiers, and the Divine Phoenix Soldiers. These 3 classes of soldiers were completely different in terms of attire and strength. Even their statuses were very different. The Divine Phoenix Soldiers were all equipped with immortal treasured weapons and armor. They were all golden in color. The Phoenix Soldiers were all equipped with precious treasured weapons and armor. They were all silver in color. The Young Phoenix Soldiers were all equipped with premium treasured weapons and armor. They were all gray in color. Of course, these were all regular soldiers. There were also soldiers like the militia and cooks. They did not even have armor or weapons. Naturally, they did not have any colors. They were the lowest in the army. When the Xikongzun arrived, all the soldiers who were training lined up neatly. It was as if they were one person. They were so uniform that it made people gasp in admiration. Ling Xiao could not help but sigh in his heart. If the Sacred Dynasty's army was even 1/10 of the Divine Phoenix Empire's army, they would not have lost so miserably. Even though the Sacred Dynasty's army also had some outstanding soldiers like Qin Hua's army, they were only a few. Most of them were useless, a motley crew. They could not be compared to the Divine Phoenix Empire. Greetings to Commander Xikong, Vice Commander Feng. Suddenly, a thunderous voice resounded in the training field. All the voices actually merged into one and produced an extremely terrifying energy. It dispersed the dark clouds in the sky. Ling Xiao still thought that there was no point in having more people. But at this moment, he was somewhat shaken. If 10,000 Heaven Realm martial artists could reach such a level of tacit understanding, then killing a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist would be an extremely easy matter. Fortunately, the majority of martial artists were different from these soldiers. They could not be so uniform. Otherwise, it would be terrifying. This kind of boldness was really daunting. The awe-inspiring aura was awe-inspiring and filled one with emotions. One had to know that this was not all the soldiers on the training ground. There were only about 30,000 of them. The rest were either out on missions or carrying out their own duties. If 100,000 people stood here and roared at the same time, many people would probably faint on the spot. Xikongzun and Feng Qingyan had also changed into their military uniforms. Xikongzun was dressed in blue armor that flashed like lightning and was filled with an awe-inspiring aura. Feng Qingyan was dressed in fiery red armor that represented the Fire Phoenix tribe. He was domineering and filled with passion. Reporting. Commander Xikong, the things you asked us to prepare have been prepared. Shall we begin now? Right at this moment, a soldier in golden armor ran over to Xikongzun's side and knelt down on one knee as he reported. All right, let's begin now. The pledge assembly is not something that can be done with just a few words. We have to express our fighting spirit with passion. Xikongzun smiled faintly and nodded. Not long after the Divine Phoenix soldiers went down, the soldiers began to move and opened up 2 paths in the middle. At the end of the path were 2 watchtowers. The soldiers standing on the watchtowers were all Divine Phoenix soldiers. Generally speaking, the Divine Phoenix soldiers were at the Heaven Realm, while the Phoenix soldiers were half-step Heavenly Venerables or Heaven Meridian Warriors. The Young Phoenix soldiers were at the Transcendence Realm. The strength of the archers on the watchtower was at the One-Line Celestial Realm. Although they weren't considered strong, when equipped with immortal-grade artifacts, their lethality increased by a large margin. Moreover, the closer the distance, the more frightening it was. Even if a martial artist's cultivation was much higher than theirs, they could still be injured. They could even be killed. Things did not end there. The 2 Divine Phoenix soldiers brought over 2 huge savage bears. Although the savage bears looked similar to black bears, they were much larger. When they lay there, they were more than 4 meters tall. This was the favorite land mount of the divine Phoenix soldiers. They had their own savage bear riders. Savage bears were ferocious in battle. Not only could they be used as mounts, they could also fight in battle. However, they were very difficult to tame. The 2 barbaric bears that the divine Phoenix soldiers had brought over had owners and would not allow others to ride them easily. It seemed that the Zun wanted to use this to test the strength of the students from the 2 schools. What did they mean by the pledge ceremony? They just wanted to use this opportunity to let Phoenix Academy suppress Xianxia College. After all, there were more than 200 students from Phoenix Academy, while there were only 11 from Xianxia College. The disparity in numbers was huge. Theoretically speaking, the advantage should also be huge. Bang! The barbarian bear used its huge claws to fiercely slap the ground. The ground seemed to tremble because of it, and the sound was extremely shocking. This Zun is really full of tricks. Xianxia sneered in his heart. It was obvious that the people from the Phoenix Academy were prepared. That was why they weren't nervous at all when they saw such a situation. Instead, they were excited. Some of them even looked at the people from Xianxia College with smug expressions. He had guessed correctly. This Zun was a shameless old dog. The purpose of the pledging ceremony is to show the might of our soldiers. Today, we welcome the students from the 2 academies to participate in the border trial. However, there is no need for cowards on the battlefield. Therefore, today's battle flag will be raised by you. Zun pointed at the battle flag fluttering behind the 2 arrow towers and said loudly, however, it's not that easy to obtain the battle flag. First, you have to tame the barbarian bear. Then, you have to pass through the rain of arrows and finally obtain the battle flag. The person who obtains the battle flag today will be promoted to the position of centurion. You will have the authority to command an army that is below 1,000 men and above 100 men. You will also be able to act as you wish. This was a real privilege. If he didn't have this privilege, Xianxia wouldn't be interested in this kind of empty title. However, if he obtained the position of centurion, he would be able to personally lead Xianxia and the others on the battlefield. Moreover, if he could act appropriately, he would be able to avoid being cheated by that old man, Zun. This was definitely an extremely good thing. To put it bluntly, acting as he wished meant that he could ignore the commander-in-chief's orders and make appropriate countermeasures according to the actual situation. He was interested in this matter, and so were the others. Especially those from Phoenix Academy. Almost all of their eyes were shining. As long as they obtained the battle flag, they would be promoted to the position of centurion. This way, it would be easier to obtain military merits on the battlefield. It was much better than acting alone. Who's first? Zun shouted loudly. Me. Me. Young people were indeed young people. They were all full of vigor and were very excited. You, and you. Zun pointed at 2 people from Phoenix Academy. The 2 of them jumped into the field. After exchanging glances, they quickly rushed toward the barbarian bear. The first step was to tame the barbarian bear. These 2 people were ambitious and full of confidence. However, reality gave them a hard slap in the face. Before one of them could even get close to the barbarian bear, he was kicked away by the barbarian bear. It would be foolish to treat the barbarian bear as an ordinary mount. Xianxia had already seen that these 2 barbarian bears were at least at the peak of the 6 arts heaven. Even a 7 stars heaven practitioner would find it difficult to tame them. The 2 people who went up first were only at the 3 talents heaven level. They were simply too impulsive. The other person's situation was slightly better. He wasn't so impulsive. Instead, he circled the barbarian bear, seemingly observing it. This made Xiao's eyes light up. The barbarian bear was valiant, but it wasn't smart enough. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been used as a mount. If one could find the barbarian bear's weakness, an Avalon of 5 elements practitioner might be able to tame it. However, a 3 talents heaven practitioner wouldn't be able to do so. Even though this person had been very careful and had even jumped onto the barbarian bear's back, he was still thrown off. If you can't even ride the barbarian bear, how are you going to fight on the battlefield? You're used to enjoying yourselves in the academy. Now that you're going to make a fool of yourself, you're really useless. Besides Si Kongzun, there was another deputy commander. His name was LV Changlong, and he was a human. This person was originally the deputy commander of the Imperial City Barracks. He was a true soldier. Even though his cultivation wasn't as high as Si Kongzun's, his combat skills were definitely better than Si Kongzun's. There was a reason why the emperor had arranged for this person to be the other deputy commander. Originally, this person was qualified to be the commander of this army. However, it was a pity that he was a human. Furthermore, he used to be Jining's deputy commander. Obviously, he was guarded against. LV Changlong was a soldier. Naturally, he looked down on those pampered academy practitioners. This was normal. Therefore, his words weren't pleasant to hear. Those who aren't competent shouldn't come up next, lest you destroy the morale. LV Changlong shouted loudly, even if you can't get the war flag, you have to tame the barbarian bear. If you can't even do this, you don't deserve to be on the battlefield. Let me try. Xianxia suddenly stepped forward and landed in front of a passageway. Her current cultivation level was at the peak of the Avalon of 5 elements. Even though there was still a gap between her and Ling Xiao, her training speed was fast enough. As long as she mastered the technique, taming the savage bear should be a piece of cake. Humph, I'll play with you. The one who spoke was actually Wan Xiaofeng. This guy really couldn't change his ways. He had just been taught a lesson by Ling Xiao, and now he wanted to suppress Xianxia even though he hadn't recovered from his injuries. He was really capable. Ling Xiao, just you wait. I'll definitely think of a way to torture your woman. Wan Xiaofeng didn't dare to look at Ling Xiao. He was afraid that Ling Xiao would see through his thoughts. He only stared coldly at the savage bear with a gloomy face. He was originally at the peak of the 8 Desolates heaven, but with his right arm broken and his internal injuries, he could only display the strength of a peak of the 6 Arts heaven. But in his opinion, this was enough to tame the savage bear. Begin. Following LV Changlong's command, Xianxia and Wan Xiaofeng moved at almost the same time. Both of them actually mounted the savage bear. It was just that their methods were different. Xianxia's method was obviously smarter. She specifically targeted the savage bear's weakness and suppressed it. Gradually, the savage bear calmed down and stopped resisting. Wan Xiaofeng, on the other hand, completely suppressed it with his strength. It had to be said that this guy was really strong. Be careful. Just as both of them tamed the savage bear at almost the same time and were about to head to the arrow tower, Wan Xiaofeng's savage bear suddenly pounced on Xianxia. It was an attack without warning. If it was another peak of the Avalon of 5 elements, they would have been seriously injured or even killed on the spot. But Xianxia only glanced at it coldly. Suddenly, 2 streams of air burst out from her feet and she dashed forward in an instant. Bang! The barbaric bear slammed down with its paw and smashed another barbaric bear into the ground. Fortunately, the body of the bear was tough enough. If it was Ji Mingkong, he would have been smashed into pieces. Master, he seems to be doing it on purpose. Cold Plum whispered. I originally wanted to spare his life, but it seems like he doesn't know how precious it is. Ling Xiao sneered. He was not in a hurry to kill Wan Xiaofeng. This guy's existence could train the people around him, letting them know the dangers of the Jianghu and the difficulties of the battlefield, so that they would not let their guard down. However, this Wan Xiaofeng must die. As for when to kill him, that would depend on his mood. Xianxia and Wan Xiaofeng managed to tame the bear, but they failed to pass through the watchtower. The 2 archers on the watchtower were very special. One of the archer's arrows was very fast and sharp, obviously the kind with high killing power. The other archer's arrow was neither fast nor sharp, but it was able to release a terrifying chill that forcefully froze the surrounding air, making it impossible for the warrior to use his movement technique. Xianxia and Wan Xiaofeng were both hit by an arrow. Of course, these were not fatal injuries, and were nothing to a celestial realm fighter. But even so, Xianxia still made many people look at her in a new light. Some people even believed that if Wan Xiaofeng's barbaric bear had not acted recklessly, Xianxia would have easily reached the battle flag. Of course, this was only an if. no one knew what dangers lay beyond the watchtower. Following that, Long Chen, Ying Wuya, and many other people from the Phoenix Academy took part in the challenge. Unfortunately, no one was able to pass through the two watchtowers. The one with the best results was Long Chen. Although his cultivation was not as high as Haim Miankos and was only at the early stage of 4 symbols, it was very easy for him to tame the barbaric bear. Others did not know why, but Ling Xiao knew that Long Chen must have used his dragon aura. Coupled with his cultivation, taming the barbaric bear was very easy. Ying Wuya did not manage to tame the barbaric bear, but he still went up despite knowing that it would be so. His courage was commendable. Not to mention, his movement technique really made people's eyes light up. They were in a stalemate with the barbaric bear for a long time, and neither of them could do anything to the other. I think the two academies are just false reputations. They don't even have a decent fighter. Actually, LV Changlong was quite satisfied in his heart. To be able to withstand the pressure of losing face and risk being injured by the barbaric bear, these people were all warriors with courage. They were qualified to be praised. However, as a general, he did not want his subordinates to be too arrogant. It was still good to suppress them. I don't believe Deputy General LV's words. A disciple of the Phoenix Academy walked out from the crowd. However, Haim Miankeo was stunned when she saw this person. Brother, why are you here? Ling Xiao was also stunned when he heard how Haim Miankeo addressed him. Haim Miankeo was the holy son of the sacred dynasty, so her brother should be the holy emperor's son. However, he had never heard Haim Miankeo mention this before. Oh, so it's your highness the holy son. Sorry for the disrespect. However, it's a pity that the sacred dynasty has already been destroyed. Even if you become the holy son, what can you do? That person was very rude to Haim Miankeo. Back then, you left in a fit of anger because father passed the position of the holy son to me. I've always been worried about your safety. Seeing you today, I'm relieved. Father has already passed away. I hope you don't blame him. Haim Miankeo sighed. Ha 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 ha, it's good that he died. It's good that he died. If he had been willing to pass the position of the holy son to me, he wouldn't have ended up like this. That person suddenly burst into laughter. Ji Zhongran, what do you mean by that? Haim Miankeo could tell that there was a hidden meaning in his words. Don't you understand? I was the one who told Lord Yinyang Demon King about the layout of the sacred city, as well as the secret passageways and secret codes. Idiot, do you think I would be unhappy if that old thing died? Ji Zhongran said disdainfully. What? You actually did such an inhumane thing for the sake of the position of the Holy Sun. Do you know how many innocent people have died because of your actions? Haim Miankeo was completely dumbfounded. In fact, she had always felt guilty towards this brother of hers. Although she was not wrong, he was still her brother after all. But today, she suddenly realized that she was really stupid. She actually felt guilty and blamed herself for such a person. She was really stupid. Bah, they're just some lowly human beings. What's the big deal if they're dead? Cut the crap. Does anyone in Xianxia College dare to compete with me? Ji Zhongran suddenly looked at Ling Xiao and said. He seemed to want to challenge Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao was not interested in him at all. This was because Ji Zhongran's cultivation was too weak. Although he was already at the peak of the 6 heavenly arts, Ling Xiao was too lazy to even look at a warrior of the same level. What, is there no one in Xianxia College who can take responsibility? A bunch of trash. Ji Zhongran's obvious provocation was also a direct provocation. Ji Zhongran's provocation made Ling Xiao somewhat confused. Logically speaking, Ling Xiao had broken Wan Qiufeng's arm in one move, so Ji Zhongran, whose cultivation was lower than Wan Qiufeng's, should be afraid of him. But why did the other party still dare to provoke him? Could it be that this so-called capture the flag was actually a plot against him? No way. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but be stunned. Could it be that he was already valued to this extent, to spend so much effort just to deal with him? It was really something. However, Ling Xiao had never believed in heresy. You want to deal with me, right? Then I'll accompany you to the end. Of course, competence was one thing, but the main thing was that in this kind of situation, the other party probably only wanted to humiliate him and didn't dare to take his life. Otherwise, Feng Yinshan wouldn't be able to explain himself to the Sikong Zun. Taking a step back, even if the other party really wanted to take his life, wasn't Feng Qingyan present? His existence was the guarantee that Ling Zhao's life would be in no danger. Thinking of this, he sneered and said, "Shameless person, betraying the country, betraying the people, and betraying the people close to them. How ridiculous. What a joke, the winner is the king, the loser is the bandit, this has been the case since ancient times. That old thing Xingdi didn't want to pass the Holy Sun position to me, so he deserved to die. What country and people, they're all jokes. I only know that I'm living very well now, very comfortable, singing every night, feasting every day. Don't mention how happy I am." Ji Zhongran said disdainfully, "Ling Xiao, you are also a talent, why do you have to degrade yourself? If you pledge allegiance to the Phoenix Academy, your future will be better than now. The winner prospers, the loser dies, the weak are prey to the strong, this is the law of martial arts. The Heavenly Wolf King destroyed the Yunhai sect because the Yunhai sect was weak, so of course I have to follow the general trend. This is called adapting to circumstances, being a wise man. Haha, you're really a bunch of things that only remember what you eat but not what you hit. Divine Phoenix Academy has just lost the pill market, Heavenly Sovereign Miraculous Hand Sun Shang, and even Vice Principal Phoenix Cry Wanchong was beaten half to death. How come I can't see where you're strong?" Ling Xiao sneered in disdain, "Since you want to compete, then I'll play with you. Master, I'll deal with this kind of self-deprecating thing." Just as Ling Xiao was about to fight, Cold Plum stepped forward. "Are you all right?" "Of course. Master, you know my body best. As long as I don't use my Grotto Heaven Realm cultivation, there won't be any problems." Cold Plum transmitted her voice, "To deal with that trash, the peak of the 6 heavenly arts is enough." "Alright, I'll leave it to you." Ling Xiao nodded. "Understood, Master." Cold Plum slowly walked towards one of the passageways, then looked at Ji Zhongran and said, "You can begin." "TSK, you're Ling Zhao's maid, right? How can a lowly person like you be worthy of challenging with me? I'll go first." Ji Zhongran looked at Cold Plum and couldn't help but frown, as if Cold Plum's identity would make him look inferior. He rushed towards the savage bear first. Cold Plum didn't move. She might not lose if she started later. Ji Zhongran's cultivation wasn't high. He was at the peak of the 6 heavenly arts, but his ability wasn't weak. He only needed one punch to tame the savage bear. The savage bear was intimidated by his strength and obediently allowed him to ride it. However, the next arrow tower might not be so easy to break through. There were 2 people on the arrow tower, and each of them would shoot 7 arrows. In other words, there would be 7 waves of attacks, and there would be no pause in between. Only after going through these 7 waves of attacks could they pass through the arrow tower and finally reach the battle flag. Bang! Smack! Ji Zhongran seemed to have been prepared for the first wave of attacks and dealt with it very easily. The 2 arrows were all sent flying by him and didn't have any effect on him. He dealt with the second and third waves of attacks with ease. That movement technique, that strength, all of them were used very skillfully. It looked like this guy should have made sufficient preparations for the capture of the flag this time. In addition, his own strength wasn't bad. Therefore, the first 3 waves of attacks didn't put any pressure on him. However, the 4th wave of attacks came faster and more ruthlessly. Ji Zhongran finally ran into trouble. In a hurry, he actually made the savage bear under him help block an arrow. He finally withstood the 4th wave of attacks. It was just that this time, he was clearly affected by the cold air, and his movements also became slow. When it came to the 5th wave of attacks, he was no longer able to dodge. A sharp arrow pierced through his arm, and he was defeated. According to the rules, as long as one was pierced by a sharp arrow, no matter the position, it was considered a loss. Of course, brushing past did not count. So powerful. This Ji Zhongran is only at the peak of the 6 heavenly arts, but he actually dodged the first 4 waves of attacks. This is the best result so far. Voices of surprise sounded from the crowd. However, Ling Zhao's face was full of cold smiles. This Ji Zhongran was not only a traitor, but also a shameful piece of trash. He relied on cheating to reach this step. What a piece of trash. The Zun had probably told him about today's test long ago. He had practiced who knows how many times, but in the end, he still couldn't succeed. If this wasn't trash, then what was? Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully. Cold Plum's performance next would definitely give this traitor a resounding slap to the face. The human you looked down on had a much better result than you. The martial artists of the Phoenix Academy were celebrating Ji Zhongran's breaking of the record. They didn't even spare a glance for Cold Plum. Many of them even looked down on Ling Xiao, not to mention Ling Xiao's maidservant, Cold Plum. Cold Plum didn't pay attention to them. She just slowly walked towards the savage bear. At first, the savage bear's roars were very loud, and it looked abnormally fierce. Seeing this, Ji Zhongran sneered, "Lowly human, don't be slapped to death by the savage bear. That would be too embarrassing for your master, ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha." Among the students of the Phoenix Academy, there was also a loud roar of laughter that echoed. However, in the next moment, their laughter came to an abrupt end. Cold Plum didn't do anything. She just calmly walked towards the savage bear. The savage bear that was roaring incessantly suddenly lay down on the ground like a well-behaved cat, allowing Cold Plum to ride on it. What? What did that woman do? The people of the Phoenix Academy didn't know what Cold Plum did. However, Ling Xiao was very clear. Cold Plum had already completely merged with the murderous aura that was second only to Yigushin's. Coupled with the sinister aura of a malicious spirit, even the stupid savage bear could feel a huge threat. Although the savage bear was stupid, it understood what fear was. They would choose to directly surrender to an enemy that they couldn't defeat. Even if she was lucky enough to tame the savage bear, she definitely won't do better than Ji Zhongran in the following battle of the Arrow Tower. Someone in the crowd snorted coldly. Hearing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile faintly. What exactly did this person rely on to be able to say such unreliable words? Cold Plum's performance quickly slapped this person in the face. Facing the first wave of attacks, Cold Plum didn't even move. In the face of the first wave of attacks, Cold Plum did not move at all. As a result, the two arrows exploded 3 to 5 meters away from her. This kind of performance was much better than Ji Zhongran's. The second and third waves of attacks were exactly the same. It was as if there was an invisible wall in front of Cold Plum. No matter what came, it would be directly shattered. Let's see if you can still be so relaxed in the fourth wave of attacks. Ji Zhongran snorted coldly, obviously a little nervous. If Cold Plum broke his record, then he would lose face. However, in the fourth wave of attacks, although Cold Plum was not as relaxed as before, she just raised her hand and the dagger in her hand slashed out 2 sword chi, knocking 2 arrows away. This level of attack was much more relaxed than Ji Zhongran. No way, this woman is really hiding her strength. It seems that she is more powerful than her master, Ling Xiao. Anyway, Ji Zhongran is probably going to lose. As they expected, when Cold Plum faced the fifth wave of attacks, she still just raised her hand casually. The sword chi broke through the air and the arrows broke. These attacks posed no threat to her at all. But what made many people feel strange was that after the fifth wave of attacks, Cold Plum actually turned around and walked back. She had no interest in capturing the battle flag. She just wanted to vent her anger for Ling Xiao and Xianxia. Walking into the team, Cold Plum glanced at Ji Zhongran and said, "You can't even beat a lowly maid like me. What a waste." It was really a wise move for the Holy Emperor to choose Sister Mingkong as the Holy Sun. Hearing this, the warriors of the Phoenix Academy did not feel good. They really did not want to be slapped in the face like this. But they could not refute it because in terms of results, Cold Plum was better than Ji Zhongran, and the whole process was so relaxed. Obviously, she was much stronger than Ji Zhongran. Ji Zhongran's face was red. He didn't know whether it was shame or anger. Perhaps it was both. Back in the Sacred Dynasty, he was the son of the Holy Emperor. Although he was not the Holy Sun, his status was equally revered. Furthermore, he was also hailed as a once-in-a-century genius. The only person who could surpass him in terms of talent was Xianxia, his dear little sister. After he arrived at the Phoenix Academy, he cultivated with all his might and still managed to gain the appreciation of the Academy's teachers. Originally, he thought that he could become stronger and then follow the true demonic empire's arrangement and return to the heavenly dragon continent to establish a new sacred dynasty. So what if it was a puppet? He didn't care. However, the dream that seemed like it would soon be realized was cruelly interrupted here. If he couldn't even beat a servant girl, what qualifications did he have to compete with Ling Xiao, the chosen one? No matter how stupid he was, he could see the huge gap between himself and Cold Plum. Hateful. Ji Zhongran looked viciously at Ling Xiao. Since I can't beat you, then I'll find a chance to get rid of you. At that time, no one can stop me from becoming a puppet of the true demonic empire. Good. What a heroine. LV Changlong clapped his hands and felt that Cold Plum was really good. However, he was also a little confused. Cold Plum obviously still had strength left. Why didn't she continue? Of course, he didn't know that Cold Plum did this because she wanted to leave the glory to her master. Cold Plum was very clear that Ling Xiao needed to become a centurion. Only then could he legitimately lead the army. Is there anyone else willing to try? Are the disciples of the two great academies only so capable? Do you want our pledge ceremony to end in failure? LV Changlong roared. Lei Roland, don't you want to try? In terms of cultivation, you are stronger than Wan Qiufeng. In terms of movement, you are much better than him. I'm afraid that other than young Master Jia Yun, you are the strongest person we have this time. Do you want the martial artists of Qingshu College to keep the record? In the Phoenix Academy, someone looked at a woman in white. This woman looked very ordinary, like a little sister next door. Her appearance and figure were not outstanding. It was almost impossible to see her in a crowd. However, one couldn't judge a book by its cover. Her strength was much stronger than her appearance. Lei Roland looked at Cold Plum and hesitated for a moment. Finally, she shook her head and said, "Forget it. That Cold Plum is much stronger than me. It doesn't make sense for me to go up." This person's eyesight was indeed outstanding. She also saw that Cold Plum didn't use her full strength. Even if she won, it would be meaningless. What's more, she judged that she could at most survive the fifth wave of attacks, and her performance would definitely not be easier than Cold Plum. Since that was the case, there was no need for her to embarrass herself. She was a calmer person and not that hot-blooded. Since none of you have the guts to fight, then let this young master perform the finale. The one who spoke was the Righteous Alliance's Jia Yun. Jia Yun smiled and continued, in terms of background and strength, other than me, no one else has the right to be a centurion. His words were extremely arrogant. Although Ling Xiao found them laughable, they were very normal in the eyes of many people. The status of the Righteous Alliance in the Divine Phoenix Empire was actually higher than that of the nobles. The status of the Righteous Alliance Lord was above that of the Emperor. Based on this point alone, Jia Yun dared to say that he had the best background. In terms of strength, Jia Yun believed that no one present was stronger than him. Of course, he saw himself as a ninth heavenly layer martial artist. This was because he felt that he would be able to break through by the time he reached Northern Desert City. Good, as expected of the Righteous Alliance's young Master Jia. Let us see the strength of the Righteous Alliance. Si Kongzun loudly said. Of course, he was happy. After all, besides being the commander of this army, he was also the vice principal of the Phoenix Academy. He couldn't possibly watch as the Phoenix Academy was suppressed by Qingshu College. Jia Yun walked out of the crowd, and before he issued the challenge, he intentionally looked at Ling Xiao. This young master still remembers what happened at Ling Yu's courtyard. You'd best not forget it. Since you're a lowly human, you should obediently play your lowly role. Don't always try to rely on your luck to change your status. Not only is that foolish, you'll also lose your life. These words caused many people to start discussing. They didn't know what had happened at Ling Yu's courtyard, but it seemed like Ling Xiao had definitely offended this Jia Yun. Otherwise, Jia Yun wouldn't have said such nasty words. Ling Xiao coldly sneered, "No one is born a slave, and no one is born a noble. Don't forget that when the human king founded the sacred dynasty, he was just a puny human. Don't forget that the ones who defeated the true demon empire were also humans. Don't forget that your righteous alliance was also created by humans. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning for saying such words that betray your master and forget your ancestors?" Ling Xiao looked coldly at Jia Yun and said, "You're right. I want to obtain merits and change my fate, but so what? Can you stop me? Don't blame me for not warning you. For my goal, I'll do anything. If you dare to stand in my way, I'll kick you aside like a stumbling block." Ling Xiao's words were filled with righteousness, neither servile nor overbearing. Arrogant, he was truly arrogant, to dare say such words to young Master Jia of the Righteous Alliance. He was either an idiot or truly arrogant. There's going to be a good show. Hee, looks like there's a story behind this. Interesting. Humph, if I knew that you had a sharp tongue, this young master wouldn't lower himself to your level. Let's see who's stronger. Jia Yun was unable to outtalk Ling Xiao, so he could only coldly snort and jump into one of the passageways to prepare for the challenge. Ling Xiao also walked out of the group and stood in another passageway. "Please, young Master Jia. Let me see the spirit of the Righteous Alliance's young lord. Open your eyes wide and watch carefully." After saying these words, Jia Yun flew into the air. With a roar, the savage bear on the ground prostrated on the ground, allowing him to ride on it. Good. Deafening cheers came from the Phoenix Academy, all of them cheering for Jia Yun. Jia Yun smugly smiled as he urged the savage bear to charge forward. Facing the first, second, and third wave of attacks, he easily neutralized them as if he was taking a stroll in the park. However, he couldn't shatter the arrows like Cold Plum could. Thus, he had to break through the arrow towers. Otherwise, if he couldn't even beat Cold Plum, he would be a laughingstock. In the fourth wave of attacks, a sword finally appeared in Jia Yun's hand. With a thrust of his sword, 2 arrows were shattered. Beautiful. Another round of cheers sounded. Jia Yun easily neutralized the 5th wave of attacks. This made many people nervous. Because if he could withstand another wave of attacks, Jia Yun would be able to surpass Cold Plum and break the record. The Phoenix Academy hoped that he could break the record. The people of Qingshu College didn't want him to break the record. The 6th wave of attacks was extremely ferocious, appearing before the 5th wave had even ended. Jia Yun had clearly shown a flaw, so much so that the skin on his arm had been scraped. Even so, he still managed to dodge the 6th wave of attacks. Master Jia. Young Master Jia. Master Jia. Deafening shouts rang out once again. Every martial artist of the Phoenix Academy had an excited expression on their faces. Jia Yun had broken Cold Plum's record. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. Si Kongzun couldn't help but clap. The 7th wave of attacks was even more terrifying. It appeared almost at the same time as the 6th wave. Jia Yun used the barbarian bear to block one of the arrows. He had learned this from the previous one. However, his performance was much better than that person's. When the savage bear blocked one of the arrows, the sword in its hand also blocked the second arrow. Although he was shaken to the point of bleeding from the corner of his mouth, he still managed to withstand the last wave of attacks. Good. Si Kongzun was so happy that he shouted, as expected of the young lord of the Righteous Alliance, as expected of a student of the Phoenix Academy. Well done. Now, go and get the war flag. Jia Yun stood there with his sword in hand, his white robes fluttering in the wind, causing countless female disciples to scream in shock. He also glanced at Ling Xiao smugly. You brat, go F***ck yourself. This war flag belongs to me, Jia Yun. Ling Xiao looked at Jia Yun with a cold smile. Jia Yun might not be able to see what he could see. The moment he was close to success might be the moment when all his previous efforts would be wasted. Jia Yun gracefully flew toward the war flag. However, in the next moment, there was a loud explosion. He was blasted away, his entire body charred. Although his injuries weren't serious, he had been utterly humiliated. What happened? The martial artists of the Phoenix Academy looked at Si Kongzun in confusion. This was because the test that Si Kongzun had told them didn't include this part of the test. Si Kongzun was also puzzled. He looked at LV Changlong and asked, General LV, what's going on? Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, I only added a few earth-shattering bombs, which are commonly used on the battlefield, at the end. No army would allow others to steal their war flag. Therefore, these bombs are usually buried around the war flag. LV Changlong smiled and said, on a real battlefield, earth-shattering bombs are much more powerful than these. Even a celestial realm martial artist would be blasted to death by them. If you don't even take precautions against this, how can you talk about getting the flag? You're really spoiled. General LV, this isn't appropriate. Why didn't you report this to me beforehand? Si Kongzun was a little angry. Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, as the Deputy Commander-in-Chief, I still have this bit of authority. If you're not satisfied, you can report this to the Emperor and remove me from the position of Deputy Commander-in-Chief. LV Changlong wasn't afraid of Si Kongzun. Moreover, what he said was the truth. There was no need for him to report such trivial matters. If he had to report everything to the Commander-in-Chief, the Commander-in-Chief would be exhausted to death. Ha ha ha, I'm a little too excited. Indeed, these boys should really suffer a little. Si Kongzun's expression changed very quickly. When he knew that he couldn't do anything to LV Changlong, he chose a different tone. Then, he looked at Jia Yun and said, Young Master Jia, don't worry. With the abilities of you students, it's impossible for you to discover and crack the earth-shattering bombs at the end. Therefore, your results are already the best. Commander-in-Chief Si Kong's words are a little too arbitrary. The battlefield changes rapidly. If he couldn't even detect the earth-shattering bombs, he would have died long ago. If he had put his complacent thoughts on observing the situation around him, he wouldn't have ended up like this. His strength is good, and his talent is good, but in the end, he's just mud that can't support a wall. A cold voice suddenly sounded, causing everyone to be shocked. Who was so bold as to criticize Jia Yun in public, and he directly refuted Si Kongzun's words. They looked in the direction of the voice. Damn, it's Ling Xiao again. This boy is doing it on purpose, isn't he? But I think what he said is reasonable. Commander-in-Chief Si Kong's words are too arbitrary. This boy hasn't gone on the field yet, has he? I don't think his results can be better than young Master Jia's. It's useless to say anything now. We'll know after watching. After a round of discussion, everyone's attention was focused on Ling Xiao. Si Kongzun said coldly, You said that I'm arbitrary. So you can seize the battle flag? Why not? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Haha, the earth-shattering bombs have been exposed. Of course you're not afraid. Do you dare to let us rearrange the mechanism? Si Kongzun said again. If Commander-in-Chief Si Kong wants to set up a mechanism that even a Tao Insight Realm warrior can't resist, then I certainly can't. But I don't think you're that shameless, are you? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Don't worry, Ling Xiao. General Liu and I are here. Even if we rearrange the mechanism, it won't be more difficult. Feng Qingyan said. Okay, I believe Vice Principal Qingyan. You can start now. Ling Xiao smiled and sat down cross-legged to wait. 15 minutes later. Okay, everything's ready. You can start now. Si Kongzun sneered. Although the mechanism was set up under the supervision of LV Changlong and Feng Qingyan, he firmly believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to crack it. Feng Qingyan and LV Changlong wore awkward looks on their faces. The difficulty of the mechanism didn't increase, but it was a little cunning. However, all was fair in war. Other than cursing Si Kongzun in their hearts, they didn't say anything. After all, he didn't break any rules. The eye of the world opened. Everything was in Ling Xiao's mind. I see. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't say anything. However, he already knew everything. Start. As Si Kongzun finished speaking, Ling Xiao didn't move. He was still sitting there. Is this guy stupid? I guess he's trying to find the flaw in the mechanism. I think he can't even tame the bear. He's just stalling for time. There were all kinds of discussions, but it didn't affect Ling Xiao's plan. Look. Suddenly, someone in the crowd screamed. Ah, why is the barbarian bear walking towards Ling Xiao? Is it taking the initiative to attack? This didn't happen just now. It's so strange. Even stranger things were yet to come. When the bear reached Ling Xiao's side, it actually crouched down obediently and used its teeth to gently pick Ling Xiao up and place him on its back. F***CK, what's going on? Could it be that this barbarian bear is his brother? Even if they aren't brothers, they must know each other. Otherwise, why would it let him write it? It's the secret soul skill. There were experts in the crowd. For example, Feng Qingyan. Soul secret technique? LV Changlong asked doubtfully. He was a general who specialized in fighting head-on martial skills. He didn't know much about soul force, but the battle intent he had honed on the battlefield could still protect him unconsciously. Even so, he knew almost nothing about soul secret techniques. In short, it's a practical method of soul power. When you're strong enough, you can control any beast. The lower the intelligence of the beast, the easier it is to control them. This brat actually has such a trick up his sleeve. It's really surprising. Feng Qingyan smiled and said. He realized that he still didn't know enough about Ling Xiao. Although he knew that Ling Xiao was powerful, he didn't know that Ling Xiao had this kind of ability. So what if he tamed the barbaric bear? I don't believe that he can easily break through 7 waves of attacks like young Master Jia. Ji Zhongran coldly snorted. That's right, that's right. How can a mere human be qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as young Master Jia? Someone immediately chimed in. Who told you that I have to break through 7 waves of attacks? Ling Xiao suddenly turned around and looked at the warriors of the Phoenix Academy. He looked at them as if they were idiots and said, on the battlefield, strength is one thing, but if you don't have brains, you'll die faster. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, LV Changlong suddenly revealed a smile and muttered to himself, this brat might be able to figure out the true meaning of breaking the secret of the arrow towers. Not breaking through 7 waves of attacks? Don't joke around. If you want to admit defeat, hurry up and get back here. Don't mislead others with your lies. That's right. If we don't break through the arrow towers, how can we reach the battle flag? You're right. I want to break through the arrow towers, not 7 waves of attacks. After saying that, Ling Xiao suddenly pointed with both hands. A red sun all and a dark shadow all broke through the air at the same time. Boom, boom, 2 consecutive sounds. Before anyone could react, the 2 arrow towers were directly demolished. At that moment, everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. Damn, it can be done like that? Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Brat, you're too awesome. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. Even I was almost confused. I didn't understand the key point. Feng Qingyan suddenly laughed out loud. To be honest, when an ordinary person faced the arrow towers, the first thing they would think of was how to break through 7 waves of attacks. However, Ling Xiao was an exception. His thoughts were different from others. He's indeed powerful. Even if he can think of this, he still needs to have the destructive power to destroy 2 arrow towers. This brat seems to be more powerful than his actual cultivation. LV Changlong was also full of praise. Vice Principal Sikong, isn't this considered breaking the rules? Jia Yun was anxious. He had worked so hard to get through 7 waves of attacks. In the end, Ling Xiao actually demolished the arrow towers. This made him very depressed. Of course it's not breaking the rules. On the battlefield, this is the most direct and effective method. It can even create a stronger deterrent force. Not only is it not breaking the rules, but it should be praised. LV Changlong did not know Ling Xiao, but he was not stingy with his praise for Ling Xiao's performance today. After hearing LV Changlong's words, Sikong Zun could not say anything else even if he wanted to. He could only nod and say, it's not breaking the rules. Continue. Ling Xiao nodded. Just now, through the eye of the world, he discovered that the earth-shattering bomb near the battle flag was not dismantled. Only a few subtle changes were made using the array. When a person stepped into that area, the earth-shattering bomb would not explode. However, if the person touched the battle flag, the earth-shattering bomb would definitely explode. This Sikong Zun was really cunning. He probably guessed that Ling Xiao would carefully investigate this area. Even if there were other traps, they might be discovered. However, all he needed to do was make some slight adjustments, and everything would be different. Although this method could be used to trick others, it was not so effective against Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao slowly stepped into the minefield. The earth-shattering bomb did not explode. The martial artists of the Phoenix Academy were obviously dissatisfied with this. Some even thought that someone had gone easy on Feng Xingjian. However, Si Kongzun's lips curled into a cold smile. The next step was to make you lower your guard. Ling Xiao walked near the battle flag and suddenly raised his head to glance at Si Kongzun. He smiled faintly and said, "Commander Si Kong, you're cunning. Oh, no, your intelligence is truly extraordinary. Unfortunately, this junior only has a rough understanding of formations. So, this mechanism that you set up is truly a waste of effort." After he finished speaking, Ling Xiao grabbed the battle flag and waved it with all his might. It didn't explode. Si Kongzun's face instantly darkened. "Thank you, General Si Kong, for your mercy. Can you announce the results now?" Ling Xiao reminded Si Kongzun. Of course. LV Changlong excitedly wanted to announce the results but was stopped by Si Kongzun. Wait. According to the rules, those who win the battle flag must compose an improvised battle song to encourage the soldiers to go to the battlefield and kill the enemy. How could General LV forget about this? General, we didn't inform them about this before. It's not appropriate to bring it up now. The races in the mystic world all value martial arts and don't value literature. This is a bit difficult for him. LV Changlong frowned. He knew that Si Kongzun was deliberately looking for trouble. Ling Xiao was also speechless. He had been practicing martial arts since he was a child. The words he learned were all related to martial arts. He had never learned the 4 arts, so he knew nothing about them. If he really had to compose a battle song, it would be really difficult for him. This Si Kongzun was really ruthless. Ling Xiao, are you going to give up? If you give up, you won't get the position of centurion, and you won't get the privilege of doing things according to the circumstances. Are you sure? Si Kongzun ignored LV Changlong and asked Ling Xiao loudly. This was F*King intentional. If Ling Xiao chose to give up, all his previous efforts would be in vain. But if he didn't give up, what could he do? Could he just make up a random battle song to make up the numbers? Not only would that be useless, he might even make a fool of himself. For a moment, Ling Xiao was in a dilemma. Ling Xiao is good at everything, but unfortunately, he lacks literary talent. Feng Yanran also sighed and said, although Si Kongzun is indeed making things difficult for him, if he really can't do it, then he can only blame his bad luck. Jia Yun sneered. His originally gloomy face was filled with pride again. Seeing this guy's proud smile, Ling Xiao didn't want to give up. While he was deep in thought, he suddenly touched something. That thing had always been hidden in his spirit realm. It was like a water ball that originally contained countless memories and knowledge. But he really didn't know where this thing came from. Maybe it was some memory of the human king, or maybe it was something he got from some inheritance. Ling Xiao felt a little confused. However, when the water ball was touched, it suddenly exploded, and the things inside instantly filled his entire mind. In that instant, all sorts of grotesque things appeared in his soul realm. Basically, he had never seen any of them before. He had never even thought about it. At this moment, he had no time to care about those things. Instead, he was more concerned about the large amount of knowledge and memories regarding battle songs and poems. This is too amazing. Any one of these items can pass the test, right? Ling Xiao, who was originally frowning, instantly became excited. General Si Kong, do you think that if I improvise a battle song, I will be given the position of centurion and the privilege of doing things according to my discretion? He suddenly looked at Si Kongzun and asked. That's right. Si Kongzun felt a little strange. Ling Xiao had a worried look on his face just now, but why did he suddenly seem to be enlightened and not nervous anymore? Alright, then I'll sing for you. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Are you sure it's singing? Not reciting? Si Kongzun asked. Singing was much more difficult than reciting. After all, reciting only required the words, but singing required the addition of a song. The difficulty level increased by more than one level. That's right, I'm singing. Listen up. Ling Xiao was absolutely confident that when he sang his battle song, it would definitely resonate with the soldiers here. This was because when the battle song appeared in his soul realm, he suddenly became excited. What was even more strange was that after the battle song and soul power merged, it actually produced a special effect. It added another ability to his soul judgment, Holy King. The first ability was burning the heavens, which burned everything. It was obviously a large-scale elemental attack. The second ability was Tomb of the Gods. To be precise, this was a practical method of summoning soul power that could communicate with the dead. The third ability was Divine Pot. This should be the ability to materialize soul power. It could absorb the soul of any object and then convert it into one's own soul power. The fourth ability was Holy King. To be precise, this was an auxiliary ability. The battle song was just one of the abilities. Its main purpose was to increase one's own combat power or defense power and so on. Different battle songs should have different effects. The awakening of this power was an unexpected blessing for Ling Xiao. He took a deep breath and a loud and clear song instantly resounded through the entire military camp. The smoke of war rises, the mountains and rivers look to the north. The dragon rises, the horse neighs, the sword is like frost. My heart is like the sea, the water is boundless. Who can resist me for thousands of years, crazy with hatred, the long sword points. How many loyal brothers and sisters are buried in their hometown, why regret dying 100 times to serve the country, holding back a sigh, speechless, eyes full of blood and tears. Horses gallop to the south, people look to the north. People look to the north, the grass is green and yellow, the dust is flying. I'm willing to defend the land and reopen the borders, the great divine phoenix wants to give way to all sides. To congratulate. Silence, deathly silence, even the martial artists of the Phoenix Academy had fallen into a deathly stillness. After a long while, the soldiers actually began to shed tears of excitement, too emotional, because these soldiers saw themselves in this song, heard themselves, and thought of themselves, they felt their blood boil and their snot and tears fill their chests. What sort of battle song was this? This sort of feeling was simply indescribable. It wasn't just a change in mood. The soldiers even felt like their blood was boiling, and their bodies began to glow red. This was the manifestation of their fighting intent, they could feel that their bodies were brimming with energy, and they truly wanted to go to the battlefield and vent it. What sort of dogshit battle song is this? It's so unpleasant to listen to. A voice suddenly rang out. It was none other than Jia Yun. But his words made countless eyes turn to him, and they were all glaring at him in anger. What do you want? Even though Jia Yun was the young lord of the Righteous Alliance, even though he was normally very bold, the sight of tens of thousands of eyes staring at him with murderous intent made him tremble in fear. If these people really wanted to kill him, even the Righteous Alliance wouldn't be able to do anything. What's the name of this battle song of yours? LV Chenglong excitedly asked. He found it hard to imagine that such a battle song filled with the colors of the battlefield would come from the mouth of a 16-year-old youth. Moreover, that passionate song completely embellished the solemnity and heroism of the battlefield. Even an old fellow like him couldn't help but feel excited. Loyalty to the country. Ling Xiao blurted out. Of course, this wasn't the name he came up with, but the original name of the song. Loyalty to the country. Good. LV Chenglong's eyes flashed as he said good twice. I didn't expect that Ling Xiao would be so talented in both martial arts and music. Why didn't I notice this before? Feng Qingyan was also extremely excited. Ling Xiao's performance had truly exceeded his expectations. Feng Qingyan had originally thought that Ling Xiao would be defeated in this aspect, but to his surprise, Ling Xiao had displayed his most perfect side. Not to mention others, even Si Kongzun was shocked. He inwardly sighed helplessly. Why isn't Ling Xiao a member of the Sea race? Why isn't Ling Xiao a genius of the True Demon's Empire? Below the stage, Cold Plum, Haim Mian Ko, and the other girls were all infatuated with Ling Xiao. They had been by Ling Xiao's side for quite some time now and were well aware of how powerful Ling Xiao was. But none of them knew that Ling Xiao had such a move up his sleeves. Today, not only were they stunned, they had all become fangirls. The loud and vigorous song was brimming with the heroic spirit of a martial artist and the vigor of a young man. This was truly too suitable as a war song. Jia Yun's complexion was rather unsightly. After being warned by the tens of thousands of soldiers, he had not dared to say anything else. But in his heart, he understood. Today, in front of Ling Xiao, he had truly suffered a crushing defeat. In terms of strength, Ling Xiao had ultimately obtained the war banner, so he was definitely stronger than him. In terms of literary talent, he believed that he would never be able to compose such a miraculous war song. This was because he had never heard of a war song that could directly produce an effect. Normally speaking, a war song would affect one's mind and soul, allowing a martial artist to forget their fears or become even more courageous. But Ling Xiao's war song could directly increase one's fighting strength. This was simply unimaginable and unheard of. He, the mighty young alliance lord of the righteous alliance, had actually lost to a puny and insignificant human. When he thought about how he had mocked and disdained Ling Xiao, he felt his face burn as if someone had slapped him. The most courteous thing was that the soldiers of the imperial city barracks who had previously treated him with utmost respect were now looking at Ling Xiao with reverence. And those female martial artists of the Phoenix Academy who had been constantly throwing flirtatious glances at him were now looking at Ling Xiao with shining eyes. How hateful! Ling Xiao had snatched away all the glory that should have belonged to him. I won't let you go. Even if you are proud and complacent now, wait until I break through to the 9th heavenly layer, I will kill you first. Let's see how long you can be proud of yourself. Jia Yun took a deep breath. He still had a trump card. His trump card was his cultivation. He was about to break through to the 9th heavenly layer, and this feeling was getting stronger and stronger. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was only at the peak of the 6 arts. He had no chance of winning against him. For now, he had to endure this resentment. Once he was on the battlefield, he would make Ling Xiao completely disappear from this world. At this moment, Ling Xiao put down the battle flag and walked towards Jia Yun. What do you want? Jia Yun took a step back and asked in horror. At this moment, he didn't want to become enemies with Ling Xiao. Otherwise, those soldiers would definitely help Ling Xiao. At that time, he wouldn't even know how he died. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with mockery and disdain. He indifferently said, "What did you just say? You said that I'm a lowly human? That I'm only worthy of being a slave, that I can't change my fate by becoming a slave? Don't you find all of this laughable? You are the young alliance lord of the righteous alliance. From the moment you were born, countless people paid attention to you and cared for you. You received the best martial arts and resources of the divine Phoenix continent. But what have you done? You are just a parasite attached to this massive faction. You wasted the best martial arts and resources. If I were you and I were still at the peak of the 8 desolation heaven at your age, I would have long ago slammed my head against a wall and died. Don't you find this shameful? Don't you find it shameful? I am very lowly, even lowly, because 2 years ago, I was just a lowly beggar. I had to beg in order to survive. No one paid attention to me, and no one gave me any martial arts or resources. I had to rely on my own hard work. But I have always believed that a person's fate is not fixed in stone. If birth cannot decide my fate, then I will change my future through hard work. While you were indulging in wine and women, I was cultivating. While you were bragging and chatting, I was cultivating. While you were enjoying yourself, I was also cultivating. You had a very high starting point, but you did not cherish it. You only relied on your clan and your faction, living off their achievements. You thought that you could always stand above everyone else. But you were wrong. I have already caught up. While you were sleeping, I have already surpassed you. Now, in my eyes, you are just a piece of trash, a parasite, an ignorant and incompetent second-generation ancestor. If the righteous alliance were to be succeeded by someone like you, it would definitely degenerate, perhaps even perish. Ling Xiao had spoken these words with great passion and from the bottom of his heart. Everyone present, whether they were from Xianxia College or Phoenix Academy, as long as they were of humble birth, was deeply moved. Yes, a person could not choose their birth, but if they were willing to degenerate, willing to be lowly, then they could only be someone else's slave for the rest of their life. If they worked hard, they might not necessarily succeed, but they could live their lives without regrets. But these words were very uncomfortable to the ears of the noble scions. They disdained Ling Xiao's words and felt that Ling Xiao was too naive. But they had to admit that Ling Xiao had truly broken through their understanding of the world by walking from a beggar to where he was today. Even the holy son of the sacred dynasty, Hai Mian-ko, had been won over by Ling Xiao's charm. This person was truly rather frightening. People who think like this are as arrogant as Jia Yun, but they are also stupid and ignorant trash. There were still smart people amongst the nobles. In their view, Ling Xiao's words were very grating, but they had to admit that Ling Xiao had truly hit the nail on the head. In fact, the sacred dynasty was the best example. In the past, it was incomparably powerful and ruled the mystic world, but now it was struggling at death's door. As for those aristocratic families who were not as powerful as the Holy Dynasty, they would also decline if things continued like this. Isn't this child's knowledge too profound? Is he really just a child? Si Kongzun listened with trepidation. He was not afraid of Ling Xiao's strength. What he was most afraid of was Ling Xiao's clear mind and vision. Such a Ling Xiao was the most difficult to deal with. Alright, today's battle flag has been obtained, and the battle song has been completed. Let's call it a day. Si Kongzun saw Jia Yun's expression became more and more unsightly. He knew that if this continued, Jia Yun would collapse. So he simply stepped forward to interrupt the confrontation between Ling Xiao and Jia Yun and announced, from now on, Ling Xiao will be promoted to centurion. He will be able to command a guard of less than 1,000 people and will be able to act as appropriate. Ling Xiao obeys. Ling Xiao glanced at Jia Yun indifferently, then turned back to look at Si Kongzun and cupped his hands in thanks. Good, in that case, you can choose a guard of less than 1,000 people outside of the regular army. Si Kongzun said. I'm not allowed to choose a regular army? Ling Xiao froze for a moment, then sneered in his heart. This Si Kongzun was really trying to trick him. Si Kongzun didn't let Ling Xiao choose a regular army. However, it didn't matter. Ling Xiao's Iron Mask army wasn't inferior to the Divine Phoenix army. In fact, they were even better. As the saying goes, it's better to have nothing than to have something substandard. Ling Xiao didn't plan to choose anyone else. After arriving at Northern Desert City, he would take Qin Hua and the people from Qingshu College under his command. You didn't cherish this opportunity. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Army, set out for Northern Desert City. Si Kongzun sneered. Since Ling Xiao didn't have a choice, he would just let him be a centurion without an army. On the contrary, he was very happy. Of the 100,000 soldiers in the Imperial City barracks, 80,000 left in the end. The remaining 20,000 were left behind to guard. After all, the Imperial City barracks was related to the safety of the Imperial City. It was impossible for everyone to leave. The army left the barracks in a mighty manner. As they walked, the earth trembled slightly. 80,000 people had such a terrifying pressure. According to the ancient books, when the true demon empire invaded the sacred dynasty with an army of 1,000,000, what a terrifying scene it was. Sure enough, there were some differences between the military and the underworld. 10 days later, a long line appeared on the main road near Northern Desert City. It was a long line formed by an army. As they walked, the beasts avoided them and didn't dare to approach. The yellow sand danced in the air, covering the sky and the sun. It was as if there was an invisible wall separating the sand from the army. This army was the punitive army led by Si Kongzun. Other than the 20,000 Savage Bear Knights and the 10,000 Phoenix Knights, the rest of the soldiers were on foot. However, among these soldiers, the weakest was a transcendent realm cultivator. Therefore, it wasn't a problem for them to travel on foot. At the front of the army was naturally Si Kongzun, Feng Qingyan, and LV Chenglong, the 3 commanders and deputy commanders. Behind them was the Savage Bear Knights. As for the Phoenix Knights, they advanced in the air. At the same time, they could observe the situation around them. However, Ling Xiao and the others weren't in the army. They had been assigned by Si Kongzun as scouts to check the situation at the front. Ling Xiao would have been tortured to death by Si Kongzun if he didn't have the privilege to do so. Relying on this privilege, Ling Xiao didn't come back after he left. He stayed 1 li away from the army and did whatever he wanted to do. Si Kongzun did not equip them with mounts, but this was not a problem for Ling Xiao. He had long been on guard against this, so he had hidden a dozen of the best dragon horses in his beast ring. It was rumored that the dragon horse was very brave in battle because it had the blood of the dragon clan. It was also not afraid of beasts. Compared to ordinary war horses, it was much better. The few of them rode on their dragon horses and moved forward leisurely. Ling Xiao released his soul power and activated his eyes of the world, taking in his surroundings like the back of his hand. The red sun was high in the sky, and the air was distorted by the scorching heat. The northern desert, which was made up of sand, was full of thirst and heat. To be honest, it was not a suitable place for living creatures to live. The northern desert city is in front of us. Si Kongzun's good days are coming to an end. Ling Xiao sneered. Si Kongzun had been causing trouble for him along the way. He had tolerated it. Since he was weaker, he had to tolerate it. However, after arriving at the northern desert city, with Ji Ning around, Si Kongzun did not dare to touch him. Moreover, although the Si Kongzun was the commander of this expedition, Ji Ning was the governor of the northern desert city and the general of the border. Whether it was in terms of merit or position, he was above the Si Kongzun. Even if Ji Ning did not listen to the Si Kongzun could not do anything. Should we go in and say hello? Cold Plum asked. No, let's wait. Otherwise, Si Kongzun will cause trouble again. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, even though I really want to see Ji Ning, Qin Hua, and the others as well, we're still subordinates of Si Kongzun now. It wouldn't be worth it if we were to avoid being punished by others. After putting away the dragon horse, they sat in the shade to rest. The northern desert city was close to the oasis, so there were more plants. It was quite cool under the huge cactus. After waiting for about half an hour, the army slowly came. After a long and arduous journey to this arduous place, even the army of warriors was obviously exhausted. Therefore, their speed was very slow, and they were not in good spirits. Greetings, Commander Sikong and Deputy Commanders. We have investigated the situation nearby, and there are no suspicious people. Ling Xiao reported. Humph, you are so relaxed. Si Kongzun snorted. Although he wanted to cause trouble, he did not know where to start. He could only look at the shabby northern desert city. There were guards on the city gate tower. They looked at the army under the city warily, as if they were ready to fight at any time. Hurry up and open the city gate. The general of the north, Si Kongzun, is leading the army here. One of them rode on a barbaric bear and shouted towards the city gate tower. At the same time, he flashed his waist token. Wait, I will go and report. Someone on the city gate tower responded and then ran down the city gate tower. After a long time, he reappeared. The commander said that he has never heard of the general of the north, Si Kongzun, and he has not received the imperial court's decree. He is not to open the city gate easily. Bastard! Si Kongzun's face darkened. He shouted angrily, I am Si Kongzun, and I have the emperor's imperial decree in my hands. Hurry up and ask Ji Ning to come out and receive the decree. The commander is busy discussing how to deal with the enemy. He has no time. There was a reply from the city gate tower. There were not many soldiers in northern desert city, only 30,000. If it were anyone else, they would have been destroyed by the Black Raven Empire long ago. Only Ji Ning could rely on such a small number of soldiers to defend the border and repel the enemy's attacks again and again. The main reason for the lack of soldiers was not because they died in battle, but because they were constantly weakened by the imperial court. Northern Desert City did not even receive soldiers for many years. They could only recruit soldiers from a small place like the Northern Desert, or they could only rely on the heroes of the pugilistic world. Therefore, in Northern Desert City, the soldiers only had eyes for Ji Ning, and did not care about the Divine Phoenix Imperial Court. They were guarding here not to fight for the emperor who was enjoying himself in the imperial city, nor for the nobles, but for the people behind them. Therefore, if Si Kongzun used the emperor to suppress them, it would have no effect at all. Humph, Ji Ning is truly audacious. Does he still have any respect for the emperor? Does he still have any respect for the law? I have long heard that he has a rebellious heart. In the past, he actually led soldiers into the imperial city. If not for the emperor's mercy, he would have been sentenced to death. I did not expect that today. Not only did he not appreciate the kindness, but he also blocked the imperial army outside Northern Desert City. Is he trying to rebel? Si Kongzun snorted coldly. Commander, you can't say such things. LV Changlong said, General Ji Ning is a great contributor who helped the Phoenix race regain the throne. After that, he guarded the northern region for more than 10 years and made countless contributions. How could he betray us? LV Changlong, shut up. This commander knows that you and Jining are old friends. Now that you're speaking up for a traitor, do you want to rebel with him? Si Kongzun shouted sternly. Si Kongzun, it's true that you're the Northern Expedition General, but some words can't be said carelessly. General LV is the deputy commander of the Imperial City Barracks. Even the Emperor trusts him. Do you want to cause internal strife? Feng Qingyan also spoke up. Feng Qingyan, just do your job as the deputy commander. It's not up to you to interfere with who I, Si Kongzun, want to teach. Lightning Demon King, you're really arrogant. Are you trying to cause internal strife in our Divine Phoenix Empire and let your true Demon's Empire take advantage of the situation? Suddenly, Ling Xiao, who had been silent all this while, spoke up. Ling Xiao knew very well that it was useless to reason with Si Kongzun. He could only poke at his shortcomings so that he wouldn't dare to act recklessly. No matter if it was LV Changlong or Feng Qingyan, they were both too upright and didn't hit the nail on the head. However, after Ling Xiao said this, the soldiers couldn't help but discuss among themselves. Shut up. You're just a small centurion. What right do you have to speak in front of this commander? How impudent. Si Kongzun roared. You're the impudent one. As a centurion, I obviously don't have the right to speak to you. But I have a secret edict here from the Hidden Mountain's Crown Prince. Ling Xiao said indifferently, under the Hidden Mountain's Crown Prince's orders, I'm taking on the role of military governor to coordinate the relationship between the Northern Desert Army and the Northern Expedition Army. The Emperor also agreed and stamped his imperial seal on it. May I ask General Sikong, do I have this right? He didn't take out this secret edict because he wanted to wait for the best opportunity. Now was obviously the best opportunity. What? Si Kongzun, LV Changlong, and Feng Qingyan all took the secret edict and looked at it carefully. Indeed, there was the Emperor's imperial seal and Feng Qingyan's crown prince's seal. This couldn't be faked. The position of military governor could be big or small. When he was young, he had no power at all. When they were big, they could directly suppress the commander. This was because he was directly responsible to the Emperor. Si Kongzun was shocked. He knew that the Emperor did not completely trust him. It seemed that the Emperor still intended for him and Jining to restrict each other so that no one could dominate. What a cunning old thing. He thought that it was just a puppet, but he didn't expect it to be so cunning. The rest of the soldiers were filled with respect for Ling Xiao. They didn't expect this lowly human to be a military governor sent by the Emperor and the Crown Prince. This was truly amazing. Since you are the overseer, doesn't Jining have anything to do with his refusal to open the city gates? Si Kongzun suppressed his anger and asked. Commander Si Kong, you are wrong. If a random army came and said that they were sent by the imperial court and asked them to open the gates, what would happen if something happened? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, in July of 182 of the Divine Phoenix calendar, in the south, an army from a small country snuck into the empire. They disguised themselves as soldiers of the empire and snuck into a city in the south. They killed the city lord and stole everything that could be stolen. This is a bloody lesson. Commander Si Kong, are you going to ignore it? Then what do you think we should do? The soldiers have worked hard all the way here. Are we going to stay under the scorching sun like this? Si Kongzun asked. Feng Qingyan and LV Changlong also looked at Ling Xiao. Because Si Kongzun was speaking the truth. Leave it to me. Ling Xiao smiled. These people still didn't know about his relationship with Jining. If not for this relationship, the Emperor would not have agreed to Feng Yinshan's suggestion of letting Ling Xiao be the military governor. Leave it to you? Ha 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 ha, Jining doesn't even give face to this commander. Who do you think you are? Even if you are the military governor, that Jining doesn't give face to the Emperor at all. He won't give face to you either. Si Kongzun said disdainfully. That might not be the case. Ling Xiao smiled and then led Cold Plum and the others into Northern Desert City. Brothers on the city gate tower, listen up. I am Ling Xiao. I am here to visit Great General Jining. Please open the city gates. Thank you. Actually, the people on the city gate tower had already recognized Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao didn't request to enter the city, so they didn't say anything. It's young Master Ling, the one who saved the great general that day. The great general said that young Master Ling has come to Northern Desert City and must open the gates immediately. After a discussion, the people on the city gate tower said, "Young Master Ling, you can come in, but those people can't. This concerns the safety of the people in Northern Desert City. I hope you can understand. Of course, only 11 of us will go in. The rest will stay outside." Ling Xiao smiled. He had to go in and discuss this matter with Jining. After all, he couldn't really let the expeditionary army stay outside for a long time. If this continued for a long time, it would inevitably be considered a rebellion. At that time, he was afraid that someone would openly target Jining. "Wait a minute!" Si Kongzun suddenly shouted just as Ling Xiao and the others were about to enter the city. "What's wrong, Commander Si Kong? Is there anything else?" Ling Xiao asked with a frown. "You can go in, but the others must stay here," Si Kongzun said coldly. "What? You want to keep the hostages? Si Kongzun, you don't have the ability to make Jining open the gates. Now I'm going to discuss it with Jining. Not only are you not grateful, but you're also going to treat me like this?" Ling Xiao said coldly, "What if I don't agree?" "Come on, archers." Si Kongzun shouted and ordered his archers to aim at Ling Xiao and the others. He said coldly, "Ling Xiao, don't make things difficult for me." Whoosh! At that moment, many crossbows suddenly appeared on the city gate tower and aimed at Si Kongzun and his archers. "Brothers, someone wants to kill the military governor personally appointed by the emperor. What should we do?" Someone on the city gate tower shouted. "Protect the military governor and shoot the rebels." The voice was so loud that everyone below could hear it. "Si Kongzun, are you really a spy sent by the True Demon's Empire to harm our divine Phoenix Empire?" Feng Qingyan suddenly asked coldly. "Even you are suspicious of me?" Si Kongzun was stunned and asked angrily. "How can I not be suspicious? You shot the military governor today and provoked the conflict between the Northern Desert Army and the Punitive Expedition Army, making both sides kill each other. Isn't this your goal?" Feng Qingyan said coldly. After Ling Zhao's reminder, he had learned to be smart and spoke very loudly. Si Kongzun didn't have much prestige to speak of in the first place. Hearing such words, the archers hesitated. "Ha ha ha, Deputy Commander, you're thinking too much." "Why would I do that?" "I'm just afraid that the military governor and the others will all go in and be harmed by the traitor. It would be safer for him to go in alone." Si Kongzun saw that he couldn't control the situation and that he had offended both LV Chenglong and Feng Qingyan, so he could only give up on attacking Ling Xiao for the time being. This guy really changed his attitude very quickly. "Humph, there's no need for Commander Si Kong to worry. Soldiers, listen up. I'll go in and discuss with General Jining. If he knows the truth, he'll definitely let us in. Don't worry." Ling Xiao snorted and walked back to the Northern Desert City. This was not the first time Si Kongzun had acted shamelessly, so Ling Xiao could not be bothered to argue with him. He only wanted to enter the city as soon as possible. When the crowd saw that Ling Xiao could make Northern Desert City open with just a few words, they could not help but feel even more reverence for him. Of course, there were also some people who were jealous and resentful. For example, Si Kongzun. For example, Jia Yun. And most of the people from the Phoenix Academy. "Commander, in my opinion, there's no need to waste words with these people. Let's just charge in." In the crowd, Jia Yun said coldly. Although every city was protected by a special formation and was very difficult to attack, Jia Yun felt that with the Phoenix Knight Regiment and the formation master Si Kongzun, it should be relatively easy to attack Northern Desert City. He did not care how many people died, he only cared about his face. These boorish fellows in Northern Desert City dared to not let him enter the city to rest, but let Ling Xiao and his lowly humans in. How could he tolerate this? Si Kongzun shook his head and said, "Young Master Jia, we are here to suppress the Black Crow Empire, not to kill each other. Let's wait for a while and see if the military governor has a way to make Jining open the city gates. If he could pay the lowest price to occupy Northern Desert City and make Jining a mere figurehead, he would naturally be willing." Making use of Ling Xiao was also not a bad idea. If he forcefully attacked, He was confident that he could take Northern Desert City, but he was afraid that he would suffer heavy losses. After all, Northern Desert City had stood here for more than a decade and had not been conquered by the Black Crow Empire. There was a reason for that. Furthermore, it was fine as long as he knew what he was here for. If he were to act recklessly in the open, then he would really be able to confirm his identity as a spy of the true Devil Kingdom. At that time, even if he had 1,000 or 10,000 mouths, he would not be able to explain himself clearly. Fine, I'll listen to the commander. Jia Yun silently cursed Si Kongzun for being a hypocrite, but he did not dare to say anything else. Although he was the young lord of the Righteous Alliance, in the outside world, the heavens were high and the emperor was far away. If Si Kongzun really wanted to kill him, there was probably nothing he could do. It was better to keep a low profile. Rest here. Si Kongzun said to the messenger. All troops, listen up. Rest where you are. The messenger quickly ran off to pass on the order. The soldiers didn't have any thoughts about resting where they were. After all, Ling Xiao had already entered the city. It seemed that Ling Xiao had a close relationship with the Northern Desert City. Perhaps he would enter the city soon. Waiting for a while was not a big deal. Of course, if it weren't for Ling Xiao, the military overseer, they would have been scared out of their wits. A battle would have been inevitable. At this moment, Ling Xiao and the others had already arrived at the city lord mansion. The atmosphere in the Northern Desert City was extremely tense. It truly felt like a storm was brewing. On the streets, injured soldiers with bandages on their heads would occasionally walk past, but they were still persevering in their posts. Ling Xiao sighed. It seemed like the Northern Desert City had just gone through a huge battle. The soldiers were already exhausted. No wonder they didn't dare to let the Si Kongzun enter without permission. Ling Xiao, you're finally here. Jining personally came out of the city lord mansion to welcome him. He wasn't injured, but he was covered in dust. He was still wearing his somewhat dirty armor. It seemed like he hadn't taken it off for several days. Great General, it seems like the Northern Desert City really was attacked by the Black Crow Empire? Ling Xiao asked. Let's talk inside. Jining gestured for him to enter. As he walked, he said, it's rather strange. The Black Crow Empire hasn't invaded the northern region for several months, but just a few days before the border trial began, they suddenly attacked the Northern Desert City. What's most confusing is that this isn't the harvest season, so they're not trying to steal food. And this isn't the season when the Black Crow Empire is lacking food, so they won't starve, nor will they attack the Northern Desert City. In the past, the Black Crow Empire has only done this because they lacked food or because the Northern Desert City had a harvest. But this time, it's very strange. General believes that there's something fishy going on here? Ling Xiao asked. Over the years, I've long understood the thoughts of that Ice Phoenix race emperor. He's not willing to remain beneath the Righteous Alliance, so he's thinking of ways to dissolve the strength of the Righteous Alliance. And I'm officially one of the core members of the Righteous Alliance. Jining coldly said. Great General is also a member of the Righteous Alliance? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. The Righteous Alliance was created by Ji Funing and Yu Xianyue. At first, it was to quell the chaos of war, but later on, it was used to guide the Ice Phoenix race and the Fiery Phoenix race in the election for emperor so as to maintain peace. But the current Alliance Lord's mental state has changed, and he's doing things differently. Jining sighed. That emperor wants to be the eternal emperor, so he has to cripple the Righteous Alliance. To think that there was such a thing. Although Ling Xiao had long ago known that this emperor was not simple, he had never imagined this. From this, it could be seen that the emperor and the people of the True Demon's Empire were using each other. You don't like politics, so you don't understand. As they spoke, the two of them entered the room, where tea had already been prepared and served to them. Great General, there's one thing that I might be overstepping, but I feel that the majority of the soldiers in that expedition army are good people. They might not know what the emperor is thinking. They simply want to resist the Black Crow Empire. We can't just let them be exposed to the scorching sun forever, can we? Ling Xiao brought the topic back to what he wanted to say. That's also a problem. If we let them in, the current fighting power in the city will find it very difficult to stop them from seizing power. But if we don't let them in, we'll be proving that I'm a traitor, and the emperor will have even more reason to deal with me. Jining also felt a headache coming on. He was an outstanding general, but he was not an outstanding strategist. This was truly a headache for him. If General trusts me, would you be willing to listen to my plan? Ling Xiao was a crafty fellow. Even he had to admit this. But when it came to scheming, he was only 16 years old, and he really wasn't that skilled. But ever since that strange ball of water in his spirit sea shattered, he had not only gained many new memories, but also new knowledge. He didn't know where these things came from, but he sensed that they were all good things. Especially after he sang that battle song, this feeling became even more obvious. Among the many pieces of knowledge, there was one related to scheming. Young master, please speak. Although Jining knew that Ling Xiao was the son of his great benefactor and master, and was naturally very close to Ling Xiao, he didn't take Ling Xiao's words seriously. After all, Ling Xiao was too young. Although he was talented, in terms of strength and intelligence, he was definitely not as good as someone who had lived for decades, or even centuries. But he couldn't refuse directly, so he asked Ling Xiao to speak. Ling Xiao knew that Jining didn't believe him, so he told Jining a story. This story was a new memory in his mind. These memories were truly miraculous. Ling Xiao increasingly felt that they were precious treasures left behind by the human emperor. When the sacred dynasty declined, many races established their own countries and attacked each other. After his brother King Wenwang of Chu died, Gongzi Yuan wanted his beautiful sister-in-law, Madame Wen. He used all kinds of methods to please her, but Madame Wen was indifferent. Therefore, he wanted to establish a career and show off his ability to please Madame Wen. In a certain year of the sacred dynasty, Gongzi Yuan personally led 600 chariots to attack Xing. The Chu army took several cities and approached the capital of Xing. Xing was weak and had no soldiers in the capital, so it couldn't resist the invasion of the Chu army. Xing was in danger and the officials panicked. Some advocated peace, some advocated fighting to the death, and some advocated defending and waiting for reinforcements. None of these ideas could solve the crisis. High official Xu Zhan said, "Peace and a decisive battle are not the best ideas. Defending and waiting for reinforcements is a good idea. Xing and Qi have an alliance. Now that Xing is in trouble, Qi will send out troops to help. It's just empty talk, but it's hard to defend." Gongzi Yuan attacked Xing because he wanted to take credit and curry favor with Madame Wen. He was anxious for success and afraid of failure. "I have a plan to retreat the Chu army." Xing followed Xu Zhan's plan and set up a circle in the city. They ordered the soldiers to lie in ambush and not let the enemy see any of them. They ordered the shops to open as usual and the people to come and go as usual. They were not allowed to show any signs of panic. They opened the city gates and lowered the drawbridge, making it look like they were completely defenseless. The Chu army vanguard arrived at Jing's capital. Seeing this scene, they became suspicious. Could there be an ambush in the city to lure them into a trap? They didn't dare to act rashly and waited for Gongzi Yuan. Gongzi Yuan rushed to the city and also felt strange. He led the generals to the high ground outside the city and saw that the city was indeed empty. However, he could vaguely see Jing's soldiers. Gongzi Yuan thought that there was a trap and didn't want to attack rashly. He wanted to enter the city first and find out the situation. At this time, Qi received Zheng's request for reinforcements and joined forces with Lu and Song to rescue Zheng. Gongzi Yuan heard the news and knew that the three countries had arrived. The Chu army couldn't win. Fortunately, they had won a few battles, so it was better to retreat quickly. He was afraid that Zheng's army would come out of the city to pursue them, so he ordered the entire army to retreat that very night. Men and horses wrapped their arms around each other without making the slightest sound. None of the camps were dismantled, and the clan's flag still fluttered. On the morning of the second day, Xu Zhan went to the city and looked around. He said, "The Chu army has retreated." When they saw the enemy camp's flag fluttering, they did not believe that the enemy had already retreated. Xu Zhan said, "If there are people in the camp, how can there be so many birds circling up and down?" He also used the empty fort strategy to deceive me and hastily withdrew his troops. Jining had never heard of the state of Chu or the state of Xing, but there was indeed a period of chaos in the history of the sacred dynasty. At that time, countless small countries were born and constantly attacked each other. Of course, he didn't care about these things. He felt that the most exquisite thing was the strategy used in this story. Although it was daring, in actual strategy, risks often coexisted with opportunities, benefits, and success. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. The ingenious part of this strategy was that one had to be good at accurately and timely grasping the opponent's strategic background, psychological state, and personality characteristics, and so on. Then, according to the time, place, and people, one could use strange strategies to resolve one's own crisis. And the current opportunity was very suitable. Northern Desert City was empty, and they were indeed at a disadvantage. However, Si Kongzun was suspicious and didn't have absolute control over the army. Under these circumstances, he definitely didn't dare to act rashly. In this way, the success rate of this strategy was very high. His original contempt for Ling Xiao instantly turned into admiration. Jining stood up from his seat and then knelt on one knee. He said, "Just now, I was laughing at Gongzi's self-righteousness. But after listening to Gongzi's words, I am full of admiration." "What is the name of this strategy?" "The empty city strategy." Ling Xiao smiled. Not only is the Si Kongzun suspicious, but they are also exhausted. As long as General's arrangements are reasonable, under the circumstances that we are unable to defend the city, we can deliberately expose the emptiness of our city to the enemy. This is the so-called the real is the real, and the false is the false. When the enemy becomes suspicious, they will hesitate to move forward. This is the so-called suspicion within suspicion. We can let the Si Kongzun lead the army through Northern Desert City and enter the army camp outside. This way, even if the Si Kongzun discovers the empty city strategy, they can't do anything. Of course, this strategy isn't 100% successful. If it fails, I'm afraid that we will have to fight a bloody battle with the enemy in the city. Therefore, we still have to arrange the necessary combat equipment. Of course. Jining nodded. After everything was arranged, Ling Xiao went out of the city to inform the Si Kongzun and let the Si Kongzun lead the army into the city. Even Jining came out to welcome them. The Si Kongzun was puzzled. Why did Jining's attitude change so drastically after Ling Xiao went in for less than an hour? Was there a trap in the city? He was a suspicious person, so when he entered the city, he observed carefully. He found that everything in the city was in order. The people were doing what they were supposed to do, but most of the soldiers were missing. Vaguely, he could hear the sound of weapons. Judging from the sound, there were at least 40 to 50,000 soldiers. Once a conflict broke out, they would be like turtles in a jar. He wanted to make trouble, but now he didn't dare to do anything rash. Was there a mistake in the intelligence? Didn't they say that the Northern Desert City was full of wounded soldiers? Despite this thought, the Si Kongzun didn't dare to act rashly because he couldn't be sure. When he came back to his senses, he found that the army had already left the north gate and was at the pass 1 mile away from the Northern Desert City. It was too late to figure out the situation in the city. "I'm so nervous." Ling Xiao's forehead was covered in cold sweat. To put it bluntly, he was just an armchair strategist. He didn't know whether the Si Kongzun would fall for his trick or not. In fact, there were less than 10,000 soldiers in the city that could be used. If they really fought, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Of course, this also had to do with Jining's appropriate arrangements. He perfectly made the Si Kongzun believe that there were a large number of soldiers in the city. "Ha ha ha, I really admire young master's brilliant plan." Seeing that the Si Kongzun had entered the pass, Jining finally breathed a sigh of relief. The most difficult problem had been solved. What else couldn't be solved? "General, please don't praise me. I was so nervous just now." Ling Xiao wiped the sweat off his forehead. After all, if this plan failed, it would really be beyond redemption. "It's good that you succeeded. This is how it is on the battlefield. You can't have 100% success rate. As long as there's a 30% chance, you have to do it. Otherwise, if you miss the opportunity, it will be too late to regret it." In Jining's view, Ling Xiao's plan was extremely beautiful. He was really good at both the pen and the sword. Unfortunately, he didn't have a daughter. If he had a daughter, he would marry Ling Xiao no matter what. Just as Ling Xiao and Ji Ning were chatting and laughing, the sound of a whistling arrow suddenly came from afar. Ji Ning's expression suddenly changed. The Black Crow Empire's army is here again. Seeing the whistling arrow explode in the air, Ling Xiao's expression also became serious. Not long after the whistling arrow sounded, someone came to report, "General, the Black Crow Empire's army is only 3 days away from their vanguard army, and the one leading the army this time is the Black Crow Empire's golden-blooded prince Tomohiko Kuma." Tomohiko Kuma? Haha, is this little prince here to die on the battlefield? Who is their commander? Ji Ning asked with a smile. The commander is Tomohiko Kuma, but the deputy is a little powerful. It's the Black Crow Empire's Golden Crow Great General Timur Mutu. What? This old fellow actually came personally? Looks like the Black Crow Empire is also having endless internal strife. This time, Mutu, this old fellow, most likely wants to help that little prince Tomohiko Kuma obtain military merits. Ji Ning's expression became serious. Very obviously, Timur Mutu is definitely not a person to be trifled with. Although Ji Ning is not good at scheming, he uses troops like a god and is proficient in the art of war. In the Divine Phoenix continent, he is definitely an undefeatable general. Now that his expression has become so serious, it can only mean that Timur Mutu is really terrifying. Great General, what's the situation with this Timur Mutu? Ling Xiao asked. Timur Mutu's cultivation is not weaker than mine, but he's most powerful in using troops and scheming. I'm really not as good as him. In terms of scheming, he's 10 times better than me. Ji Ning sighed and said, everyone says that I'm an undefeatable general, never losing on the battlefield. This is true, but once the Black Crow Empire and Divine Phoenix Empire had a decisive battle of great importance. At that time I was the great general and almost killed my way to the capital of the Black Crow Empire. As long as I can take down this battle, then only the Divine Phoenix Empire is left on the Divine Phoenix continent. However, I didn't lose to anyone on the battlefield, but that Mutu instigated the emperor to change the commander at the last moment and sent me to this northern desert city. What a pity. Missed that opportunity. The Black Crow Empire quickly rose and is able to stand on the same level as the Divine Phoenix Empire. So that's how it is. Since Mutu is so powerful, the little Prince Jioma Jian he supports shouldn't be too weak, right? Ling Xiao asked. Of course. That's only natural. In my opinion, Jioma Jian might not be much, but to young people like you, Jioma Jian is too terrifying. He's only 16 this year, the same age as you, but his cultivation has already reached the early stage at 10 directions heaven. With this kind of aptitude among the younger generation, at least in the Divine Phoenix continent, I'm afraid that only the 2 princes can compete with him. Ji Ning introduced, of course, the most terrifying thing about this little duke is not his martial strength, but his intelligence. I'm even suspecting that he's Mutu's illegitimate son, and that he's basically cuckolding the emperor of the Black Crow Empire. It's rumored that when this little duke was 13, he helped the emperor eliminate the traitors in the court and consolidated the imperial power. He's the emperor of the Black Crow Empire's favorite little duke. As expected, he's powerful. I want to meet this little duke. Ling Xiao was excited when he heard about experts, especially experts of the same generation. Tomohiko Kuma was about the same age as him, but his cultivation was much higher. Although he didn't care about this, after all, his starting point was relatively low, but the feeling of competing with such a genius would definitely be very good. With the 2 of them together, I'm afraid Northern Desert City will really be in trouble this time. Ji Ning smiled bitterly. Because they couldn't get supplies all year round, they could only be self-sufficient. Northern Desert City could only barely survive by relying on him. This time, with Mutu's arrival, it might not be the case. That might not be the case. Ling Xiao suddenly smiled and said, you said that the Black Crow Empire sent Timur Mutu to lead the troops this time to snatch military merits for little Duke Tomohiko Kuma, to make Tomohiko Kuma a great hero of the Black Crow Empire and a qualified heir to the throne. I'm sure those who follow Timur Mutu are their most loyal soldiers. If we eliminate Tomohiko Kuma, what will happen? You really think differently. That's right, Tomohiko Kuma's expedition is a double-edged sword. He can make the soldiers of the Black Crow Empire work together and fight bravely, but he can also cause the army to collapse. Jining looked at Ling Xiao and was really satisfied with him. He couldn't wait to take in a goddaughter and marry Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, are you willing to follow me to the city? Jining suddenly stood up and asked. Of course. Ling Xiao came for military merits, so naturally, he couldn't let Northern Desert City be destroyed. As long as Northern Desert City didn't fall, he had enough opportunities to earn military merits. Walking on the city wall, Ling Xiao could clearly feel that although the city looked simple, there were actually some mysteries around the city gate. There were quite powerful formations set up. As long as they defended the city to the death, unless they ran out of supplies, the enemy would have to spend at least 10 times the number of people to be able to take down the city. On the city wall, most of the soldiers were injured and looked very tired. However, there wasn't the slightest bit of discouragement or fear on their faces. There was only determination and decisiveness. However, Ling Xiao also realized that perhaps because of the constant attacks, there were many flaws in the formations on the city wall. Although they had been maintained, they weren't perfectly repaired. Moreover, some of the formations seemed to Ling Xiao to be able to be upgraded and modified. It could be seen that the formation talents under Jining were still not good enough. Thinking of this, he silently remembered all these in his heart. He was prepared to talk to Jining after designing the new formations to see if they could be upgraded and modified. General, how many soldiers are there in Northern Desert City? Ling Xiao asked. About 200,000. Among them, only 40,000 are considered a regular army. The rest are civilians. Jining didn't know why Ling Xiao asked these questions, but ever since the incident with the empty city strategy, his trust in Ling Xiao had obviously increased. It's best to mobilize all of them. Otherwise, there's no chance of winning this battle. Ling Xiao said what Jining knew but wasn't willing to admit. Because the scouts just now reported that the Black Crow Empire's army had a total of 1 million soldiers. If the 200,000 vanguard troops were added, it would be 1,200,000. But the total number of soldiers in Northern Desert City was only 200,000, which was a fraction of the others. The Divine Phoenix Empire's army wasn't small, and there were also many soldiers. However, because of the Emperor, he wasn't willing to give Northern Desert City a source of soldiers, which resulted in there being so few soldiers here. In fact, about 5 kilometers away from Northern Desert City, there was another city. There were more than 500,000 soldiers stationed there. However, Jining and Ling Xiao both knew that those people wouldn't come to rescue them. They could only rely on them for this battle. How can the common people have the ability to fight? In the end, Jining still loved the common people and was unwilling to let them participate in the war. However, Ling Xiao shook his head and said, the common people of the Divine Phoenix Empire are also martial artists. As the saying goes, everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of the world. Now, we don't need them to go to the front lines to kill the enemy. As long as they are logistic soldiers and are responsible for transporting supplies, that will solve the big problem. Moreover, when the nest is overturned, no egg will remain intact. They should understand this principle. Once the city is breached, their only ending is death. There is no second way to survive, and it is impossible for them to escape. Wherever the army of the Black Crow Empire passes, there will be no survivors. Alright, I will do my best to arrange it. It's a pity that Si Kongzun is not on good terms with me. Otherwise, the 80,000 people he brought would be of great use. Jining sighed. If the Si Kongzun is not willing, then just cripple him. I am the military governor, so I still have this bit of power. However, we have to choose a good time, otherwise, it will easily arouse the disgust of the expeditionary army. Ling Xiao coldly snorted. Hearing this, Jining was surprised. Ling Xiao's thoughts were actually so meticulous that he even considered this point. He was even better than his master, Ji Fuling. Alright, when the time comes, I will listen to your arrangements. If they wanted to cripple the Si Kongzun, Jining and Feng Qingyan had to take action. Otherwise, there really was no one else here who could control the Si Kongzun. The two of them walked around the city walls. Everywhere was arranged in an orderly manner. Although the camp was full of injured soldiers, Jining's title of Great General was not for nothing. He was still able to maintain the fighting strength of Northern Desert City as much as possible under such circumstances. Great General, why don't I see Xianxia and the rest? Ling Xiao asked curiously. It's easy to see them. I can just get someone to call them over. Jining smiled and then ordered, go, call Xianxia, Meng Tong, and Xian over. Tell them that their great benefactor has arrived. Understood. Not long after the soldiers left, Xianxia's group of 3 arrived at the city governor's mansion. The city lord mansion of the northern desert city was where Jining lived and where he gave orders. Your subordinate is Xianxia. Subordinate Meng Tong. This subordinate believes it. Greetings, Great General. Greetings, young master. The 3 of them simultaneously knelt on one knee and cupped their fists. Ha ha ha, get up, Ling Xiao. You guys stay here and reminisce. I'll go and arrange for the commoners to participate in the defense of the city. Jining stood up and said with a smile. Take care, General. Ling Xiao stopped Jining and took out a storage ring. Here are 20,000 rejuvenation pills and 20,000 spirit recovery pills. They are good for healing. Although there aren't many of them, they can solve urgent problems. The former can heal injuries, while the latter can restore physical strength and internal force. Absolutely not. Although Jining really wanted it, he was a little embarrassed. Take it, Great General. You can count it as my military merit, right? Ling Xiao said with a smile. All right, since you said so, I'll accept it. This is a timely reign. I thank you on behalf of all the soldiers. Jining took the storage ring and left excitedly. What his soldiers needed the most now was these pills. Ling Xiao's arrival was like a timely rain, allowing him to see the hope of victory. Farewell, General. Looking at Jining's departure, Ling Xiao smiled and looked at Xianxia's group of 3. How is it? Are you used to this place? Is there any situation where you can't acclimatize? Don't worry, young master. We are used to everything. Not only that, Great General Jining trusts us a lot. Xianxia sighed. This time, when the Black Crow Empire attacked Northern Desert City, our Iron Mask army made a great contribution. Hence, the Great General took the opportunity to confer me as the commander of the Heavenly Wolf Knight Regiment. Meng Tong and Xian are my deputies. As for the 300 Iron Guards, they are basically all Kiliarchs, Centurions, Guard Captains, and Corporals. In the army, the positions were Corporals, Guard Captains, Centurions, Kiliarchs, Vice Commanders, and Commanders. Corporals had 10 soldiers under them. Guard Captains led 10 Corporals and their subordinates. Centurions led 10 Guard Captains and their subordinates. However, the number of people would not exceed 1,000. Kiliarchs led 10 Centurions and their subordinates. However, the number of people would not exceed 10,000. Vice commanders were also called captains. They had 10 Kiliarchs and their subordinates. Commanders were the rank second only to the commander. Under normal circumstances, they would have at least 3 vice commanders. There might even be 10 or more. Currently, Xianxia was the commander of the Heavenly Wolf Knight Regiment. He was equivalent to a commander. Meng Tong and Xian were both vice commanders. They were subordinate to Xianxia. However, due to the lack of soldiers, Xianxia only had 10,000 or so subordinates. According to the official ranks, it was not enough. They were only equivalent to captains. Io, you're doing pretty well. I'm only a centurion. No one died, right? Ling Xiao asked. Although casualties were normal on the battlefield, Ling Xiao really did not wish for anyone in the Iron Mask army to die in battle. This kind of wish might be too extravagant, but it was his true wish. No one died in battle. However, injuries are unavoidable. Fortunately, our men have fought on the battlefield before. In terms of experience, they are not inferior to the Great General's troops. Xianxia replied. That's good. I want you to train and live well. Ling Xiao nodded in satisfaction. The 4 of them chatted for a long time. Through them, Ling Xiao learned about many of the rules in the military camp. In addition to the simple ranks in the army, there were also methods to obtain these positions. To put it bluntly, there were 2 points. One was strength, and the other was military merits. Without strength, military merits would be useless because the people below would not be convinced. This was a world where cultivators were supreme. Strength was very important. Of course, strength alone was troublesome without military merits. The Xikongzun was a good example. He had strength but no military merits. The soldiers below him were not convinced. If not for the emperor's imperial edict, no one would give a damn about the Xikongzun. As mentioned before, in the Divine Phoenix continent, as long as it was a regular army, the weakest soldier was a transcendent realm cultivator. If one wanted to become a captain, one had to be an outstanding figure among the soldiers. At the very least, one had to be a transcendent realm 9th level cultivator. Guard captains had to be half-step heavenly venerable or above. Centurions had to be at least heaven realm cultivators in 1-line heaven. Chiliarchs had to be at least heaven realm or heaven of 5 elements. The 10,000 men commander, which was also the deputy commander, required a minimum of 7 stars heaven cultivation. As for commanders, they had to be at least 10 directions heaven. Of course, Grotto Heaven Realm was the best. Currently, Meng Tong had reached 8 Desolate Heaven early stage and was definitely qualified to be a vice commander. Xianxia's cultivation was slightly weaker, but he was also at 7 stars heaven early stage. He was just qualified. Xianxia was even more powerful. He was the number 1 Grotto Heaven Realm expert. He was more than qualified to be a commander. In addition, the 3 of them had accumulated enough military merits in the previous battle. Even if Jining was not biased, they were definitely qualified to hold their current positions. This battlefield was really a training ground. When Xian left the imperial city, his cultivation had not reached 7 stars heaven, but now he had broken through. Meng Tong was the same. He had also broken through. Alright, you guys go and do your own things. I have to get busy too. This northern desert city must not be destroyed. Otherwise, we won't even have a stronghold in the future. Ling Xiao was very clear in his heart. This northern desert city was his most reliable stronghold in the Divine Phoenix continent. Whether it was to revive the human race's sacred dynasty or to protect his life, he could not lose this place. Once he lost it, he would have no way out. So next, he had to carefully ponder over the northern desert city's defensive array. Then, he would pass the upgrade and modification plan to Jining. Then, young master, we will go back first. If there is anything, remember to inform us. We are young master's people. After all, we are great General Jining's subordinates. Xianxia's words had a deep meaning. At the same time, he was also expressing his loyalty to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded and was very gratified. Seeing the 3 of them leave, he began to modify the array according to his memory. Through the eyes of the world, he tested it. After confirming that there were no problems, he got up and went to look for Jining. When he found Jining, he was discussing the defense strategy of Northern Desert City with a few commanders. Jining had a total of 4 commanders under him. They were the commander of Heavenly Wolf Knights, Xianxia. Archer Commander, Li Ruguang. Infantry Commander, Zhang Yufei. Mech Commander, Zhu Gaming. Although there were not many troops stationed in Northern Desert City, they were clearly divided into cavalry, archers, infantrymen, and even mech soldiers. The so-called mech soldiers were actually the puppet soldiers of the Heavenly Dragon continent. This team had the least number of people, but they could control the mech puppets to fight. Their combat power would not lose to the other troop types. Including Xianxia, these 4 people were obviously fierce warriors who had experienced fierce battles on the battlefield. From their bodies, one could feel the baptism of war. They could feel an iron-blooded aura that ordinary people did not have. Everyone knew that Jining was the ever-victorious general who guarded the northern desert city, rendering the Black Crow Empire helpless. However, what they didn't know was that if they didn't have the commanders under them, they wouldn't be able to do anything on their own. Xianxia was relatively inexperienced, but the other 3 were old subordinates who had followed Jining for more than 10 years. In the past, the commander of the Heavenly Wolf Knights was LV Chenglong. However, after LV Chenglong was transferred to the Imperial City Barracks, that position had remained empty. Jining had held that position until Qin Hua's arrival. Ling Xiao, you've come at the right time. Let me introduce you. These are the commanders under me. You know Qin Hua. The other three are the archer commander Li Ruguang, the infantry commander Zhang Yufei, and the mecha commander Zhu Gaming. Seeing Ling Xiao coming over, Jining didn't avoid the topic of discussion. Instead, he called Ling Xiao into the meeting room. Ling Xiao greets the four commanders. Ling Xiao clasped his hands in greeting. Brother Ling saved our great general in the past and is also our benefactor. There's no need to be so polite. However, today we are discussing the plan to deal with the enemy. How about we talk another day? Zhu Gaming was obviously a rather intelligent person. He was also a very cautious person. He didn't dislike Ling Xiao. In fact, he was very grateful to Ling Xiao. However, this was a military meeting. He felt that it was inappropriate for Ling Xiao to come in. Zhu Gaming, your words are too much. Brother Ling just asked the great general to give our soldiers more than 40,000 pills to solve the urgent situation. Zhang Yufei's character was similar to Ling Zhao's. However, he felt that Zhu Gaming's words had offended Ling Xiao, so he came out to smooth things over. May I know why Brother Ling is here this time? Li Ruguang asked directly. In his opinion, if there wasn't anything important, it wouldn't be good to waste time. Although Ling Xiao was Jining's benefactor, now wasn't the time to reminisce. Jining smiled bitterly as he looked at Ling Xiao and said, You see, these three fellows each one of their tempers is more eccentric than the other. Sometimes, they make me really angry. However, they are brave in battle, loyal and unyielding. They are my best brothers. Jining emphasized the word brothers. It could be seen that he really cherished these three people. Ling Xiao smiled and said, It's okay. However, I am here this time for serious business. Moreover, it is very important. Oh? Come. Sit down and talk. Jining said with a smile. Ling Xiao didn't sit down. Instead, he walked to the table and placed pieces of blueprints on the table. Then, he said, Everyone, I went to the city walls of the northern desert city to check. I found that there is a serious problem with the city's defense formation. Little brother, aren't you going overboard? Zhu Gaming wasn't too happy because those formations were maintained by his men. Commander Zhuge, I will not beat around the bush. These blueprints are the formations that I have modified and upgraded. You just have to take a look and you will know what's wrong with the original formations. Ling Xiao knew that he was too straightforward and could easily offend people. However, it was a critical moment now. The enemy's army was about to arrive. He had no choice but to solve these problems as soon as possible. Zhu Gaming wasn't someone who wouldn't listen to anything. He kept a suspicious attitude and looked at the blueprints carefully. When he saw the first blueprint, his expression changed slightly. When he saw the second blueprint, his hands started to tremble. His face revealed a nervous and excited expression. When he saw the third blueprint, he couldn't control his emotions and knelt on the ground directly. He faced Ling Xiao. Brother Ling, Zhu Gaming apologizes to you. At the same time, I thank you on behalf of the 200,000 soldiers and civilians of the northern desert city. Seeing Zhu Gaming's actions, the rest of the people felt strange. Commander Zhuge, there is no need to be so formal. Get up quickly. I am just doing my part. Ling Xiao quickly helped Zhu Gaming up and said, You are killing me. Zhuge, what is going on? Zhang Yufei asked in surprise. Usually, other than the general, you don't kneel to anyone. Even when the imperial edict arrived, you would hide. Why are you kneeling to such a little kid today? Old Zhang, you don't understand. These blueprints are exquisite and amazing. If we upgrade and modify the formations according to the blueprints, the defensive power will be increased by at least 2 or 3 times. It will reduce the casualties of the soldiers and civilians. Zhu Gaming knew that the rest of the people didn't understand formations. He simply explained the multiplication relationship that was easier to understand. But modifying a formation requires materials. The better the formation, the more materials it requires. Now that time is tight, can we make it? Li Ruguang frowned and asked. Zhuge Ming thought for a while and said, the formations that Brother Ling designed will increase the effect by 2 or 3 times. However, the materials used are ordinary materials. This is a real capable person. A formation master. Although we might not be able to gather all the materials in 2 or 3 days, we can still gather most of them. Hearing Zhuge Ming's words, not only Li Ruguang, but even Ji Ning could not recognize Ling Xiao anymore. When he first met Ling Xiao, he only admired him for his courage and intelligence. The elixir incident made him feel that this kid was very generous. Now that he even came up with a formation, he did not know what to say. This kid was even scarier than Ji Funing and Yu Xianyue combined. Every generation had a new talent, and each generation was stronger than the previous. Regarding the materials, you don't have to worry. When I designed these formations, I had already considered the problem of materials. Actually, you don't have to look for them, I have enough materials here. However, it would be best if you could find more. After all, there might still be maintenance and repairs needed. Ling Zhao's casual words made a few jaws drop in the meeting hall. You little brat, you really can surprise me every time. Ji Ning smiled bitterly. Zhuge Ming, bring the materials and immediately repair the formations of the northern desert city. Be sure to finish it before the war starts. Yes, great general. Zhuge Ming was very excited. With the upgraded defensive formations, their chances of winning this time had increased by a lot. Even though Timur Mutu was powerful, he probably wouldn't have expected Ling Xiao to be a variable like him. Ling Xiao took out a storage ring and gave it to Zhuge Ming. All the materials are in here. Commander Zhuge, take it. Thank you. At this moment, Zhuge Ming was completely impressed by Ling Xiao. After he left, Zhang Yufei smiled and said, Brother Ling, you have given Zhuge Ming such good stuff. Can you help to improve the combat power of our infantrymen? I have seen it. The weapons and armors used by the northern desert city's soldiers are rather outdated. They need to be replaced. Unfortunately, time is tight. Otherwise, I would have helped all of you to refine a new batch. Ling Xiao sighed. No way, you know how to refine weapons? Zhang Yufei was surprised again. Ji Ning, on the other hand, was almost numb. Ling Xiao surprised him again, and he was already used to it. A little. Ling Xiao was very modest. After we defend the northern desert city this time, we must trouble you to make more weapons and armors for us. Zhang Yufei sighed. Actually, we don't have to wait that long. Although I can't refine weapons, I can still help to improve the performance of armors and weapons. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Really? Another pleasant surprise. Just when Zhang Yufei was prepared to accept the fact that he could not increase his combat strength, Ling Xiao gave him another pleasant surprise. Of course, it's only for augmentation arrays. I can do it for bows, swords, and spears. It's just that I'm a little lacking in materials for this, so I'll have to trouble you guys. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Okay, give us the list of materials, and we'll think of a way. Zhang Yufei said excitedly. Ling Xiao nodded, then took a piece of paper and wrote down the required materials. It was actually very simple. The key was spirit stones, a large amount of lower-grade spirit stones. In addition, some elemental spirit stones or beast cores were also needed. This was not a problem for the people of the northern desert city. After all, there were many kinds of beast cores in the desert, and they had more than enough beast cores to spare. After looking at the list, Zhang Yufei and Li Ruguang both said that they wanted to prepare the materials immediately. Qin Hua also wanted to go, but he was stopped by Ji Ning. Ling Xiao, I asked Qin Hua to stay because I want to tell you that if you want to gain military merits, you can't stay in the Xikong Zun's team. Why don't you join the Skywolf Knights? This way, it will be easier to gain military merits. Ji Ning revealed his real purpose of asking Qin Hua to stay. Ling Xiao thought for a while, then shook his head and said, General, thank you for your kindness, but I have a better idea. A better idea? Ji Ning asked doubtfully, what idea? General, can you let me select some smart and capable people from the army to form a special team? Ling Xiao asked. A special team? Yes, it's called the Special Forces. Ling Xiao nodded and said, there won't be too many of them, at most 100 or so. Their strength must be top-notch among the soldiers, and they must have special abilities and be willing to listen to orders. What does the special forces do? Jining asked doubtfully. The special forces will not be exposed to the public, but they are hidden by the country. They have never shown their faces, and no one knows of their existence. They exist as a trump card on the battlefield, and when necessary, they will turn the tide and even sacrifice their lives for the country in exchange for a decisive victory. They should be prepared to die. Their mission is very difficult, and even unimaginably terrifying. No one knows what they have done, no one knows what they have saved, and no one even knows what they have sacrificed. Silently contributing to the country without asking for anything in return, this is the special forces of the special forces. Ling Xiao replied, the special forces I set up can carry out many special missions. For example, decapitation. That is to attack the enemy's key figures and command center, leaving the enemy in a leaderless and uncommunicable state. Another example is harassment. That is to hinder the enemy's ability to move, including destroying the enemy's equipment and systems, attacking the enemy's important civilian infrastructure, and ambushing the enemy, etc. Psychological warfare also plays an important role in the entire harassment strategy, because the special forces' surprise attack itself will cause fear and chaos in the enemy camp. In addition, there are escort operations and rescue operations, which are all things that the special forces can do. Because the target is small and hidden, they can also carry out reconnaissance and infiltration. Ling Xiao didn't have the concept of the special forces before, but the new memories in the Spirit Sea gave him this knowledge. He felt that it was very good, and it was very suitable for him. That was why he suggested to Jining to set up such a special forces. How did you think of this? Even Jining, who was already numb, was still shocked speechless when he heard Ling Xiao's words. I saw it in the ancient books. In fact, before the war between the True Devil Empire and the Sacred Dynasty, the True Devil Empire had formed a similar team. After the war broke out, the members of this team sneaked into the enemy countries to carry out extensive destruction, and the results were outstanding. The main combat mode of the special forces in the mystic world was thus established. Ling Xiao was completely talking nonsense, but Jining had no way to investigate this kind of thing. Alright, I don't care where you've seen it from, but I'm very interested in this new model. How about this, I'll give you the authority to choose any warrior you want from the Celestial Wolf Knights, Archers, Infantry, and Mecha. Jining felt that it was good, so he agreed to Ling Xiao's proposal. Thank you, Grand General. Also, I hope that the friends I brought can be incorporated into the army. You don't need to give them any special privileges. Everything starts from the basics. However, I want to incorporate Cold Plum and Xianxia into the special forces. Ling Xiao smiled and said. This is a small matter. Let's go, I will personally bring you to pick the people. With Jining personally leading Ling Xiao, the selection of the special forces became much easier. Including Ling Xiao, Xianxia, and Cold Plum, the number of people in the special forces reached 60. Although there were not many people, their cultivation levels were all above the Avalon of 5 elements. Furthermore, each of them had their own unique skills. Most importantly, these people were smart enough to learn new things faster. This made training easier. Grand General, this team will be called Dark Assassins in the future. It will be a sharp blade in the darkness of the northern desert city. Whether I am still in the army in the future or not, they can continue to exist. Ling Xiao suggested after the formation of the special forces. Okay, it will be called Dark Assassins. It's a pity that you can't stay in the army for a long time. Otherwise, it would be great. Jining lamented. Martial artists and soldiers had different pursuits. What martial artists pursued was to become stronger. Soldiers, on the other hand, pursued loyalty to their country. If Jining wasn't a soldier, then he might have already left the Divine Phoenix continent with Ji Fuling and Yu Xianyue. His current cultivation would also be much stronger than it was now. Ling Xiao was a martial artist. The army could not restrain him. He had to go out and explore. In the next 3 days, other than modifying the equipment for the Northern Desert City's army, Ling Xiao used the rest of his time to train the Dark Assassins. Although it was impossible to impart everything to these people in such a short time, they were still soldiers. However, they were soldiers after all. As long as they were trained a little, they would be able to form a fighting force. That alone was enough. With the sound of a bugle horn came from the northern desert pass, which was about a mile away from the northern desert city. It was as loud as a mournful wail and spread into the northern desert city. They're here. Timur Mutu is here. Tomohiko Kuma was here. The Black Crow Empire's army has arrived. In the city, whether it was the soldiers who were discussing the war, the people who were farming, or the merchants who were trading, all of them looked toward the northern sky at the same time. Yellow sand filled the sky, blotting out the sun. The horses' hooves thundered. The mount of the Black Crow Empire was the Black Crow Beast. It was a strange beast that looked like a warhorse but had a pair of black wings. In terms of battle prowess, it was not inferior to the phoenix and the battle wolf, much less the barbaric bear. In the Darkthorn camp, Xianxia changed into a strange outfit. The clothes were not armor, but made of a special material. The color was very similar to the environment of the northern desert. If he were to lie on the ground, no one would be able to notice him unless they looked carefully. The soldiers of the Dark Assassins were also dressed in the same uniform. They looked very special and mighty. "Boss, they're here." A soldier of the Darkthorn glanced at Xianxia and said nervously. "The Black Crow Empire's army has come a long way. They probably won't attack immediately after they arrive. Listen to my orders. Cold Plum, take 2 people and observe the situation closely. It would be best if you can sneak into their camp. Even if you can't, you have to bring back the information." Xianxia ordered, include their exact number, equipment, and the location of Tomohiko Kuma and Timur Mutu. The more detailed, the better. Yes. Lung Mei nodded. Then, she chose 2 people and left the city quietly. She did not even alert anyone. This was why they were called the Special Forces. Powerful and secretive, because no one could be sure that there were no spies of the Black Crow Empire in the northern desert city, even if it was an operation of the Dark Thorn, they had to try their best to keep it a secret. The rest of you, wait for orders. Without my orders, no one is allowed to attack or do anything else. You are a sharp blade, the trump card of the northern desert city. You must not be exposed in advance. After giving the order, Xianxia left with Haim Myung-ko. Many people knew the 2 of them, so there was no need to hide. As long as most of the people of the Dark Thorn kept it a secret, it was enough. Standing on top of the city wall, one could see the flags covering the sun in the distance. That was the Black Crow Empire's army. Xianxia had never seen such a scene before. Compared to the Black Crow Empire's army, the new True Demon Empire's army was simply too weak. Just this murderous aura alone was enough to make people fearful. Enough ants could bite an elephant to death. This saying should not be nonsense. If the 1.2 million soldiers attacked together, even a Yinyang realm martial artist would not be able to escape death unless they were at the Yinyang realm. Jining, it's already come to this. Do you still want us to stay outside the city? Why don't we join forces and guard the northern desert city together? At the city gate, Si Kongzun led a dozen people over. Si Kongzun, are you afraid? You are the general of the northern expedition personally appointed by the emperor. How can you be so timid? Jining would not let the people of Si Kongzun enter the northern desert city no matter what. As the saying goes, a mouse can ruin a pot of soup. If the Si Kongzun entered, not only would it not improve the defense of the northern desert city, it might even cause trouble. Moreover, the Si Kongzun was currently stationed at the northern desert pass. This pass and the northern desert city formed a triangle. If the Si Kongzun really wanted to deal with the Black Crow Empire together, they could have done something during the war instead of hiding in the northern desert city. I'm timid? I, Si Kongzun, really don't know how to write the word timid. Okay, then you and I will form a triangle and help each other. How about that? The Si Kongzun shouted. Of course. Jining nodded. Let's go. The Si Kongzun turned the savage bear around and galloped towards the northern desert pass. General, the Black Crow Empire has entered the battle. Don't worry, they are probably here to challenge us. In our current situation, going out to fight them will only lead to our own destruction. Pass down the order, no matter how much they curse us or how unpleasant their words are, we have to endure it. Whoever dares to enter the battle, kill them without mercy. Jining was already used to such scenes. In the past, there were generals who could not stand those obscenities and went out to fight. As a result, they were captured and the city was easily broken through. This was a bloody lesson. Jining had been a general for so many years, so he naturally knew about it. Just as he said, the Black Crow Empire only sent out a few hundred people. All of them were riding black crows and wearing black armor. Even their faces were completely covered, making them look very formidable. They stopped outside the range of the northern desert city's crossbows and began to challenge them. Jining, you coward, just go back into your shell. How can you call yourself an invincible general? You're simply a coward. Such curses could be heard almost every day outside the northern desert city. Jining completely turned a deaf ear to it. He simply ignored it and didn't care at all. The soldiers of the northern desert city were used to being scolded like this. They were completely stupefied and treated it as if dogs were barking below them. Although they did not care, the soldiers of the Imperial City Barracks could not stand it. The Imperial City Barracks had been near the Imperial City for a long time and had not experienced a real battle for a long time. They were completely incomparable to the border guards. More importantly, they were the signboard of the Divine Phoenix Empire. This time, they were here to help the Emperor eradicate the Black Crow Empire's army and gain military merits. If they hid in the city and did not dare to go out, how embarrassing would that be? A cold smile appeared on Si Kongzun's face as he looked at the restless army, and then he shouted loudly, Jining is incompetent and can suffer such humiliation, but the soldiers of our expedition army are all brave men and can't suffer such humiliation. Who is willing to go out and kill those Black Crow bastards? We are willing to go. Almost everyone in the Imperial City Barracks shouted loudly. Good. All of you want to gain military merits. I, Si Kongzun, will not side with anyone. 50 of you from the Phoenix Academy, step forward. 50 of you from the Xianxia College, step forward. Si Kongzun said loudly. Soon, 100 people were gathered. They rode out of the northern desert pass on their bears. Only then did the northern desert city barracks realize that something was wrong. Oh no, these people are too impatient. The Black Crow Empire's soldiers are the elites of the Black Crow Knights. The weakest among them is at the Three Talents realm and they are good at fighting. If these people go out, I'm afraid they won't be able to come back. Zhu Gaming said anxiously. I'm afraid it's not that they are impatient. Someone is purposely sending them to their deaths. Jining said coldly, this emperor is really rotten to the core. In order to protect his power, he is willing to take the lives of these loyal and patriotic soldiers as a joke. I don't understand. What good will it do for the emperor if these people die? Li Ruguang asked. You still don't understand? Not only does the emperor want to cripple me, but he also wants to cripple Feng Qingyan and LV Chenglong. If this battle fails, even if the three of us don't die on the battlefield, we will be framed to death by him. Jining said with a sigh, I'm afraid that the emperor and the Black Crow Empire have reached some kind of agreement. Otherwise, the Black Crow Empire would not choose to send their army at this time. This goes against common sense. Hearing Jining's words, everyone was shocked. Stop right there. Whoever dares to fight without permission, don't blame me for being merciless. I respect you as a genius from Xianxia College. I have high hopes for you. Are you going to be the Black Crow Empire's lackey today? The leader was a student from Xianxia College. He had graduated a long time ago and was now a guard captain in the army. Seeing Ling Xiao pulling the bow, he did not look happy. He turned around and said to the others, you guys go first. I want to see if this Ling Xiao dares to shoot his fellow students with arrows. The others continued to move forward. Ling Xiao's hands were shaking. For the first time, he felt that he was so incompetent and helpless. You don't want to shoot? Then I'll go. The senior from Xianxia College turned around and caught up with the troops. 100 savage bear riders against 100 elite Black Crow riders. Seeing the 100 people approaching, the Black Crow riders showed a ferocious expression. Everyone crept behind them. Almost at the same time, they knocked their bows and shot. It was obvious that they had practiced this cooperation many times. There was almost no pause. When the 100 savage bear riders were less than 50 meters away, they all shot their bows and arrows. Each person shot one arrow. They were all excellent archers. The tragic savage bear riders fell to the ground one by one before they could get close to these people. Some of them died, and some of them fell off their mounts. Kill! The Black Crow riders roared in unison and rushed out. In the blink of an eye, they reached the soldiers who had fallen to the ground. The long spears in their hands pierced into their bodies without mercy. What? The senior from Xianxia College was delayed by Xianxia for a moment, so he did not die from the arrow. However, his heart was pierced by a spear. At the moment when he was about to die, he turned around and looked at the city wall. He looked at Xianxia with a regretful expression. He regretted not only because he died in battle, but also because all the people under his command died in battle. Bastard! Xianxia was so angry that he punched the city wall. There was an indescribable anger in his chest. He hated the people of the Black Crow Empire, and he hated the old dog Xikongzun even more. If it were not for Xikongzun, these people would not have come out to die. However, Xikongzun was laughing happily in his heart. He pretended to be sad and angry and shouted, "The Black Crow bastards are despicable and shameless. They used bows and arrows to launch a sneak attack. The men of the godly Phoenix Empire are all good. Who is willing to fight and avenge them? I am willing." It was another soldier from Xianxia College. He was a centurion. He could not sit by and do nothing when he saw his fellow disciples and comrades die tragically. Good, the soldiers of Xianxia College are all good. Who else is willing to fight? If they die in battle, I will definitely reward them and take good care of their families. Xikongzun continued to fan the flames. I am willing. Me too. It is my duty to kill the Black Crow bastards. Soldiers were like this. They were all straightforward people and did not have many dirty thoughts. How could they know that their commander was deliberately sending them to their deaths? They really wanted to avenge their fallen comrades. Old dog Xikong, you deserve to die. Xiao's eyes turned red when he saw another 100 steel cavalry charging out from the northern desert pass. He was not a cold and heartless person. Soldiers who were both brave and loyal had to make such a meaningless sacrifice. It really made one feel both grief and indignation. Xianxia, Cold Plum, follow me to battle. Cold Plum had already arranged for people from the Dark Assassins to infiltrate the Black Crow Empire's camp. However, she was too big of a target, so she came back. Otherwise, she would not be able to help and might even expose her comrades. At this time, Xianxia was too far away from the pass. He could not stop Xikongzun from doing anything. The only thing he could do now was to fight in person. Xianxia, don't be impulsive. The enemy is too strong. You are no match for them. Jining shouted. But great general, do you want me to watch those good men throw away their lives without doing anything? I really can't do that. Xianxia shook his head. Jining could not answer. If he saw the soldiers of the northern desert pass die for no reason, he would also go out to stop them, even if it was very dangerous. Brother Ling, if you insist on fighting, take this with you. Zhuge Ming took out something. It was a blooming lotus, but it gave people a feeling of extreme danger. Its name is Immortal Wrath Lotus. It's an ancient puppet hidden weapon that I got from the ancient tomb. Unfortunately, after it was repaired, its power is not as strong as before. But no matter what, it can still help you. It can definitely delay the attack of the Black Crow Knight. Zhuge Ming had been keeping the Immortal Fury Lotus like a treasure. He had planned to use it when the northern desert city was in danger. Today, he was willing to use it for Xianxia. Xianxia took the strange lotus. Suddenly, a familiar feeling flowed into his spiritual sea. At that moment, he seemed to understand the horror of this thing. Thank you. Xianxia put it in his storage ring and jumped off the city wall. He opened his black and white wings and rushed to the enemy. Xianxia and Cold Plum followed him. The three of them rushed to the Black Raven Knights before the 100 Iron Cavalry. They were risking their lives, they were also confident. Who is that? The running iron cavalry also noticed the situation here. Ling Xiao. It's Governor Ling. Does he want to defeat the 100 Black Raven Knights with the three of them? He's crazy. He must be crazy. On the northern desert pass, Si Kongzun sneered. He had always thought that Ling Xiao was a calm and cautious person. He didn't expect that he would do such a stupid thing today. It was exactly what he wanted. Jia Yun was also trembling with excitement. Die, ha ha ha, it seems that I don't have to do it. Ji Zhongran and Wan Qiufeng looked at Ling Xiao viciously, looking forward to the moment when he was killed by the Black Raven Knights. Feng Qingyan was anxious. LV Changlong was shocked. On the northern desert city, there was suddenly a loud sound of war drums. It turned out that Ji Ning was beating the drums to cheer for Ling Xiao. The sound of the drums was like thunder, making people's blood boil. At the same time, on the northern desert pass, LV Changlong roared, "Soldiers, Governor Ling is going to fight for us. Let's cheer for him with the loudest war song." The smoke of war rises, people look to the north, the war song sounded from the tens of thousands of soldiers, causing the earth to shake and the crowd to be excited. Kill! Ling Xiao roared. He was already within 100 meters of the Raven Knight. The Raven Knights looked coldly at Ling Xiao, the audacious guy, and took out their bows and arrows. It was almost the same rhythm, almost the same scene. The only difference was that 100 arrows were used to deal with 100 people. Now, 100 arrows were only used to deal with 3 people. The arrow tore through the sky, causing the wind to howl and the dust to roll, and it brought along a piercingly cold murderous aura. Kill! Ling Xiao roared once again as he thrust out the golden crow sword, sending out red sun alls one after another. The crimson sun all turned into countless small suns in the air and collided with the arrows. Crackle! The Raven Knight was surprised to find that the 3 people in front of him had disappeared. Ling Xiao knew very well that it was impossible for him to fight against hundreds of Black Raven Knights by himself. Therefore, the red sun all was just a cover. What he needed to do was to defeat them one by one. The shadow step and shadow armor allowed him to do this easily. Cold Plum had a terrifying killer martial soul, so it was easy for her to hide herself. Hai Miang Ko also had a tool that could make her invisible. The reason why Ling Xiao only brought these 2 people to battle and not the rest was because he had thought it through carefully. Kill! When the third shout rang out, a resplendent lotus flower exploded in the middle of the crowd. Immediately, a rain of blood splattered and broken limbs flew everywhere. How can it be so powerful? Zhu Gaming was stunned when he saw this scene. He had used the Immortal Fury Lotus before, but its power could only injure a dozen 8 desolate heaven martial artists at most. However, when Ling Xiao used it, half of the Raven Knights died in an instant. No one who was touched by the lotus could survive. After the lotus flower, it was the plum blossom. Cold Plum was an assassin. Her killing method was beautiful. But it was also terrifying. The martial artists who were touched by the plum blossom were either killed or injured. In an instant, dozens of people fell to the ground. Before the Raven Knights could react, a huge palm fell from the sky and landed in the crowd. More than a dozen people fell to the ground and died tragically. Before the Raven Knights realized what was going on, there were only a dozen people left. However, the nightmare was not over. The Shadow All was released unknowingly and more than a dozen people died tragically. Retreat! Retreat quickly! The leader of the Raven Knights saw that the situation was not right. There were only 3 or 4 people left in an instant. How could he dare to stay on this hellish battlefield? He turned his horse around and fled into the distance. This scene stunned everyone on both sides. The Black Raven Knights, who had been swaggering and domineering before, were now fleeing in such a sorry state. Could this scene be real? Escape now? It's too late. Ling Xiao stood there and looked coldly at the fleeing leader of the Raven Knights. He did not care about the others. With Cold Plum and Hai Miang Ko around, those people could not leave alive. A sword was pointed at the target in the distance. The drums were still beating, the singing was louder, there were countless experts on the battlefield. At this time, they were overshadowed by one person's brilliance. The light and shadow all, the sword chi broke through the air and covered a distance of hundreds of meters in an instant. The leader of the Raven Knights and his Raven Beast were split into two halves. The drums and the singing stopped abruptly. There was only the whistling of the wind on the battlefield. A moment later, a thunderous roar resounded from the northern desert city to the northern desert pass. Ling Xiao! Ling Xiao! There was only one person's name in everyone's mouth, and that was Ling Xiao. Those who offend the divine phoenix will be killed. Ling Xiao stepped forward and cut off the enemy general's head that had been split into two halves. He held it high in his hand and let out a fiery roar. 3 people, 3 swords. Hundreds of Raven Knights were destroyed in an instant. This completely shocked everyone. In the enemy's formation, Timur Mutu's face was gloomy. Tomohiko Kuma was dumbfounded. Is he one of the 10 great phoenixes? Tomohiko Kuma asked the strategist beside him. Little Duke, this person is called Ling Xiao. He is not one of the 10 great phoenixes, but he has recently defeated strong enemies in the divine phoenix capital, and his reputation is unparalleled. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao. I will remember this name. Tomohiko Kuma muttered to himself and waved his hand. We have lost today, we can't fight anymore. Retreat. He was very clear that although only 100 Raven Knights had died, they were the elites of the Black Raven Knights, and their deaths were heartbreaking. More importantly, these people had died in battle, and the morale of the Black Crow Empire's army was low. If they launched an attack at this time, it was tantamount to asking for trouble. Little Duke, this person can't be left alive. Let me go and kill him. Timur Mutu kept staring at Ling Xiao. His eyes were like those of a falcon staring at its prey. Master, be careful. Tomohiko Kuma nodded and did not stop him. Because he could also see that Ling Xiao was not a simple person. If he could not kill him while his cultivation was not strong enough, then he would definitely become a great disaster in the future. Timur Mutu broke through the air at an extremely fast speed. Cold Plum, Haim Myunkeo, the 2 of you retreat first. Ling Xiao felt an extremely dangerous aura breaking through the air and knew that he was definitely not a match for it, so he hurriedly shouted to Cold Plum and Haim Myunkeo. Ling Xiao had already sensed the impending danger, so he let Haim Myunkeo and Cold Plum leave first. However, Timur Mutu was too fast. He was so fast that no one had a chance to catch their breath. A huge hand that covered the sky tore through the void and slapped towards Ling Xiao, intending to kill Ling Xiao on the spot. Boom, an explosion sounded in the air. Mutu's hand was intercepted by another hand. It was Ji Ning. If Ling Xiao could sense Mutu's aura, so could Ji Ning. He, you, the commander of an army, actually dared to take the risk to fight for such a brat. Timur Mutu looked at Ji Ning in surprise. Didn't you, the commander of an army, also take the risk to fight to kill him? Ji Ning stood in front of Ling Xiao. Wearing his armor, he looked like a war god. Let's go. Ling Xiao knew what to do at this time. He turned his head to look at Haim Myunkeo and Cold Plum, then quickly left. However, he didn't go to Northern Desert City. Instead, he went to Northern Desert Pass. As the military governor, he naturally had the right to open the city gates. General Sikong, I have already dealt with the 100 Black Crow Knights. As the great general, shouldn't you set an example? Other than you and great General Ji Ning, no one is a match for Timur Mutu. Now is the time to make contributions. You can't hide in this pass. General Zhenbei, please fight. Feng Qingyan and LV Changlong also said loudly. General Zhenbei, please fight and strengthen our country. Countless soldiers of the Imperial City Barracks also shouted in unison. Their voices resounded throughout the entire Northern Desert Pass. Sikong Zun narrowed his eyes and looked at Ling Xiao. He was a little angry. Although Timur Mutu was also a Yinyang realm expert, he was obviously stronger than Ji Ning and him. If he went out, he would definitely be injured. What a sinister brat. But he had never thought that if he had instigated so many officers and soldiers to throw away their lives, wouldn't that be even more sinister and vicious? Ling Xiao, what exactly are you thinking? The great general was the commander-in-chief of an army. How could he rashly go into battle? If something happens, won't the army fall into chaos? Jia Yun stood out and said. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Young Master Jia doesn't need to worry about this. Even if General Sikong dies in battle, the Imperial City Barracks still has General Liu. Moreover, the great general had said that if we were to hide in the city, we would be seen as cowardly. That would damage the morale of our army, regardless of life or death. As long as he dared to fight, he would be proud, and he would be recorded as a meritorious deed. Since that was the case, the general should set an example. Could it be that the great general was truly afraid of death? Will that disappoint everyone? What a vicious brat. Doesn't that mean I have to fight? Si Kongzun's face darkened. Ling Zhao's words put him in a difficult position. He didn't have much control over the Imperial City Barracks to begin with. If he didn't fight today, those people would look down on him even more. But if he fought, what if something happened? He definitely couldn't get injured now. Otherwise, there would definitely be people who would seize the opportunity to seize power. Great General, the Divine Phoenix Empire's officers and soldiers can bleed and lose their lives. Don't tell me that you, the Lightning Demon King of the True Devil Empire, can't bleed a little? Ling Zhao's words were simply heartbreaking. His words hit the nail on the head. Once again, the Imperial City Barracks officers and soldiers clearly saw Si Kongzun's true colors. This person was indeed a spy from the True Devil Empire. Otherwise, why would he incite the Divine Phoenix Empire's officers and soldiers to throw away their lives? When it was his turn to fight, he refused to do so. Impudent. Ling Xiao, even though you're the military governor, you can't slander this marshal. This marshal now suspects that your secret edict is fake. Men, capture this thief and interrogate him properly. Si Kongzun finally revealed his ferocious side. He would rather lose some control than get injured. So even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't fight. I'll see who dares to make a move. Feng Qingyan coldly said, who exactly is the spy? We'll know when we return to the Imperial City. Since the great general is afraid to fight, then let me assist Great General Jining. Ling Xiao, let's go. After he finished speaking, he grabbed Ling Xiao and leaped out of the mountain pass. After sending Ling Xiao to Northern Desert City, he joined the battle with Timur Mutu's. Jining was indeed not Mutu's match by himself, but with Feng Qingyan's help, at least he wouldn't be defeated in a short period of time. However, the more the two fought, the more frightened they became. This Mutu's strength was truly terrifying. If the two of them joined hands, something might happen after a long time. Retreat. Originally, Jining joined the battle to save Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao was fine, he didn't need to continue fighting with Mutu's. The two of them looked at each other, then retreated almost at the same time and leaped up the city wall. Activate the defensive formation. Zhu Gaming gave the order. When Mutu was chasing, he was attacked by the formation. A gust of wind rose, and then yellow sand filled the sky. Mutu had to stop chasing. He also frowned. It seems that a forceful attack won't work. We can only use tactics. He turned and flew back to the Black Crow Empire's army. Then, the army retreated and set up camp. Master, do you have a good plan? Tomohiko Kuma rode on the Black Crow and asked Timur Mutu's first. Mutu said. A forceful attack won't work, but we can use tactics. Great minds think alike, ha 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 ha. It was late at night, and the wind in the northern desert was very strong. The Black Crow Empire wouldn't choose to attack the northern desert city under such circumstances, so all the soldiers could rest at ease for the time being. Report. Jining, who was resting with his eyes closed and ready to fight at any time, suddenly heard a loud shout from outside. What's the matter? Reporting to the great general, General LV Chenglong requests to see you. General LV? What is he doing here? Invite him in. Jining and LV Chenglong used to be comrades in the past, so naturally, he was very close. When he heard that LV Chenglong had come, he happily invited him in. Ha ha ha, great general, I haven't seen you for many years. You're still as brave as ever. You didn't lose in the battle with Mutu today. LV Chenglong walked into the hall and gave Jining a bear hug. The relationship between the two was obvious. Chenglong, didn't you say anything when you came to the Si Kongzun this time? Jining asked in confusion. Great general, it was the Si Kongzun who asked me to come. He said that he wanted to invite you and Ling Xiao to a banquet to discuss the matter of joining forces against the enemy. LV Changlong said solemnly. He's sincere about joining forces? Jining didn't believe it. LV Changlong also sighed and said, whether he's sincere or not, I really don't know. Moreover, this banquet is very likely to be a trap. However, this is all my speculation. I still have to tell you what I should tell you. Otherwise, if we miss the opportunity to join forces, I'm afraid it will be my responsibility. Jining tapped the table lightly and thought for a long time before saying, how can you catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? Even if this banquet is really a trap, I still have to go. Didn't the Holy Emperor State also go to the banquet of murder? In the end, the sacred dynasty was revived. Why can't I go? He had no choice but to go. If he didn't go, once something happened to the northern desert city in the future, the Sikong Zun could use the excuse that he broke the unity and refused to join forces against the enemy. In the end, someone else would still have something against him. For Jining, although it was dangerous to attend the banquet, it was not necessarily without benefits. At the very least, he could let the soldiers of the imperial city know that Jining truly wanted to unite against the enemy. Actually, General, you don't have to worry too much. With Feng Qingyan and I around, the Sikong Zun won't be able to play any tricks. LV Changlong said. Then I'll have to trouble you. Men, inform Ling Xiao to go to the banquet with me at the northern desert pass. Jining stood up and ordered. The moment Ling Xiao received the news, he guessed that the banquet would not be a good one. But just as Jining said, even if he knew it was a trap, he still had to go. Unless Jining was determined to rebel and declare himself king, then he could choose not to go. But at that time, the emperor could openly attack the northern desert city. In this way, the northern desert city would be attacked from both sides. The mere tens of thousands of soldiers would not be enough to kill. Therefore, he agreed to go. But he had to be careful because no one could be sure that the old dog Sikong Zun would not play any tricks. That night, Jining and Ling Xiao went to the northern desert pass under the leadership of LV Changlong. Ling Xiao did not bring anyone with him. He only ordered Hai Mian Ko and Cold Plum to lead the dark assassins to wait outside the northern desert pass and be ready to provide support at any time. He felt that tonight would not be a peaceful night. Sikong Zun had already prepared a banquet. His attitude was quite sincere, saying that it was his fault for not helping Jining today. Sikong Zun did not even argue with Jining about the joint battle. Jining said whatever Jining said, as if he was a completely different person. But the better his attitude was, the more Ling Xiao felt that something was wrong and uneasy. However, he really couldn't imagine what would happen in such a situation. The banquet ended in such a harmonious situation. Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Jining also breathed a sigh of relief. Many people present also breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, thinking that everything should be fine. General Sikong, it's getting late. I need to rush back to northern desert city. Who knows when the Black Crow Empire will launch an attack? It's better to be careful. Jining stood up and cupped his hands. Although they were confused, since nothing had happened, it was naturally for the best. No one wanted to have a conflict at this time. However, right at this moment, a furious shout suddenly sounded from outside the northern desert pass. Ling Xiao recognized that it was Li Ruguang and Zhang Yufei's roars. Something had happened. He didn't understand why the two of them would suddenly lead their troops here, but he knew that something must have happened. But before he could figure out what was going on, Sikong Zun suddenly screamed and retreated. Blood dripped from the corner of its mouth, and even its armor was shattered. Why? General Jining, why did you do this? Sikong Zun looked at Jining in surprise, lying weakly on the ground, and questioned him loudly. Jining, on the other hand, had a blank expression on his face. He had just heard the commotion outside, and then Sikong Zun had walked to his side and suddenly attacked him. Of course, this was very covert because everyone's attention was attracted by the commotion outside, so no one noticed that Sikong Zun had attacked. Then Jining would definitely be on guard. Unexpectedly, he had only counterattacked, and it was impossible for him to seriously injure Sikong Zun. However, Sikong Zun's performance was completely out of his expectations. That was why he had a blank expression on his face. Protect General Sikong, surround Jining, don't let him escape. Someone shouted, and the soldiers of the imperial city barracks were all agitated. How could this be? Si Kongzun had kindly invited Ji Ning to a banquet to discuss the important matter of fighting the enemy together. Unexpectedly, not only did Ji Ning not appreciate the invitation, he even injured General Si Kong. What's more, he had mobilized troops to surround the northern desert pass. Even if they respected Ji Ning before, they could not remain calm at this time. In addition, there were people who wanted to sow discord, and a group of people directly surrounded Ji Ning. At this moment, Feng Qingyan and LV Changlong were the most embarrassed. They did not know whether to make a move or not. If they made a move, there would be a fight between the Northern Desert Army and the Imperial City Barracks tonight, and then the Black Crow Empire would be able to reap the benefits. If they did not make a move, they could only watch as Si Kongzun was seriously injured. Were they just going to sit by and do nothing? That was not right. Whoosh, suddenly, there was the sound of something breaking through the air. It was a sharp arrow, and its target was Ji Ning. However, at this moment, Ji Ning did not want to make a move. He was not as flexible as Ling Xiao, and in this situation, he was more willing to explain. Unfortunately, there were obviously people in the crowd who wanted his life. Could he explain clearly? Seeing that the arrow was about to hit Ji Ning still did not move. He had a clear conscience, so he did not want to move. However, he did not think that once he died, he would never be able to clear his name. Crack, at this critical moment, a sword light broke through the air. Ling Xiao had made a move. Ling Xiao was not Ji Ning. He was the most quick-witted. He knew that it was useless to say anything now. The only thing he could do was to protect Ji Ning and leave the Northern Desert Pass. As for the injustice, it would not be too late to clear it later. If something happened to Ji Ning, the Northern Desert City would really be finished. The Black Crow Empire would definitely invade, and no one would be able to stop them. Military Governor Ling, we respect you as a hero. Don't protect this villain. He looks upright on the surface, but he's actually a despicable and shameless villain. A person walked out from the crowd. He was a commander of the Imperial City Barracks, and his cultivation was at the 10 Directions Heaven Realm. I believe that General Ji Ning would never do such a thing. There must be some misunderstanding. We can't fall into the Black Crow Empire's trap. The Northern Desert City cannot do without Ji Ning. Once Ji Ning is gone, the Black Crow Empire's army will be able to invade. Ling Xiao did not want to make a move, so he hoped that someone would understand his words. Why are you wasting your breath on this guy? He has such a good relationship with Ji Ning. This time, they might be colluding with each other. Jia Yun shouted angrily, avenge General Si Kong. Kill Ji Ning and Ling Xiao. Yes, kill Ji Ning and Ling Xiao. Kill. Wan Xiaofeng, Ji Changran, and the other martial artists of the Phoenix Academy began to shout, and the scene was chaotic. Shut up. The commander who spoke earlier roared. When all the voices stopped, he said, Commander Ling, I can believe you for the time being and won't attack Ji Ning. But you two have to stay in the Northern Desert Pass for the time being. You can't go anywhere. We can make a decision after the investigation is done. Logically speaking, there was no problem with his words. However, Ling Xiao knew that it was too easy to frame someone. If he stayed here with Ji Ning today, then he would really be convicted. He might even end up committing suicide to escape punishment. Of course, more importantly, he could stay here, but Ji Ning could not. The Northern Desert City could not do without Ji Ning's command. How about this? I'll stay here and let General Ji Ning go back. Is that okay? This was the best idea Ling Xiao could come up with. No, you can go back, but he must stay. The commander shook his head and said. Ling Xiao, you can go. I, Ji Ning, do things with a clear conscience. I didn't injure Si Kongzun. I don't need to run away. Ji Ning also spoke up. General, you're usually quite shrewd. Why are you so muddle-headed at such a critical moment? Do you have a clear conscience? But there are too many generals in this world who have been killed with a clear conscience. Listen to me. With your strength, no one can stop you if you want to leave. I'll stay here. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I, Ling Xiao, have a cheap life. If I die, I die. It doesn't matter. But you're different. Nonsense. Do you want me, Jining, to kill you for no reason? Jining was really stubborn at this moment. Just as the two of them were arguing incessantly, a sword suddenly pierced over. The attacker was wearing an iron helmet and his face couldn't be seen clearly, but he wasn't weak. Ling Xiao didn't dare to underestimate the enemy. He stabbed directly. The long sword pierced the opponent's armor, and the sharp blade tore the metal armor apart. Get lost. I don't want to kill you. Ling Xiao knew that he couldn't kill indiscriminately at this time. Otherwise, the situation would become even more serious. However, the opponent didn't care at all. Despite the danger of being hit by Ling Xiao's sword, the sword in his hand still pierced toward Jining. Don't blame me. Ling Xiao absolutely couldn't let anyone kill Jining, so he withdrew his sword and kicked the man in the chest, trying to send him flying. But the moment he kicked, he realized that he had miscalculated. The person in front of him was just a distraction. While Jining was busy dealing with this person, a sharp arrow pierced through his body. Fortunately, Jining instinctively dodged and avoided being hit in the vitals. However, the place where the arrow wound was had already turned black. This arrow is poisonous. Ling Xiao looked at Jining in shock, and this is not a normal poison, this is black extinction powder. The black extinction powder was a powerful poison that the Black Crow Empire specialized in. It could even injure Yin-Yang realm martial artists. Even if it could not kill them, it could immobilize them for a short period of time. General, we have to leave now. It's too late. There must be a spy among the crowd. Ling Xiao was anxious. After all, he was not strong enough, and this person was able to silently injure Jining. He was afraid that this person's strength was not much weaker than Jining's. Ling Xiao even suspected that this guy was Timur Mutu. Could it be that Si Kongzun was really colluding with the Black Crow Empire, or could it be that this was all arranged by the Emperor? The more he thought about it, the scarier it was. The people who played this game had endless sinister methods. It was unimaginable. He can't take it anymore. Kill him quickly. Don't let him escape. Under Jia Yan's instigation, the Phoenix Academy's people finally took out their bows and shot randomly at Jining. Ling Xiao's sword light swept and blocked most of the arrows, but there were still a few that he could not block. The black extinction powder's medicinal effects were too terrifying. Jining could only barely block it. He was hit by a few arrows and was bleeding non-stop. Moreover, it was all black blood. Get lost. I will kill whoever stops me today. Ling Xiao had no other choice. If Jining died here today, then the northern desert city and the imperial city barracks would become like fire and water. If they fought here, only the Black Crow Empire would be pleased. What arrogance. This is the imperial city barracks. It's not a place for you to behave. Atrociously. Jia Yan sneered and blocked Ling Xiao's path. I said, get lost. Ling Xiao stabbed out with his sword. The crimson sun all tore through the void. Jia Yun was obviously shocked. However, this sword was ultimately blocked by the commander with the 10 Directions Heaven Cultivation base. Military Governor Ling, stay. General Jining has been poisoned and can't leave. Don't worry, as long as you are willing to stay, I can guarantee your safety. You can guarantee our safety? If Si Kongzun colluded with the Black Crow Empire and deliberately framed General Jining, can you protect us? Don't think too highly of yourself. If something happens, you will be the country's sinner. Ling Xiao was no longer in the mood to reason. The facts were obvious. Today's banquet had been a trap. However, neither Ling Xiao nor Jining had expected that Si Kongzun would seriously injure himself in order to frame them. This was really ruthless. Let them go. Perhaps we can't blame them for this. We can only blame Si Kongzun for trusting others too much. Si Kongzun lay on the ground. The military doctor was treating him. At this moment, his acting skills were at their peak. Anyone who saw his feeble appearance and heard his words would have a deep admiration for him. What a great man. It seemed that they had all wronged him. He was actually a noble, great, and admirable man. Ling Xiao watched Si Kongzun's performance coldly. He couldn't say anything. Anything he said now would be seen as shameless and despicable. As long as they could leave this place, it would be fine. The truth couldn't be buried forever. No, General Sikong is magnanimous, but we can't let the culprit leave. At this moment, Jia Yun jumped out again. Sikong Zun sighed. Listen to me. Do you want to see internal strife in our Divine Phoenix Empire's army? Boom! At this moment, an earth-shattering clap of thunder sounded from Northern Desert Pass. Not good, General Sikong. Those people from Northern Desert City have made their move. They said that we're going to harm their general, so they're giving us the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. If we don't hand him over, they'll fight to the death. Ling Xiao was stunned. How could Li Ruguang and Zhang Yufei be so stupid? Li Ruguang was a serious person, but Zhang Yufei was meticulous even though he was rough. Zhu Gaming was even more so a wise general. They definitely wouldn't do such a thing. Could it be that there really was a spy from the Emperor or the Black Crow Empire in Northern Desert City, and this spy's strength and position shouldn't be low? At the very least, he should be a chilly arch. Many strange memories surfaced in Ling Zhao's mind. These memories were all about the fate of these loyal generals who served their country. When dealing with these people, the enemy couldn't defeat them, couldn't attack them, and couldn't persuade them to surrender. The last resort was to sow discord. He more or less understood what the Black Crow Empire was planning to do. Hateful. I didn't want to bother with them, but they want to kill our people. Could it be that they really want to rebel? Sikong Zun struggled to stand up, then ordered. Tell them that their general will be returning soon. Let them retreat to Northern Desert City first, in case the Black Crow Empire suddenly invades. Yes, General. Ah. That messenger had just left for a moment when he heard a blood-curdling scream, followed by an arrow piercing through the air. No one knew why this happened. Even Ling Xiao was dumbfounded. Hearing that someone had been shot by the Northern Desert Army, LV Changlong was enraged. What's wrong with these people? Did General Jining really collude with the Black Crow Empire to rebel? Even you doubt this, Marshal? Jining had taken the antidote that Ling Xiao gave him. Although it couldn't be completely detoxified, he shouldn't die for the time being. His cracked lips were a little black, and his face was full of helplessness. He was a good man, a great general, a person who couldn't be defeated on the battlefield was harmed by his own people. But how do you explain the current situation? LV Changlong asked hesitantly. Don't ask any more. I've already done my best. Take Jining and Ling Xiao away and start the counterattack. At this moment, Sikong Zun waved his hand, and a serious expression appeared on his face. However, no one noticed that the corner of his mouth had slipped into a sneer. It was a perfect plan, and he was proud of himself. Regardless of whether Jining would die or not, Northern Desert City was finished. Deafening battle cries sounded near Northern Desert Pass. The people above and below were all soldiers of the Divine Phoenix Empire, but because of a plot to drive a wedge between them, they started to kill each other. The battle cries shook the sky, and blood splattered everywhere. Even the starry sky was dyed red. Ling Xiao wanted to help, but he was powerless. Once again, he felt the helplessness of not being strong enough. If he was a Yinyang realm expert, he wouldn't have to be so restrained. He could easily solve today's problem. But he wasn't. Feng Qingyan couldn't help him. After all, Feng Qingyan was a member of the imperial family. He couldn't choose to help someone who might betray the empire without knowing the situation. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a strange loud sound came from afar. Ling Xiao could even see the flames rolling. Not good. The Black Crow Empire has started to attack Northern Desert City. Ling Xiao's heart sank. As expected, the worst-case scenario still happened. Jining was also trembling. Ling Xiao, no matter what, you have to guard the Northern Desert City well. Otherwise, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Jining suddenly began to circulate his internal energy. Everyone knew what would happen if he tried to circulate his inner strength while he was poisoned. Jining knew this as well. But he had to let Ling Xiao go back. Since he could no longer leave, he could only place his hopes on Ling Xiao. This was his last resort. Through his understanding of Ling Xiao in the past few days, Jining knew that this young man had courage, and wisdom. It would not be a problem to hand over the northern desert city to him. Wait a moment, great general. Things haven't reached that stage yet. Ling Xiao heard a voice. It was Hai Mian-ko, who was lying in ambush outside the northern desert pass. The people who are escorting Ling Xiao and Ji Ning can't hear Hai Mian-ko's voice. They are only urging the two of them to leave quickly. Ling Xiao looked in the direction of the city wall. Northern Desert Pass had not been garrisoned for a long time. Naturally, there would be some damage. Although the Zun had repaired it after being stationed here, it was impossible to completely repair it in a short period of time. When Hai Mian-ko realized that something was wrong, she found a way to find these loopholes and opened them up. She then led the dark assassins to sneak in and open a path for Ling Xiao and Ji Ning to escape. However, the two of them were still some distance away. Ling Xiao did not do anything out of the ordinary. He also did not tell Ji Ning about this situation. He just wanted to make Ji Ning feel at ease. Ji Ning trusted him and temporarily gave up on the idea of risking his life. After walking for a while, they arrived at a very secluded place. Ling Xiao suddenly felt a strong sense of danger coming from behind. He hurriedly turned around and blocked it with his sword. Bam, the opponent was too strong. He was directly sent flying. That person turned around and stabbed a cold, sharp blade at Ji Ning. The person who was escorting Ling Xiao and Ji Ning was the righteous commander from before. He had the cultivation of 10 directions heaven. Why? Ji Ning grabbed his opponent's sharp blade and asked in a stern voice. Since you are all about to die, I will let you die knowing the truth. The Emperor means that Northern Desert City can be destroyed, but you, Ji Ning, must die. After saying that, he stabbed the sharp blade in his hand again. However, at this moment, a black shadow silently appeared from the darkness. A pitch-black dagger pierced the commander's heart. Master, we are late. Cold Plum said to Ling Xiao after confirming that the commander was dead. You came at the right time. Let's go and retreat immediately. Ling Xiao called out. Immediately, a few soldiers from the Dark Assassins came over and carried Ji Ning. Then, they crawled out of a hole in the city wall. At this moment, Ji Ning did not care if this was a dog hole or not. Compared to the safety of the citizens of Northern Desert City, he cared more about the lives of those people. You guys bring General Ji Ning back to the city first. Remember, don't take the main road. Otherwise, you will bump into the army of the Black Crow Empire. Ling Xiao gave the order. Then, he looked at Northern Desert Pass. Below the pass, the battle was still ongoing. He had to stop this meaningless bloodshed. Master, I will go with you. At least we can take care of each other. All right. Ling Xiao did not reject Cold Plum's kindness. In the current situation, Cold Plum was of great help to him. Would it be embarrassing to be protected by a woman? He was about to lose his life. Why would he care about his reputation? After splitting into two groups, Hai Mian-ko led the Dark Assassins to escort Ji Ning back to Northern Desert City. Ling Xiao and Cold Plum appeared below Northern Desert Pass. Commander Li, Commander Zhang, what are you doing? The Black Crow Empire is approaching Northern Desert City. You guys are still competing with your own people. Hurry up and retreat. Ling Xiao. Where is the general? Li Ruguang asked. The general has already returned to Northern Desert City through a safe channel. This is his order. Hurry up and retreat. If not, it will be too late. We have been fooled. Ling Xiao shouted anxiously. Zhang Yufei looked at the order and nodded. That's right. This is the general's order. Let's retreat. In fact, the two of them were very conflicted. On one hand, they wanted to save Ji Ning as soon as possible. On the other hand, they were worried about Northern Desert City. Now that Ling Xiao had sent the news, they had nothing to worry about. However, what Ling Xiao did not expect was that when they retreated, Zun actually opened Northern Desert Pass and personally led the troops to chase after them. That guy really wants to get everyone killed. Ling Xiao now completely understood. Zun did not care about how many people died. He even led these people out on purpose. However, Ling Xiao, who understood this, still could not do anything. No one believed his words. Even Feng Qingyan and LV Changlong did not believe him. The only thing he could do now was to protect Northern Desert City. After all, he was not a god. He did not have that much ability. What he did now was already his limit. The Xikong Zun chased after them while Ling Xiao and the others ran away. When they approached Northern Desert City, they did not find the Black Crow army intercepting them. However, Ling Xiao was not happy at all. On the contrary, he was very nervous. There was only one reason why the Black Crow army had distanced themselves from them. They were preparing to shoot arrows. Whoosh, 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 in the dark night, the fire arrows pierced the night sky and whistled. Then, like a rain of fire, they covered the army that was returning to Northern Desert City and the tens of thousands of Northern Desert Pass soldiers who were chasing after them. Even in the middle of the night, Ling Xiao could still see the terrifying scene. The fire arrows covered the sky and the sun. It was as if the sun had shattered and fell during the end of the world. Fear enveloped the entire land, the cries of death rose and fell one after another, the soldiers around Ling Xiao fell one by one. However, there was nothing he could do. He could only activate his Crimson Sun feather raiment and save as many as he could. When the arrows touched the Crimson Sun feather raiment, they quickly melted and disappeared. To outsiders, he looked more like his body was burning after being shot by the fire arrows. Therefore, he naturally would not become the target of public criticism. This was the best cover. The rain of fire lasted for 3 minutes before it stopped. Ling Xiao extinguished the Crimson Sun feather raiment. Looking at the soldiers around him who had suddenly lost half of their numbers, his heart became even colder. Xikong Zun. All of this was caused by that bastard. If I don't kill him, I, Ling Xiao, am not a human. Most of the people who died were good men and women. They were passionate about serving the country. However, they did not expect to be betrayed by their own emperor on the battlefield and become the sacrificial lambs of a political struggle. This was the kind of thing that Ling Xiao could not tolerate the most. In the past, he had some doubts about whether to help Feng Yinshan. However, at this moment, he had made up his mind. The emperor of the Ice Phoenix clan was a beast without any humanity or conscience. If this person continued to sit on the throne, there would be more innocent people who would be sacrificed. He was not great. However, he could not keep a smile on his face after being teased like this. This grudge was formed. Woo-woo, after a round of fiery rain, the horn of the Black Crow Empire's assault sounded, reverberating throughout the universe. Then, a black mass of armored cavalry rushed over, covering the sky and covering the earth. The dark night was nothing to most warriors. They could see clearly in the dark night by concentrating their inner strength on their eyes. Therefore, night battles were not strange in the profound world. As the wind blew, their noses were filled with the smell of blood and burnt flesh. Ling Xiao and Ling Mei retreated as they fought, continuing to rush towards the Northern Desert City. As long as he entered the city, he would be safe for the time being. However, the speed of the Black Crows was too fast, and their team was more or less injured. Thus, a wave of miserable cries rang out once again. I can't shoot you to death. He also needed to deal the finishing blow. This is the strength of the Black Crow army. They will never give you a chance to breathe. Ling Xiao pulled out the golden crow sword and stared coldly at the Black Crow army's knight who was in front of him. Suddenly, he thrust his sword forward. Die. The Black Crow army's knights felt Ling Xiao's cold murderous intent. However, they were too excited to care about a half-dead guy who was on fire. They shook the spear in their hands and thrust it straight at Ling Xiao. Crimson Sun all, the radiance of the Crimson Sun appeared in the dark night. It was blazing hot and boiling. It was filled with anger and battle intent. The two knights who were in front fell to the ground at the same time, and their bodies began to burn. Shadow all, Ling Xiao's figure gradually disappeared from everyone's line of sight. Following his disappearance, the ice-cold shadow cone turned into a lethal weapon that could take lives. Another two knights were penetrated, and they fell off the Black Crow army and died on the spot. The battle did not end there. Ling Xiao and Cold Plum were surrounded. Because the two of them were covering the retreat of the fleeing soldiers. Ling Xiao did not regret it. Cold Plum did not regret it either. They did not even have the time to regret it. In their eyes, there was only the enemy and the battle. More knights rushed at Ling Xiao at the same time. There were more than a dozen of them, and their spears were aimed at Ling Xiao side by side. The power they gathered was much stronger than that of a single knight. Kill! The battle cry shook the sky. The spear tip flashed cold light in the dark night, and spear light more than a foot-long spear. If Ling Xiao was hit by these spears, not only would he die, but he would also die without a complete corpse. However, he was not a person who would wait for death. Light Shadow Divine All, an even more powerful move was displayed. The black and white color became the knight's nightmare. Their hearts twitched. They wanted to stop the momentum, but it was too late. Boom, the black and white color exploded in the middle of the knights. Everyone was sucked in and then exploded into pieces. A sword strike killed more than a dozen people. These people were all transcendents and even celestial realm knights. Ling Xiao did not waver at all. It was as if he was killing a group of beasts. This was because the battlefield was like this. There was no right or wrong, no justice and no justice. There was only killing. Life was as worthless as grass here. Staying alive meant victory, dying meant failure forever. Let's go. Seeing that most of the people had retreated into the northern desert city, Ling Xiao called out to Cold Plum and leaped into the sky. At this moment, no mount could be faster than their movement technique. The purpose of a mount was endurance, not short-distance sprinting. For a powerhouse, it was natural to rely on their own movement technique to be faster. The two of them, with two swords, were invincible. The Black Crow army who tried to stop them along the way died under their swords. No one could withstand a single strike. The plum blossom danced with the red sun. It became the Black Crow army's nightmare. At this moment, Ling Xiao and Cold Plum were like killing gods on the battlefield. If Buddha stood in their way, they would kill Buddha. If God stood in their way, they would kill God. The northern desert city's defensive array had been activated, and the counterattack had begun. When the Black Crow army approached, they would be attacked. They could not resist the power at all. At the city gate, Li Ruguang stood on one side, and Zhang Yufei on the other. Whenever the Black Crow army tried to break into the city, they would be killed by the two of them with arrows. They were waiting for the arrival of Ling Xiao and Cold Plum. Although the Black Crow army was brave, after Ling Xiao's upgrade, the defensive array was even more terrifying. The area within 100 meters of the northern desert city had become a forbidden area. Almost none of the Black Crow army who entered the area could leave alive. Ling Xiao and Cold Plum took advantage of this opportunity and finally arrived at the city gate. Close the city gate. With a loud bang, the city gate was slammed shut. Is General Jining back? Ling Xiao asked. He's back. Lan Yu'er, Dai Yuling, and Dai Yaoling are helping him to expel the poison. Someone reported back. Great. With the three of them here, it should be fine. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. In terms of alchemy, he was definitely better than the three of them. However, in terms of healing, the three of them were definitely better than Ling Xiao. With the help of the ancient Gourd Vine Martial Soul and the ancient Nature Dragon Martial Soul and Lan Yu'er's miraculous hands, Jining should be fine. Can you report the number of casualties? The Northern Desert Army lost nearly 2,000 men and the Imperial City Barracks lost more than 70,000 men. How many? Ling Xiao could not believe the number. The Imperial City Barracks had only sent 80,000 soldiers this time, but 70,000 of them had already died in this battle. Yes, 70,000 men. Si Kongzun ordered the army to chase after us, but they were surrounded by the Black Crow army. Fortunately, LV Changlong and Feng Qingyan found out in time and forced them to retreat. That's how we managed to save less than 10,000 men. Bastards of Si Kongzun. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth fiercely. If he hadn't made arrangements to be rescued by the assassins from the northern desert pass, he would have died in the hands of Si Kongzun. More than 70,000 men were gone in the blink of an eye. Anyone who heard this would be terrified. Where did Feng Qingyan and the others retreat to? Northern Desert Pass. Si Kongzun has also gone back. It's safe for now. It seems like the Black Crow army is only surrounding them and not attacking. They are determined to attack Northern Desert City. Ling Xiao looked into the distance. The sky was getting brighter. After a night of fighting, corpses were everywhere. Of course, most of the dead were soldiers of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Those charred corpses made one's scalp tingle. The great general has given me the temporary command. Are you convinced? Ling Xiao felt that he should take up this responsibility. Jining was unconscious and could not command this battle. Although he was weak, he had Zhuge Ming, Qin Hua, Li Ruguang and Zhang Yufei to help him. He should not be too weak. Convinced. Ling Xiao had saved Jining and helped them cover their retreat. Just this alone was enough to make them accept him wholeheartedly. Good. Li Ruguang, Zhang Yufei, Zhuge Ming, each of you do your duty. You must guard the city well. Without my order, no one is allowed to go out and fight. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He could only brace himself and rely on the strange memory in his mind to solve the problem and win this battle. Yes, sir. Qin Hua, let Meng Tong lead the Heavenly Wolf Knights and help me temporarily as my general. Among these people, only Qin Hua had truly commanded an army. His position in the Heavenly Dragon continent was not inferior to Jining's. That was why Ling had made Qin Hua was the commander. After all, too many people's lives could not be careless. The northern desert city was their last stronghold, and the remaining 30,000 soldiers and 100,000 civilians were their last support. There was no way out. Of course, the Black Raven Empire's army did not dare to launch an all-out attack with the northern desert city's upgraded formation. Otherwise, they would be in danger of losing too much. Perhaps less than half of the 1 million people would survive. This was the last resort. He believed that with Timur Mutu and Tomohiko Kuma's arrogance, they would not be so rash. Outside the attack range of the defensive formation, a man was riding on a black crow. He was wearing black armor and looked valiant. His face was a little pale. But his sharp eyes were filled with shrewdness and wisdom. That was the gaze of a king. Needless to say, this man was the little prince of the Black Crow Empire, Tomohiko Kuma. The man sitting on the black crow beside him was Timur Mutu, the master of the little prince. He was also the right-hand man of the Black Crow Empire. Jining is dead. Why aren't you surrendering? Tomohiko Kuma's voice was loud. Although it was not loud, everyone could hear it clearly. This was the effect of a martial artist's vigorous internal energy. Let's not talk about whether the great general is dead or not. Even if the great general died in battle, Northern Desert City will fight until there is not a single soldier left. We will definitely not let your Black Crow Empire take half a step forward. Ling Zhao's vigorous voice also sounded. His voice was also not very loud, but everyone could hear it. Now he was the commander of an army, the hope of a city. With a great responsibility, he became solemn. Ling Xiao? Heh, even though your reputation has risen in the Divine Phoenix Empire recently, you're still just a martial artist in the end, and your cultivation is only at the 6 arts heaven. If Jining didn't die, why would he hand Northern Desert City over to a kid like you who's still wet behind the ears? Tomohiko Kuma sat on the black crow and looked at Ling Xiao with a smile. According to his speculation, even if Jining was not dead, he must be seriously injured and unconscious. This was the best opportunity to attack Northern Desert City. Tomohiko Kuma, you are only a 17-year-old Heaven Realm martial artist. If it was not for the help of that old dog Mutu beside you, I think you would have died in the chaotic battle. Pretending to be an adult with me? What a joke. Ling Zhao's mouth was naturally unforgiving. He could not let Northern Desert City's morale decline because of him. Ha, what a sharp mouth. However, this king will not blame you. I have long heard that you, Ling Xiao, came from the Sky Dragon continent to the Divine Phoenix continent. It seems that the people of Divine Phoenix Empire do not welcome you. Since that is the case, why not join my Black Crow Empire? I am willing to call you brother and bestow you a noble title. How about it? Tomohiko Kuma's words were really very powerful. If it was an ordinary person, after hearing such words, their heart would have already wavered. However, after Ling Xiao obtained those brand new memories, it was as if he had lived a lifetime. He would not care about this kind of insignificant trick to confuse people's hearts. Ha, what a sharp mouth. However, this marshal will not blame you. I have long heard that you, Tomohiko Kuma, are extraordinarily intelligent. However, you are not liked by your brothers and have been repeatedly ostracized in the imperial court. At such a young age, you have to come out to earn military merits, and no one cares about you. Why don't you join my account? I can treat you as a brother and give you benefits that you will never imagine. How about it? Ling Xiao chose to give him a taste of his own medicine. This kid is not easy to deal with. He actually investigated your situation. Looks like it will not be easy to make him surrender. Timur Mutu said with a smile. That's right. However, it is a pity to kill such a person. If this king has his assistants, in addition to master's teachings, why should I worry about not being able to achieve great things? Tomohiko Kuma sighed helplessly. Then, he raised his head and looked at Ling Xiao again. Suddenly, he began to sing a resonant war song. The smoke of war rises, the mountains and rivers look to the north. The dragon rises, the horse neighs, the sword chi is like frost. My heart is like the sea, the water is boundless. Who can resist me for thousands of years? Crazy with hatred, the long saber points. How many brothers and souls have been buried in their hometown, why regret dying 100 times to serve the country, holding back a sigh, even more speechless, tears of blood filling my eyes. Horses gallop south, people look to the north. People look to the north, the grass is green and yellow, dust is flying. I am willing to defend the land and reopen the borders, the great divine phoenix will give way to all sides. To congratulate. After singing for a long time, Tomohiko Kuma was still immersed in the song. To be able to compose such a magical war song, you are indeed a talent. I, Tomohiko Kuma, am also sincerely inviting you. I hope that you will not miss such a good opportunity. Finally, he raised his head and looked at Ling Xiao. This was giving Ling Xiao one last chance. Little Duke, you don't have to say any more. I, Ling Xiao, fled from the Heavenly Dragon continent to the Divine Phoenix Empire. Thanks to the Divine Phoenix Empire, I was able to study and live in Xianxia College. The Divine Phoenix Empire has done me a great favor and can be considered as my second home. If you want me to abandon it, that is absolutely impossible. Ling Xiao did not wait for Tomohiko Kuma to finish speaking and decisively rejected the other party. Good. Your unswerving loyalty is admirable, but you will definitely regret it. With internal and external troubles, you will have to leave the Divine Phoenix Empire sooner or later. If you don't believe me, we can wait and see. Tomohiko Kuma did not plan to waste any more words. Since Ling Xiao was so stubborn, he would not be merciful. Otherwise, if this kind of person was alive, it would definitely be a huge threat to the Black Crow Empire. Little Duke, since you are so concerned about me, why don't you worry about yourself first? From what I know, your Black Crow Empire's queen seems to be a suspicious person. She does not trust you much and has even killed a few of your brothers. Ling Xiao obviously did not have the time to investigate this. However, Jining had been in the northern desert for so many years and their enemy was the Black Crow Empire. Naturally, he would have a thorough understanding of the Black Crow Empire's situation. And this was all thanks to Jining. Tomohiko Kuma's mouth twitched twice. He could not refute, because what Ling Xiao said was indeed the truth. This time, they had no choice but to hastily choose to battle in winter. Originally, winter was definitely not suitable for battle. Just the rations for such a large army would be a problem. Even if a martial artist could not eat for many days, the energy consumption caused by this would definitely cause a large decrease in their battle strength. Although he knew this in his heart, Tomohiko Kuma would not admit defeat verbally. He sneered, "Her Majesty trusts me a lot, or else she would not have let me lead 1,000,000 soldiers to attack the northern desert city. On the other hand, did you forget what happened last night so quickly?" "Of course I did not forget. You colluded with the bastards of Xikongzun and framed General Jining. Then, you plotted to kill tens of thousands of Divine Phoenix Empire soldiers. This move is indeed ruthless, and you are indeed powerful. I cannot help but admire this." Ling Xiao said coldly. "Hee, you seem to have misunderstood something. How could Xikongzun cooperate with our Black Crow Empire? He is just stupid. He did not know that I sent people to infiltrate the northern desert pass." Jioma Jian chuckled. "You don't need to cover for him. More than 70,000 lives, this is bloody evidence. No matter what, Xikongzun will not be able to wash it clean. Ling Xiao interrupted Tomohiko Kuma's words. You should also remember that the people of our divine Phoenix Empire are not people you can kill as you please. Very soon, you will pay the price. Ha 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 ha. Tomohiko Kuma laughed crazily. Ling Xiao, you seem to not understand the current situation. Although it is difficult for us to attack the northern desert city in a short period of time, the northern desert pass does not have such a defensive formation. Do you want to watch the remaining people die under our butcher's knife? Ling Xiao was silent. Close to 10,000 soldiers, including LV Chenglong and Feng Qingyan. Did he really have to give up on those people? Think about it carefully. My patience is limited. After this, every 2 hours, I will kill 100 people. Think about it yourself. Tomohiko Kuma sneered, then raised his hand and said, attack the northern desert pass. Following his order, the messenger passed down the order layer by layer. After that, the terrifying battle began once again. In a short 15 minutes, the northern desert pass was declared to have fallen. The Xikongzun escaped, Feng Qingyan and LV Chenglong were captured alive by Timur Mutu. More than 1,000 people died. The rest were all captured. This battle was so simple that it was unbelievable. See, Ling Xiao, see? Everyone in the northern desert city, if you are willing to surrender, this little king can guarantee that we will not attack you. The northern desert city can still stand tall in the northern region, but you will have to pledge your loyalty to our Black Crow Empire in the future. It had to be said that this Tomohiko Kuma's ability to bewitch people was too strong. Don't worry, our Black Crow Empire will give the northern desert city the greatest support. We will definitely not stab you in the back like the divine phoenix. Empire. You can decide for yourselves what to choose. Humph, you make it sound nice, but from what I know, wherever the Black Crow army goes, they never leave a single person alive. Believe you? Our brains are not damaged. Ling Xiao snorted. Hee, is that so? Then let's wait and see. Pass down the order, the army will retreat and set up camp. Every 2 hours, kill 100 captives. Tomohiko Kuma smiled. Even if Ling Xiao was not willing to surrender, he definitely believed that after those people in the northern desert city heard his words, there would definitely be some who would waver. Since it was not easy to contribute to the northern desert city, then he would use the strategy of attacking their hearts. As long as they were in chaos, this battle would be simple. The Black Crow Empire was indeed worthy of being called the strongest army in the Divine Phoenix continent. If it were not for the fact that the Divine Phoenix Empire had many famous generals, they would not be a match for the Black Crow Empire. Looking at the Black Crow army that was far away, Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a hint of anxiety. But he could not let others find out. He was now the main general, so he had to remain calm. If he panicked, then the people below would not know what to do. Pass down the order, if anyone dares to disturb the army's morale, kill them. Ling Xiao could imagine what would happen next. During the battle, he could only harden his heart. No matter who it was, whoever dared to disturb the army's morale, kill them without mercy. Understood. The messenger left. Qin Huo looked at Ling Xiao and sighed, Commander, the situation is not good. Although deterrence can temporarily guarantee the safety of the city, as time passes, sooner or later, something big will happen. I know, we have to end this battle as soon as possible. Otherwise, the unlucky ones will only be us. Ling Xiao looked into the distance with a gloomy face, but his brain was working quickly. With the new knowledge and the analysis of the Mountain River martial spirit, he needed to find a shortcut to victory. If the other party did not have any prisoners, he could just defend the city and not come out. But now was not the time. Not to mention if the soldiers of the northern desert city would riot when they saw the prisoners being killed. Even if it was just him, it was impossible for him to watch those people lose their lives without doing anything. The human heart was made of flesh, not to mention that those who were killed were his comrades. Just at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared below the city. Ling Xiao, quickly open the door and let me in. This person was actually Xikongzun. This guy actually dared to appear in front of the northern desert city. You colluded with the Black Crow Empire, plotted to frame General Ji Ning, and caused the deaths of tens of thousands of soldiers. Now, you actually have the face to appear here. Shoot him to death. Ling Xiao roared angrily. Immediately, arrows rained down from the top of the city tower. The soldiers of the northern desert city hated Si Kongzun because they knew that it was Si Kongzun who caused their general to be poisoned and unconscious. Si Kongzun was defending himself from the arrows and the formation as he shouted, "Ling Xiao, don't talk nonsense. It was Ji Ning who destroyed the unity and plotted against me." He then ordered his men to attack Northern Desert Pass. That was why the Black Crow army took advantage of the situation and killed tens of thousands of soldiers. If you want to talk about crimes, Ji Ning is the one who deserves the most blame. The murderous intent in Ling Xiao's eyes intensified as he listened to Si Kongzun's excuses. This despicable and shameless man had set up a hangmen banquet in the name of unity but allowed the Black Crow Empire to sneak into the banquet. Si Kongzun had hurt himself and caused Ji Ning to be plotted against and shot with a poisonous arrow. Not only that, he had ordered his men to kill Ling Xiao and Ji Ning secretly. If it was not for the assassin, both of them would have died in vain. It was this shameless man again. He had seen the Black Crow army coming but he did not listen to advice and insisted on sending his men to kill the Northern Desert Army. In the end, the Imperial City barracks was surrounded and half of them were killed or injured. It was this shameless man who had sneaked away when the Black Crow army was attacking Northern Desert Pass. He had caused Feng Qingyan, LV Changlong, and thousands of soldiers to be captured alive. That man's crimes were simply too numerous to be recorded. Yet, he actually dared to make false accusations and push the bucket of shit onto Ji Ning's head. What a shameless bastard. Bullsh*T. Ling Xiao shouted angrily, "If I were you, I would have killed myself on the battlefield. How dare you stay here and distort the truth? As the commander-in-chief, you did not care about the lives of tens of thousands of soldiers and insisted on abandoning Northern Desert Pass as a barrier to attack the Northern Desert Army who had given up on the battle. That was why blood flowed like a river and countless casualties. In the Battle of Northern Desert Pass, Deputy Commander-in-Chief LV Changlong and Feng Qingyan were captured. They were heroes. What about you? You sneaked away? How dare you make such a fuss here? If you had joined the battle, how could Mutu have captured all of you alive? You still dare to say that you have no secret dealings with the Black Crow Empire. The Northern Desert City had stood tall in the northern region for more than 10 years, and after you came, you made a mess. Even General Ji Ning was poisoned and unconscious. How dare you shamelessly put the blame on him? You said that General Ji Ning colluded with the Black Crow Empire? What a joke. General Ji Ning has made countless contributions over the past decade and killed countless warriors of the Black Crow Empire. Do you think that he will have a good time after joining the Black Crow Empire? What about you? You haven't achieved an inch of merit, but you have killed countless officers and soldiers. I say, what's wrong with you flirting with that Tomohiko Kuma? Ling Xiao's words were like sharp swords stabbing into Si Kongzun's heart. Even the soldiers of the Northern Desert Army, who were still a little confused, now completely understood. Ling Xiao's words were actually meant for them to hear. You don't have any evidence. What's the point of saying all this? Si Kongzun sneered as he hid out of the shooting range. Haha, when we return to the Imperial City, you will know whether I have evidence or not. Unless you scram back to your true Devil Empire or hide in the Black Crow Empire, otherwise, I will definitely expose the true face of a greedy spy in front of everyone in the Imperial City. Although Ling Xiao had some evidence, it was not enough. However, the Dark Thorn was still in the midst of an intense investigation. He would never let go of this old dog, Si Kongzun. Alright, then let's see who will be judged in public and who will die first. Si Kongzun sneered. I will wait for you in the Imperial City. I hope you don't die prematurely in the hands of the Black Crow Army. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, I won't die because I still have to keep my life to take your dog's head. And the true demonic empire that you are so proud of, I will completely raze it to the ground. If Ling Xiao dared to say this today, he would dare to do it in the future. He had never let go of anyone he wanted to kill. It was just a matter of time. Dealing with Si Kongzun was a difficult task, but he was not afraid. With this kind of motivation, he could grow faster. Qinhua, tonight is the time to reverse the situation. From now on, no matter what happens outside the city, no matter how many groups of people they kill, bear with it. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. The most difficult moment was now. However, as long as they could get through it, they would win. In the first hour, 100 captives were killed. Not only did the people of the Black Crow Empire kill them, but they also deliberately raised high poles and hung their corpses there so that the people of the northern desert city could see them all the time. In the second hour, another 100 captives were killed. Finally, at this time, the first unforeseen event occurred in the northern desert city. Zhang Yufei's subordinates were killed by Ling Xiao because they spread the word that they wanted to surrender. Although this matter was temporarily suppressed, it was inevitable that the people in the city were panicking. In order to defeat the enemy, Ling Xiao gathered all the generals in the meeting hall to plan the battle strategy. However, at this time, Zhang Yufei angrily roared, "What plan? If this goes on, not only will the captives outside be killed, even our own people will be killed by you. There are only a little more than 30,000 defenders in the city. Moreover, the people are panicking and their morale is low. On the other hand, the Black Raven Empire's morale is high. Everyone is united. How can we defeat them? Do you want to kill the people of the city?" Ling Xiao did not get angry. Instead, he asked coldly, "Then what do you plan to do?" "Humph, my dead subordinate said it best. Since the Black Crow Empire said that they will not invade, we should surrender for the sake of the people in the city." "What does personal honor mean?" "The people are the key. This is the will of the general." Zhang Yufei coldly snorted. "Pa." When Ling Xiao heard this, he slammed his palm on the table and roared, "Zhang Yufei, I said before that whoever dares to shake the morale of the army will be killed without mercy. Not only do you shake the morale of the army, but your intentions are also punishable. Men, drag Zhang Yufei out and behead him as a warning to others." "How dare you?" Zhang Yufei roared angrily, "When I was fighting with the great general, you were still wet in your pants somewhere. How dare you kill me? What are you all standing there for? Are my orders useless? This person not only shakes the morale of the army, but also dares to offend his superiors. His crimes are not punishable. Drag him out and behead him." Ling Xiao was abnormally enraged. At this moment, Zhuge Ming stood up and said, "Overseer, Commander Zhang is just speaking out of anger. Don't take it to heart. He is only doing it for the people. He definitely doesn't want to betray us. He's not wrong? Could it be that I'm wrong? Come on, throw Zhuge Ming out. Whoever dares to plead for mercy will be punished as well." Ling Xiao was practically roaring. Zhuge Ming was thrown out of the meeting hall by the Dark-Thorn soldiers. "Overseer, please show mercy." At this moment, Li Ruguan led dozens of generals and commanders to kneel down and plead for mercy for Zhang Yufei. Even Qin Hui said, "Commander, General Zhang is an old subordinate of the general. If you kill him, the morale of the army will be shaken and it will be harder to deal with." Ling Xiao pondered for a long time before saying, "Forget it. Who asked me to not have a stable foundation, and all of you don't listen to me? You may be spared from death, but you must be punished." Zhang Yufei shook the morale of the army and contradicted his superior. "He shall be punished with 100 strokes of the military rod." These 100 strokes of the military rod were not ordinary. Because the military rod used to hit martial artists was a precious weapon and even had spiritual energy. This time, the weapon used to hit Zhang Yufei was an immortal-grade precious weapon. Even though Zhang Yufei was a 10 directions heaven expert, he would probably faint from the pain after 100 strokes of the immortal-grade precious weapon. Everyone wanted to plead for leniency. Ling Xiao unsheathed his sword and slashed the table in front of him into half. He roared, "If you think that I'm wrong, then kill me now. I don't want to see the northern desert city being massacred by the Black Crow army. I don't want to be upset." Everyone was speechless and could only shake their heads and sigh. Logically speaking, they sympathized with Zhang Yufei. However, logically speaking, they felt that Ling Xiao was not wrong, so naturally, they would not kill Ling Xiao because of this. Just like that, Zhang Yufei's shirt was stripped in front of everyone and he was punished by the Dark Thorn. After 60 strokes of the military rod, Zhang Yufei had already fainted. This was really ruthless. We can't hit him anymore. If we continue, he will die. Qin Hui quickly knelt down and begged for leniency. Please have mercy, Commander. The group of generals also hurriedly begged. Humph, seeing that you are the great general's right-hand man, the remaining 40 strokes of the military rod will be dealt with after the battle. Ling Xiao snorted coldly and walked out of the meeting hall. The 60 strokes of the military rod made Zhang Yufei miserable. His skin was lacerated and his flesh was bleeding profusely. He fainted a few times in a row. When the other generals came to visit, Zhang Yufei only cursed at Ling Xiao and chattered non-stop. Li Ruguang, Qin Hua, and Zhu Gaming could not persuade him. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was troubled by the outside affairs, so he did not know about this. There was a deputy commander in the army called Cai Yun. He had a good relationship with Zhang Yufei, but no one knew that he was actually a spy from the Black Crow Empire in Northern Desert City. He was also the one who started the fight at the Northern Desert Pass. Cai Yun specially came to visit Zhang Yufei, but he closed the door and chased away the guards guarding the door. After probing for a while, Cai Yun confirmed that Zhang Yufei really had the intention to seek refuge with the Black Crow Empire. Hence, he revealed his true identity. He also said that as long as Zhang Yufei was willing, he could find an opportunity to open the gates of the Northern Desert City tonight and close all the defensive formations, allowing the army to enter the city. How can I believe you? Zhang Yufei frowned and said, what if you were sent by Ling Xiao to test me? That's simple. I'll find a way to bring you out of the city to see the little duke. You'll believe me when you see him. Cai Yun said with a smile. All right. After the discussion, Cai Yun sent a secret letter to Tomohiko Kuma through a special channel. They agreed to meet near the Northern Desert City. Then, Cai Yun and Zhang Yufei disguised themselves as scouts and left the Northern Desert City. As this wasn't the first time something like this had happened, Cai Yun was familiar with it and no one suspected anything. Although Zhang Yufei's flesh was torn open, he was still a warrior and couldn't fight for the time being. However, it wasn't a problem for him to walk. On the other side, after Tomohiko Kuma received the letter, he asked Mutu what to do. Mutu smiled and said, on the surface, Zhang Yufei fell out with Ling Xiao because his favorite subordinate was killed and was beaten up by Ling Xiao until his flesh was torn open. This should be an internal conflict. However, we still have to be careful and be wary of that kid's tricks. Great minds think alike, Master. So, should I go this time or not? Of course you have to go. Furthermore, you should go alone. If the falling out between Ling Xiao and Zhang Yufei is just a pretense, then he definitely won't miss this great opportunity to kill you. However, this matter might be very dangerous. Little Duke, you might really be killed by Ling Xiao. Do you dare to go? Mutu smiled and asked. Why wouldn't I dare? Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Tomohiko Kuma nodded and said. After that, Tomohiko Kuma and Zhang Yufei met outside Northern Desert City under Ling Xiao's nose and discussed the matter of opening the city at night. Zhang Yufei appeared nervous, as if he was afraid of being discovered by Ling Xiao. If this was fake, then his acting skills were too good. Zhang Yufei's performance, coupled with Tomohiko Kuma's safe return to the barracks, proved that Ling Xiao and Zhang Yufei really fell out. However, Tomohiko Kuma was still skeptical. At night, he pretended to send a group of people, with two of them disguised as him and Mutu to enter the city. After realizing that there was nothing strange, he completely believed Zhang Yufei's words. Taking advantage of the night, the Black Crow Empire's army quietly entered Northern Desert City. On the city wall, a few black figures could be faintly seen lying on the ground. They should have been taken care of by Zhang Yufei and Cai Yun in advance. Although the city was quiet, snoring sounds could be heard from time to time, and some places were lit by candles. Seeing this scene, Tomohiko Kuma and Tamor Mutu were relieved. Pass down my order, quickly take care of the guards in the city, leave no one alive. I want that Ling Xiao alive. Tomohiko Kuma sneered and gave the order in a very low voice, for fear of alarming the resting guards in the city. Even if those people were alarmed at this time, they could easily crush them with their advantage in numbers. However, Tomohiko Kuma didn't want to lose a single soldier and wanted to easily take down Northern Desert City. In this way, his achievements would be transmitted back to the Black Crow Empire, and no one would dare to look down on him. Master, let's go see Ling Xiao. Now that things have come to this, he has to surrender even if he doesn't want to. After Tomohiko Kuma gave the order, he looked at Timur Mutu and said, "Yes, that kid is still too inexperienced. He just got the power, and he dared to make a move on an old general like Zhang Yufei. He really doesn't know the severity of the situation. However, winning this battle is too easy, it's not interesting anymore." Mutu said as if he hadn't had enough. "Master, why do you say that? After we take down Northern Desert City, we can lead the army south and directly press on to Divine Phoenix Empire's Imperial City. Your wish of having a great battle will naturally come true." As they spoke, the two stepped into the city lord's mansion. There were no guards in the mansion, only the candlelight in the bedroom was lit, and a few figures could be faintly seen. This kid is really daring, he actually dares to not set up any guards. Isn't he afraid of being assassinated? Mutu said with a smile. He probably thinks that Northern Desert City is still an impenetrable fortress. What a pity. Tomohiko Kuma was a little excited in his heart. To be able to take down Northern Desert City on his first expedition, this was definitely a huge contribution to him. If he could continue to go south and expand his achievements, then his right to speak would be even greater. It was even possible for him to be on par with Her Majesty the Queen. There was one thing that Ling Xiao was right about. Even though his mother seemed to love him very much, the inheritance of imperial power was very cruel. So what if he was her biological son? He would still be killed. It was too difficult to get warmth from the royal family, so Tomohiko Kuma had to consolidate his own power. At this time, Tomohiko Kuma did not realize that after Zhang Yufei let them in, he took advantage of the chaos to leave the city. As for Kai Yun, who was arranged to keep an eye on Zhang Yufei, he had become a corpse. The door opened. Boom! Suddenly, there was a flash of fire and a huge impact sent Tomohiko Kuma flying. Fortunately, Mutu was strong enough to block most of the impact. Otherwise, Tomohiko Kuma would have been blown into meat paste. Boom, boom. At the same time, there were continuous loud noises in the Northern Desert City, as if countless thunderbolts had burst out from the ground. The entire Northern Desert City was engulfed in smoke and fire, and there were continuous screams. "We've been tricked." At this moment, Tomohiko Kuma, who had stood up from the ground, suddenly understood that he had fallen into Ling Xiao's trap. "I didn't expect that even an old hunter like me would be pecked blind by an eagle. This kid actually abandoned the Northern Desert City that he had painstakingly built. Also, how did he get so many explosives? And they are so powerful?" Timur Mutu's old face also showed some anger. He had actually failed miserably at such an easy task. He had been fooled by a 16-year-old child. If word of this were to spread, what would happen? "Little Duke, the most important thing now is to rush out of the city. Without the defense formation, this city can't stop us at all. Even if we lose half of our soldiers, we can still catch that kid Ling Xiao and kill him." Timur Mutu said. "Master, you're right." Although Tomohiko Kuma was intelligent, it was his first time leading an army. Encountering such a situation, he was still a little flustered. Fortunately, Timur Mutu's words calmed him down quickly. The explosion continued, but the two of them did not care so much anymore. They rushed out of the city lord's mansion and ordered the army to rush out of the city. "Listen to my orders. Divide into 2 armies and attack the north and south gates respectively." He had more than 1,000,000 soldiers. If they only attacked one gate, it might waste a lot of combat power. Therefore, splitting up was the best choice. However, all of this was within Ling Xiao's expectations. When the Black Crow Empire's army approached the city gates, the formations suddenly lit up. All kinds of attacks came from all directions, and they were actually attacking the city. What's going on? It's only been a day and the defense formation has been turned around. Unless it's a formation master, who else can do this? Another miscalculation. Even though Jilma Jian and Timur Mutu had done a thorough investigation of the Northern Desert City and knew how powerful Zhu Gaming was, they still didn't know how powerful he was. However, according to their analysis, Zhu Gaming's mecha soldiers were unable to do this at all. However, they had miscalculated a person. That was Ling Xiao. Regardless of whether it was the explosives or the reversal of the formation, these were all changed because of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had been hiding the explosives in the Mountain River world. They came in handy at this time. As for the reversal formation, it was not worth mentioning to him. He only needed to change the connection points of the formation. It would not take more than 10 minutes for the formation to be reversed. That young man is more terrifying than we thought. This is like catching a turtle in a jar. Although Mutu was angry, he had to admit that Ling Xiao's performance was far beyond his expectations. Is he still a young man? He's 10 times more difficult to deal with than that Jining. Although they were shocked, they had no choice but to attack with all their might. Although the defense formation was powerful, it could not withstand the Black Crow Empire's attack. After losing nearly 300,000 soldiers, the north and south gates were blasted open at the same time. In addition to the soldiers who were killed by the explosion, the total loss was more than 500,000. Having too many people was also troublesome. Because they were more densely packed, as long as the explosives exploded, someone would definitely be killed. It was the same for the defense formation's attack. Everyone, charge to the north gate. Even after losing 500,000 soldiers, the Black Crow Empire's army was still around 700,000. Tomohiko Kuma and Mutu both knew that Ling Xiao's side only had 40,000 soldiers at most. The difference in numbers was very large. Even if there was an ambush, they would not be afraid. Therefore, charging in one direction was the best choice. The reason why they chose the north gate and not the south gate was obviously to retreat. The south gate led to the Divine Phoenix Empire. Once they went there, their retreat would be blocked. That would be terrible. As for the north, they could attack or retreat. It was much more convenient than now. At this time, although Mutu and Tomohiko Kuma could still maintain their calm, the Black Crow Empire's army was already in chaos. There were hundreds of thousands of people. It was impossible for all of them to maintain their calm. With this chaos, not only would their morale drop, their battle strength would also decrease greatly. The Black Crow Empire's army had yet to leave the city when suddenly, singing could be heard from all directions. Any soldier of the Black Crow Empire could hear this song very clearly. Because it was a folk song of the Black Crow Empire. Hearing such a song, the Black Crow Empire's army panicked. Many people thought of their families back home and were not willing to continue fighting. Deserters began to appear. To an army, deserters were fatal. It affected their morale too much. It was worse than a dead person. In the blink of an eye, more than 100,000 people fled in panic. Under Ling Xiao's arrangement, these deserters were not stopped. They threw away their armor and fled in panic. Seeing this scene, even the usually calm Mutu and Tomohiko Kuma panicked. What a Ling Xiao! He even used a psychological attack. But why does he have so many people? Tomohiko Kuma asked. We almost forgot. In addition to tens of thousands of soldiers, there are also hundreds of thousands of civilians in northern Desert City. Added together, there are more than 200,000. Mutu sighed and said, perhaps on normal days, these commoners are just a motley crew. But today, our soldiers have already become birds that are startled by the twang of a bow. Little Duke, you lead the troops and retreat. Master will bring up the rear. As long as we return to the camp, we can use the captives to threaten Ling Xiao. Master, be careful. At this moment, Tomohiko Kuma did not have time to think. If he wanted to regroup and reverse the situation, he had to return to the camp. Timur Mutu stayed at the back and paid close attention to the situation around him. After all, he was an expert and had the ability to change the situation. As long as Ling Xiao dared to show himself, he would kill Ling Xiao. Boom, boom. Boom. Suddenly, flames soared into the sky. Countless thunderbolt bombs were thrown into the crowd. Immediately, people were thrown off their horses, and there were countless casualties. Not only were they killed by the explosion, but they were also trampled to death by their own people. In the canyon ahead, Ling Xiao stood there and looked coldly at Tuesday. In his eyes, the opponent was not Tomohiko Kuma, but this old man. Tomohiko Kuma was smart, but his combat experience was too poor. If he was given a few years of training, he would definitely become the second Tuesday. But now, Tomohiko Kuma was not enough. Kid, this old man really admires you. You have both wisdom and courage. This old man is sincerely convinced. However, you seem to have forgotten that in front of this old man, your little bit of strength is simply not enough to look at. Timur Mutu did not care about the thunderbolts that were flying at him. He leaped into the air above the canyon. As long as he killed Ling Xiao, the battle would be over. Old man Mutu, Governor Ling's plan is flawless. How could he not know what you are thinking? Feng Qingyan and LV Chenglong suddenly appeared in the air and blocked Mutu's path. Aren't you two locked up? Mutu was stunned for a moment and slowed down. Hehe, although you left 50,000 soldiers in the camp to guard us, it's a pity that you can send people to infiltrate the northern desert city. Can't I? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. While he was executing his plan, the assassins who had infiltrated the Black Crow Empire's army began to move. Their mission was to rescue Feng Qingyan, LV Chenglong, and the others. Amazing, you are really amazing. You are so smart at such a young age. I have underestimated you. However, do you think these two trash can stop me? Although Mutu was shocked by Ling Xiao's cunning, he became even calmer at this moment. It was useless to think too much. The only way to turn this situation around was to kill Ling Xiao, or capture him alive. Feng Qingyan's strength was not as good as his. According to his estimation, he should be able to take him down within 100 moves. LV Chenglong was not worth mentioning. During this period, it did not matter how many soldiers were killed or injured. As long as he could win in the end, it did not matter even if he became a general without an army. However, Ling Zhao's expression was still calm. He could not figure out what this boy was thinking. Although the Black Crow army had a large number of people, they were just leeks waiting to be harvested. They did not have much combat power left. Chaos, panic, this became the main theme of the Black Crow army. Among these people, there were hundreds of Black Crow knights who were protecting Tomohiko Kuma. They were trying to break through the encirclement. These people were Tomohiko Kuma's personal guards. Their strength was above the 6 arts heavens, and the strongest had reached the Grotto Heaven realm. No matter if it was their own people or the Northern Desert Army, they would kill them all in cold blood. They just wanted to open up a bloody path for Tomohiko Kuma. Finally, they broke out of the encirclement. However, they had also lost more than 100 lives. There were still 300 people left. Tomohiko Kuma's heart ached when he saw this. After all, these people were personally trained by him to fight for the throne. They were all the most loyal subordinates. He would be heartbroken if one of them died, let alone 100 of them. Ling Xiao, I will definitely kill you. Tomohiko Kuma knew that he couldn't cry, nor could he stay. He had completely lost this battle. He lost without any suspense. But he couldn't die. As long as he was alive, there would be a chance for revenge. Stay, little duke. Tomohiko Kuma heard a devilish voice. Although the voice was beautiful and pleasant to the ears, it was like the voice of a devil to him. Cold Plum stood there, holding a sword in one hand and looking coldly at Tomohiko Kuma. At this moment, Cold Plum was displaying the strength of a Grotto Heaven realm cultivator. Although this would cost her a lot, she had to do it in this battle. You guys take the little duke and leave. I will stop this woman. A personal guard from the first Grotto Heaven realm shouted and rushed toward Cold Plum. However, a cold light flashed and his head fell to the ground in an instant. Plum blossoms danced in the air. More than 10 of the remaining 300 personal guards died in an instant. Cold Plum never showed mercy. Those who were attacked by her would definitely die. Tomohiko Kuma knew that he was no match for this woman. He had to run. Don't be afraid, little duke. I'm here to save you. Just as Cold Plum was approaching Tomohiko Kuma, a general riding a black crow appeared. He held 2 large hammers in his hands. His cultivation was at the half-step Yin-Yang realm. Mutu was not the only expert in the Black Crow army. Of course, Mutu was the only Yin-Yang realm expert, but there were many other experts. Thank you, General. Tomohiko Kuma wiped his cold sweat and left under the escort of his personal guards. On the canyon, Ling Xiao sighed helplessly. No matter how smart he was, he still had to rely on his strength to support it. If his strength had reached Mutu's level, then this plan would have achieved the most perfect result. Not only would Tomohiko Kuma die, but Timur and Mutu would also die. Now, Not only did he have to watch Tomohiko Kuma escape, but he also had to face Mutu's threat. LV Changlong was sent flying by Mutu's palm strike. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Feng Qingyan's face turned pale. He spat out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that he could not hold on any longer. Ling Xiao, give me your life. After I kill you, I'll kill all of you. I'll let you know how stupid it is to go against the Black Crow Empire. To Mutu, a plan was not as useful as strength. In his eyes, Ling Xiao, the nightmare of the Black Crow army, was not even worth mentioning. He only needed to stretch out his hand to kill this kid. Seeing that Feng Qingyan was desperately trying to stop Mutu, Ling Xiao said calmly, Vice Principal Feng, move aside. It's worth it to die in the hands of the famous Black Crow Divine Marshal, Timur and Mutu's Day. It's enough for my name to go down in history. Feng Qingyan did not understand why Ling Xiao was doing this. However, he still moved aside because he trusted Ling Xiao. However, since he moved aside, Mutu did not dare to attack anymore. What's wrong, Senior Mutu? I'm standing right here. You can easily kill me. Hurry up and attack. The smile on Ling Xiao's face was still there. The more it was like this, the more Mutu did not dare to move forward. He looked around cautiously, afraid that there would be an ambush. Although he had defeated LV Changlong and Feng Qingyan, he was still injured. Although it was not serious, his combat power had decreased. And Ling Xiao, this brat, was full of tricks. Who knew if this was a trap? He had suffered a few losses from Ling Xiao today. It was inevitable that he would be cautious. Humph. Kid, you want to trick me? Not a chance. I'll let you go this time. The next time I see you, I'll tear you into pieces. After hesitating for a long time, Timur Mutu turned around and left. He went after Tomohiko Kuma. Ling Xiao's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. He was using the empty fort stratagem on himself. If Timur Mutu really attacked, the only thing he could do was to fight to the death and severely injure Mutu. However, that was the worst-case scenario. Fortunately, his plan succeeded. The cunning Timur Mutu had lost his courage after falling into Ling Xiao's trap a few times. Good kid. You're really good. You can even scare that old guy away. Feng Qingyan looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. Stop praising me, Vice Principal Feng. I was really nervous just now. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. He was really gambling with his life just now. Fortunately, he won the bet and that was enough for him. Timur Mutu and Tomohiko Kuma had left. The remaining Black Crow army only had about 300,000 soldiers left and they fled as well. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Ling Xiao felt a little regretful. If he could have killed Mutu or Tomohiko Kuma, it would have been a perfect victory. Unfortunately, although he had used up all his intelligence, the strength of an expert was still too useful. Xinhua, pass down my order. Ignore the corpses outside and return to the northern desert city immediately. Rebuild the fortifications. There are still 300,000 Black Crow army soldiers. They might turn around and attack again. Yes, sir. Although there were many spoils of war on the battlefield, Ling Xiao did not want to waste time picking them up. He wanted to play it safe and that was still his strategy. Although many buildings had been destroyed in the northern desert city, the overall structure was still intact. It should not be a problem to set it up as a defensive fortress. However, when they arrived at the northern desert city, they realized that the city gates were tightly shut. An unexpected person was standing on the city gate tower. You didn't expect this, did you, Ling Xiao? We will meet again here. Jia Yun. Ling Xiao frowned. The person standing on the city gate was none other than Jia Yun of the Righteous Alliance. As Ling Xiao was busy with the war, he did not know where Jia Yun, Ji Zhongran, Wan Qiufeng and the others went. But now, they were all standing on the city gate tower. Of course, they were not the only ones. There was also a stranger wearing armor. Judging from the style and color of the armor, he should have a similar status as Ji Ning. He was also a general and a city lord. General Jia, since you are here to reinforce us, why did you close the city gates? Hurry up and let us in. The Black Crow army has retreated. Li Ruguang obviously knew the person on the city wall and shouted. You think you can defeat more than 1 million Black Crow army soldiers? Why don't I believe it? Unless you can bring the heads of Tomohiko Kuma or Timur Mutu. The general surnamed Jia said with a cold smile. Is this an order from the imperial court? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Ha 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 ha, you're smart, kid. It's a pity that smart people don't live long. Ling Xiao, you colluded with the Black Crow army, killed the Divine Phoenix soldiers, and even injured General Sikong. Yet you still want to sneak into the city, wishful thinking. Jia Yun laughed heartily. Li Ruguang wanted to say something but was stopped by Ling Xiao. There's no need to argue with them. Look at how serious they are. It's obvious that they've been here for more than 2 hours. They ignored us when we were fighting the Black Crow army and now they're accusing us. These people are not reinforcements. They're here to take our lives. They're here to kill us. If you want to live, hand over Ji Ning and Ling Xiao. The rest of you will be spared from death and will only be sent to be slaves. General Jia said calmly as if he did not treat the people below as humans. A casual sentence from him could decide the lives of countless people. *T. Military Governor Ling plotted to defeat the Black Crow army and shocked the Black Crow Empire. Not only is he not guilty, but he has also contributed. How can we let you capture him? Zhang Yufei scolded. General Jia, why don't we let the people into the city? I'll lead the army to chase after the Black Crow army. Ling Xiao said. No, who knows if there are any spies among the peasants. If you don't get lost, we'll attack. Archers, get ready. General Jia looked at the people below, his face full of contempt. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Ling Xiao was shocked when he saw that General Jia was really going to attack. He quickly shouted. Even so, it was too late. Arrows rained down from the city tower. The soldiers who were not killed by the Black Crow army died tragically in the hands of their own people. Under the rain of arrows, the casualties of the people were extremely serious. They could only blame themselves for trusting the people. They did not expect these people to attack their own people. Jia Yun, Wan Xiaofeng, Ji Zhongran, and all of you. If I, Ling Xiao, am not dead, I'll kill all of you. After losing almost 2,000 people, the army finally left the range of the archers. Pass down the order. Let's set up camp at the northern desert pass first. We'll see what we can do when General Ji Ning wakes up. Ling Xiao could not fight with General Jia now. Once the battle started, the name of rebellion would be set in stone. This decision had to be made by Ji Ning. Fortunately, Ji Ning's detoxification process was very smooth. He should be able to wake up soon. There was no shortage of food, so there was no need to worry. At least, they could stay at the northern desert pass for a month. A day later, dark spies reported that the Black Crow army had stopped retreating and set up camp at a place 60 miles away from the northern desert pass. There were about 350,000 of them. However, Tomohiko Kuma's whereabouts were unknown. Mutu had sent people out to look for him. This is an opportunity. Ling Xiao stood up and looked into the distance. The only reason General Jia did not allow them to enter the city was that they did not have evidence to prove that they had defeated the Black Crow army. However, what if they had Tomohiko Kuma's head? Ling Xiao called Qin Hua, Zhu Gaming, Li Ruguang, Zhang Yufei, Haim Miankeo, and the others and said, after I leave, Qin Hua will be in charge of this place temporarily. Wait until the general wakes up. Don't they want Tomohiko Kuma's head? I'll go get it for them now. Let's see what else they can say. I don't agree. It's too dangerous. Haim Miankeo was the first to object. The others also wanted to object, but Ling Xiao interrupted them. I'm not negotiating with you. I'm giving you an order. Don't make me repeat myself. Although it's dangerous, I have my own plans. What you need to do is to protect the general and these people. After giving the order, Ling Xiao took out all the food in the mountain river world and left quietly. Because he had activated the shadow armor and shadow steps, no one in the northern desert city knew that he had left. Ling Xiao was confident that although he was not as strong as Timur Mutu, he would not lose to Timur Mutu when it came to finding people. A day later, his soul power found Tomohiko Kuma's whereabouts. 100 miles away, Tomohiko Kuma was resting under the protection of nearly 300 guards. Looking at them, it seemed that they were going to return to the Black Crow Empire. However, Timur Mutu was going in the wrong direction. An opportunity, Ling Xiao hurriedly chased after them and used the shadow steps to the extreme. Finally, after 2 hours, he saw Tomohiko Kuma, who was preparing to leave. He didn't remove his shadow armor or shadow steps. This was because Ling Xiao knew that his cultivation was not as good as Tomohiko Kuma's. Unless it was a sneak attack, he would not be able to defeat him. However, when the shadow cone was 10 meters away from Tomohiko Kuma suddenly threw the teacup in his hand. The teacup in the air exploded and turned into fragments, blocking the shadow cone's attack. Amazing! Ling Xiao was secretly surprised. It seemed that assassinating Tomohiko Kuma would not be an easy task. However, he had patience. If the first time was not enough, he would try again. If the second time was not enough, he would try again. He had to bring Tomohiko Kuma's head back. Escort the little duke, let's go. Although the guards could sense the enemy's presence, they could not see Ling Xiao. Hence, the only thing they could do now was to use their bodies to protect Tomohiko Kuma and continue to run. Ling Xiao did not dare to act rashly. His first attempt had failed. If he were to act again, he would have to choose a better opportunity. Hence, he chased after them. After all, Tomohiko Kuma's head was related to the lives of tens of thousands of people. He did not want to give it up so easily. His opponent was riding on a black crow. Ling Xiao had no choice but to advance on foot. This was because both the shadow armor and shadow steps could not make external objects invisible at the same time. On both sides were desert plants that kept retreating. Below his feet was a vast expanse of yellow sand. In Ling Xiao's eyes, there was only Tomohiko Kuma, who was riding on a black crow with a stiff expression. Tomohiko Kuma was like a bird that was startled by the twang of a bough. He had been prepared to go all out with great ambition. However, he had fallen into the hands of Ling Xiao. Furthermore, this Ling Xiao was even younger than him. This blow was hard for Tomohiko Kuma to recover from. He could only run now. Run for his life, because if he stopped, he might die a horrible death. He did not want to die. He was only 17 years old and had a bright future ahead of him. If he died now, everything would be gone. Luckily, my inner strength is stronger than the average warrior's. Otherwise, I would not be able to catch up. Ling Xiao clenched his teeth, abandoned all thoughts, and continued to chase. He did not know what Tomohiko Kuma was thinking. He only knew that if he did not bring Tomohiko Kuma's head back, the 200,000 soldiers and civilians would starve to death. After an unknown amount of time, Ling Xiao felt that the desert had gradually turned into a green grassland. He should have already entered the Black Crow Empire. At the border between the Black Crow Empire and Divine Phoenix Empire, there was a large desert area. Although there were plants, there were very few of them. One had to enter the border between the two empires to be able to see grassland or forests. No wonder I used up so much inner strength. I did not expect that I would chase them all the way to the Black Crow Empire. Ling Xiao took a moment to rest before stuffing a handful of spirit chi pills into his mouth, chewing them as if they were stir-fried beans. Then, he continued to chase. Finally, a blood-curdling scream rang out. It was the Black Crow Beast's scream. The Black Crow Beast under Tomohiko Kuma actually fell to the ground and foamed at the mouth, unable to continue forward. The rest of the Black Crow Beasts were also panting heavily. They were lying on the ground, obviously unable to move. Ling Xiao actually exhausted the Black Crow Beast to death. This kind of physical strength and inner strength reminded him of the crazy training he had done to his body. Now, the advantage of his strong body was completely revealed. Even the Black Crow Beast's endurance was not as good as his. You guys take the little duke and leave first. The personal guards saw that this was not going to work. Since the Black Crow Beasts could not move forward, they could only stay and stall for time. They did not know how strong the people chasing them were, so they left nearly 20 people behind. The remaining personal guards protected Tomohiko Kuma and continued to escape. Ling Xiao tried to use Shadow Step to pass them, but he failed. Among these people, 3 of them had reached the 8 Desolate Heaven realm and could sense his movements. Although they could not see him, they could still stop him. It seems that I have to take action. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He took out the Immortal Fury Lotus from his storage ring and threw it out. Every time the Immortal Fury Lotus was used, it would take a long time to accumulate energy before it could be used again. This time would take more than a day. The Immortal Fury Lotus in Ling Xiao's hand had obviously finished accumulating energy. As soon as the Immortal Fury Lotus was used, more than 10 of the personal guards fell to the ground. Only 8 of them were left standing. After all, the power of the Immortal Fury Lotus was limited. It was not lethal for martial artists above the 6th Desolate Heaven Realm. Get out of the way and I will not kill you. Ling Xiao deactivated Shadow Step and Shadow Armor. Since he could not pass them, it would consume too much energy and inner strength to continue using Shadow Step and Shadow Armor. As he spoke, he took out the Golden Crow Sword. He had to go all out in the face of those who blocked his way. This was different from the battle on the fighting stage. At that time, it was a one-on-one battle. Now, it was a 1-on-8 battle and his opponents were stronger than him. It's him? The personal guards recognized Ling Xiao at a glance. This was the nightmare in their hearts, the terrifying general who had killed hundreds of thousands of Black Crow army. Leader, what should we do? Obviously, the personal guards were somewhat afraid of Ling Xiao. What else can we do? This guy is very strange. If he catches up with the little duke, I'm afraid he can really kill the little duke. So, we have to go. The leader mustered up his courage and said. After all, his cultivation was higher and he had reached the advanced stage of the 8th Desolate Heaven Realm. Therefore, he dared to speak in front of Ling Xiao. My target is not you, so you'd better get out of the way. Otherwise, you will never be able to return alive. Ling Xiao was not afraid of these personal guards, but he did not want to be entangled here for too long. If he could get them to get out of the way, it would save him a lot of time. Ha ha ha, boasting shamelessly. One of the personal guards who was at the advanced stage of the 8th Desolate Heaven Realm could not hold it in any longer. He stood out and laughed. Kid, we're not as good as you when it comes to scheming. However, when it comes to fighting, you're no match for us. He Meng, don't be rash. You might not be able to defeat him alone. Since you want to fight him, why don't we fight him together? You've seen the power of the hidden weapon just now. Be careful. Boss, don't you think too highly of this kid? Just him? He wants to fight with us? He Meng was obviously an impulsive guy. Without waiting for the leader's order, he had already swung the 2 iron hammers in his hands at Ling Xiao. The 2 iron hammers weighed more than 500 kilograms each. Moreover, they were genuine celestial-grade artifacts. Even without using his inner strength, he could easily kill a ferocious beast, let alone a human. If he was hit, not even his bones would be left. Ling Xiao, you bastard. Pay with your life for the millions of Black Crow army soldiers. Die. Even though he was swinging the 2 iron hammers that weighed more than 500 kilograms, He Meng was still very agile. He leaped up high and stared at Ling Xiao with his eyes wide open. He then swung the hammers at him. When the hammers landed, they brought with them a huge pressure. A series of sonic booms could be heard in the air. It was like a thunderclap. Ling Xiao frowned. Although He Meng was impulsive, his strength was not to be underestimated. Although his cultivation was not as good as Wan Qiufeng and Jia Yun, the murderous aura that he had honed on the battlefield suppressed him so much that he could not move or dodge it. He could only take it head-on. Putting away the Golden Crow Sword, Ling Xiao punched out with both his fists. His fists were covered with the light force and shadow force. This was the most direct way of fighting. Hit him hard, boom, after the loud noise, half of Ling Xiao's body was buried in the ground. His fists were trembling slightly. However, He Meng was also sent flying backwards. He only managed to stabilize himself after taking a few steps back. The soldiers of the Black Crow army are indeed powerful. Ling Xiao is impressed. This sentence came from the bottom of his heart. If his opponent was Wan Qiufeng or Jia Yun, Ling Xiao would have killed them in one move. However, He Meng was different. This guy had rich combat experience. His murderous intent and fighting spirit were not inferior to Sumo's. This was the fighting spirit that had been honed on the battlefield. It was dangerous to deal with such a person. Ling Xiao would rather face Tomohiko Kuma than such a guy. Bah! Don't flatter me. You're not weak either. Although your body doesn't look strong, your strength is not inferior to mine. He Meng spat out a mouthful of blood and scolded with a smile. Same here. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Don't think that I will show mercy just because you flatter me. This is a battlefield. You must die. He Meng snorted. He raised his hammers again and smashed towards Ling Xiao. This time, it was even more powerful than before. Behind him, there was even a faint shadow of a sledgehammer. Big hammer martial soul? It was Ling Xiao's first time encountering such a martial soul. However, in the mysterious world, there were all kinds of martial souls. A big hammer was also a weapon, but it was not as common as a sword, a spear, or a halberd. At this moment, Ling Xiao's body was still buried in the ground. He Meng wanted to take this opportunity to smash Ling Xiao to death. It was precisely because they had fought that he knew how terrifying Ling Xiao's potential was. He Meng was 36 years old this year, and this Ling Xiao was only 16 years old. However, in terms of strength, he didn't lose to him. If this kid didn't die, then he would really become a huge problem for the Black Crow Empire in the future. Be careful. The leader of the bodyguard suddenly shouted. Although he didn't discover anything, the leader felt a chill in his heart. Every time he had this feeling, he knew that the situation wasn't good. However, it was still too late. Ling Xiao could not move, but his sword could. The first head-on clash was just a pretense. The real killing move was the Void Shadow Crocodile that covered their shadows. Gotcha! In mid-air, Crane's body was cut into two, and died just like that. The Void Shadow Crocodile was one of Ling Xiao's moves. Although its power wasn't as great as imagined, it was very easy to use to plot against the enemy. As long as the enemy couldn't detect it in advance, they would either die or be injured. Bang bang, bang bang, the two halves of Crane's body and the two iron hammers smashed into the ground, creating two deep pits. At this time, Crane was no longer breathing. Crane! A few of the guards shouted, but it was meaningless at this point. In fact, from the beginning, they should have stopped Crane's crazy move. Ling Xiao was definitely not someone who could be defeated one-on-one. All 8 of them had to attack at the same time. You actually killed He Meng. You actually killed him? He was my best brother. The leader of the guards roared. Ling Xiao sighed softly and said, I said before that I didn't want to kill you, so you'd better get out of the way. But you didn't listen. Ling Xiao really felt that this kind of meaningless battle was very boring. After killing He Meng, he didn't feel happy at all, because he had wasted his energy and exposed his moves. Of course, he had no sympathy for them. Just as He Meng had said, this was a battlefield. On the battlefield, being merciful to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. If he didn't kill Crane, Crane would have killed him. There was no other choice. Can you get out of the way now? I said that I only want Tomohiko Kuma's head. You don't have to die. Ling Xiao said calmly. Killing Crane was like killing one of the 3-8 desolate sky experts. This was an extremely advantageous situation for him. But it still wouldn't be easy. 1 against 7, he had to be careful. But Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. He wasn't afraid even when facing experts like Timur Mutu. A swordsman couldn't be afraid. No matter how strong the opponent was, he had to be fearless. Otherwise, if he was afraid, his sword wouldn't be so sharp. Boss, let's go together. Let's kill this kid and avenge He Meng. Several guards were filled with righteous indignation. The leader of the guards nodded, then looked at Ling Xiao and said, Don't waste your breath. We, the guards of the Black Crow Empire, will never betray our master. Today, even if we all die here, we will stop you. He waved his hand, and the remaining 7 people surrounded Ling Xiao. Among the 7 people, 2 were 8 desolate sky experts, and 5 were 7-star sky experts. Any one of them had a higher cultivation than Ling Xiao. It was obvious that the cunning and strength Ling Xiao had shown had made these guys have a strong fear of him. So they didn't dare to underestimate him. When the eye of the world opened, everything around him seemed to be under his control. Ling Zhao's pupils turned reddish gold, and so did his hair. The inscriptions in the huge eye of the world kept flashing. Within a radius of 100 meters, not even the slightest movement could escape Ling Zhao's soul. Sword intent began to boil. Around Ling Xiao, there seemed to be a blood-red gas constantly being produced. The golden crow sword in his hand was also enveloped by the red gas. This was the materialization of the slaughter sword intent. Even when facing 7 martial artists with higher cultivation than him and richer combat experience than him, he was still fearless. What was Buddha, what was God, what was immortal? They were high and mighty existences, the absolute powerhouses who ruled the mystic world in the past. But at this moment, Ling Zhao's slaughter sword intent had reached a fearless realm. If Buddha blocks, kill Buddha; if God blocks, kill God; if immortal blocks, kill immortal. Not to mention, the 7 people in front of him were not gods, Buddhas, or immortals. They were just martial artists whose cultivation was slightly stronger than Ling Zhao's. Looking at the entire universe, the truly strong were all fearless people. Only those who were willing to sacrifice themselves and dared to pull the emperor off his horse could achieve the supreme great Tao, break all obstacles, eliminate some obstacles in front of him. Ling Zhao's heart was incomparably firm, no more fear, no more wild thoughts. There was only, kill. The 7 personal guards were already fearful of Ling Xiao. At this time, feeling Ling Zhao's terrifying killing intent that had already materialized, they felt their hearts actually tremble. Facing a martial artist whose cultivation was lower than theirs, they were actually afraid. But they couldn't not be afraid. Ling Xiao killed He Meng in one move. Just this point alone was enough to make them fearful. At this time, Ling Xiao suddenly moved. The moment the personal guards were shaken, he attacked. Not good, everyone attacked together. Seeing Ling Xiao attack, the personal guard leader knew that the situation was bad. Only the 7 of them could join forces to suppress Ling Zhao's attack. But Ling Xiao suddenly disappeared at that moment. The most terrifying thing was that the moment he disappeared, a dazzling light shot out from where Ling Xiao was standing. Danger! The 7 personal guards all felt the danger, their hearts trembling. Light shadow escape, extinguish. The fusion skill of Light God Walk and Dark Shadow Steps was Light Shadow Escape. The fusion of the 2 movement techniques was a technique that could kill people while flying at high speed. In that instant, 3 of them felt a burning sensation on their necks, and then they saw their headless bodies. Another person discovered that a large hole had been drilled into his heart. It was charred black, but no blood flowed out, as if it had been completely burnt. Light Shadow Escape was Ling Zhao's solo charge. Back then, even the human kings had not comprehended this technique. The human kings also had fusion techniques, but what they fused was still only movement techniques. But what Ling Xiao had fused was a perfect fusion of movement techniques and killing moves. The escaping light suddenly reappeared. And this was under the circumstances of not using a sword, but its power was already so fierce. If he used a sword, this technique might be even more terrifying. There was a reason why Ling Xiao did not use a sword, because his grasp of this technique was not pure enough. Using a sword might cause the technique to fail, and the gains would not make up for the losses. The moment luster escape was used, it would cause the enemy to temporarily lose their vision, and all they could see was white light. If they could not deal with this situation in time, they would inevitably be attacked. Gulp. Ling Xiao swallowed a mouthful of blood. It was impossible for him to come out unscathed in this exchange. In order to kill 3 of them, he had paid the price of being injured, forcibly taking the attacks of the remaining 4. Although his defense was powerful, the opponent's attack was not weak. Not being killed directly was already something to be proud of. At this moment, Ling Xiao could feel that his internal organs had been ruptured, but fortunately, they had begun to heal. He could not reveal that he was injured, so he swallowed the blood and turned to look at the remaining 4 bodyguards. His gaze was cold, but there was a hint of a mocking smile. 1 against 7. His opponents were all stronger than him, but in the end, he risked injuries to kill 3 of them. He was proud of this battle record. Moreover, he still had a final trump card that he hadn't used yet because there was no need for him to use a hidden card. He's already injured. Don't be afraid. Continue attacking and kill him. The leader of the guards was still quite calm. Although Ling Xiao was trying his best to pretend that he was not injured, his gaze was still quite sharp. When the other three heard this, they reorganized their formation and gathered their heavenly essence energy. Whoosh, 4 silhouettes and 4 weapons were all aimed at Ling Xiao. 3 of the weapons had been melted into molten iron by the Scarlet Sun feather raiment, but the leader's spear had pierced through Ling Xiao's abdomen, causing blood to flow out. Die. Ling Xiao suddenly revealed a ferocious expression. He ignored the spear in his body and took the initiative to move forward. Then, the golden crow sword slashed through the air. 2 more bodyguards were caught off guard. Blood marks were left on their necks, and they fell to the ground. Bastard, I want you dead. The leader of the guards was about to go crazy. This Ling Xiao was like a demon. Even under such circumstances, he was still able to kill 2 of his brothers. Now, there were only 2 people left. 2 8 Desolate Heaven cultivators. One of them was at the advanced stage of 8 Desolate Heaven, the other bodyguard was at the advanced stage of 8 Desolate Heaven. He twisted the spear shaft angrily. Ling Xiao's face instantly turned pale. He exerted all his strength and cut down the spear shaft, freeing himself from his opponent's torture. There are many people who want me dead, but they all died before me, including your brothers. The blood at the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth could no longer be concealed. His internal organs were ruptured, and there was a convulsive pain. However, this did not make him afraid. Instead, it made him calmer and more terrifying. The terrifying sword intent sword again, and the blood-red light split the sky. Behind Ling Xiao, a ferocious monster crept there. The blood-red light gradually turned black. This was the power of Tao Tai. It was the essence of the shadow profound, roar. Tao Tai roared in the darkness, letting out a ferocious and terrifying cry, causing the remaining 2 bodyguards to tremble in fear. This Ling Xiao, who was seriously injured, could still laugh, he could still release such a terrifying power, such a terrifying and powerful fighting intent. Was this guy really human? He was simply a monster. Whether you are a human or a monster, you must die today. The leader of the bodyguards was also furious. He kept releasing his fighting intent, and a huge black crow condensed behind him. The crow stared coldly at Ling Xiao. Its huge wings flapped, and yellow sand danced in the air. A powerful force was completely released. Kill. Ling Xiao took a step forward. The golden crow sword in his hand was completely wrapped in a black shadow, turning into a huge black sword. He then stabbed out. The leader of the bodyguards took out a long spear from his storage ring. The cold spear was also surrounded by black gas. The crow behind him let out a strange cry, making people feel as if they were in hell. Boom! The earth shook, and cracks appeared on the ground under their feet. A strong gale raged between the 2. The weeds that were more than a meter tall were uprooted and torn into pieces in the air. Ling Xiao was sent flying, but he still stood up resolutely. The long spear on his body was still swaying non-stop. Although the wound had stopped bleeding, it was still a ghastly sight. Kill. Ling Xiao did not fall down. Facing an opponent stronger than him and being injured, his fighting spirit grew even stronger. The power he absorbed from the mountain and river martial spirit seemed to be increasing, as if it was endless. The golden crow sword in his hand released an even stronger light. The black and white lights condensed together, and a huge energy all quickly formed. Light and shadow divine all. Boom! In the air, the energy exploded again. The ground that had already cracked began to collapse at this time, as if there was an earthquake. The bodyguard standing behind the leader of the bodyguards seemed to be dumbfounded. He did not dare to participate in this battle. Destroy. The light and shadow divine all was pierced by the leader of the bodyguards, and the long spear pierced into Ling Xiao's body again. The Scarlet Sun feather raiment seemed to be useless in front of this guy. This guy's fighting intent and killing intent were not weaker than Ling Xiao's at all. This was the first time Ling Xiao was in such a sorry state when facing an 8 Desolate Heaven cultivator. The butterfly girl fluttered anxiously in the mountain river world, wanting to come out and help. However, Ling Xiao didn't let her come out. Indeed, if the butterfly girl came out, there would be no suspense in this battle. However, Ling Xiao knew very well what kind of serious consequences that would cause. If he let others help when encountering a powerful enemy, in the long run, not only would his fighting spirit be worn down, his sword intent would fade, and even his self-confidence would gradually disappear. The opponent wasn't an undefeatable existence. It was just a little difficult. Therefore, Ling Xiao believed that it wasn't time for the butterfly girl to come out. Blood was flowing. However, after the blood flowed out, it turned into gas and merged with the terrifying slaughter sword intent. Although the injuries on his body were getting worse, Ling Xiao's fighting spirit was getting stronger and stronger. He grabbed the spear shaft with his left hand, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Madman. The guard leader had never seen such an opponent before, and he was really afraid in his heart. A person's heart would affect the performance of their martial soul. The guard leader's fear made the huge black crow behind him cower, and it actually let out a sad cry. You're not as good as me. Ling Xiao smiled, and the killing move that he had been accumulating for a long time was finally released. Taotai Doomsday, one sword, heaven and earth shocked, one sword, wind and cloud extinguished. Taotai roared and pounced on the guard leader, charging forward with an unstoppable momentum. He couldn't block it. The guard leader was an expert, he was a veteran on the battlefield, therefore, he was the most sensitive to danger. Run! In that instant, he turned and ran, and there was no longer any thought of blocking Ling Xiao in his mind. Not killing Ling Xiao before Ling Xiao condensed Taotai Doomsday was his biggest mistake, and this mistake was enough to cost him his life. Die! Roar! Disappeared. The guard leader's body was completely destroyed under the attack of Taotai Doomsday, and only a few pieces could be seen drifting in the wind. A late 8 desolate heaven expert, a warrior of the battlefield, had died at the hands of Ling Xiao. In this battle, Ling Xiao had single-handedly killed 5 7-star heaven cultivators and 2 8 desolate heaven cultivators. The remaining one was already trembling in fear, kneeling on the ground and not daring to resist. What about you? Do you want to die too? Ling Xiao looked at that person indifferently and asked with a cold smile. I don't want to die. The man shook his head furiously. If you don't want to die, then tell me, just what kind of shady business is going on between the Black Crow Empire and the Divine Phoenix Empire? Ling Xiao had always felt that this war was purely a battle between immortals and mortals. He didn't know what kind of agreement the Divine Phoenix Empire and the Black Crow Empire had reached, which ultimately led to the current situation. He didn't want to be a foolish person. Although the smart ones might die faster. But he still wanted to be a smart and understanding person. I don't know either. You don't know? Then you can go to hell. Ling Xiao suddenly felt that he was quite funny. Why did he have to ask this personal guard? Wasn't there someone who was more likely to know the truth? He stabbed out with his sword and killed the personal guard who had lost all will to fight. Then, he pulled out the spear in his body, swallowed the rejuvenation pill, and continued to chase after Tomohiko Kuma. If he wanted to know the truth of this war, then the best result was to catch up to Tomohiko Kuma. But now, he planned to change his mind. It might be better to capture Tomohiko Kuma alive than to kill him. He might be useful alive, but if he was dead, there would be no evidence. This time, he didn't plan to keep his trump card, because he was now seriously injured and couldn't possibly be a match for Tomohiko Kuma and the others. Only by letting the butterfly girl make a move could he better solve all of this. Of course, even if it was the butterfly girl, she still needed to make a move at the best time. This was because Tomohiko Kuma had a half-step Yin-Yang realm expert by his side. Previously, Cold Plum was obstructed by this person, so she couldn't kill Tomohiko Kuma. This time, Ling Xiao didn't rashly let the butterfly girl make a move, because he was afraid of this person. So, he planned to use himself as bait. He probably couldn't fight, but he felt that he was qualified to be bait. This time, the chase was even easier. Because the other party didn't have the Black Crow Beast, their speed was greatly reduced. Although it seemed like it took him a long time to kill the 8 personal guards, it actually took less than 15 minutes. An hour later, Ling Xiao caught up to Tomohiko Kuma and the others. He didn't use the shadow armor, nor did he use the shadow step. As bait, the more conspicuous he was, the better. So, after catching up to this group, Ling Xiao directly used the Soul Judgment, Tomb of the Gods. The huge tombstone opened, and a brave undead stepped out. It was a huge skeleton at the peak of 8 desolate heaven. It held a shield and a short blade, and was 7 to 8 meters tall. Behind it, there was a group of about 100 skeleton soldiers. Of course, these skeleton soldiers were relatively weak. They were basically at one-line heaven cultivation. They held short axes, and when they ran, they made creaking sounds. It felt like this huge skeleton was a centurion. Unfortunately, these skeleton soldiers could fight against ordinary soldiers, but against Tomohiko Kuma's personal guards, they could only be cannon fodder. Ling Xiao didn't care about this. His purpose of using the Tomb of the Gods wasn't to kill Tomohiko Kuma, but to attract attention. Ling Xiao stood on the huge skeleton centurion's shoulder and charged forward with it. The skeleton centurion with 8 desolate heaven cultivation, together with Ling Xiao's shadow all and red sun all, other than the half-step Yin-Yang realm expert, no one could stop them. The huge shield smashed on the ground, and 4 or 5 personal guards were killed in an instant. The gigantic skeletal centurion really had a huge advantage in terms of size, causing the other party to suffer unspeakably. Ling Xiao easily released Red Sun All and Shadow All while staring at Tomohiko Kuma. As long as the half-step Yin-Yang realm expert left Tomohiko Kuma, it would be the best time for the butterfly lady to make a move. He believed that person would definitely make a move. Otherwise, the rest of the personal guards would only be sent to their deaths when faced with the cooperation of Ling Xiao and the skeleton centurion. At the same time, Ling Xiao sang the inspiring war song, "Serve the country loyally." The skeleton soldiers and the skeleton centurion were enveloped in red light, and their combat strength instantly soared. The massacre began. The Black Crow personal guards fell one by one. "You guys, escort the little duke away first." Finally, the half-step Yin-Yang realm expert was enraged. He raised his spear, jumped on the Black Crow, and charged toward the skeleton centurion. Ling Xiao smiled and hurriedly used Shadow Step to escape from the skeleton centurion. Boom! The power of the spear was truly terrifying. The powerful skeleton centurion was like a piece of paper, and it was easily killed by the half-step Yin-Yang realm expert. The ground was filled with bone fragments, and there was no possibility of recovery because none of the bones were intact. Once the skeleton centurion died, the rest of the skeleton soldiers were easily killed by the personal guards. When this half-step Yin-Yang realm expert turned around to look for Jioma Jian, he realized that he had been lured away from his home. All of Tomohiko Kuma's personal guards had been killed. This already explained the problem. Ah! The half-step Yin-Yang realm expert roared at the sky, trying to vent the anger in his chest. But no matter how much he roared, little Duke Tomohiko Kuma would definitely not return. Search, split up and search. If you can't find the little Duke, don't go back. The enraged half-step Yin-Yang realm expert could only vent his anger on his subordinates. Then, he flew into the air and left. If they couldn't find the little Duke, Mutu would definitely kill him. There was no need to think about it. 15 minutes after he left, Ling Xiao's weak figure appeared in a nearby bush, along with the completely restrained Tomohiko Kuma. "Don't worry, little Duke, I won't kill you. But you have to tell me, what exactly is your relationship with the Divine Phoenix Empire?" Ling Xiao looked coldly at Tomohiko Kuma. He suddenly released his soul power and hit Tomohiko Kuma's spirit sea. Tomohiko Kuma's heavenly essence energy and soul power were restrained. He couldn't resist at all and was easily controlled by Ling Xiao. "Speak, tell me everything you know." Tomohiko Kuma stared blankly at Ling Xiao and said, "This war was originally a deal between my master and the Divine Phoenix Emperor. The goal was naturally to eliminate Jining's Northern Desert Army, LV Changlong's Imperial City Camp, and of course, you." "Heh, he really thinks highly of me. He actually compared me to Jining's Northern Desert Army and LV Changlong's Imperial City Camp." Ling Xiao wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. His voice was dry and bitter. The worst-case scenario still happened. Tens of thousands of soldiers and hundreds of thousands of soldiers were treated like idiots. In the eyes of those high and mighty people, they were just disposable pawns. Luckily, Ling Xiao had done his best to reverse the situation. Although it was not perfect, Jining, LV Changlong, and Feng Qingyan had survived. More than half of the Northern Desert Army had survived, and the civilians had not suffered many casualties. The only pitiful ones were the 70,000 Imperial City soldiers. They were loyal to the Emperor and loved their country. They were hot-blooded and came to the front line to kill the enemy, but they didn't know that they were just abandoned chess pieces. Because those high and mighty fellows wanted LV Chenglong, Ji Ning, Feng Qingyan, and Ling Xiao to die. You want us to die, you want us to grieve, but I, Ling Xiao, will not let you succeed. Just wait and see. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. The northern desert city would rise again, and it would become even more powerful. Those people behind the scenes, he would also settle the score with them one by one. It didn't matter if they were Si Kongzun, Bian Tianyan, or Di Jun, they all had to die. They had to pay with their lives for those soldiers who died on the battlefield. He struggled to stand up, trapped Tomohiko Kuma in the beast ring, and then put the beast ring into the mountain river world. Because he felt that he couldn't hold on any longer. In fact, after the battle with the 8 guards, he was already seriously injured. Logically speaking, he should have received treatment. Unfortunately, in order to capture Tomohiko Kuma alive, not only did he not receive treatment in time, he also took the risk to participate in the battle. At this moment, he finally couldn't hold on any longer. Therefore, he had to prepare everything that needed to be prepared. He found a secluded place to hide, and then he finally lost consciousness and collapsed. The butterfly lady didn't enter the mountain river world, nor did she stay in the beast ring. She hid near Ling Xiao. Although she couldn't heal and couldn't move Ling Xiao, she could still protect Ling Xiao from being eaten by wild beasts or killed by enemies. The blue sky was clear, and the scorching sun was like fire. In the dense grass, Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes. After sleeping, his injuries had actually healed. Not only that, but his cultivation had also broken through. 7-star sky cultivation, this was his current realm. Not only that, he had finally mastered the 5th step of the light and shadow profound meaning. And all of this was actually achieved in a dream. If this were to spread, everyone would probably be shocked. Looking up at the sky, although it was hot, Ling Xiao was in a good mood. After capturing Tomohiko Kuma alive, his cultivation had broken through again. His injuries didn't leave any sequelae. I can go back now. Looking in the direction of the northern desert city, Ling Xiao planned to hurry back. This time, he came out to kill Tomohiko Kuma, and the main purpose was to save Ji Ning and the others. No matter if it was useful or not, it was imperative to go back. However, he chased too quickly, and was only focused on locking onto Tomohiko Kuma's aura. As a result, he didn't remember the path at all. Now, he could only run back in a general direction. Fortunately, he was a martial artist. Even if he encountered a tall mountain or something, he could just directly jump over it. It wasn't a big deal. Rumor has it that between the Divine Phoenix Empire and the Black Crow Empire, there is a scorpion tribe. The leader, the Scorpion King, has unfathomable strength, and they are very good at surviving in the desert. Therefore, no matter if it's the Divine Phoenix Empire or the Black Crow Empire, they are not willing to provoke people from this tribe. Hopefully, I won't encounter these scorpion men. Ling Xiao was not only someone who liked martial arts, he was also very eager to learn. Therefore, after coming to the Divine Phoenix Empire, he had actually read many books. He was more familiar with the local customs and geography of the Divine Phoenix continent. In this toxic desert, other than some monsters hidden in the desert, of course, the scorpion men were the ones that couldn't be provoked the most. Not only were these scorpion men not weak, they were also good at controlling poisonous scorpions. There were big and small poisonous scorpions in the desert, and they were very difficult to guard against. It was possible that when you were walking or sleeping, you would be ambushed. Therefore, if he could avoid provoking them, Ling Xiao was not willing to provoke them no matter what. Perhaps he was lucky enough. After rushing for 2 hours, Ling Xiao didn't see a single scorpion man. He only met some monsters in the desert, which weren't enough to pose a threat to him. He even tamed a desert hermit crab. This desert hermit crab was extremely large, as tall as a 2-story building. Sitting on it was simply like sitting on a puppet warship. Not only was it very fast, it also saved him a lot of trouble. Basically, many monsters didn't dare to come out when they saw this huge creature. After rushing for a long time, Ling Xiao felt a little thirsty. When he left the water and food to the people and soldiers of the northern desert pass. He was really unbearably hot right now. Although a Heaven Realm martial artist could go several days without eating, they couldn't go without drinking water. Unless they reached the grotto heaven realm, they could go without eating or drinking for half a month. Otherwise, when cultivating in seclusion, dry food and water were essential items. The reason why storage rings were so important was actually related to this point. The desert hermit crab brought Xianxia to an oasis, which made Xianxia feel very touched. Although the big guy was a little rough at first, it soon became obedient after being taught a lesson. It even knew that he was thirsty, so it brought him to the oasis. Well, that was what he thought at first. It was not until he saw a group of strange-looking scorpion people in the oasis looking at him vigilantly that he realized that the big guy was not doing it for his own good. It had been planning to take revenge on him all along, which was why it brought him to the scorpion nest. The desert hermit crab dived into the water and laughed proudly. It was definitely laughter. Xianxia was completely sure of that. F***CKU. Xianxia cursed under his breath, thinking that he had been played by a beast. However, the desert hermit crab's pride did not last long. Xianxia pressed his right hand on the ground, and a shadow spike pierced the ground and chased after it. Boom, the huge roar directly shook the desert hermit crab out of the underground river. When its huge body fell to the ground, it was already broken into pieces. Gentlemen, I really had no intention of invading the scorpion people's territory. I was brought here by this beast. I'll leave right now. Xianxia did not want to fight those scorpion people. In particular, the female scorpion person seemed to be at least a 10th paradise powerhouse. He could not afford to provoke her at all. Moreover, although the other scorpion people were weak, they were all celestial realm powerhouses. If he was surrounded, the consequences would be unimaginable. As the saying went, a wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. Although Xianxia was brave and fearless, it depended on who he was facing. Fighting head-on despite knowing that he could not win was not courage, but stupidity and recklessness. However, the reason the scorpion people were so terrifying was that they were not very reasonable. If you trespassed into their territory, you would die. On the surface, the female scorpion person did not look much different from a human. It was only when she fought that she would show her half-human, half-scorpion state. Although these races said that humans were lowly, because the sacred dynasty had ruled the mystic world for tens of thousands of years, in their minds, the human form was still seen as the perfect form. Therefore, no matter which continent or race one was on, maintaining a human form was something to be proud of. Only martial artists who were strong enough could do it. Hee, little human brat, you trespassed into someone else's territory and caused such a huge commotion. Do you think you can leave after apologizing? Isn't that a little too insincere? That scorpion woman had a very charming appearance. However, after her charming laughter, she attacked mercilessly. Before she finished speaking, her right hand suddenly flicked lightly, and a strange light that was difficult to be seen by the naked eye shot towards Xianxia. The speed was fast, and the angle was tricky. It was really ruthless. If one was hit by this poisonous light, even if they didn't die, they would be paralyzed. It was no wonder that so many cultivators were unwilling to tangle with the scorpion men. They were even unwilling to enter the scorpion men's territory. These scorpion men were truly unreasonable. However, now that Xianxia had made a breakthrough in his cultivation base, his strength had greatly increased. Adding on the fact that he had no intention of escaping unscathed, he was constantly paying attention to the scorpion woman's every move. When his opponent flicked his right hand, he had already used divine light travel and fled to the side. Whoosh! Pa! The blue light did not hit Xianxia, but it hit the bushes behind Xianxia. In the blink of an eye, the originally tenacious desert plants withered and turned black. Seeing this scene, Xiao's heart could not help but tremble. Good heavens, this scorpion woman's poison was a little too strong. Her attack was also ruthless. She really wanted to take his life. Eh? The scorpion woman's attack failed, but she did not immediately attack. Instead, she smiled charmingly and said, "Interesting. According to your human age, you should only be 15 or 16 years old. You have delicate features and are very cute. I didn't expect you to be so skilled. Sister of the scorpion tribe, I really don't have any hostility towards your tribe. Why do you have to force me?" Xianxia smiled bitterly. He did not dare to delay and fled into the distance. He could tell that there was no point in trying to reason with these people. These scorpion people were simply unreasonable. Seeing Ling Xiao's figure suddenly turn into a golden light and flee into the distance, the scorpion woman just smiled. Then, a pipa appeared in her white and delicate hand. Her slender, jade-like fingers gently strummed the pipa, and then strange music began to play. A cold aura came from the desert, and there was a constant rustling sound. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt his scalp go numb. In a hurry, he hurriedly used the Scarlet Sun feather raiment, and then shot 2 Scarlet Sun alls into the desert. Flames spurted out from the sand, and several charred objects flew out from the impact. Only now did Ling Xiao confirm it. The feeling that made his scalp go numb was from these scorpions hidden in the sand. These scorpions were not big, only the size of a thumbnail, but their color was a little strange. It was a transparent color that he had never seen before. Ling Xiao had seen records of these poisonous scorpions in the Eternal Divine Pill scripture before. It was said that the venom of these poisonous scorpions could be used to make many powerful poisons and poisonous pills. Even without any processing, this venom alone was enough to kill a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist on the spot. TSK, little cutie, you're quite capable. You know so much that even Big Sister is not willing to kill you. Now, Big Sister will give you a chance. Become Big Sister's exclusive property, and you might be able to keep your life. Otherwise, how many poisonous scorpions can you kill? The scorpion woman let out a seductive and cruel laugh, and then the sound of the pipa became louder and louder. As the pipa continued to play, more and more rustling sounds came from the sand. Ling Xiao discovered that the ground that was originally covered in sand was now completely covered by the poisonous scorpions. They were densely packed, and there were at least tens of thousands of them. The stinger of each scorpion flickered with a dark blue light. If Ling Xiao was stung by any one of them, he would definitely be finished. Unless there was a miraculous elixir to detoxify the poison, his life would come to an end. Looking at the densely packed poisonous scorpions, Ling Xiao had no choice but to float in the air, and goosebumps rose all over his body. He had experienced many battles, but he had never seen anyone fight like this. It was no wonder that the Black Crow Empire and the Divine Phoenix Empire wanted to form an alliance with the Scorpion tribe. Summoning so many poisonous scorpions at once in a densely packed crowd really had a terrifying effect of completely turning the tide of the battle. Sir Xiali, we still have proper business to attend to. Why don't we just kill this person? The scorpion men who were standing near Xiali earlier suggested. They did not seem to care about Ling Xiao at all, and were guarding against an even more terrifying crisis. Haha, what's the hurry? I haven't had enough fun yet. You're such a cute human young master. It's only fun to play with him. Besides, why are you panicking? Even if the sky falls, the king will hold it up. Do you think he'll send you to your deaths? Xiali smiled charmingly. Anyway, Ling Xiao was surrounded by poisonous scorpions and couldn't escape at all. Therefore, she could take care of Ling Xiao leisurely. Little brother, don't lie in front of Big Sister. You have the smell of war on you, and it's very strong. If Big Sister is not wrong, you should be a soldier, right? Why did you come to our Scorpion Men tribe? Are you from the Black Crow Empire or the Divine Phoenix Empire? Ling Xiao was shocked. This woman was so powerful that she could roughly guess his identity just by observing his aura. It seemed that he had better not lie in front of her. There was no need to lie. He said softly, Sister, I was originally a disciple of Xianxia College. I followed the army to the border to train. I lost my way because I was chasing after the people of the Black Crow Empire. I wanted to tame a desert hermit crab so that I could return smoothly. Who knew that the beast would bring me here? Ling Xiao's words were naturally not a lie. However, he left out many key points. He did not expect her to let him go. Therefore, he released his soul power as he spoke and was ready to escape at any time. Haha, you're honest. You didn't lie. Xiali stared at Ling Xiao for a while and smiled. Since I'm telling the truth, shouldn't you ask those scorpions to leave? Ling Xiao did not dare to move his eyes away from Xiali when he spoke. She was an expert at the 10th Grotto Heaven realm. If he was not careful, he would lose his life. Although you're telling the truth, it's our rule to kill those who trespass into the Scorpion tribe. I have a use for him. Xiali said to the scorpion man beside her with her eyes flickering. Yes. A male scorpion man beside Xiali suddenly stood up. The weapon in his hand was a strange whip. The whip was covered with barbs and could spray poison at any time. It could also be used to tie people up. The long whip lashed out at Ling Xiao. It didn't look like it was going to kill him, but it was going to seriously injure him. Perhaps this was what the scorpion men did when they were hunting. That was the only way to make their prey listen to them. Ninth Heaven Martial Artist. Ling Xiao quickly determined the opponent's cultivation level as soon as he made his move. The golden crow sword suddenly shot out and fiercely pierced towards the long whip. Blazing light flashed, and some of the poisonous scorpions near Ling Xiao were actually roasted alive. The terrifying qi blew countless poisonous scorpions towards the scorpion man that was pouncing over, while Ling Xiao's body took the opportunity to leap into the air. Pa, the long whip and the golden crow sword collided in midair. Ling Xiao borrowed this force to leap even higher, but the scorpion man did not retreat. Instead, he lashed out with his whip again, viciously lashing out at Ling Xiao. See you again. The long whip failed to hit Ling Xiao, because at this time, Ling Xiao had a pair of wings on his back. His speed was so fast that it surprised Xiali again. Is this a flying martial soul? No. It's not a martial soul, but he is only at the celestial being realm. How could he condense wings? Xiali suddenly pursed his lips and smiled. You guys continue to monitor here. If you find any suspicious person, report to me immediately. This little cutie is a bit interesting. He must have some treasures. I'll chase after him myself. Yes, Master Xiali. After giving the order, Xiali smiled and rose into the air. Although he couldn't condense wings, he could float in the air. His speed was even faster than Ling Zhao's. Little cutie, you'd better run faster. Otherwise, this game of chasing will be meaningless. Xiali's status in the Scorpion Men tribe was very high. If others knew that a human martial artist in the celestial being realm had escaped from her, she would be disgraced. Therefore, she had to catch Ling Xiao. Damn it. You're really chasing after me. I said I didn't do it on purpose. In the sky, a golden light broke through the air, leaving behind helpless curses. Ling Xiao had already noticed Xiali, who was hot on his tail. He was frustrated. He was fleeing in the opposite direction of the northern desert city. It had not been easy for him to get here, but all his efforts were going to be in vain. Bang, Xiali couldn't fly, so she could only glide. After a long time of gliding, her body suddenly fell to the ground and smashed a big pit on the soft beach. Then, she shot up again, and her speed was much faster. Little cutie, it's useless to run away. I've said I won't kill you. Go back and stay with me in the Scorpion Men tribe for a while. When the investigation is clear, I'll let you go. Xiali had a playful smile on her face. Obviously, she regarded this as a game of cat and mouse. It had been a long time since a human being could make her so happy. Wicked woman, old demon, are you crazy? If I go back to the Scorpion Men tribe with you, I'll be completely eaten alive by you. Ling Xiao knew that the Scorpion Men were extremely cruel. As soon as they were born, they would eat their parents and then inherit their parents' legacy to live on. Not only would they become stronger, but they would also become more cruel. Little thing, your words are really unpleasant. But you're right. I'm going to play you to death, suck your blood essence dry, and then make you into a specimen. You won't be able to escape today. When Xiali heard Ling Zhao's words, she became angry and scolded loudly. Old demoness, stop dreaming. Even if yours truly were to commit suicide, I would never let an old thing like you lay a finger on me. As Ling Xiao fled, he considered whether he should ask the butterfly lady for help. After hesitating for a long time, he finally gave up. He was not on the verge of death. If he asked the butterfly lady for help too early, it would be very detrimental to his development. Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. Do you really think this old lady cares about you? Since you want to die, this old lady will fulfill your wish. Xiali was really angry. A human being whose cultivation was so much lower than hers had never dared to talk to her like that. How could she bear it? After saying that, her body began to change. Her originally pretty and charming body became ferocious and terrifying. A huge scorpion tail grew out from her back. Then, the tail quickly gathered power and shot toward Ling Xiao. In the air, the energy transformed into a huge poisonous scorpion. The huge poisonous scorpion bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It pierced through the barrier of the air. In just a moment, it crossed hundreds of meters and came behind Ling Xiao. Its huge tail fiercely stabbed toward Ling Xiao's body. "I'll dodge." Ling Xiao did not dare to confront Xiaoli directly. His opponent was too strong. She was not at the celestial being realm, nor was she at the grotto heaven realm. She was an expert at the 10th grotto heaven realm. Unless the butterfly lady intervened, he would be courting death if he confronted her directly. Shadow step, in an instant, Ling Xiao's body disappeared in midair and the huge scorpion missed its target. "How dare you use such a petty trick in front of me? You're ridiculous. Get down here." Facing Ling Xiao, who had used shadow step, Xiaoli did not stop attacking. The huge scorpion tail suddenly changed its direction in midair. "Damn it," Ling Xiao hurriedly brandished his sword to resist. When the scorpion tail hit the golden crow sword, Ling Xiao felt that his body was about to fall apart and fell to the ground uncontrollably. Bang! A sandpit several meters deep appeared on the ground. Ling Xiao was almost buried alive by the sand. Seeing this, Xiaoli could not help but chuckle. She suddenly appeared near the sandpit and covered her mouth with her right hand. She chuckled and said, "Little thing, now you know the disadvantages of having a cheap mouth. You have to go back with me today whether you like it or not. Go back to your sister." A figure suddenly appeared in the sandpit. The golden crow sword in his hand condensed a black and white light and shadow divine all. Like a shell from the sacred dynasty's red coat cannon, he rushed towards Xiaoli, who was only 10 meters away. Although it was humiliating for Ling Xiao to fall from the sky, he was not injured because of his strong body. "You're swearing again, but I can't bear to kill you." In the face of Ling Xiao's attack, Xiaoli simply ignored it. She just patted gently. The ferocious light and shadow divine all was easily crushed like a drop of water. Not only that, but when the wind from her palm blew across the ground, the sand actually condensed into the shape of a giant scorpion. This time, the scorpion's tail landed squarely on Ling Xiao's body, smashing Ling Xiao so hard that he was almost crippled on the spot. However, Ling Xiao, who was lying on the ground, showed a cunning smile. "Void Shadow Crocodile, let's see how you can dodge it." Xiaoli had indeed underestimated Ling Xiao. When the Void Shadow Crocodile opened its huge mouth, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. She quickly dodged, but she still couldn't completely avoid it. Her tail was bitten off by the Void Shadow Crocodile, and the dark blue liquid spilled all over the ground. "I'll kill you." Fury, Xiaoli was really furious. A celestial realm martial artist had actually injured her, an elite of the 10th paradise. This was absolutely unforgivable. "It's a pity that I didn't bite it to death." Ling Xiao sighed helplessly. The stronger a martial artist was, the more sensitive they were to danger. After the Void Shadow Crocodile used it once, it wouldn't be so easy for it to work again. Next, unless he sent the butterfly lady to fight, he would definitely die if he faced Xiaoli. However, Xiaoli, who was furious, suddenly calmed down and revealed a smile that looked like a peach blossom. However, this smile felt a little creepy. "Good. It was really good. You little brat, you're really making me like you more and more. I'll definitely bring you back and torture you until you die." Xiaoli smiled. It was not that she didn't hate Ling Xiao, but if she killed Ling Xiao so easily, it would be too easy for him. She wanted to use her own methods to ruthlessly torture this brat, making this brat suffer so much pain that he could neither live nor die. "Old demon, I'm afraid you don't have that ability." Ling Xiao suddenly stood up and said with a smile, "Maybe later, you may not even have the ability to protect yourself, let alone deal with me. Little guy, don't make these meaningless struggles. Your words mean nothing to me. In this poisonous desert, no one can do anything to me." Xiaoli seemed very confident. "Oh, really? What if this person is Timur Mutu?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. "What?" Xiaoli was obviously a little scared when she heard this name. Timur Mutu, the Grand Tutor of the Black Crow Empire, was said to be as strong as the Scorpion King. Even 10 Xialis would not be a match for him. What's wrong? Are you scared? Ling Xiao asked. Humph, Timur Mutu is indeed terrifying. However, the Black Crow Empire and our Scorpion tribe have always minded their own business. Why would he come here? Xiali snorted. Don't you know? It's said that the little prince of the Black Crow Empire, Tomohiko Kuma, has gone missing and Mutu is looking for him like a madman. The Black Crow Empire does respect your Scorpion tribe, but what do you think will happen if they find out that you've captured their little prince? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Haha, little guy, if you have the time to scare me, why don't you think about how to escape? At this point, Xiaoli's expression suddenly changed. She looked at the sky in the distance and became extremely nervous. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ling Xiao hid. It was impossible for him to escape now as there was a high chance that he would be discovered by Mutu. However, if he hid and completely cut off his aura, Mutu would not be able to find him. After a while, two figures appeared in the sky. One of them was Timur Mutu. The other was the half-step Yinyang realm expert who had been protecting Tomohiko Kuma. Either one of them was much stronger than Xiali. You're Xiali, right? I remember you're one of the 3 commanders under the Scorpion King. I'll give you a chance to live. Tell me, where's the little prince Tomohiko Kuma? Mutu looked at Xiali indifferently as if he would kill Xiali at any moment. Timur Mutu was an iron-blooded warrior. In the Black Crow Empire, he advocated eliminating the Scorpion tribe. However, the queen preferred to live in peace with the Scorpion tribe. However, today, for the little prince Tomohiko Kuma, he would not mind slaughtering the Scorpion tribe. Timur Mutu. Although you're powerful, aren't you afraid that you'll anger our queen and the Black Crow Empire by intruding into the territory of the Scorpion tribe and questioning me? Xiali was afraid of Mutu, but the Scorpion tribe had always been arrogant and stubborn. They were not afraid of death. It was impossible for her to kneel and surrender to the intruder. Meet on the battlefield? Ha 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 ha. Timur Mutu laughed disdainfully and said, You really think too highly of yourselves. If it wasn't for that old and muddle-headed queen insisting on peaceful coexistence with you, this old man would have eradicated you long ago. The territory of the Scorpion Men tribe? This is the territory of the Black Crow Empire. You'd better remember it clearly. Mutu did not take Xiali seriously at all. If it weren't for finding Tomohiko Kuma, he would have killed Xiali without even talking to him. You've gone too far. Xiali gnashed his teeth and said. Yes, I'm bullying you. So what? I'll give you another chance. Where's the little prince? Don't tell me I don't know. I've already sensed the little prince's aura. Timur Mutu said coldly. Xiali suddenly thought of Ling Xiao. Could it be that brat captured Jioma Jian? Xiali hesitated for a moment but did not give up Ling Xiao in the end. Because compared to Ling Xiao, this Mutu was simply too detestable. The Scorpion men were not afraid of death. They would not surrender to the strong just because they were afraid. Moreover, the Scorpion Men tribe had received news that the Lizard tribe had colluded with the little prince of the Black Crow Empire, Tomohiko Kuma, and was preparing to attack the Scorpion Men tribe. To her, Ling Xiao was just a plaything that had accidentally intruded into her territory, but Mutu was her real enemy. Kill me or torture me as you wish. I've never seen him before. Timur Mutu, don't use such a lame excuse to offend the Scorpion Men tribe. Xiali said righteously. These words made Ling Xiao, who was hiding in the dark, feel some admiration for her. To be honest, he had released Tomohiko Kuma's aura on purpose. He wanted to lure Mutu over so that he could take the opportunity to escape. He wanted to let Timur Mutu and the Scorpion Men fight each other. In his opinion, neither side was good. But now, he was a little soft-hearted. Although Xiali was hateful, she was still admirable compared to Timur Mutu. Grand Tutor, let me capture her. It's impossible to reason with such a stubborn guy. The Scorpion Men tribe has a complicated terrain. Only by capturing this woman can we reduce the difficulty. Moreover, that thing is in the tribe. With it, it will be much easier to find the little prince. The half-stepping young realm warrior cupped his hands and said. Timur Mutu nodded and said, Remember, don't kill her. After all, we still have a use for her. Don't worry, Grand Tutor. No matter how cunning the scorpion men are, Feng Zhan, will capture her today. Feng Zhan was unhappy that he failed to protect Tomohiko Kuma. He was worried that he had nowhere to vent his anger. Today, Xiali had given him the opportunity to vent his anger. If he did not vent it, he would die of suffocation. The moment he finished speaking, he had already shot through the air toward Xiali. Along the way, he actually turned into a black line, and his figure could no longer be seen clearly. Even in the air, there were continuous sounds of explosions, and 2 deep ravines were carved out in the sand. Xiali was well aware that she was no match for Feng Zhan, so she didn't want to prolong the battle. As long as there was a chance, she would choose to escape and tell their king about Timur Mutu entering the Scorpion Men tribe. Otherwise, with the strength of Timur Mutu and Feng Zhan, no one could stop them except for the Scorpion King. The Scorpion Men tribe might really fall into a catastrophe. With this thought in mind, Xiali did not stay idle. He also performed the move that he had used to deal with Ling Xiao. However, compared to before, the scorpion formed by the sand was not only larger, but there were also 2 of them at once. Their power was even greater than before. Feng Zhan just looked at Xiali's every move coldly. He had already raised the long spear in his hand, and his energy flew out. The chaotic sand and dust couldn't even get close to him. Boom, with a thrust of the spear, one of the huge scorpions was directly pierced and exploded. There was no suspense at all. Feng Zhan was really strong, so strong that he was extremely terrifying. Ling Xiao, who was hiding in the dark, was secretly speechless. It was really unbelievable that he could survive from such a person. After piercing one of the scorpions, Feng Zhan did not stop moving forward. He shook his long spear, and a spear light burst out. Its power was even greater than before. The sand waves kept rolling, but they couldn't hide his steel-like body. Boom, another scorpion was pierced and exploded by the long spear. In the face of Feng Zhan's terrifying fighting spirit, Xiali suddenly bit her hand hard, and blood dripped onto the sand. Then, a huge scorpion formed again. However, the situation this time was completely different from before. The scorpion was clearly formed by sand, but it looked like a living creature. Its huge tail swayed behind it, and the blue poisonous stinger was 2 to 3 meters long. This scorpion is actually alive. What secret technique is this? Ling Xiao was also shocked. To be able to turn a dead creature into a living creature, could it be that the soul in the sand was activated? After thinking about it, Ling Xiao couldn't figure out what was going on, but he was sure that it was a little similar to the immortal pot's ability to absorb souls. The immortal pot could absorb the soul of any object. However, Xiali's secret technique could bestow souls to dead creatures. Although it was the opposite, the principle should be the same. Boom, Feng Zhan's long spear pierced the scorpion again. However, this time, he failed to pierce through the scorpion. Instead, he was blocked by the scorpion's huge pincers. Then, the scorpion swung its tail and stabbed at him. What a weird secret technique. Feng Zhan hurriedly retreated with a gloomy face. According to his estimation, the strength of the huge scorpion formed this time was probably at the early stage of the Grotto Heaven realm. Its defense was also ridiculously strong. In the dark, Ling Xiao was dumbfounded. He suddenly felt that the tomb of the god of sin and his soul judgment might be somewhat similar to this scorpion. Humph, your Scorpion Man tribe has indeed mastered this secret technique. I really don't know how many beast souls you have extracted. Mutu suddenly snorted coldly. What secret technique? Feng Zhan asked doubtfully. The Scorpion Man tribe can transfer the souls of living creatures to dead objects and create this special technique. But it doesn't matter. No matter how strong the dead objects they can control are, they can't be stronger than their cultivation. Moreover, to condense stronger dead objects, they have to display stronger soul power. Her strength is good, but her soul power should only be at the level of the first Grotto Heaven realm. Mutu said indifferently, Feng Zhan, if you can't do it, let me do it. His words were sarcastic and threatening. Feng Zhan shuddered and hurriedly said, don't worry, Grand Tutor. As long as I know the principle of this thing, I will definitely take it down. Then hurry up. Timur Mutu seemed to be a little impatient. If you can't finish the battle in 10 moves, I will do it myself. In fact, he didn't want to make a move here because once he did, Scorpion King would be able to sense his aura. That was why he agreed to let Feng Zhan attack Scorpion Li. However, he was a little dissatisfied with Feng Zhan's performance. Feng Zhan regrouped and thrust out his spear again, fighting with Scorpion Li. Although Mutu didn't seem to care about this battle and wasn't very satisfied, Ling Xiao, who was hiding in the dark, was very shocked. The battle between Grotto Heaven Realm experts was simply terrifying. Just the energy that leaked out was enough to make him feel extremely uncomfortable. If not for the fact that he had chosen a relatively secluded place, it was basically impossible for the energy to attack him. Otherwise, once he was hit, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. This was no joke. My strength is still far from enough. Ling Xiao could not help swallowing his saliva. He did not think much of it, but when he saw a Grotto Heaven Realm expert fighting with all his strength, he was really frightened. Boom, after several moves, yellow sand splashed up dozens of meters high. Then, Feng Zhan and Xia Li separated again. Feng Zhan's armor was slightly damaged, but Xia Li's situation was worse. Xia Li had many injuries on her body. She was not as strong as Feng Zhan. After all, Feng Zhan's cultivation was higher than Xia Li's. In addition, he was a warrior who had been honed on the battlefield. His combat strength was definitely stronger than other warriors of the same cultivation. I'll take my leave first. Xia Li, who had retreated, did not want to continue fighting with Feng Zhan because she would be defeated sooner or later. With a leap, she dashed forward. Do you think you can escape? Feng Zhan sneered and threw out the long spear in his hand. The long spear turned into a long snake in the air and bit down at Xia Li, Scorpion Man's secret skill, shell shedding. At this critical moment, Xia Li suddenly twisted her body and disappeared into the yellow sand. Feng Zhan's long spear only pierced the empty shell left by Xia Li. Bastard. Feng Zhan was vexed when he saw this. Although he was much stronger than Xia Li, it was still very difficult for him to kill Xia Li in the desert. It was really shameful for him to let her escape after suppressing her steadily. At this moment, Ling Xiao saw Mutu move. In just an instant, Mutu stretched out his hand. A huge hand that covered the sky slapped towards the yellow sand, and then grabbed it. Xia Li tried her best to escape from Feng Zhan's attack, but she still had no chance against Mutu's day. This scene frightened Ling Xiao so much that he didn't even dare to move. Timur Mutu was truly a Yinyang realm expert. Xia Li couldn't even fight back against him. A mere little scorpion wants to escape from this old man's means? Ridiculous. Feng Zhan, let's go. Scorpion Li is just a nobody. This time, we have to deal with the Scorpion King. The treasure is also in the Scorpion King's hands. Two beams of light shot out from Mutu's eyes, and Xia Li instantly became sluggish. Ling Xiao became more and more nervous as he watched. This old thing actually knows how to use soul force, it's really too scary. This general obeys. Feng Zhan was originally afraid that Mutu would blame him, but who knew that Mutu didn't even mention that matter. You don't have to blame yourself too much. In the toxic desert, both the Scorpion Men and Lizard Men have an innate advantage. We had no choice but to join forces with the Lizard Men to deal with the Scorpion Men. Timur Mutu said lightly. Those Lizard Men aren't as easy to deal with as the Scorpion Men. Moreover, they are all greedy and greedy. Feng Zhan frowned. What's there to be afraid of? After a dogfight, how much combat power will they have left? When the time comes, we'll just have to take advantage of the situation. We'll wipe out the Scorpion Men and Lizard Men tribes and find the little prince. Her Majesty won't have anything to say about that. Timur Mutu revealed a ferocious smile. This old dog is really ruthless. He's completely driving the tiger to devour the wolf. Ling Xiao heard it clearly and felt sad for the Scorpion Men and Lizard Men tribes. When Mutu and Feng Zhan were far away, Ling Xiao finally let out a sigh of relief. He was now considering whether to leave or choose to ruin Mutu's plan. According to Mutu's words, the Scorpion Men tribe should have a treasure that could help him find Tomohiko Kuma. If this was true, then it would be difficult for him to escape from Mutu's pursuit. Therefore, he must not let Mutu get that treasure. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Ling Xiao decided that he might as well be the oriole this time. In order to ruin Mutu's plan, of course, it was also to protect himself. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't be able to reach the northern desert city alive. After swallowing a spirit reversal pill and a rejuvenation pill, Ling Xiao chose to use Shadow Step and Shadow Armor for double protection. He was not Timur Mutu and did not have such powerful strength. Therefore, he could only be more secretive and try his best to avoid being tracked by those guys. About 15 minutes later, the Scorpion Men tribe's stronghold appeared in front of Ling Xiao. This stronghold was not quite the same as a city. It was more simple, but it was built against the mountain and had a special natural barrier. If one wanted to enter the stronghold, they had to pass through the natural barrier. Once you were discovered, you would become a target. Countless arrows would be shot at you. However, Ling Xiao was very lucky. This was because when he arrived at the stronghold, he found that it had been completely destroyed. The entire stronghold was in ruins and the corpses of the Scorpion Men were scattered all over the mountains. Not to mention that Ling Xiao was now in the state of Shadow Step. Even if he wasn't, it would be impossible for anyone to discover him. This was because the people in charge of guarding the stronghold were all dead. A peerless powerhouse is indeed terrifying. One person can actually destroy a city. Fortunately, the northern desert city was protected by a formation. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken so many people. Mutu alone could destroy the northern desert city. Ling Xiao could not help but sigh with emotion. Being powerful was indeed the ultimate goal of a warrior. So what if there were countless soldiers? In the end, they were just a pawn for the powerhouse to play with. He, Xiaoli, weren't you very powerful back then? Weren't you high and mighty? What about now? If I say I want to get you, then I can get you. Even the Scorpion King can't stop me. Suddenly, Ling Xiao, who was walking forward, heard a voice with some wretched laughter. He quietly crept over. At this moment, he saw Xiaoli, whom he had met earlier, was tightly tied up with a rope. Moreover, her internal strength was restrained in many places on her body. Her clothes were also somewhat tattered. Apparently, they were torn by the Scorpion Man in front of her. Xiameng. You colluded with Timur, Mutu, and the Lizard tribe to deal with our Scorpion Men tribe. You traitor, the king will not forgive you. Xiaoli struggled and roared angrily. TSK. It's useless for you to say that. Now that you're my captive, I can play with you however I want. The angrier you are, the happier I am. Ha 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 ha. Xiameng's eyes were filled with evil intent. He smiled and pinched Xiaoli's chin. However, his eyes were fixed on Xiaoli's body. If any of you save me, I, Xiaoli, am willing to serve you as my master for the rest of my life. Xiaoli suddenly said to the lizard tribesmen who were watching the show. TSK. That's a good offer. Xiameng, why don't you just give this woman to us? The lizard tribesmen were not as strong as Xiameng. However, today, the lizard tribe invaded the Scorpion Men tribe. With Mutu's help and Xiameng's cooperation, they had basically crippled most of the experts in the tribe. Therefore, the status of the lizard tribe naturally increased. Xiameng was strong, but he did not dare to offend the lizard tribe. End of chapter 1062. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.